Mumbai Hotel, Saving Private Ryan, Enemy at the Gates, Black Hawk Down, Hell's Angels, Training Pumpkin, The Battle at Lake Changjin, The Bright Sword, Operation Red Wings. Hacksaw Ridge, Bad Boys Squad, Mission in Progress. Blitz, how many missions have you completed? How many missions? Let me count, forget it. I can't count them all at the moment, just know that I've killed terrorists for the third brother. And I've also blocked a failed art student, charged through 4 buildings for the specific location of their artillery positions, suffering countless casualties. And I've helped a big beauty crazily rescue a black hawk with a broken wing. And there seem to be many more, but without exception, my life is very exciting. Chapter 1, Soldier Assault. Beep. Beep. A military green transport vehicle rushed out from the yellow sand. Phew, phew. Li spat out the yellow sand in his mouth and freed one hand to roll up the window. Sitting in the passenger seat, the squad vice Wang Duokai also wiped the dust off his face. See. This is what happens when you lack experience. It's better to be stuffy than to eat sand, right? This is my first time on this road. The previous part was flat. Who knew they were repairing the road halfway? Wang Duokai advised, you need to get used to it. As a driver, isn't it normal for the road conditions to change? This is basic. It's just eating some sand. It's nothing. If something really happens, it's you who will suffer. Li licked his lips, which had already cracked. Got it. After driving for another 10 minutes, they finally returned to the base, parked the vehicle, and Wang Duokai patted Li on the shoulder and said, all right, this vehicle needs washing. Then he got out and walked towards another vehicle and drove away. Phew. Li let out a long sigh, slumping in his seat, unfastened his water bottle, and drank the last bit. Reflecting on the 4 months since he arrived in this world, Li sighed softly. In his previous life, he was a social outcast, and after coming to this world, he realized his personality was not suited for struggling in the big vat of society. Chapter 2, Mumbai Hotel. What to do? What to do? Without a weapon in hand, and from the opponent's position on the stairs, there was no place to set an ambush or launch a surprise attack. Right. Newbie welfare, it would be best to draw something like a special forces soldier, a marine, an alpha, or some super awesome spy system. I want to use the newbie welfare. Received. Drawing in progress. Draw successful. The result is a county police officer from the beautiful country. Damn. Li's face turned ugly. What good is this? Don't be fooled by movies or short videos online. Not every police officer in the beautiful country can perform American-style quick draws. Most of them have never shot anyone. The reality is that even a 10-year veteran cop would be scared to the point of trembling when they see someone pull a gun. At this point, the system transmitted the memory, the skills of a beautiful country police officer aim for multifunctional proficiency, so every cop is familiar with legal provisions, traffic enforcement, questioning, searching, arresting, scene investigation, patrolling, guarding, community policing, crime prevention, and other service skills. Mainly including physical training, hand-to-hand combat, weapon use, first aid, shooting, driving, etc. Among these, shooting training is based on precision shooting, emphasizing practical exercises in simulated scenarios, and requiring each individual to complete a significant amount of live-fire training tasks each year. Chapter 3, Z Master to Great. Releasing one hand, Li pulled the gun that was pressed under his thigh. Due to being kicked several times in the back of the head, the opponent was now dazed and lacked significant strength. Li turned the gun and fired 2 shots at the opponent. Bang! Bang! With 3 months of training in the new recruits and another 3 months in the automotive unit, plus the shooting skills included in the draw of the county police officer, Li's marksmanship was indeed impressive, but as long as he aimed carefully, he could hit whatever he pointed at. Let's not forget that police officers in the beautiful country have monthly shooting quotas, meaning they must fire a certain number of rounds each month, so firearms are second nature to him. However, there was no time now, so he just fired 2 shots in the direction of the opponent to suppress them, while the opponent, having received military training, instinctively tried to take cover behind the golden railing. Taking advantage of the cover, the opponent yelled angrily from below. Li thought to himself, oh no, I have to run. If I don't run now, I'll be caught in a crossfire. Just as this thought emerged, the opponent suddenly seemed to go insane, standing up with a gun and wildly firing bullets in Li's direction.
Chapter 4, Money is supreme at this moment. Li's posture was somewhat awkward, with the AK-47 slanted against the trash can, kneeling on one knee. His knee pressed tightly against the corner of the wall, and his other leg desperately squeezing in. His upper body was half leaning against the door, while the other half hung in the air. There was no choice. The door was locked. And there wasn't much space left in the corner. Even if a gunfight broke out, by leaning back slightly, he could hide his body behind the metal trash can. Of course, this trash can couldn't serve as cover, it only provided Yuan Li with a slight psychological comfort. The key point was that it didn't hinder his ability to shoot. Yuan Li realized that in such a real battlefield, he didn't dare to stick his head out to aim. Anyway, in that area by the door, a person of such a large size was likely to be hit. Suddenly, the doorknob slowly turned, and Yuan Li had a bad premonition, a thought of firing directly rising in his mind. Just as his finger was about to pull the trigger, the door was suddenly pushed open a crack, and a black grenade was thrown out, landing somewhat close to him, about 3 or 4 meters away. Bang bang bang. 5 or 6 bullets hit the door at an angle, creating 5 or 6 holes the size of baby fists. Chapter 5. Who opens the door dies. A leg then crossed over his body, shooting at a little boy who was playing inside. One shot to the boy's stomach, another shot to his chest. Then, a high-caste Indian woman came out of the bedroom to check the situation, and was ruthlessly shot by the assailant. After a brief search of the room and confirming there was no one else, he pressed the communicator and said, "Abdullah, where are you?" "The second floor is done." "I'm on the 4th floor, Imran." "Don't move, the other 2 are dead, go prepare in the lobby." At this time, Yuan Li was also on the 4th floor. Stumbling in a daze into a room, forcing a woman in a bathrobe holding a child to retreat with his gun. Although he saw the woman scream in fear, the sound was very faint to him. This made Yuan Li realize that he had tinnitus, no wonder his head had been buzzing. He had been so focused on escaping that he hadn't noticed these things. He then hid in the bathroom, hoping to splash some cold water on his face to clear his head. After splashing cold water, he felt a bit better, but was still dizzy, with his ears buzzing. Yuan Li slumped to the ground, propping himself up, then moved to the edge of the bathtub. Placing one hand on the tub's edge, and continuously massaging his temples and the back of his head, he then laid his entire face on the cold bathtub, which alleviated the pressure from the shock wave on his brain. Chapter 6. The Bull. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, the sky was as dark as ink, but the noise was incessant. A black police officer in a white shirt was continuously shoving the filming reporters. "Get out quickly, get out. Don't get too close, hurry up." The filming reporters were clearly unwilling to give up the opportunity to capture explosive news, as they were counting on this sensational story to make a fortune. Boom! An explosion rang out. A flash of fire erupted from the 2nd floor, shattering the glass there. The sudden explosion meant the police no longer had to worry about pushing the reporters. They obediently retreated to a safe area. One young reporter couldn't help but start praying. A middle-aged reporter beside him, with excitement in his eyes, continued his work, filming the flames from the explosion while muttering, "Indeed, it's an explosive news story." Outside the hotel, it is human nature to watch the excitement. Hundreds of people gathered at the hotel entrance, but after the sound of the bomb, it became eerily quiet. A fat black policeman pulled out a .38 from his waist and said, "I have 4 people here." The white-shirted police officer replied, "Only 4. Chapter 7. The Winged Eagle. Yuan Li raised his gun and moved forward, also guarding the stairway on the side. The terrorist who had been kicking the door was now lying on the ground, blood continuously pouring from his mouth, and within just 2 or 3 seconds, he was completely still. Yuan Li carefully leaned his ear against the door, trying to hear any sounds from inside. There were faint noises and bursts of screams coming from within. Yuan Li felt the sounds were quite loud, but due to the door, he could only hear them vaguely. Based on the signs on the wall, Yuan Li recognized that this was the high-end bar where the chef of this 7-star hotel, along with 50 or 60 people, was hiding. Yuan Li exerted effort to push the door, but it didn't yield. It shook a bit, but he could tell it would take some time to open. Yuan Li helplessly ran his fingers through his hair and caught sight of the surveillance camera, suddenly recalling that in the movie's plot, 2 police officers and a waiter had sneaked into the monitoring room. After thinking of this, he quickly wrote on the wall with the terrorists' blood, "Let the people inside open the door. I am not a terrorist, I need help now." After finishing writing on the wall, Yuan Li made an innocent gesture toward the surveillance camera. Chapter 8, Quick Reflexes. Who? Yuan Li sat in the driver's seat of the car, gasping for breath, his body sweating as if he had just taken a shower without drying off. After a moment of daze, Yuan Li suddenly looked down at his left thigh, his hands continuously patting back and forth, feeling no wound, and after confirming he was unharmed, he let out a long sigh and relaxed. How could this be? Another time travel after the first. Fortunately, I can come back, otherwise. Yuan Li thought of the food eaten by those people in India he had seen in short videos in his past life, and couldn't help but shiver all over. Fortunately. Damn it, I'm back. Yuan Li thought for a moment and began to search for something in his mind. After pondering for a long time, he had a rough understanding. The skills of those police officers were still intact, with some memories being vivid and others quite vague. Among them, the most vivid memories were shooting, high-speed driving, and issuing tickets. System, are you there? Damn. Don't mess with me, why does the system appear and disappear? After not hearing a response, Yuan Li felt a bit lost and slapped his head hard. Thinking too much is useless, I should just go wash the car. Chapter 9, A Dog That Bites Doesn't Bark at 7:40 p.m. I say, Yuan Li. What's wrong with you? Why did you push the maintenance project to the afternoon? How can we maintain the excellent tradition of our car team like this, lazily? Yuan Li stood at attention, enjoying the gentle reprimand from squad leader WWII, silently wiping the drool off his face while the squad leader turned to point at the beds. And who is the squad leader of your new recruit squad? Who is the platoon leader? Who is the company commander? Is it someone like you who does internal affairs? Squad leader Zheng Zirui, holding a basin for washing up, stepped forward to intervene. Yuan Li stood straight and proudly said, "Report." Squad leader Li Shu, platoon leader Shi Jin, company commander Gao Cheng. I was distracted when they were handing over. Squad leader Zheng Zirui quickly pushed squad leader WWII outside while turning his head to Yuan Li and said, "All right. You can rest now." Yuan Li, yes. Yuan Li didn't take this matter seriously. In the barracks, it's normal to have arguments or even fights. That's just how the world of men is. When Yuan Li first joined this squad, it was through fighting. If an old soldier asked you to wash his socks and you hesitated, then you'd better obediently wash them. If you weren't afraid, then just do it. After a good fight, with everyone sporting bruises, they would gather in the mess hall for a meal, drink some alcohol, and everything would be forgotten. Chapter 10. The confused little dear Yuan Li felt a bit regretful about the squad leader's retirement. The entire squad respected the squad leader, who had advanced training in the maintenance unit. Occasionally, when there were minor issues, he could often resolve them without needing to go to the maintenance unit. Yuan Li had seen the squad leader diagnose a problem just by walking around a vehicle and listening to the sounds it made. He would then take the tools and start fixing it right away. Not to mention the daily maintenance and management of the squad. The squad leader once said that he understood car mechanics better than he understood himself. Of course, for major issues, they still needed to go to the maintenance unit. Don't think that all soldiers in the army can handle vehicles, it's just that the army has a large base, but aside from the maintenance unit, very few can actually do it. One summer day, Yuan Li was driving on a dusty grassland, following a road worn down by tanks. He had just returned from delivering supplies, which weren't particularly important, so he was alone on this trip. On the way, he encountered 2 groups of tanks passing by. Listening to the rumbling sounds fading away, he couldn't hide his envy, patting the steering wheel and exclaiming, "Damn, that's awesome." Chapter 11, Spy 2 weeks after meeting Shu Sanjuo. Yuan Li was transporting supplies with his deputy squad leader, Wang Duetai, as usual. During this time, things weren't too busy, and the workload was light. So Wang Duetai accompanied him. As they were about to reach their destination, they had to make a turn and travel another 2 miles. The turn was around a mountain. However, while driving, Yuan Li suddenly saw 3 people coming down from the mountain. Judging by their figures, there were 2 men and 1 woman, dressed like tourists. When Yuan Li spotted them, they also noticed the transport vehicle. Yuan Li squinted his eyes, instinctively becoming a bit alert. Tourists in a military-controlled area. But he didn't suspect too much. Every month, there were always some hikers who wandered into this area by mistake. But why were they just coming down from the mountain? Climbing up the mountain and then walking south for a bit would bring them to Military Area 13. Glancing at the passenger seat, he saw Wang Duetai sitting up straight, staring intently at the 3 figures on the right. The 3 people didn't hide or avoid them, instead, they stepped forward, with one young man smiling broadly and waving at them, and the other 2 following suit. One of the 2 was a woman in her mid-20s, looking quite intellectual, with a scholarly vibe about her. Chapter 12, Throat Slashed. Let's not even talk about what happened after the gunshots. If nothing was found after this incident, there would surely be criticism and punishment upon returning. However, the behavior of the 3 individuals seemed suspicious, which is why Wang Duetai and Yuan Li dared to point their guns at them. After some hesitation, the woman finally climbed up. But suddenly, she lost her balance and seemed about to fall into the pit. Yuan Li instinctively reached out and grabbed her wrist, but a chill ran down his spine. The distance was too close. Sure enough, a glint of silver quickly flashed toward his throat from the corner of his eye. Yuan Li's quick reflexes were pushed to their limits. Before his brain could fully process what was happening, his upper body had already leaned back. But the distance had been too close. He was still grazed by that flash of silver on his throat. Yuan Li felt a sudden coldness sweep across his neck. Thinking he was about to die, he glared fiercely. "Damn it, I'm not dying at the hands of terrorists or thugs, but from a woman's scheme." In that moment of thought, he had already aimed his gun at the woman and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing the woman get hit multiple times and fall into the pit, Yuan Li quickly reached for the damp, warm spot on his neck. Chapter 13, My Shooting is Good. Fast and accurate. When Commander Wang Qingrui arrived at the edge of the small pit, and heard the battalion commander's rough description, he returned to the camp and called Wang Duetai over. After listening to Wang Duetai's description, Commander Wang Qingrui had a general understanding of the situation. "How is the injured soldier now?" Wang Duetai replied, "The doctor said it's nothing serious, but since there was a cut on his neck, he is staying in the hospital for observation, just in case. We must observe him closely. He's a good soldier, bold and meticulous. You did well. I'll recommend you for merit when we return." "Yes." Afterward, Commander Wang Qingrui reported the matter to the division headquarters. After staying with Yuan Li for over an hour, Wang Duetai was called away. About an hour later, Commander Wang Qingrui entered the room with a group of people. Yuan Li quickly stood up and saluted. The commander quickly walked a couple of steps forward, knowing that it wasn't the right time for Yuan Li to speak. So he just gestured with his hand to ease the situation. Then he asked, "You cut your neck?" Yuan Li hoarsely replied, "Yes, Commander. It's nothing. I consulted the doctor, and he said you should try not to speak." The commander picked up a fruit basket from one of the people who came in behind him and placed it on the bedside table. Chapter 14, You're shooting at targets. I'm shooting at people. Oh? Fast and accurate. I've heard your squad leader say you have good marksmanship, but I don't know to what extent. Yuan Li leaned slightly forward, tentatively suggesting, "How about I take a few shots?" "Great. That's exactly what I had in mind." Commander Wang Qingrui then took the instructor and Yuan Li to a shooting range, where a platoon was already training. Wang Qingrui watched from the side until the training session ended, then signaled Yuan Li. Yuan Li said, "Commander, I can use both the pistol and the rifle." The commander then instructed the platoon leader, who had just finished training, to set things up. Yuan Li placed the holster for the Type 92 pistol at his right waist and stood firm with the Type 81 rifle. After taking a few practice shots and getting a feel for it, he signaled that he was ready to start. "Ready?" The instructor pressed the stopwatch and waved his hand down sharply. "Start." Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Yuan Li quickly shot at the target with the rifle. And after 5 shots, he tossed the rifle behind him and swiftly reached for his waist, pulling out the pistol. As he raised it, he quickly loaded it. All 5 rounds in the pistol were fired, and then Yuan Li made a fist with his right hand to signal that he was done. Chapter 15. Steel 7 Company. Just when Yuan Li was feeling restless, Commander Wang Qingrui returned and took the 2 back to the original shooting range, asking Yuan Li to demonstrate his shooting again. This time, the entire process was recorded by a cadre from the publicity department with a camcorder. "Ready, start." Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Report to the commander, 337 seconds. The cadres of the propaganda department, although they are literati and good with words, have also undergone military training, and naturally understand what such achievements mean for this year's new recruits. They repeatedly watched the footage of Yuan Li drawing his gun and firing. The events of the afternoon were relatively simple, as there was a command from the regiment commander, and the process was basically a green light all the way. Plus the instructor assisted from the side. 3 hours later, the instructor and Yuan Li returned to the regiment headquarters with their luggage and some documents. As for leaving the automotive company, neither Yuan Li nor the deputy squad leader, and comrades in the class were too sentimental. In the military, it's common for soldiers to be reassigned. Of course, after most new recruits leave the new recruit company and enter their units, their positions are basically fixed. But you can't stop your soldiers from being better reassigned, right? Moreover, this was a direct order from the regiment commander, and nothing too sentimental happened in the class. Chapter 16. Either fall or become strong. Yuan Li was actually quite happy inside, but on the surface, he still pretended to smile helplessly. Yes, yes. Old Yuan has fallen into old Bai's hands again. Ha ha ha. Out of the corner of his eye, Yuan Li also saw Shu Sanjuo, who was close to the window, grinning and smiling at him, and Gan Xiaoning, who was leaning against the bed with a curious face, along with Wu Liuyi and other classmates, who were taking off their training uniforms and preparing to wash up. Yuan Li saluted them. Hello, comrades. My name is Yuan Li. A new recruit this year just transferred from the automotive company. Wu Liuyi, still in the process of taking off his training uniform, saw Yuan Li salute and quickly zipped up to return the salute. I'm Wu Liuyi, deputy squad leader of the 3rd squad. I've seen you in the new recruit company. After saying that, he sized up Yuan Li, curious, very curious. He had just heard the squad leader say that this guy killed a spy and was also slashed in the throat. Gan Xiaoning also got up from the bed and returned the salute. My name is Gan Xiaoning. Mao Xinrui. Li Ningxin. My name doesn't sound good, Lin Lily. The Li of Strength. Welcome to the 3rd squad. Steel 7th Company, 1st Platoon, 3rd Squad Leader Shi Jin. I'm Shu Sanjuo. Yuan Li raised his eyebrows helplessly. Why be nervous when introducing familiar people? Chapter 17. A Day in Steel 7th Company Part 1. During dinner, Yuan Li finally encountered Cheng Cai. But their relationship was not very good. During the new recruit company, Cheng Cai was a top student, while Yuan Li was just an average transparent student. And they hadn't even exchanged a few words. Cheng Cai's only impression of Yuan Li was that he pinched Shu Sanjuo's face on the train. However, within the time it took to eat, the story of Yuan Li capturing an enemy operative and getting his throat cut spread throughout the entire company. As soon as the meal ended, everyone surrounded Yuan Li as if they were watching a monkey. Cheng Cai, with a look of curiosity, said, "Did you really kill an enemy operative? And got your throat cut?" Yuan Li's mouth twitched. Why was everyone so concerned about his throat being cut? Comrades, brothers, big brothers, let me educate you. As long as the throat isn't cut to the artery or major blood vessels, it's basically not a big deal. Just because someone slashed your neck doesn't mean you have to sacrifice. Getting your throat cut isn't a glorious thing. I beg you all to stop spreading it. Yuan Li said with a mournful face, really unable to bear it. After coming out of the hospital, everyone was overly concerned about his throat being cut. Chapter 18. A Day in Steel 7th Company Part 2. After Wu Liuyi stood up, he revealed a sinister smile. Good kid. Come again. Seeing that smile, Yuan Li knew the other party was serious, and in dramas, this kind of smile usually indicates a significant increase in strength. Wu Liuyi threw a punch, and Yuan Li easily dodged, but Wu Liuyi grabbed the front of his shirt. Yuan Li judged from Wu Liuyi's waist and shoulder joint strength that the other party intended to use his strong core strength to throw him out. So the next move was to tighten the core, bending the elbow joint with the forearm and upper arm close together for better force application. Either to lift Yuan Li or to make him lose his balance and control him with capture techniques. This instantaneous judgment was made in the blink of an eye. And his strong quick reflexes allowed him to arrive at the conclusion without any hesitation. However, it must be said that Wu Liuyi's grip felt like an iron clamp, giving Yuan Li a sense of intimidation. His arms were also solid, a testament to years of training. At this moment, Yuan Li made a decision in his heart. Competing with such a steel-like person in strength was not advantageous, and it wouldn't work to stalemate. He would tire out quickly. Chapter 19. A Day in Steel 7th Company Part 3. At 2:15 p.m., the afternoon nap had long ended, and after formation, there was still 15 minutes before the formal class started. However, the third squad of the first platoon had already gathered at the shooting range under the leadership of the squad leader. Except for Gao Cheng and Shi Jin, everyone else was unaware of why they had separated from the main unit to come to the shooting range. Shi Jin showed an expectant expression during lunch. Gao Cheng had told him that Yuan Li's rapid shooting was impressive, but he had never seen it in person. It wasn't until Yuan Li stepped forward to demonstrate quick reflex shooting that the scene fell into silence for a long time. 21 seconds, even though Shi Jin had mentally prepared for it, he was still stunned. Wu Liuyi rushed out of formation to grab the target paper. Wow! After seeing the target paper, everyone was somewhat unable to accept it. At least Wu Liuyi was puzzled. Why had he trained for so many years, but couldn't reach this level? Yet, this year's new recruit Yuan Li was already so impressive. Wu Liuyi asked, "How did you do that?" Bai Taijun even stepped forward and started feeling Yuan Li's face. Yuan Li dodged and asked irritably, "What are you doing?" "I just wanted to see if you were wearing a human skin mask." "Where's my old Yuan?" "My old Yuan is a normal person, I know that." Chapter 20. I apply for 40mm firepower so. In the following days, to repay Yuan Li's kindness, the entire third squad paid special attention to improving Yuan Li's physical fitness. Shi Jin even treated Yuan Li like a treasure of the third squad, tucking him in at night, which startled Yuan Li. Therefore, the next day, Xu Sanjuo rarely got angry, directing his anger at Yuan Li. With an angry gaze, he stared intently at Yuan Li, who lowered his head in shame. While Shi Jin beside him covered his eyes and explained to Xu Sanjuo what had happened last night. He really didn't do it on purpose. I appeared at his bedside late at night and scared him. Please don't be like this. Wu Liuyi also felt a bit sorry for Yuan Li. Stepping forward to pry open Shi Jin's hand to take a look. Wow, your eye is all bruised. You were too rough. Yuan Li looked ashamed. Not even daring to meet Shi Jin's eyes. Were you scared? I was dreaming about fighting, and when I opened my eyes, a shadow appeared in front of me. I thought he was going to capture me. Even so, it still brought a round of condemnation from the third squad. So from then on, after lights out at night, no one dared to get close to Yuan Li's bed again. On the fourth day of Yuan Li's arrival at Steel Company 7, the image of the honest and simple man wearing glasses was completely shattered, and at the same time, the infrared defense exercise began. Chapter 21, Training results came out. Of course, after a busy week or two, it was certainly not just for a few minutes of evasion, there would be other helicopters continuing to observe. So now, they just needed to wait for the command from the company commander or the instructor. They worked hard until evening, and the camouflage operation exercise ended. Thanks to Yuan Li's reminder, they avoided Chu Sanjuo making a foolish mistake, and Steel Company 7 received verbal praise from the regiment commander. However, Company Commander Gao Cheng expressed that they should continue to work hard, strive to earn a commendation to fill his walls with honors, and not stop just because there was no more space on the walls. His bedroom still had 3 walls waiting for everyone to earn honors. He hoped that every morning when he opened his eyes, he could see the walls full of certificates. After a busy day, they hurried back to the dormitory for dinner. And fortunately, the kitchen had prepared in advance. When everyone arrived at the cafeteria, it was just right, with the last dish just served. At this time, there was still no ban on alcohol, so basically everyone had a bottle of beer, but unfortunately, Yuan Li didn't drink, so he gave his beer to Bai Taijun. In the following days of training, Yuan Li learned more about Steel Company 7. It could be said that they were all abnormal and like livestock. Although Bai Taijun was said to be at the bottom of the company, everyone was qualified in all subjects. Chapter 22, Another Yuan's Concern. Without mentioning the complex psychology of becoming talented, Yuan Li calmly spoke to everyone in the company, from theory to practice. Thus, in the next 20 days, the entire Steel Company 7 entered a state of being rapid shooters. The company commanders of other companies were envious and jealous of this, which led to frequent visits to proud old 7. Why were all the good things happening in Steel Company 7? Several company commanders took turns visiting, with schedules arranged. Some came in the morning, some in the afternoon, and one company commander even bothered Gao Cheng for 3 consecutive nights with white liquor, hoping Yuan Li would come over to teach, agreeing to even just one day. Gao Cheng was so annoyed that he didn't stay at the company headquarters, wandering around the company every day like a proud rooster patrolling its territory, chest out and strutting confidently. Meanwhile, whenever company commanders from other units came over, they brought Chinese liquor and Maotai. Although Gao Cheng refused it, it left the visitors excited when they arrived but dejected when they left. However, this also made the other soldiers of Company 7 feel honored. At the same time, the training results compiled by Gao Cheng, Yuan Li, and Shi Jin were submitted to the regiment, then to the division, and finally attracted the attention of the military district leaders. Despite the incredible results, they looked at the detailed information submitted, including videos of each soldier's performance in the company. Chapter 23, The Disgusting Login. On June 6, 1944, D-Day, Omaha Beach, Yuan Li regained consciousness again, and as he opened his eyes, he already determined he should be on a ship. Because he heard the sound of waves and felt the salty sea water hitting his face, Yuan Li opened his eyes and paused for 2 seconds, fully seeing the scenery before him. The first thing that caught his eye was a figure wearing a beautiful khaki military uniform. Looking up, there was a steel helmet, and written on the back of the helmet were the numbers 2 and a turn. Lowering his gaze to his hands, he was holding a rifle. All right. He was now very sure he was in World War II, because he was holding the iconic rifle of the beautiful army, the M1 Garand semi-automatic rifle, colloquially known as the Big 8. Moreover, it was more obvious that he seemed to be inside a landing craft, with the waves outside hitting the hull. And some lucky droplets splashing on his face. Beautiful National Army uniform, M1 Garand, landing craft, seawater. Damn. It couldn't be Normandy, could it? Beep. Mission started. This world is to save Private Ryan. World background. A group of beautiful soldiers received orders to find a comrade and bring him back to safety. As his 3 brothers had sacrificed, and if he also sacrificed, their mother would face 4 death notices. Chapter 24, The Disgusting Login. Bullets flew overhead and past his ears. And the sound of bombs filled everyone's eardrums. Omaha Beach became a giant meat grinder. Following Yuan Li out of the shallow water beach were a few firemen. Literally firemen. Their landing craft was hit, and a few uninjured ones were covered in gasoline, so they could only scream and run in panic. While only a few veterans lay in the sea. A few new recruits followed Yuan Li onto the shore. Yuan Li knew. These few were doomed. In this meat grinder battlefield where anyone could die at any moment, no one would come to rescue them, on the contrary. They would hide far away because they were too eye-catching. Yuan Li turned and ran to the right, slipping behind a barricade made of 2 iron hedgehogs. Then he saw Captain Miller dragging half a corpse. Intestines and blood were scattered all over the ground. In the few seconds Yuan Li was stunned. A few soldiers appeared behind him. Well, they also seemed to have their eyes on this cover. But Yuan Li believed they didn't come with a purpose. They just instinctively ran over after seeing someone hiding here. Because these few were clearly new recruits, one was already in shock, while 2 were shaking and crying. Why? Because this beach was too different from what they had imagined, without tank cover, because they all sank into the sea. Chapter 25, Counterattack. It was unlikely to switch to another device, as only this one communications soldier had rushed here. Of course, this communications soldier quickly repaired the communication equipment. But as he fixed it, a few bullets took away his equipment and his life. Captain Miller cursed his bad luck. Most of the other communication devices were too heavy, and had been abandoned and sunk into the sea after the soldiers entered the water. Therefore, at this time, the group led by Captain Miller had lost contact with the rear, and could only fend for themselves. However, it didn't mean that the destroyer ignored their calls. Watching them die in vain, they had to rely on the current battle situation to make reasonable analyses. The destroyer McCook was the first fleet to act. Risking grounding and being destroyed by enemy coastal artillery, firing at the artillery positions on the cliffs. With one leading the way, it became much easier. And more destroyers followed McCook towards the beach, firing at the enemy's artillery positions on the cliffs. The intense shelling made the entire coastline shrouded in smoke from a distance. This round of bombardment by the destroyers destroyed many of the enemy's fire points, providing significant assistance. However, whether they could completely break through the enemy's defenses still depended on the infantry. Chapter 26, Trench. Seeing Yuan Li charge forward, Captain Miller and Sergeant Horvath were clearly taken aback. Their original intention was to let the 3 shoot at close range and cover Jackson to snipe them. Who knew Yuan Li's shooting skills were so good? Even with the enemy having cover and being in a high position, he was still able to hit them. Which truly surprised both of them. Captain Miller reacted quickly and led the remaining soldiers to advance rapidly. At this point, Yuan Li had already rushed to the slope below the machine gun position. As he maneuvered to the left, he found another opportunity to shoot and kill a machine gunner who was trying to shoot back. By this time, Captain Miller had brought the others to the bottom of the slope. Jerry, Jackson, Capazzo, you guys cover us. After Captain Miller finished speaking, he took the remaining soldiers up the slope. Once they had climbed most of the way up, the troops behind them followed closely. And the 3 of them also began to climb up. Once they reached the top, the battle was intense, the enemy's resistance was fierce and tenacious. It was nothing like in the movies where the 3 elite battalions would simply raise their guns and surrender. It makes sense, after all. Placing ragtag troops on an important coastline is somewhat unrealistic. In the original history, this place had been fighting from morning until 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Chapter 27. The landing ends. This is SC, 3rd Squad, repeat, the D1 breach has been opened, please send a bulldozer, I am here waiting for coordination on the flank. Captain Miller finally found a radio in one of the officers' command posts and continuously reported the battle situation to higher-ups. Just then, Sergeant Howard and another soldier saw 2 German soldiers climbing out of a trench, dropping their weapons and saying something. Although they couldn't understand what was being said, it was obvious they were surrendering. Sergeant Howard looked confused. Wait. What are you saying? I don't understand. But his finger was already on the trigger. Bang. Bang. Sergeant Howard turned to the other soldier and asked, what are they saying? They said it's time to wash up for dinner. Yuan Li walked over to the 2 and said, no, they aren't Germans. They are speaking Czech, saying they are not Germans, but civilians forcibly conscripted by the Germans. Sergeant Howard and Rabin were stunned, looking apologetically at the 2 corpses on the ground. They had killed the wrong people. Fuck. The large-scale war was over, and only sporadic gunfire remained on the battlefield. Chapter 28. Preparing to depart. Yuan Li lay beside a huge shell hole, resting his head on his helmet. On military green canvas, this was C Company's temporary base. Yesterday, under Captain Miller's leadership, they attacked a German artillery position. The battle went smoothly. The German troops were of mixed quality and quickly surrendered, which further fueled the soldiers' enthusiasm for the great anti-fascist cause. Hey, soldier, your shooting skills are pretty good. Yuan Li looked at the newcomer, Capazzo, the soldier who had rescued a little girl from the sniper's fire in the rain in the movie. Of course. I think it's pretty good too. Saying this, he pulled out the remaining half-pack of cigarettes from Sergeant Howard and handed one to Capazzo, both of them puffing away. Oh, I really envy you, your shooting skills are stunning, fast and accurate, even better than Jackson. Yuan Li humbly waved his hand. No. The 2 of us have different roles, he is a sniper. The 2 then chatted casually, and the sniper Jackson also joined in. Jackson didn't talk much and only discussed shooting skills with Yuan Li, with a somewhat inquiring attitude, not about accuracy but speed. Yuan Li also took the opportunity to ask him about battlefield experience. An old soldier's experience on the battlefield is invaluable. Chapter 29. The most perfect target in the World Special Edition. After waiting a while longer, Captain Miller returned with a frail private. He didn't give any specific introductions, and directly called for everyone to set off. The soldiers showed no reaction to Urban's arrival. No one would take the initiative to talk to him, as if looking at him even once was a great honor. Yes, Yuan Li also kept his distance from him. Meh. As they passed a grassy area, a flock of lambs ran past them. Melissy pursed his lips and asked, can we catch a lamb? Just leave the money here. No. Okay. Yuan Li glanced at Melissy, cursing inwardly, I hate squid. Such a detestable squid, but for Urban, who was eager to integrate into the group, it was a good breakthrough, at least he spoke. He patted Melissy on the shoulder with a big smile and waved, hello. Melissy's response was quite impatient, what do you want? Are you looking for death? Don't touch me with your claws, go back to your post. Urban looked flustered and explained, I just wanted to ask where you are from. Melissy didn't reply, but his eyes made the issue very clear. Chapter 30. He owes you. In an instant, light rain turned into moderate rain turned into heavy rain, and heavy rain turned into a torrential downpour. Yuan Li believed that even if someone really peed in their pants, no one would say anything, as it provided a brief warmth for the lower body. Walking in the heavy rain, soaked to the bone, clearly made the squad feel a bit depressed. The journey was much quieter, everyone kept their heads down, hurrying along. At this moment, the lead soldier Rabin faintly heard gunfire and the sound of artillery. Captain Miller also heard it, kneeling on one knee to signal everyone to stop. Carefully discerning the direction of the gunfire. Up. Our destination is right there. Captain Miller growled, Rabin leading the way, as the others formed a tactical line and rushed forward. As they approached a building's wall, Captain Miller first peeked out to see if it was friendly forces. After confirming, they couldn't go out yet. They needed to call out a password first to avoid friendly fire. Thunder. Lightning. To be honest, this password was pretty weak, although it was raining. Thunder and lightning were indeed quite fitting. However, this didn't stop a flicker of excitement from flashing across Captain Miller and his squad members' faces. After all, finding friendly forces in enemy territory greatly increased their sense of security and allowed for information exchange. Chapter 31, The Shotgun is Invincible in Close Combat. Yuan Li toyed with the 98K in his hand, scavenging bullets and rations from the German sniper, as well as a Carl's Zeiss binoculars, which was exquisitely crafted, with leather covering almost every place that could be touched. Then he returned to the squad with Capazzo. Hey, Jackson, look what I brought back, Yuan Li said as he handed the 98K to Sniper Jackson. Jackson examined it closely and said with some happiness, this is a good gun, and the scope is too. But it's not suitable for me, I still prefer the Springfield. Yuan Li replied, hey, I never said I was going to give you this gun. I just wanted your opinion on it, you already have 2 scopes. Indeed. Jackson had 2 scopes, one 8X and one M73B1 medium scope. Due to the high cost of 8X optical equipment, a special container was made to hold the scope, which was the cylindrical case Jackson carried on his back. Sergeant Hovat chewed on his chewing tobacco and turned back to say, Jerry, you've got 3 guns on you, aren't you tired? Yuan Li slung his gun behind him and held the shotgun in his hands. Not really. It's not that tiring. Chapter 32, The confused fake Ryan. Captain Miller's face flashed with excitement and anticipation. He really wanted to find Ryan right here so that he and his squad could leave. After seeing the nod from the other company commander, Captain Miller and his squad members all showed their expectations. But only Yuan Li knew that they had found the wrong person. It was just a coincidence of names. Somehow, about 10 minutes after dealing with the German troops, the sun began to shine brightly. The sunlight was precious for those of them who had been soaked to the skin, and everyone rushed outside to bask in the sun. The company commander of 101 led everyone towards the main force. How's the situation on the road? Captain Miller thought about the return journey and felt good. It's beautiful. We've lost quite a bit of ammunition, encountered a flock of lambs on the way, but unfortunately had to give it up to save time. Maybe we can encounter them on the way back. The 101 company commander gritted his teeth and said nothing. The sacrifices of the paratroopers were also significant. The envy and jealousy of Captain Miller's words were mild, but there was nothing to be done. After all, they were paratroopers. Naturally surrounded. Fuck. After Captain Miller said this, he realized it could easily attract resentment, so he fell silent, secretly blaming himself for getting carried away because the mission was about to be completed, and he had let his guard down. Chapter 33, The Unlucky Star General. After being woken up, Yuan Li felt as if he had just closed his eyes. Capazzo had a complex expression, with a hint of envy, and said, I really admire you guys, you can fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Yuan Li, still drowsy, asked, aren't you sleeping? Capazzo helplessly replied, I can't sleep. Yuan Li then lifted the blanket, revealing the shotgun aimed at him. Capazzo's eyes widened in shock as he took a step back. Wow! Do you always hold it when you sleep? Yuan Li replied, yes. It feels safe this way. Aren't you afraid of it going off? Fuck. Captain Miller clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Hurry up, we need to set off after we pack up. Once they left the room, it was dark since it was early morning. This was nothing like the brightly lit era of the future, there was not a single light in sight. And even extending a finger only revealed a blurry outline. Everyone had to feel their way in the dark, but fortunately, the continuous artillery fire in the distance lit up their figures. The members of the squad tried their best to see the path underfoot with that little bit of light. 10 a.m. They encountered another troop, and it was clear that they had suffered heavy losses. The rows of wounded were the best proof. Chapter 34. Abandoned radar station. Captain Miller said, "We can't do this." Sniper Jackson said, "I support the guest statement, we just need to avoid those machine guns." Captain Miller replied, "The Air Force won't bomb here just for one machine gun." Melissy said, "We can take a detour to find Ryan and complete the mission. This isn't our task." Capazzo was a kind person, but he wasn't naive, otherwise, he wouldn't have joined this war. He sometimes brought the kindness and principles of civilized society to the battlefield, which made some of his actions seem a bit foolish. Capazzo said, "I support the captain. The Air Force won't come for one machine gun. If a large force is coming from behind, that machine gun could take out a dozen people with a sweep." After finishing, he looked at Yuan Li. "What do you think?" Yuan Li replied, "I don't care, it's up to the captain. If he says to fight, we fight. If he says to take a detour, we take a detour." Captain Miller smiled, he liked this soldier. Melissy said, "But this isn't our goal." Captain Miller replied, "Our goal is the victory of this war." Yuan Li was extremely annoyed with Melissy, so his words carried a sense of opposing just for the sake of it. "Yes. Our goal is to win this victory. Melissy, you are a squid person, you shouldn't stand on the side of taking a detour. The ambushed people are also our comrades. Part of the anti-fascist alliance, rescuing your people." Chapter 35. Being merciful to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Yuan Li carefully examined the two captives, both of whom were filled with fear and dread. One was a tall man with a crew cut, deep-set eyes, and an elongated face. He should be the German soldier, who had been released in the movies and then rejoined the German army. The other was thinner, but with a round face, making him appear to have some flesh on his cheeks. Capazzo tossed 2 shovels to the two of them, and led them to find a good spot to bury the paratrooper. "Captain, can we take this machine gun with us?" Since Yuan Li had ambushed from behind, the machine gun wasn't destroyed like in the movies. Captain Miller stood beside the machine gun, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the milligram 42, even picking it up and shaking it a bit. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "No. The gun is fine, but without enough ammunition, it's useless. A lot of ammunition has considerable weight, and we still have to travel." Yuan Li looked at Captain Miller and advised, "Captain, if we have a Hitler chainsaw, the next journey will be much safer, much safer. In comparison, a little fatigue is nothing." Sergeant Hovat was persuaded. The key was that from the moment he set foot on this land, this old soldier had been oppressed and beaten by Hitler's chainsaw, and he truly wanted the squad to have such a terrifying weapon. Chapter 36. Finding Ryan. So they continued on their way. What else could be said at this point? The person was already dead. Urban, with a face full of bruises and swelling, followed behind, his eyes filled with helplessness and despair. Li Bin leaned close to Yuan Li and said, "You were right today. I really liked that saying, being merciful to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. I loved it so much. Sometimes our commanders are just like that, they always have some unnecessary kindness." Yuan Li nodded. "I refer to these people as saints. They can let themselves die, let their teammates die, but not let the enemy die." Li Bin chuckled lightly, "Ha. It's not that serious. Captain Miller isn't that kind of person, he just occasionally goes a bit crazy." Yuan Li replied, "I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about Urban. I just want to wake him up. He is like a regular person who hasn't enlisted yet, holding a Bible, full of mercy, thinking that even the enemy on the battlefield should be treated with righteousness." Li Bin looked back at Urban for a long time and said slowly, "You're right. He is like the initial us." Yuan Li said, "So even though he is very foolish, Captain Miller sometimes looks at him like he's looking at his former self. He wants to kill one less person, stay a little further from the battlefield, and a little closer to home. But unfortunately, this is the battlefield. You can't make even the slightest mistake, because even a tiny mistake could put your teammates or yourself in danger. Chapter 37, Decision and Planning Deployment. Ryan pursed his lips, memories of time spent with his brothers flashing through his mind. And he forced himself to ask with a trembling voice, "You came all this way to tell me this?" Captain Miller clearly did not expect Ryan's first reaction to be this. However, he still replied, "You have to go home, we received orders to take you back." "Take me back?" Captain Miller turned to the sergeant and said, "Sergeant, I am not trying to kick you when you're down, but military orders are absolute." Ryan's emotions became agitated, "But my orders are to not leave my post." Captain Miller's eyes conveyed an undeniable authority, "Everything is based on my orders." Ryan replied, "I don't agree." Ryan then attempted to persuade Captain Miller, explaining that the stone bridge they were standing on was one of the two key routes that could restrain the German army's marching route. If he left and the bridge fell into enemy hands before reinforcements arrived, it would bring unimaginable difficulties to the Allies landing in France to reclaim territory occupied by the Germans. Yuan Li quietly said to Capazzo and the medic, "To be honest, Ryan's decision goes against reason, so for someone like him, even if I have grievances against him, I wouldn't vent them on him. Of course, if I had to scold him, I could say something on behalf of his mother." Chapter 38, Deployment. In the end, under Jackson's insistence, the specific position was still set in the bell tower, because the location was simply too advantageous for observation, sniping, machine gun suppression, and so on. And it was centrally located, able to support from all directions. However, at Yuan Li's suggestion, the group dug a hole in the middle of the bell tower using tools. The interior of the bell tower had wooden floors, which made it quite easy. They dug for 3 layers before stopping. Then they attached a rope, so that if Jackson needed to escape, he could slide down from above, at least preventing him from jumping to his death. Even so, everyone was still worried about Jackson's safety. It wasn't easy to evade tank fire, but they didn't express their concerns since they had experienced too many such situations. Jackson expressed his satisfaction, smiling and comforting everyone, "Before I shoot, I always pray to God. God will help block the most dangerous parts for me. I might get hurt, but God will never let me go back, because He can't stand my nagging. Also, I need a machine gun." "Understood." Captain Miller turned to a member of the Airborne Division and said, "Parker, you have a nice job." Chapter 39, Tac. Why do beautiful country soldiers dislike new recruits? Apart from the emotional attachments that can lead to sadness at the time of death, the unreliability of new recruits is also a significant factor, especially when they encounter a new recruit who doesn't understand war. This particular recruit, Urban, had some education and had read many books. Those who read a lot, if they lack a certain logic and sense of right and wrong, can easily be influenced by the superficial content of books. Thus, Urban was a new recruit with strong opinions. He believed that war should not be like this. War must conform to the Geneva Convention and should not kill prisoners. He stood within the confines of dogma, observing the war with a bystander's mindset. Previously, when he worked as a clerk, he had witnessed his side's execution of prisoners, which he secretly despised and sighed for the killed captives. Even after being beaten badly by Yuan Li, with his nose still occasionally bleeding and a large swollen area on his face, he still believed such actions were wrong. He comforted himself that he was only yielding to the enemy's force, not their ideology. But now Urban stood by the river, next to the bridge surrounded by both enemies and allies. Chapter 40, It's here sunlight pierced through the clouds, bringing hope to all things, but in the ruins. Only a few soldiers quietly enjoyed the sunlight. Warm and comfortable, if you didn't look at it with weak eyes. It could provide you with the warmest touch in the world. However, Yuan Li could hear a faint rumbling sound. Initially thinking it was an auditory hallucination since the noise was too weak, but it grew louder, forcing him to face reality. Yuan Li stood up and jogged a short distance, looking into the distance, while the originally quiet and comfortable afternoon was shattered. The sound of military boots running quickly. The clinking of gear colliding due to the fast pace. Two soldiers with handheld sticky bombs ran past Yuan Li, the clash of metal sounding like a crackle. Their mission was to destroy the tank tracks. The sunlight once again disappeared into the clouds. Yuan Li didn't see much. But the sound of metal friction grew louder and louder. Everyone involuntarily looked toward the bell tower, where the team's strongest sniper was located. Jackson sat on the window of the bell tower, observing while signaling to the people below with hand signs. Yuan Li naturally understood and was quite proficient in it. Chapter 41, Captured Anti-Aircraft Gun. The two paratroopers tasked with destroying the tank tracks next to Captain Miller had already lit the fuses. However, Jackson in the bell tower signaled with hand signs that there were 30 people on the right. Captain Miller could only turn around and shout loudly to the machine gunner Melissy hiding in the first floor cover, "There are 30 people on the right. Find a way to intercept them." Melissy began to reposition, but at the same time, the tank had already noticed them. Fortunately, Melissy was faster than the tank's turret. With two soldiers, he quickly moved to the pre-designated room on the second floor. Meanwhile, Yuan Li was still busy clearing the infantry around the tank. Bang! 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 After shooting two people, he reloaded, peering out from cover to look around. At the moment Yuan Li fired, he saw that the enemy's tank was already very close to Captain Miller's position. Sure enough, bang! Bang! Two explosions rang out in quick succession, accompanied by the sound of metal, clearly indicating that the tracks of the Tiger tank had been blown up. Yuan Li patted the paratrooper beside him and dashed to the left, where someone would go to deal with the disoriented enemy inside the tank. The two of them still had to support the soldiers further away from the tank on the right, as that side could not hold out much longer. Chapter 42, David on the other side. The young paratrooper responsible for transporting ammunition to Melissy was struggling to climb over a small mound of rubble. Just now, he was loaded with bullets, laboriously transporting ammunition to the machine gun team where Melissy was. However, the tank that Captain Miller was attacking fired a dying shot, which, although it did not injure anyone, still collapsed a building. The dust and debris raised by the collapse did not cover him, but blocked his closer route to the machine gun team, making it difficult to see the path. And it was easy to get injured in the ruins. Immediately, the young paratrooper did not hesitate and turned to his pre-planned second route. A good habit established by his company commander. No matter what, choose a backup plan. This was something he had been taught repeatedly by his instructor since he joined the army 6 months ago, deeply ingrained in his mind. Whether in war or daily life, it made things much easier and allowed for greater efficiency. This habit had saved his life twice in previous battles. Normally, both small teams and large military commands would have backup plans, even a third option. However, the young paratrooper believed that only their company executed backup plans to the extreme. Originally indifferent, after experiencing 2 life-and-death situations, he felt differently. Chapter 43, Anti-Aircraft Fire Leveled, Military Court. Bang bang bang, rat-a-tat-tat. Dust scattered everywhere. David was at the bottom, dust, mud, and pebbles rushed towards him, making it hard for David to open his eyes. He tried his best to see what had happened to the 3 German soldiers. But his eyes just wouldn't open. Helplessly, he retreated to the first floor, rubbed his eyes hard to get the sand out, ignoring Urban's sigh of relief, and continued up the stairs. At this moment, the 3 German soldiers in the stairwell were already in tatters, dead beyond recovery. Melissy and another paratrooper were inspecting the 3 Germans. Upon seeing a figure, they instinctively held their guns up in caution. After recognizing the newcomer, they lowered their weapons. "Hey, baby. What a coincidence, were you the one shooting? I heard the sound of an M1. David shrugged, stepped forward. and pulled one of the blocking German soldiers down the stairs, blood staining half the staircase. "Hey! Silly bird Urban, why are you still dawdling on the first floor? Hurry up!" David and the machine gun team inside the room unknowingly completed a cooperation. This made the young David feel exhilarated. Constantly murmuring to himself about perfect cooperation and perfect tacit understanding. He couldn't help but look at Melissa with admiration, appreciating having such a perfect comrade. Chapter 44. 2 against 1. So, the result was clear: no mortal could face the attack of anti-aircraft guns and remain unscathed. Although the anti-aircraft guns were powerful, they brought no surprise to the crowd. The enemy's infantry and tanks were still slowly advancing, despite achieving significant results initially according to Captain Miller's plan. This time the opponent had unleashed their full strength. Mortals could not withstand the anti-aircraft guns, but they also could not resist the tanks. Captain Miller was counterattacking from the shell hole, and with the enemy tanks advancing, he knew it was time to change positions. He took one last reluctant look at the clock tower, turned, and patted Rabin on the shoulder before leaping out of the shell hole, shooting at the enemy while relocating. Captain Miller and Rabin coordinated well, both remaining unharmed, and several paratroopers followed suit, alternating their movements. However, one soldier retreated too late and unfortunately got caught under a tank. The tank's tracks did not stop for a moment, slowly but surely, crunching over the soldier's body, leaving a trail of blood and flesh. A piercing scream echoed through the ruins, and the German soldiers passing by with guns didn't even glance at him. Just like those Germans who were burned by the flamethrower. At that time, a rookie wanted to shoot but was stopped. The reason being to let him suffer a bit more, so he couldn't live nor die. Chapter 45. Desperate situation. For the moment, no one was paying attention to Capazzo, who couldn't help but calm down, trying to stop his trembling body from shaking due to pain. Most importantly, that leg was in constant spasm. And Capazzo was trying his best to control it. His breathing became increasingly rapid, as dust filled his mouth and nose. Capazzo's consciousness began to fade. Adrenaline waning and pain intensifying, and his efforts to control his trembling body became increasingly futile. His mouth, nose, and throat felt increasingly uncomfortable, giving him a sense of suffocation. FK Jerry. This is really not a good idea. Capazzo's final consciousness faded completely, and his last curse of Yuan Li was a perfect interpretation of his camaraderie. Yuan Li and another paratrooper were covering fire while retreating towards Captain Miller's direction. When you are powerless or have no way out, you can only regroup with the main force. Urban combat was possible, but not advantageous. At this moment, the beautiful army soldiers were scattered and would soon be eliminated one by the overwhelming enemy forces. Therefore, they could only regroup by the bridge, which the soldiers referred to as the last line of defense. After firing the last bullet from his shotgun, Yuan Li casually tossed it aside, even though it was quite unethical. Chapter 46. Shot again. At this moment, the armored vehicle had driven through the alley, and from the alley's viewpoint, 3 German soldiers were climbing onto a large ruin created by a collapsed building in the distance. Only one German soldier was close, kneeling and firing. Yuan Li aimed his pistol at him, just as the enemy was pulling the bolt. Bang! Bang! Although joking that a pistol was a toy on such a battlefield, at close range, it could still ignore the enemy's steel helmet and hit him in the head. Even if the helmet blocked the bullet, the kinetic energy could still knock the opponent out. Moreover, it wasn't necessary to hit the head. He fired 2 shots, one in the chest and one in the head. The enemy fell to the ground, motionless, as he reached the alley's mouth, pressing his body against the wall. Yuan Li looked towards the back where the German armored vehicle had passed. He worried that there might still be enemies behind him, if ignored. They could shoot him in the back, which would be a tragic end. After glancing around, he saw the beautiful army retreating in disarray while the Germans, accompanied by tanks, pursued fiercely, with every face looking menacing. The German commander in the armored vehicle behind the tank half exposed his body, excitedly waving his pistol, reminiscent of Hitler's passionate speeches. In the distance, 3 or 4 German soldiers were running towards him. Chapter 47, Surprise. Yuan Li hurriedly pulled the bolt with one hand. This was a race against time. And clearly, he was at a disadvantage. The enemy had both hands on their rifle, and when Yuan Li noticed it out of the corner of his eye, his heart sank. He readied himself to fall to the ground, hoping to avoid the shot, even though the chances were slim. The enemy raised their gun, and Yuan Li dove to the left. Bang! The gunshot sent a chill down Yuan Li's spine, but then he realized that the sound was not from a 98K. Looking closely, he saw that the German soldier was desperately clutching his neck, blood gushing out from between his fingers. Quickly, he glanced at the paratrooper, who was lying on the ground with one hand holding an M1911A1 pistol. Whoa! Yuan Li exhaled sharply, collapsing onto the ground. That moment had been too dangerous. Reality was not a novel, and very few could dodge bullets at such close range. He was genuinely frightened. Seeing the German soldier dead, his body involuntarily relaxed. Of course, it was only a brief moment of relaxation, as the situation remained urgent. In reality, only a few seconds had passed from the time he shot the first German soldier to the one by the window. Chapter 48, It Will Explode. The first shot, due to time constraints and angle issues, hit the enemy's thigh. The second shot, a follow-up shot, hit the enemy's chest. After taking out this enemy, Yuan Li looked at the tank and the opposite side. At this moment, some German infantry had already rushed to the other side. In a daze, Yuan Li seemed to see that Ryan's machine gun position had also ceased fire. It seemed Ryan was shooting from the second floor with a rifle, but unfortunately, the distance was too far for him to hit anything. Then Yuan Li approached the window on the right side of the building entrance once again. Unlike last time when he was inside, this time he was outside. He quickly peeked in, confirmed the positions of the enemies, and pulled the pin from the M24 wooden-handled grenade at his waist. Watching the grenade smoking at his waist, Yuan Li silently counted to himself, 1, 2. He then took it out and threw it into the window with a backhand motion. After that, he crouched down and covered his head with one good arm. Boom! Anyone who has been hit by an M24 wooden-handled grenade knows it is also called a high-explosive grenade, and its power is immense. Since it is made from wood and metal, there isn't much risk of shrapnel damage. Chapter 49, P-51 fighter. There was still some distance between the two of them. If Yuan Li lay down on the ground, he might actually avoid injury. However, this paratrooper, who had not revealed his name until now, had saved him. After all the gunfire they had just been through, Yuan Li felt embarrassed to ignore him. Even though Yuan Li hadn't spent much time in the Steel 7th Company, he had smoothly assimilated into the mentality of his comrades like Shi Jin, WWII, and Company Commander Gao Cheng. Never abandon, never give up had been etched into his heart. Yuan Li thought to himself, although this guy is white, at least he called me bro. So, when Yuan Li saw the grenade drop, he was momentarily stunned, leaning forward, wanting to kick the grenade away. But he quickly abandoned that idea, because he remembered a movie where someone threw a grenade, and it exploded in mid-air, blowing off part of their arm. Yuan Li thought for a moment. He was somewhat afraid, and the leg he had extended involuntarily turned, kicking toward the paratrooper's rear, who was still searching for his fingers. At the same time, he controlled his body and rolled towards the nearby rubble. Anyone who has had a gunshot wound knows that when body weight presses down on an injured arm, it hurts so much that you feel like you could bite your teeth to pieces. Chapter 50, End. At this moment, neither of the two men had lost consciousness. They simply didn't want to open their eyes. This whole journey had been too thrilling. Yuan Li was secretly cursing those unreliable actors, wondering how they could portray indifference when shot. Especially that Xiaoming, how could he bite off his own finger without any expression? He should learn from that fool next to me. Just as Yuan Li was lost in thought, he suddenly felt someone approaching and instinctively opened his eyes to look. It was the medic, Wei De, the one who had died in the movie, now squatting beside him to treat his wounds. Although his movements were rough and Yuan Li was in so much pain, he was about to grind his teeth, one couldn't deny the medic's role on the battlefield. After skillfully and quickly bandaging 2 wounds, Wei De turned to pick up a finger covered in dirt from the ground and placed it in the paratrooper's hand. Silently bandaging it, the paratrooper seemed to feel the medic's comfort and gradually calmed down. Soon, Wei De turned to save more people. The paratrooper, using one good hand, struggled to pull out a pack of Camel cigarettes from his pocket. Chapter 51, Central Axis Relock Tactical Shooting. Yuan Li looked down at the half-burned cigarette in his hand. And after 3 seconds of daze, he softly muttered to himself, "I'm back." This time, he truly felt the cruelty of war. Yuan Li glanced at the remaining half of the cigarette, then put it in his mouth and took a puff. As time passed, 2 minutes went by. The cigarette burned down to the last section, but Yuan Li still felt it wasn't enough. He pulled out another one from his pocket, and lit it with the still burning cigarette. After a while, Yuan Li came back to his senses, disposed of the evidence, stood up, and stamped his feet hard on the ground to relieve his slightly numb legs from squatting for too long. Ding! Task 1, Survival, completed, reward, none. Isn't being alive the best reward? Yuan Li had a blank expression, looked around, and when he saw no one, he wanted to spit. But when he looked down at his military uniform, he forced it back down. Task 2, Save Private Ryan, completed, reward, Car's Central Axis Relock Tactical System. Yuan Li's eyes lit up, it was this. Task 3, Eliminate 100 enemy soldiers, not completed, no reward, no punishment, if the completion of all tasks is less than 60. A penalty mechanism will be triggered. Chapter 52, Courage and Confidence Before Starting to Learn. Yuan Li first confirmed that the flow of time in the learning space was different from the outside, no matter how long he stayed in the learning space. Time outside always remained, as it was the moment he entered. After entering the grey learning space, an old white man came before Yuan Li. Okay. Let's not waste time. Let's start learning. Just call me instructor. The instructor spoke very straightforwardly. Now, choose one of the 4 methods of carrying a pistol: waist, leg, chest, or armpit. Yuan Li quickly adapted to the instructor's straightforwardness. I want to learn more. Choose a pistol you are familiar with. Type 92 pistol. The instructor waved his hand, and the firearm was already hanging at Yuan Li's waist. Then he smiled and said, okay. Since you want to learn about them all, we'll take them one by one. He waved his hand again, and a target appeared at a distance of 3 meters. How much do you know about the Central Axis Relock Tactical System? Try shooting according to your understanding. Yuan Li tilted his head. To be honest, he didn't know much. That damn county cop had some understanding of various shooting methods since he was part of law enforcement. Of course, he had tried training before. But the Central Axis Relock Tactical Shooting was clearly just an attempt to understand. This training was indeed a bit dangerous. Chapter 53. The advancing Shusanjuo. Yuan Li was standing nearby, watching Shusanjuo fall time and time again. After a long time, the orange sunlight shone on Yuan Li's side face, causing him to squint slightly and glance over. He smiled and said to Shusanjuo, who had fallen on his butt again, Sanjuo, if you're tired, just stop and take a rest. Look at that dazzling sun, how beautiful it is. It was only at this moment that Shusanjuo noticed Yuan Li's presence. He was afraid of embarrassing himself while practicing abdominal rolls, so he had been avoiding the crowd on the playground. Whenever other soldiers passed by, he would pretend to be nonchalant. Little did he know, many people in the nearby building were paying attention to him. Shusanjuo timidly asked, when did you get here? Yuan Li, hearing Shu Sanjuo speak in his hometown dialect, also became interested. Oh. I've been here for a while. Hearing the hometown dialect he hadn't heard in a long time, Shu Sanjuo couldn't help but smile widely, revealing 2 rows of big white teeth. Then it seemed like he thought of something, his smile disappeared, his head lowered, and he raised it again to ask, Am I really that stupid? Ah? Yuan Li first sighed lightly, then said with a hint of envy, Your memory is top secret level, how could you be stupid? Chapter 54, 333 Disappointed. Yuan Li returned to the dormitory and lay on the bed, preparing to take a short nap. The nap time was insufficient, as he still needed to train later. However, closing his eyes for a few minutes was still possible. Suddenly, Bai Taijun leaned over and asked, Hey, old Yuan, what did the company commander call you for? Yuan Li kept his eyes closed but replied, Oh. It's nothing. Just said to let me go to the training team. Bai Taijun, oh. Core training. Are you going to be a squad leader? Yuan Li still did not open his eyes and spoke a bit impatiently, I don't know. Let me rest for a bit, I'm tired. Bai Taijun was even more puzzled. Today's training was normal, what is tiring about it? Bai Taijun was quite familiar with Yuan Li, otherwise, he wouldn't be so shamelessly close to him. Although Bai Taijun seemed a bit off, he was actually quite measured even when interacting with Gan Xiaoning. However, unlike Yuan Li, they were in the same class in the recruit company. And although they had separated into different teams, they ended up in the same class again. Wasn't the one who fell downstairs just a noisy mule? Yuan Li felt more and more frustrated. Don't ask, let me rest for a bit, I'm mentally exhausted. Chapter 55, This soldier is not bad. Back in Class 3, everyone surrounded the unconscious Shu Sanjuo, their gazes towards him were quite complex. No one expected Shu Sanjuo to suddenly manage 333 abdominal rolls on that day. Shi Jin's eyes held both pity and relief. He turned and ran towards the outside of the classroom. Gao Cheng was both surprised by Shu Sanjuo and began to doubt whether his judgment was really that poor. Shu Sanjuo. How could he do it? How did he manage to persist? At that moment, he thought of Yuan Li. From his observation in the office upstairs, it seemed that Yuan Li had said something to Shu Sanjuo, and then Shu Sanjuo achieved it. Thinking of this, Gao Cheng turned around in the hallway, looking into the classroom, but not seeing Yuan Li, and then turned back towards the office. He didn't know what was wrong with him. If it weren't for Shu Sanjuo, he would definitely have gone in, patted that soldier's shoulder, and loudly praised him. He would have made his voice resonate throughout the building, proudly showing off that soldiers from Steel Company 7 were just that impressive. But Shu Sanjuo, this soldier he had always deemed as useless, had now achieved something that made him feel a bit anxious and at a loss. Chapter 56, Shi Jin's earnest guidance just after leaving the company commander's office. He saw Shu Sanjuo bending over, rushing out of Class 3 towards the toilet, looking like he wanted to vomit. Following behind were Shi Jin, Gan Xiaoning, and others. And Yuan Li stopped Shi Jin. Squad leader. I have something I want to consult you about, but please take care of Shu Sanjuo first. I'll find you later when you have time. Ah? Okay, find me later. Shi Jin replied to Yuan Li, then hurriedly followed Shu Sanjuo. Shi Jin actually had a good impression of Yuan Li. He was diligent and asked questions whenever he didn't understand, and he appeared quite honest and simple-minded. Other than being a bit rough with his hands, he had no other shortcomings. But being rough didn't seem to be a problem in the army. Thinking of this, Shi Jin couldn't help but touch the area around his eyes. There was still a bit of bruising there, but unless closely inspected, it was hard to notice. Before he could catch up, Cheng Cai suddenly stopped Shu Sanjuo. Shu Sanjuo. What are you after? Do you think this is worth it? Wu Liuyi, hearing Cheng Cai's words, felt a bit angry and directly pushed Cheng Cai's shoulder. Move aside. Then he pushed Chu Sanjuo into the washroom, while Shi Jin followed behind, casting a displeased glance at Cheng Cai before entering. Chapter 57. The first day of the training team. Sweat trickled down Yuan Li's cheeks, merging with other sweat at his chin into a drop, which finally fell to the ground. Damn! Just got here and we are running. It's fine to run. But why the hell are we running in uniform? Yuan Li endured the pain in his feet, striving to maintain his position in the middle of the pack. He still didn't know where his dormitory was. After being sent here and lining up with over 60 comrades who came for training, a company commander arrived and coldly said, "I heard you are the backbone from various companies." Just that one sentence, not a word more, then he raised his chin and ordered, "Run. Run back the way you came." Later, everyone learned that this person graduated from the Army Academy and had excellent military qualities. But he preferred to speak in a sarcastic tone. Running around the entire camp, how many laps? Unknown. How long? No one asked. Time slowly passed, and the sounds of panting and gritting teeth gradually emerged from the ranks, indicating that they were enduring the pain. Running in uniform and leather shoes felt incredibly painful. Yuan Li gritted his teeth, grimaced, and squinted. The sharp pain in his feet was constantly tormenting him. Chapter 58. The first night of the training team. After finishing washing up, they chatted aimlessly, but they were still a bit nervous about the training the next day. So the soldiers, more or less, asked their classmates about it. The brother sleeping on the upper bunk above Yuan Li was named Gong Rui, a rare surname of Bo. Standing at 1.8 meters tall and quite robust, Yuan Li estimated he weighed over 100 kilograms. He was also a new recruit this year. And as for why he could come here, it was thanks to his squad leader. After joining the company, Gong Rui offended his squad leader, making life a bit difficult for him. Often targeted, Gong Rui thought, if I can't provoke them, can't I just avoid them? He then wrote an application to come to the training team. In fact, he thought he would get approved. He didn't know what the training team was like, but after seeing the notice, he thought it would be a way to escape. He applied with a tried-out attitude. But unexpectedly, the application was approved. He heard that his squad leader had put in some effort for him, lying on the upper bunk. Gong Rui said to everyone in the class, "Thinking about it now, our squad leader is actually pretty good. At least he doesn't make me run in leather shoes." Then everyone in the class started chatting. As time passed, gradually everyone in the class fell asleep. Chapter 59. Push my car up 11 times. An emergency assembly 11 times in one night. Yuan Li had gained some experience. By the end, they were no longer sleeping, just waiting for the next emergency assembly. Beep 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 beep. Assemble. Still the same playground, still the same formation, and still that annoying instructor. At this time, the sky was slightly bright, and Yuan Li estimated it was just after 4 o'clock. A day of training was about to begin, starting with warm-up exercises. Yuan Li lowered his head and cursed under his breath. Damn! 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock. The warm-up exercises include 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 burpees, and 10 minutes of stretching. Everyone is included, push-up position ready. Pai Qianyu was so shocked that his mouth couldn't close. Is this really a warm-up? What kind of comfortable life have I been living in the engineer company? Gong Rui suddenly slapped himself. My gentle platoon leader. Yuan Li next to him was startled. Already bent down to do push-ups, but still tried to persuade him, it's not that bad, it's not that bad. Gong Rui glanced at Yuan Li, hey. You don't understand. After finishing, everyone was sweating all over, and Yuan Li only felt sticky all over. Chapter 60. The mother of the army. Any normal person could tell there was something off in the captain's tone. That rhetorical question, the malice in his eyes, the cold smirk at the corner of his mouth. Yuan Li absolutely felt it in his heart. No way, right? I want tea. The squad leader nodded in understanding. It's normal not to know, we are soldiers, not mechanics. Sigh. But I really want to see the view from the top of the mountain, so I trouble you all to push my vehicle to the top of the mountain. This left everyone in a daze once again. All the soldiers who came for training swore that they had never been this surprised in their lives. Yuan Li was the first to accept reality. He had a system, and if he could accept that, could he not accept the instructor's shamelessness? The main thing was that he had watched too many films and dramas from later generations, where some training looked pretty extreme. But even after accepting reality, Yuan Li still hesitated and took a couple of steps forward, then gradually firmed his steps. Walking to the back of the jeep, he ignored the instructor's gaze and the stares of his fellow trainees. The looks from his comrades ranged from shock to surprise. No, brother, are you really going for it? However, all the comrades who could come here for training were prepared to suffer. Chapter 61. This day has only just begun. The soldiers shouted their battle cries, straining against the slope, pushing the vehicle. Most of the soldiers participating in the training thought to themselves, why did I come here? Whether they volunteered or were recommended by their unit, they all felt some regret. It felt a bit twisted here. The training intensity was high enough. And they wouldn't even let people sleep well at night. They had conducted emergency drills 11 times in one night. Did they really not care about the soldiers' health? Damn! Crazy instructor, pervert. Of course, no matter how they cursed in their hearts, the action of pushing the vehicle couldn't stop. But thud! The bus tire ran over a stone and jolted. One soldier lost his grip and fell straight down. A soldier behind him wanted to help him up, but was shoved away by the rushing instructor, who glared at him fiercely. The soldier had no choice but to glance at the comrade sprawled on the ground, gear scattered everywhere, still struggling, then turned to continue training. Are you okay? The instructor asked, watching the soldier struggling to get up from the ground. The soldier was already exhausted, dizzy, and weak, and he nodded in a daze. Stumbling along with his gear, trying to continue training. Chapter 62. Blinding effect after dinner. The instructor said they needed to digest. And Yuan Li felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't heard that WWII had come to the training team. What kind of problem is this? Always thinking about digestion. Fortunately, here, digesting does not mean the horizontal bar. Instead, it means squatting in a horse stance. The only bad news was that it was unclear how long they would squat. The instructor said they could only stop when told to. Squat down. Go lower. Still with the weights, still with the gear. The difference was that they were running before and now squatting. But Yuan Li felt there was no difference, both were exhausting. Don't let your knees go past your toes, squat down, go lower. The instructor shouted while slowly observing the formation. Suddenly he rushed forward 2 steps and kicked a soldier down. Are you squatting in a latrine? The instructor pointed at the soldier on the ground. The soldier got up, adjusted his gear, and then continued to stand in his position and squat down. New venue. The ground still had some small stones. Everyone prepared for push-ups. The soldiers bent down and first felt with their palms, and after feeling the pain in their hands, they had no choice but to switch to fists. By the time Yuan Li reached his 50th push-up, his form had already started to distort. Chapter 63. It's hard. Really hard. At night, 9:50. Bang! The door of the second squad dormitory was suddenly pushed open violently. Huang Yaohui charged in carrying a metal frame. And the members of the second squad hurried in one after another. Hurry! Hurry! Set up the bed frame. Crazy pervert. After the shooting training, there was another 5-kilometer armed cross-country. This time, the soldiers had lost the morning's vigor and were just dragging their feet. Basically, before they could finish 3 kilometers, their steps were already chaotic. More than half of the soldiers were really crawling beside the instructor. Yuan Li had never seen such extreme training. It was inhumane and unscientific. Yuan Li was already thinking that if the next 6 months were going to be like this every day, he really wanted to rip the squad leaders' teeth out one by one. Ha ha. Let us die together. Then there was the instructor's little surprise. Stretching the time to 9:50. At 10 o'clock, the lights out signal was blown. Turn off the lights, shut up. If anyone makes a sound after 10 o'clock, they will do another 5-kilometer cross-country. Now, everyone. The instructor scanned all the soldiers. Disperse. All the soldiers completely ignored the order after dispersing, hurriedly carrying the metal frames and gear back to the dormitory. Chapter 64, Rest 5 days later, Yuan Li sat on the bed, looking at the top that could already stand up in the moonlight, lost in thought. He could change his underwear and socks every 2 days. If he wore them one more day, the smell would be too strong, but there was really no time to wash them, so he could only pile them up. Gong Rui didn't he bring much, just a few sets, and now he was crying like a tearful person every day. In the end, there was no choice but to look pitifully at everyone. Today I'll borrow a pair from you, tomorrow I'll manage with one of mine. He had already received a new pair of rubber shoes. With the daily 15 kilometers, the physical training was too extreme, and the rubber shoes were coming apart. But what about this training uniform? It was soaked with sweat every day, rolled in the sandpit, and walked through mud puddles. It could already stand up, this morning. When Yuan Li put on his clothes, it made a rustling sound. This thing was practically hardened. He looked again at the crumpled pants next to him, which could also stand up. Yuan Li lowered his head and fell asleep on the bed, mumbling to himself. So bitter, really bitter. Beep 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 beep. Assemble. The emergency assembly whistle sounded again, and he quickly got up, fully armed. Yuan Li's body had already become accustomed to such situations, and he even showed a stress response upon hearing the emergency assembly signal. Chapter 65, Military orders are like mountains. I can't run anymore, really can't run anymore. Yuan Li's consciousness was hazy as he waved his hand to the instructor beside him. You can do it, we are doing this for your own good. So you won't have trouble controlling the troublemakers when you become squad leader later. Yuan Li looked miserable and said, Instructor, why should I control him? I'm just a scholar. Who knew the instructor was also annoyed? Damn it. I won't allow any scholars to appear here. The clerk passing by the playground had a face full of question marks. Huh? Since the first week, the instructors had been taking turns supervising Yuan Li's training, squeezing his physical strength to the limit. Yuan Li was in utter despair, wanting to cry but having no tears. And the cries of anguish from Class 2 could be heard every day. So bitter, really so bitter. A month later, 2 soldiers who had come for training experienced hematuria due to overtraining, and 1 had rectal bleeding. 2 months later, 4 people were advised to withdraw. 3 months later, the only engineer in Class 2, Pai Qianyu, had his toenail ripped off while running and thought he would be advised to withdraw, feeling hopeless. The next day, the squad leader found him for a heart-to-heart talk, the gist being, we see your usual performance, although your military skills and physical fitness are at the bottom. Your attitude is good. We'll give you 3 days of sick leave, and after 3 days, you'll continue training. Chapter 66, It's a tradition, no way around it. In the end, Yuan Li still didn't take action against the squad leader. The main reason was that Shi Jin had changed for the worse. He stood silently in front of Yuan Li, looking as if he was ready to be beaten or scolded, a look of I'm guilty, I deserve to die. Go ahead and kill me. But no matter what, after all, I'm doing this for your own good. Isn't this to lay the foundation for you to be a squad leader? You want to hit me for this? Then go ahead. Yuan Li was dumbfounded. Damn it. Shi Jin, you little bastard. Shi Jin secretly laughed. It was a joke. His former squad leader treated him like this, nearly making him vomit blood. And now he was copying that, which could be considered a tradition. Wu Liuyi scratched his head. Isn't the training brigade a good place? Bai Qijuan's eyes rolled around, as if he had already understood something. Gan Xiaoning hid her face behind a book, cautiously observing. Yuan Li pondered for a long time, relaxing his fists. But suddenly he raised his head. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. With a punch, he aimed at Xu Sanjuo, who was standing nearby and looking around. Xu Sanjuo, who had been beaten many times since childhood, had already developed max-level running and evasion skills. His body instinctively twisted. And he scratched his head. Why did I twist? Oh? Yuan Li wants to hit me. Why is that? Chapter 67, Soldiers at the City Gates. The next day, after training, everyone observed Yuan Li for a long time, but he was now not blushing or gasping for breath. The training brigade really works. Those of us wandering around in Steel Company 7 should go there for further study. Hey! Like a rocket. Sigh. I'll be going to the training brigade in a few days, seeing Yuan Li's progress. I can't wait. The vice squad leader of Class 1 smiled at squad leader Liu Lei. Liu Lei had a complicated expression on his face, silently nodded, said nothing. But it felt like he said everything. Company Commander Jiao Cheng waved at Yuan Li. Hello, Company Commander. Yuan Li jogged to Jiao Cheng and saluted. Jiao Cheng looked like he wanted to laugh, but couldn't he? He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Yuan Li, who waved his hand to refuse. I haven't smoked for 6 months, I quit. Jiao Cheng nodded and stuffed the cigarette into his own mouth. Quitting is good. This stuff is bad for your health. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Isn't it's still not mealtime. Jiao Cheng waved his hand. I'm the company commander, I have the final say. Yuan Li nodded, slowly retracting his smile. He knew. Jiao Cheng must have already known he was leaving. After all, Jiao Cheng was his military officer, how could he not know? Chapter 68, Survival. Can the system respond? I want to ask you, is the Vasily here from the movie Enemy at the Gates, or is it based on a real historical figure? Fine, go to hell. Yuan Li continued reading. Task 1, Survival. Task 2, use the Mosin Nagant rifle to kill 100 enemy soldiers. Task 3, surpass Vasily Zaitsev, no penalties for task failure. Not counted in total task completion. When Yuan Li saw task 3, he had a blank expression, didn't he see? No penalties, not counted in completion. The damn system never thought he could surpass Vasily. As for task 2 to kill 100 enemy soldiers, Yuan Li himself wasn't sure if he had that confidence. But as long as he killed more than 60, there would be no penalties, even if there were no rewards, he would accept it. The key was that he had not received sniper training. The system's 2 rewards were both close combat skills, and even the quick reflex shooting leaned towards shooting speed. Yuan Li tightened his grip on the Mosin Nagant rifle. War felt very unsafe, as every minute and every second someone could die under someone else's gun. He carefully observed the surroundings from various angles to check for danger. Chapter 69, Observation Post. The jeep stopped at the entrance of a building, with several bodies of Soviet soldiers in front of the door. A handsome German officer got out of the back seat of the jeep and strode into the building. A soldier in the passenger seat, holding an MP-40 submachine gun, followed closely behind. After they entered the house, the sound of the German officer's angry scolding could be heard. The soldier with the MP-40 walked last, leaning against the door to look around outside before closing it. The jeep driver also got out, leaning against the car door, lighting a cigarette and puffing out clouds of smoke. After finishing one cigarette, the shouting inside gradually diminished. After playing with his fingers for a while, probably out of boredom, the driver lit another cigarette. Meanwhile, about 300 meters to the right of this building, Yuan Li crouched against the wall, peeking around the corner, quietly observing. He had just followed the jeep here, and was very easy to lose track of. Yuan Li had to pay attention to the surrounding environment while trying to keep up with the speed of the jeep. Finally, after losing track, Yuan Li searched in a fan shape centered on himself. Chapter 70, Arriving with empty sleeves, leaving fully armed. Get up. He picked up a chair that was piled up beside him, preparing to use it to brace the door. After what had just happened, he felt a bit insecure. The door had long been broken. On the first day they came and set this place as an observation post, they simply crashed it open. And the lock was destroyed by their violence. While dragging a chair, he muttered curses under his breath, damn hands. Damn coward. Afraid of dying. Yet brings us to hide in this godforsaken place, HMPH. Although Fark said this, the envy in his tone was undeniable. Just as he leaned the chair against the door. Without having time to secure or adjust it, the door was suddenly pushed open with great force, knocking the chair aside and causing its legs to screech against the floor. Farks was startled by this sudden situation, his hands shaking, and he was about to raise the submachine gun in his hand. But it was too late. A streak of darkness flashed before Farks's eyes in the night, followed by a wave of numb pain that shot into his nerves. A specialized Mosin-Nagant bayonet plunged directly into Farks's eye. Just as Farks wanted to scream, another hand pressed against his chin, forcing him to stifle any sound. Chapter 71, Groping the corpses. After organizing his gear, he observed outside through the window for a moment before heading out. Last night, he chose a room located at the very end of the corridor. After a few steps outside, Yuan Li crouched down to retrieve the well-hidden booby trap, followed by the more obvious warning trap. This warning trap had been discovered. The booby trap was his actual alert. Upon arriving on the first floor, he carefully observed again. This was not being overly cautious. In this city named after a certain leader, 3,000 German snipers were scattered in every corner. They hid in various positions, quietly waiting for prey to enter their sights, capable of waiting in place for 6 hours or even a day. Of course, it was unlikely that not a single enemy would be spotted in an entire day in this city. Blood and flesh mill. Meat grinder, these words were not given for nothing. To survive in this city, cautious observation was the most basic requirement. Yuan Li moved slowly, observing the surrounding environment, avoiding places that might hide snipers, and most importantly, concealing himself to avoid exposure in areas suitable for snipers. Chapter 72, Surrounding and attacking reinforcements. As time passed, Yuan Li glanced at his watch. It was already 3:30. It seemed to be dusk, but in reality, for Yuan Li, the day had just begun. Suddenly, Yuan Li raised his gun slightly, in his line of sight. 5 Germans appeared. It seemed to be a small group, with 1 P-40 submachine gun, and 4 98K rifles. Yuan Li relaxed his breathing, his index finger occasionally tapping and rubbing the trigger guard. He was waiting for the first soldier, holding a 98K rifle, to enter his anticipated position. Of course, if they did not enter his expected position, Yuan Li would not move, allowing them to pass and waiting for the next opportunity. Even if he had a high probability of taking out all 5 of them, he wouldn't do it. Whether a hunter or a sniper, patience was the most basic requirement. Suddenly, bang! As Yuan Li was lightly tapping the trigger guard with his index finger, he unexpectedly pulled the trigger. The soldier in front had his thigh violently pierced, and the powerful impact caused him to fall to the ground. Ah! Bang! The painful and miserable wail was cut short by another gunshot. One soldier holding an MP-40 was hit in the chest before he could fully disperse. Chapter 73, Suppression. Of course. That being said, Yuan Li only fired 5 shots, hitting 4 people before retreating. The enemy's snipers weren't stupid. If they couldn't hit here, wouldn't they change positions? No matter how meticulous Yuan Li calculated, it was impossible to make them walk exactly as he predicted. After several twists and turns, he moved to the next anticipated position. This location had a limited field of view, but excellent concealment. Moreover, in the narrow view, the building where he had just been was within sight. Snipers or other German infantry might come to search that building, although the possibility was low. Yuan Li, whose mission was to hunt them down, was more than willing to wait there for an hour. An hour later, without seeing anyone, Yuan Li was not disappointed. This was normal. If that sniper really came to check, Yuan Li would secretly rejoice. Damn it, I encountered a sniper today, and he's a fool. However, Yuan Li had an hour to squander. Now that the time was up, he had to move to the next killing point to continue waiting. Yuan Li navigated through the city, carefully crossing the main road, entering a room, and climbing through the living room window into a small alley. Chapter 74. Hurrah! The next morning, Yuan Li adjusted his activity schedule again, and went out early. At night, whether it was Soviet or German forces, there was little activity outside. Yuan Li was scouting routes, having been turned upside down day and night these past few days. Daytime was the main theme of slaughter, while occasional blood at night was merely a decoration. Yuan Li lay on the bed of a second-floor room in a factory dormitory. One pillow supported his gun, while another pillow beside him propped up a Soviet soldier's cap. 1,000 meters away was a small factory, but it housed over 60 Germans. And now, outside the factory, over 200 Soviets were attacking. The Germans were also fighting back fiercely, compared to the Soviets, who mostly had one rifle per person with only a few rounds of ammunition each. The Germans had machine guns, submachine guns, and even 250mm mortars. The numerical gap was directly balanced by equipment, even surpassing it. However, the Soviet assault was always high-spirited, despite suffering heavy losses. Their morale never faltered and even continued to rise. Moreover, there were several German snipers nearby conducting assassination operations. The Soviets suffered heavy casualties, and Yuan Li felt a sense of tragic grandeur as he watched, with 6 Soviet soldiers already charging with bombs for suicide attacks. Chapter 75. The most important thing, but such things happened every moment in this city. Soviet soldiers shouted hurrah, charging recklessly, and one soldier, at the cost of several lives, finally got close to the factory with a bomb. But with a crisp gunshot, a bullet pierced through that soldier's body. There was no flame or splattering blood. The Soviet soldier, about to reach the factory, fell to the ground with a thud. Behind him, a soldier already hit by 2 bullets bent down to pick up the bomb and continued charging, as if the 2 holes in his body did not exist. This made Yuan Li blush with shame. He thought to himself, damn it, I got hit in the arm and it hurts like hell. Yet this guy acts like it's nothing. Adrenaline Patriotic War, The Power of Anger Limited Edition Superman. Bang! Another crisp gunshot rang out. But this time Yuan Li's expression turned serious. This gunshot came from across the street to his left front, and Yuan Li squinted his eyes, carefully searching. The distant explosions and the tenacity of the Soviet soldiers did not affect Yuan Li, who was focused on finding the sniper. After about 3 minutes of searching, he finally spotted a hint of a gun muzzle at the second-floor window of a 5-story building. Chapter 76. Zeiss Scope, 98K Sniper Rifle. After Yuan Li fired, he did not see the result, but he already knew what had happened. The person was clearly a bit overconfident. Yuan Li originally planned to wait until he had a better opportunity to shoot after the target moved to a more favorable position. However, just as the target was closing the door, Yuan Li instantly seized the opportunity. The door was neither fully closed nor completely open, blocked by the sniper's foot. Yuan Li could not see what was happening inside, but based on his confidence in his shooting skills and the current situation, he was certain the target was doomed. Although he was already convinced, Yuan Li simply changed his position, moving from behind the leftmost desk to quietly wait behind a slightly more right-positioned file rack. At 7 p.m. During these 3 hours, whenever Soviet or German soldiers passed by, Yuan Li's heart would race a little, fearing they would enter that building and take his equipment. Even though he could retrieve his gear from their corpses, he really did not want any unforeseen complications. Those who make plans hate uncontrollable situations the most. Night fell deeper. Yuan Li cleaned up the scene, retrieved the traps, and approached the three-story building. Chapter 77, Mountains of Corpses. The German sniper first swayed a couple of times. Then fell to the ground, stirring up some dust. The 98K rifle in his hand hit the wall, and as the sniper fell, the muzzle dragged along the wall until it got stuck in the corner. Huh? Yuan Li let out a long breath, feeling fortunate about the momentary duel. Luckily, the system's rewards had made his reactions quick, allowing him to fire the first bullet, quickly pull the bolt, and shoot the second bullet at an extraordinary speed. It was not his fault for being deceived. It was just human nature to react this way under high tension. The moment he saw the target's clothing being thrown, Yuan Li had already considered the possibility of a feint. However, there was no stopping now. Yuan Li's reaction was faster than his thoughts, so he could only quickly pull the bolt for a second shot. Yuan Li was sure. Not only did he not react in time, but even his 98K rifle, which he handled with quick reflexes, did not react in time. He crouched down. Hiding against the wall, he thought carefully. He understood why this feint tactic was still frequently used even in later years, despite the emergence of various high-tech sniper rifles. Chapter 78, 1 against 3. The Mosin Nagant rifle in Yuan Li's hands was out of bullets, and he did not want to run into the Soviet camp to become cannon fodder. Reluctantly, he could only leave his sniping position, circle around the perimeter of the battlefield, and begin searching for ammunition. Nothing. Nothing. Not this one either. This gun has 2 bullets. Damn it. Yuan Li felt quite pitiful for himself. The Soviet Union had mobilized millions of troops, even if he were a military powerhouse. They could not keep up with supplies. One thing must be known: when the troops reached the city, issuing 5 bullets per person and 1 gun per 2 people was indeed true. Supplies were abundant, but 1 million troops were simply not enough to distribute. After picking up a total of 20 bullets, it was still not enough. Yuan Li could only pick up the 98K bullets used by the Germans. Having something was better than nothing. He found another sniping spot and continued to eliminate German soldiers. Bang! 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 Perhaps due to the closer distance, the Germans discovered him. And 5 soldiers charged over. Bang! After killing one with the Mosin Nagant, he set the now empty gun aside. Picking up the 98K, he took out 4 soldiers with 6 bullets before deciding not to fire anymore. The remaining bullets needed to be saved for self-defense and emergencies. Chapter 79. The Political Commissioner's Engineer Shovel. The soldier's P-40 submachine gun had already started firing bullets. Yuan Li clung tightly to the opponent, hiding behind the soldier. Peter heard the commotion behind him and turned around, but he hesitated to pull the trigger because he could not aim. Yuan Li's body was hidden behind that soldier, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Yuan Li raised the Ruger pistol halfway, not aiming, but roughly knowing it was aimed at the opponent's body. Bang! He fired at the soldier's body in front of him, then slightly moved the muzzle, shooting again through the soldier's waist. Bang! Bang! After killing that young soldier with 2 shots, he pushed the soldier in front of him forward. Bang! Bang! He placed the gun against his chest, stabilizing it with his body, and fired 2 shots at the wounded soldier's legs outside the door. Bang! Then he twisted his upper body and fired at the soldier hit in the waist. After eliminating 3 people, he quickly moved to the side while changing to a new magazine and approached the door. The pistol was angled against his chest, both hands tightly gripping it, as if he completely wrapped the pistol, but in reality, it was just the body next to the pistol creating that illusion. Bang! Chapter 80, Delayed Grenade. Out of respect for the Soviet political officer, Yuan Li wanted to pull over the nearby German soldier's overcoat to cover him. But thinking of the Soviet political officer's temperament, he figured that even if he froze to death, he would not cover himself with a German soldier's coat after he died. After some thought, he quietly apologized to a nearby Soviet soldier. He then began to strip off the soldier's overcoat. Although he admired this soldier, he felt that for the sake of the political officer, this soldier should endure a bit of humiliation. Especially since the engineer shovel from earlier had been so difficult to remove. After covering the political officer, he also acquired the resources he needed. Yuan Li began to look for a sniping point again. He had not yet walked out of this battlefield. Thud! He heard someone trip. This was normal. In a pile of corpses, it was dark, and nothing could be seen. Yuan Li had also tripped many times. Upon hearing the sound, Yuan Li raised his weapon, pointing it toward the source of the noise without speaking. He did not make any sound to expose himself. Why inquire verbally? Yuan Li could not tell whether the person was a Soviet soldier or a German soldier, although the likelihood of being Soviet soldiers is relatively high. Who the hell is willing to gamble their life on that probability? Chapter 81, New Discovery. The soldier who had just reached for the 2 grenades at his waist had just reacted. As soon as he looked up, oh! Another grenade came in. Boom! Boom! The M24 wooden-handled grenade has a strong impact, especially when 2 explode simultaneously. Yuan Li, who was hiding at the entrance on the 1st floor, felt the building shaking. After hearing the explosion, Yuan Li flipped over the window he had already checked for traps. The Ruger pistol in his hand was slanted between his chest and abdomen, with his head slightly leaning forward for aiming. Overall, his posture looked somewhat lewd. He gently turned the doorknob on the 2nd floor, but halfway through, a crisp sound of metal hitting the ground rang out. Yuan Li was so scared that he didn't dare to turn around and directly retreated, rolling down the stairs from the 2nd floor. He knew too well what that sound represented. It was another grenade trap. The same type of pull ring had been set, then caught on the doorknob, with the doorknob holding the safety. As long as someone twisted the doorknob, the grenade would loosen and explode. Boom! After rolling down to the 1st floor, Yuan Li already heard the explosion of the grenade from upstairs. There was no time to care about the pain in his body. He quickly got up and rushed back up, his index finger already on the trigger. Chapter 82, Love at the Corner. Yuan Li had no ruins to crawl through. In such a large garrison, there were definitely many visible and hidden sentries patrolling and on guard nearby. He was far away, while those 2 Soviet soldiers had a concealed passage. He didn't dare to wander around the perimeter of the garrison, as he could easily encounter their sentries. Generally, Yuan Li could quickly deal with visible sentries, but what about hidden ones? That truly required time to locate. Usually, visible and hidden sentries cooperate with each other. The visible sentry is meant to be noticed, while the hidden sentry is there to provide a warning. In such a large garrison, Yuan Li was doomed to be at a disadvantage alone. Even the sentries on the perimeter needed long periods of observation and recording. Don't believe in some movies. He Chengwang could quickly find snipers acting as sentries even while sick. Those who can carry a sniper rifle have strong concealment abilities. They are not even at the level of soldiers from World War II as portrayed in films. Normal hidden sentries or snipers, you might not even be able to spot them within 10 meters. This requires long-term observation and searching. It is impossible to simply judge where they are. And they must be there. Chapter 83, The Ice Cream Selling Old Lady. Who the hell did I offend? This shot hit the opponent's upper abdomen, the impact causing them to pause, looking down at the slowly bleeding wound. Stumbling back 2 steps, they sat on the ground, stunned for 2 seconds, as if recalling something. At the same time, after Yuan Li hit the opponent, he slightly turned his body, kicking out with his right foot, aiming the gun at the left side. I must say, this motion is really hard on the knees. Yuan Li felt his knees grinding painfully. The gun was pointed to the left. But he hadn't had time to fire yet. Boom! Just as he rushed out, the concealed position he had hidden in was hit by a wooden-handled grenade thrown by the opponent. This was also the reason why Yuan Li came out. He didn't know in advance, but it was too close. While suppressing with his submachine gun, he threw grenades. This action was repeated twice. He couldn't believe the opponent wouldn't use grenades against him. He could learn too. With no sense of security, feeling anxious and on edge. Plus, the threat from the soldier across the street forced him to take a gamble. Bang! The gun muzzle affected by the explosion slightly deviated. As a result, the bullet aimed at the left enemy's chest hit the enemy's shoulder on the right side. Chapter 84, Yuan Li, I've become a deaf man. With a leap, he jumped out of the window, crouching to stabilize his body, then got up and sprinted again. What? Does my leg not hurt? The feeling of a bullet entering my head hurts way more. Although Yuan Li had never experienced what it felt like to have a bullet enter his head, he knew it couldn't be pleasant. Because last time, he was only hit in the arm, and it hurt so much he was almost crying. Just then, 3 Soviet soldiers suddenly emerged from the front house. Upon hearing Yuan Li's running and heavy breathing, they instinctively raised their guns. But upon seeing Yuan Li, they were first startled by his blooded face and grim appearance, but when they noticed his Soviet uniform, their guns lowered slightly. The Soviet soldier in the middle said, "This guy is really in bad shape." The young soldier in front nodded silently. The soldier behind said nothing, merely lighting a cigarette he had just rolled up in the room. Yuan Li also noticed them, but upon seeing their uniforms, he felt less despair. If they came to launch a pincer attack, it would really be over. Yuan Li ran past them, the 4 exchanged glances. And Yuan Li looked at the 3 as if they were fools. He really couldn't understand their thought process. Chapter 85, Rabies Vaccine. After hearing each other's introductions, everyone had a joyful expression. Yuan Li was the same, smiling with delight, lowering his gun, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, a leader has arrived. Oh, this leader seems to be worse off than the 3 idiots beside him." He saw that the leader's face was blackened with dirt, and the military pants on his legs seemed to have been torn, with a large piece missing. He only had a pistol in hand. Standing at the door of the nearby house, constantly sizing up these people. "I just heard about your unit, now I am borrowing you as a sergeant. Follow me." The 3 hesitated slightly, exchanged glances, and then followed. Yuan Li trailed behind them, looking like he would go wherever they went. "This is bad, bad, bad. This sergeant doesn't seem to have a garrison, medicine, or ammunition. He looks like he is faring worse than I am." But given his current situation, he had no choice but to follow. Yuan Li was now limping as he walked, with the adrenaline wearing off, the wounds on his ear, the bite on his ankle, and multiple bruises on his palm, arm, and knee all needed treatment. Now he could only hope that the other party had a garrison. Not to mention medicine. Even a bandage to wrap his ear would be good. Chapter 86, Foot on the Gun. Yuan Li already knew what the situation was here. The famous battle for the Pavlov's house. The name was given later, specifically to commemorate that Sergeant Pavlov. 25 soldiers defended this building for 58 days. Even under the assault of a large number of German soldiers, they held on for 58 days. A bomber, tanks, and armored vehicles were deployed. Yet these 25 soldiers held out for 58 days. 58 days. The entire time of the French resistance didn't last this long. Thinking of this, Yuan Li muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn it, that son of a bitch director of the country." After resting for several days, he saw them busy for several days. During these days, he occasionally had tinnitus, which was quite uncomfortable, but much better than before. After arriving here, he exchanged for a Mosin Nagant rifle and a large amount of ammunition from Sergeant Pavlov. Once he entered this building, He never thought of going out to seek death again. They had held out for 58 days and resisted multiple assaults. If he couldn't kill at least 100 of the enemy with his marksmanship, Yuan Li might as well take his own life. There were solid structures, 3 heavy machine guns, 2 mortars, countless anti-tank grenades, and 2 anti-tank rifles. Chapter 87, Multinational soon. The probing attack ended, and the enemy officers quickly adjusted their tactics. 2 armored vehicles were called in, and unlike the world of Saving Private Ryan, there wasn't as much fear this time. The anti-tank rifles and mortars upstairs were waiting for the enemy. Bang! Boom! Yuan Li was taken aback, looking at the light armored vehicle that exploded into a fireball. He looked down at his rifle. "I'm Captain Miller now. I have to say, the height of the 4th floor was like heaven protecting them. Neither the enemy's armored vehicles nor tanks could hit him due to the angle. Yet they could shoot down from the 4th floor as they pleased. After firing 1 shot, Yuan Li adjusted the bolt angle, scraped the bolt against the wall next to the window, and then pressed the bolt down. He then took a step back and aimed the muzzle at a German soldier, who had just followed behind the armored vehicle. Because the armored vehicle had exploded, the enemy was moving toward another armored vehicle not far away. Bang! The enemy's feet left the ground, and with a bang, he fell straight to the ground. Of course, Yuan Li couldn't hear the sound due to the distance. He only saw the dust kicked up from the enemy hitting the ground. Chapter 88. Bomber and Tiger tank. Yuan Li quickly threw off the blanket, grabbed his rifle, and went to the window. Holy shit! A Panzer IV tank. The Panzer IV was a medium tank used by the Germans, equipped with a 75mm main gun, primarily designed to destroy Soviet defenses. But it was severely limited in urban combat. Following the Panzer IV was a Panzer I tank, which was only equipped with 2 machine guns, mainly for support and reconnaissance. It was clear here that it was supporting the Panzer IV, intending to suppress everyone inside the building and allow the Panzer IV to approach the building. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The 2 machine guns on the Panzer I were firing continuously, with bullets hitting the walls. But obviously, for this building that could hold out for 58 days, this minor damage was just a tickle. Yuan Li fired at the German soldiers behind the Panzer IV. But due to the unsuitable angle and the suppression from the Panzer I, the shot was a complete miss. In fact, because of that shot, one of the machine guns on the Panzer I turned its muzzle toward Yuan Li's position. Yuan Li quickly withdrew his body back into cover. Thud. Boom. The Panzer IV roared in anger, and the wall in the middle of the 2nd floor was blown open. The shattered red bricks were caught by the 4 layers of barbed wire outside the wall, resulting in a small opening that could still withstand the pressure. Chapter 89. Katyusha. However, the smile on Sergeant Pavlov's face quickly faded. A Tiger tank. Sergeant. A Tiger tank and an armored vehicle have come this way. Sergeant Pavlov quickly moved toward the direction of the sound, picked up his binoculars, and sure enough, there was another Tiger tank and an armored vehicle. Although facing 2 Tiger tanks, Sergeant Pavlov remained completely calm. He ordered the anti-tank rifle team upstairs to fire at the frontal Tiger tank. And after the mortar team fired 2 rounds, regardless of whether they hit or not, they should stop firing to make the enemy feel helpless against them. The anti-tank mines we buried around are meant for this. As long as we destroy its tracks, we'll let the anti-tank artillery team take care of it. Sergeant Pavlov quickly said to a nearby soldier. After hearing this, the soldier hurried up to the rooftop to relay the orders to the 2 teams. Sergeant Pavlov then told the observer, inform the artillery positions in the eastern woods of the enemy tank's location to deal with this Tiger tank using heavy artillery and anti-aircraft guns. After the observer heard this, he took out a map and range-finding tools, and after some fiddling, wrote a series of numbers on a piece of paper. Chapter 90. Greedy flames. They destroyed 2 Tiger tanks and an armored vehicle of the enemy. Undoubtedly, this was worth celebrating. Bricks, potatoes, eat until full. Canned lunch and meat was in limited supply. But just halfway through eating, the enemy's bombers came again. This bombing was much more intense than the last one. The dropped munitions were estimated to be twice as many as before. However, due to the anti-aircraft guns in the eastern woods, the bombers dared not fly too low. Despite the building being bombed severely, it still held on. After this bombing, the Germans did not organize large-scale and effective attacks for several consecutive days. Only the bombers would circle above this building every day, dropping a few snacks before roaring away. Sergeant Pavlov naturally wouldn't let everyone rest. They either reinforced their defenses, or Lenin gave everyone a political lesson. Yuan Li was sure his task 2 had long been completed. However, task 3 was somewhat uncertain. This damn system didn't have a counting function, and during the gunfight, Yuan Li couldn't spare the thought to count. That would be uncool. It would be very stupid, a pure act of seeking death. The kill counts of those historically famous snipers were also inaccurate. They were just estimates and rough minimum values. Chapter 91, Return and Farewell, but at the same time, there were 2 gunshots. On the opposite side, a soldier carrying a flamethrower was hit by a bullet that struck the fuel tank. The moment the bullet hit the flamethrower, flames erupted instantly, engulfing him in a sea of fire. A German soldier next to him, holding a submachine gun, also had his arm caught by the flames. Panicking as he desperately tried to put out the fire. After realizing it was futile, he rolled on the ground to extinguish the burning arm. Yuan Li didn't care about any of this. He knew that his shot just now hadn't hit anyone. The flamethrower was hit by a sniper on the 3rd floor. Pulling the bolt again, he aimed once more and pulled the trigger. Missed again. He quickly pulled the bolt. Aimed and pulled the trigger. Missed again. Repeat the bolt. Aim. Trigger. The little girl, who was crying and screaming, finally fell to the ground, flames burning on her motionless body. He quickly pulled the bolt again, aimed, and pulled the trigger. This shot missed again. Shooting at a distance of 1 kilometer is really not easy. It took him 4 bullets to hit the little girl, who hadn't really dodged much. The last bullet aimed to end the woman behind her, but found it was already too late. Chapter 92, Team A. The 2 of them walked around the training ground and waited at the entrance of the military camp. 10 minutes later, a jeep drove over and parked. Yuan Lang got out of the passenger seat with a carefree smile. Yuan Li and Shijin quickly saluted, and Shijin felt a bit surprised. What the hell? Is the lieutenant colonel here to pick someone up? Where exactly is this going? A lieutenant colonel, and he looks quite young. Yuan Li was also a bit surprised. He initially thought it would be someone else from Team A picking him up, but didn't he expect Yuan Lang to come again? Is this guy really that free? Shijin suppressed his doubts, saluted Yuan Lang, and then gave a few instructions to Yuan Li before leaving. Yuan Lang didn't say anything, quietly waiting until Shijin left, and then Yuan Li saluted Shijin's back. Only then did he say, "Let us go. We've prepared a welcome ceremony for you. Everyone is waiting for you." Yuan Li took a couple of steps with his luggage, and after hearing his words, his footsteps paused, suddenly feeling reluctant to go. A welcome ceremony. The smile on Yuan Lang's face grew wider. Yes. Don't worry, you're just a soldier, not worth our elaborate preparation, just a casual welcome. It's nothing special. Chapter 93, Chi Huan, this person is not fit to be a son. The few of them kept exchanging pleasantries, and no matter who it was. The other 2 were filled with curiosity. Those who could come here generally had qualities that caught the attention of the old A. Through half an hour of conversation, Yuan Li learned that Deng Hanyang, a second-term non-commissioned officer, was a frequent top 3 participant in their brigade's competitions. According to him, he brought back certificates of merit that could fill 3 desks in the company commander's office. Xu Yongzi, a second lieutenant, Graduated from a military university, with a major in electronic reconnaissance, and after his graduation, he was assigned to the Red 2nd Regiment for 6 months of training before being brought here by Yuan Lang. Yuan Li. Sigh. Nothing special. Just someone who can connect a bit with the squad leader here by surname. The three were chatting enthusiastically when suddenly, bang. A loud kick on the door followed by a furious shout. What are you chatting about? What is there to chat about? 200 meters away from this building. I could hear you non-stop chatting, it's never ending. Deng Hanyang and Yuan Li didn't say anything, both having been in the training team. Calmly accepting the other's harshness. They just couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This person's voice is much louder than the instructors in the training team and, of course, much ruder. Chapter 94, Principles. Do you know? You all better listen carefully and remember this. People here don't know pain, people here don't know rest. People here don't know hunger, only know to forge ahead, only know there are no unfinished tasks. After Chi Huan finished speaking, he took a few steps closer to the three of them. From now on, I am your instructor, and I will treat the three of you equally. While saying this, Chi Huan reached out and directly slapped the chests of the few people. What high achievers! What soldier kings! You all better behave here. Chi Huan wanted to show a hint of a smile, leaning forward, his imposing presence coming at them. You will remember me for a lifetime. Because I will bring you pain, and you will regret coming here for a lifetime whenever you think of this pain. And, from now on, you are number 1, 2, 3, he pointed in order from Deng Hanyang to Yuan Li to Xu Yongzi. After finishing the last sentence, his cold gaze swept over the three of them again. And with a polite bang, he closed the door and left. Yuan Li felt that Chi Huan was constantly applying pressure on the trainees with his eyes. Chapter 95. Practiced for nothing. Training ground. The three of them squatted in a horse stance, writing and drawing on paper. Occasionally looking up at a female instructor, who was no taller than 1.55 meters. At this moment, she was continuously speaking. Occasionally writing a few lines on a movable whiteboard or drawing some pictures. Then she aimed a laser pointer at a piece of glass fixed on the whiteboard, next to which was a line drawn with chalk. When light passed through the glass, it was obviously refracted. So what would happen now if the angle of refraction started to change? Xu Yongzi excitedly raised his hand to answer, increase. Diverge. Yuan Li was indeed a bit surprised. Team A actually taught language, math, foreign languages, physics, chemistry, and psychology. The physical training aspect had indeed decreased a lot. But the consumption for the three of them had increased significantly. Why? Because of excessive mental strain. Humans don't develop muscles like animals because they need a large amount of energy to supply brain function. The three of them were constantly being filled with knowledge every day, and Deng Hanyang even talked in his sleep about chemistry. Therefore, their appetite hadn't decreased. And it had even increased. Moreover, it felt much more exhausting than before in physical training. Chapter 96. Have you never been tried by a military court or what? 3 days later. Yuan Li finally stumbled back. That bastard Yuan Lang only gave coordinates. If he hadn't known the general direction of the camp, he would have had to drag it out for a few more days. For these few days, he drank mountain water when thirsty and ate wild fruits or small animals like rabbits and snakes when hungry. Fortunately, at least he could make a fire. As for going to the homes of common people to ask for food, that was absolutely impossible. Yuan Lang definitely wanted to eliminate him. Deng Hanyang returned the next day. In even worse shape than Yuan Li, this guy was muscular and needed much more energy than Yuan Li. He burned through energy too quickly. And all the small animals he could see on the way suffered terribly. According to him, he didn't spare scorpions or spiders, removing the poisonous parts, roasting them, and chewing them down. After Yuan Lang and Qi Huan returned, the pressure on both of them suddenly increased. When Yuan Li was studying cultural courses, he wished he could bring Shu Sanjuo over and have his brain transplanted into his own. The memory ability of a confidential level standard was something Yuan Li desperately needed at that moment. High-intensity physical training and high-intensity cultural courses gradually improved Yuan Li's bad habit of being easily distracted. Chapter 97, Level 1 Combat Readiness. First of all, congratulations to you. You have completed your training. Yuan Lang smiled at the two of them, looking genuinely happy for them. From today on, you are no different from him. You have officially joined Team A. As Yuan Lang spoke, he pointed to Qi Huan behind him, who arrogantly raised his head, looking as if he was thinking, "What the hell are you two doing standing next to me?" The two did not react at all, and Yuan Lang chuckled lightly. Not realizing yet. We are the ones standing in the front lines of future wars, fighting fewer against many, with no front and no back. Yuan Li thought to himself, such familiar words. It's no wonder he couldn't recall, as the intense studying over the past few months had left his mind in a fog. He was continuously translating Yuan Lang's words into English in his head. That is a setback within a setback. But what does a peaceful world offer us? Isn't the squad leader coaxing, and the company commander covering for us? Yuan Li, I heard your company commander almost beat the division commander. Chapter 98. Exaggerated acting. Check the communication situation. I will report the latest situation in your earphones. If you can't hear clearly, just reply. Qi Huan said listlessly. Clearly showing good acting skills. Last night, our people engaged in direct fire with them. The criminals detonated 2 explosive points, causing a leak of harmful gas, but fortunately, it did not lead to large-scale diffusion. Now the criminals have retreated to the main warehouse, which is the last explosive point. Remember to dismantle the bomb at all costs. Remember, at all costs. C4 is good. Qi Huan glanced at Yuan Li but said nothing. C1 is good. C2 is good. Soon they reached the heavily guarded outer perimeter of the warehouse. Qi Huan said to the other 5 teams, gather at point 537. 537 is a pre-marked location where explosives might be present inside the enemy's territory. Put on your protective masks, and each team spread out. After completely dispersing, the 4 groups without personnel needing assessment returned and changed into differently colored biohazard suits. Hey, Hong Shui, which one of them do you think is better? A tall soldier holding a machine gun shook his head. They are both fine, we don't just need one, it would be best to keep both. Chapter 99. Yuan Li, I really don't want to spoil you, old A. At this moment, Qi Huan felt a bit anxious, but they were already in the air raid shelter. Right in front of Yuan Li, and there was nothing he could do even if he was anxious. He could only hope that Yuan Lang would react. On the other side, Yuan Lang, wearing a short sleeve and eating watermelon, had just received the situation report. They had conducted live fire drills several times, and generally, there wouldn't be any problems. Yuan Lang was just waiting for the results while eating when an electronic reconnaissance officer came over. Squad leader. There was an accident on C-Team's side. Yuan Lang looked up at the officer, don't rush. Have a bite of watermelon. The officer glanced at the watermelon. I'd better report first before eating. Yuan Li took down the attacker, but Qi Huan's team lost 1 member, so they can't continue the exercise for now. What about Team B? Team B is proceeding normally. Yuan Lang nodded silently and then asked a question. After receiving the answer, he walked towards the temporary command post, calling for the reserve team as he walked. You 4, 2 of you go to Team C, and follow up with arrangements. The other 2 go to Team B. Ready to respond and wait for further instructions. It's X4. Slurp. Slurp. The electronic reconnaissance officer squatted on the ground, munching on watermelon, and after 3 bites, He nodded in satisfaction, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Chapter 100. Sharp-edged Yuan Li made a round inside the factory, ignoring the burning chemical materials. It was obvious that the other side had not arranged for anyone to detonate the bomb. It was a frustrating situation. He wanted to complete the task. But the other side had not properly arranged the criminals' procedures. Helpless, Yuan Li went to a workshop with the most people and began shooting mode. His shooting skills were indeed among the best. Moreover, this was a surprise attack. After killing more than 10 people, Yuan Li was also shot dead by a criminal hiding behind cover. At the moment his body was hit, Yuan Li immediately ripped off his gas mask. I said, "Your arrangements are too unprofessional. Didn't you even have anyone play the criminal leader? Who is in control of the bomb's remote control, and you didn't arrange for that? Are the criminals still using 95s? Our troops haven't even finished being equipped yet. Your perfunctory attitude towards the exercise is too disappointing." Everyone was stunned from the moment Yuan Li started scolding. They realized he had seen through it all, and in the end, their faces turned red. And each person lowered their heads in shame. Then they reacted, thinking, "It's not my arrangement, we are just the damn extras." Chapter 101. Elimination. Bang 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 bang. Yuan Li had a cigarette in his mouth, taking a puff now and then, while carrying a target on his shoulder. The girl put down her gun, cursing. "Damn it. This guy made me look foolish." The entire team conducted coordination training, and it became clear how strong Yuan Li's pressure resistance was. The grenade was thrown out at the last second, causing an airburst. Carrying the target, smoking, and looking at them with a melancholic expression, as bullets whizzed past his ears. If they shot well, Yuan Li would even blow a smoke ring to encourage them. In counter-terrorism training, Yuan Li had the best results. Not only was he fast, but most importantly, he was accurate. Moreover, he was quite brutal. Several dummies were taken out in just one appearance, making Yuan Lang furious, cursing that national resources shouldn't be wasted like this. In outdoor survival and self-rescue training, while he didn't surpass Chi Huan, his scores were still above average. But considering that he hadn't been exposed to many subjects before this, it was evident that Yuan Li had a strong adaptability. Of course, if there were any shortcomings, Yuan Li's ballistics were not as good as Chen Jianjun's, and his first aid skills were not as good as Miss Deng Ruifeng's. But the key was that they were professionals in those specific areas. Chapter 102. Elimination 2. When drug dealers choose their hideouts, they usually possess the following 4 points. 1. Concealment. Choosing places that are rarely visited or hard to detect, such as jungles or deep mountains. 2. Accessibility. Convenient for transporting drugs and personnel transfer. 3. Defensibility. Choosing locations that are easy to defend and hard to attack. 4. Camouflage. Disguising as ordinary places to reduce suspicion. Law enforcement personnel must comprehensively analyze these 4 situations for reasonable assessments. The car drove for an hour and stopped at the border. As the vehicle came to a halt, the back door opened, and countless shadows darted out. The first and second to emerge crouched or lay low, keeping an eye on their surroundings. The rest quickly moved into the mountains and woods. After the last person exited, the remaining 2 retreated while maintaining vigilance. Although it was highly probable that there was no danger here, caution was necessary. Watching the last shadow disappear into the forest, the driver refocused and started the vehicle. Chi Huan was flipping through the map while discussing the terrain with a colleague sent by the police department. Yuan Lang trailed behind, observing the coordination between the 2 small teams of soldiers. The 2 teams advanced in a Y formation. Unbeknownst to them, around this village, there were 2 snipers. One with an 85 type sniper rifle and the other with an 88 type sniper rifle, locked onto Yuan Li and Deng Henyang from the 3rd small team. One of the observers next to the 85 type sniper whispered, "This kid is impressive. First time in actual combat, and he's so ruthless. No wonder Yuan Laosan sent us to help. Turns out this tough guy is really tough." The sniper grinned, speaking in a thick Beijing accent, he. I heard Yuan Lao-san has been mocked pretty badly by him. This time, he's determined to figure him out, otherwise he wouldn't be in actual combat abroad just to earn his trust. That kid is in for a rough time. Bang! 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 A shot rang out, killing a drug dealer, who had stepped out of a wooden house, who managed to pull the trigger twice before dying. Yuan Li signaled to Baozai. As they passed the drug dealer's corpse, they kicked the weapon away. The two searched the room and then continued to advance. At a fork in the road, they met up with Qi Huan and Deng Ruifeng, who briefed Qi Huan on the completion of their tasks. Inside the room, a middle-aged, burly man wearing sunglasses looked at Yuan Li, who was hanging from a tree, with a puzzled frown. One of the two soldiers following him whispered a few words. After the soldier left, he picked up a nearby wooden stick and struck Yuan Li without hesitation. The moment Yuan Li heard the sound, his heart raced. Hearing the whoosh of the stick, he couldn't open his eyes, and the unknown fear made his scalp tingle. His fingers trembled uncontrollably. And to suppress the shaking without being noticed, he could only clench his fists. Bang! A low grunt escaped Yuan Li's throat. But the armed man swinging the stick didn't notice. Yuan Li remained motionless, like a dead body. The armed man began to doubt, even if he were unconscious. He should have woken up by now. Unable to help himself, he dropped the stick and approached to check Yuan Li's arm, which was warm, making him sigh in relief. Enduring the pain, Yuan Li continually adjusted his breathing. Hearing the other person's sigh of relief, he too felt a bit of relaxation. When Yuan Li woke up again, it was already deep into the night. He returned to the state of just regaining consciousness, hanging with his toes touching the ground. The pain throughout his body made him feel like his bones might be broken. At this point, he was about 70% sure this was a capture training. But he had never heard of such a high intensity for this training. The attackers were brutal, but still not as cruel as real drug dealers. If they were true drug dealers, he would probably have been crippled by now. Glancing at Qi Huan, who was shot dead, he thought, damn it. I don't know if that's a dummy, or a real person. If it's real, Qi Huan, you really can endure. The night forest was a bit cold. But it was still better than being beaten. He gently blinked his swollen eyes. After what felt like an eternity, he finally made it to the next day when the sun rose. Yuan Li estimated it was around 8 or 9 o'clock. The armed men once again brought him down and escorted him into a house. They pushed him down behind a desk, surrounded by 4 armed men. Sitting across the desk was a burly middle-aged man, who was currently playing with a dagger. I heard you're from Hong Kong Island. Once again waking up, feeling very insecure, Yuan Li chose not to open his eyes and instead observed his surroundings. After smelling the scent of disinfectant, he slowly opened his eyes. The white ceiling came into view. And in his peripheral vision, he saw a nurse in her 20s in a white coat organizing medications. Miss? Which hospital is this? The nurse turned to glance at him before turning back to continue organizing the medications, saying, Who are you calling miss? How rude. Yuan Li felt the nurse's arrogance and didn't even blink, choosing not to speak. With a mouth full of Beijing dialect, so arrogant, she must be from a privileged background. This group of privileged kids could be called artistic youth in a good sense, but in a bad sense, damn it, I can't even say it. Seeing he didn't speak anymore, the nurse stated the name of the hospital before finishing her tasks and leaving. Gently moving his body, he felt it hurt even more than before. He knew. Previously, he had been sustained by adrenaline. Now that it was over, could it not be uncomfortable? In fact, if he could endure for another half a day, it would be much better. 2 minutes later, perhaps the nurse had spoken to Qi Huan. Qi Huan knocked on the door and then entered, beaming with a warm and friendly demeanor. Finally, that bastard Qi Huan had appeared. When Yuan Li returned to Team A, he immediately noticed that only 13 people from Team 3 were left in the camp. Yuan Li wasn't surprised. Team A had many exercises and often acted as a sharpening stone, so it was normal for many to be out on missions. He grabbed an unconventional weapon, a collapsible baton, from the equipment depot. He headed straight for Team 2, exuding a fierce aura, swinging the baton in his hand to feel its weight. After exiting Team 3's camp, he ignored the surprised looks from the others. A junior officer stepped forward to ask, but Yuan Li directly ignored him. Halfway through his journey, 2 white-helmeted soldiers stopped him. "Comrade, what is this?" One of them raised a hand to block him and glanced at the collapsible baton in Yuan Li's hand. Yuan Li shook the baton, saying, "Just playing with it." After saying that, he ignored the two, feeling a surge of anger. Determined to beat up the person who had slapped him in the face with a dagger. "Hey," I said. "Comrade." Amidst the pushing and shoving, they arrived at Team 2. Oddly enough, there were very few people in Team 2 today as well. Were they all out on a mission together? After circling around Team 2's base, he obtained information from the captain of Team 3. Chapter 108, the political lesson. Captain Railway of the 7th Company was in the office, giving Yuan Li a 2-hour political lesson. In fact, Yuan Li felt a lot of resentment inside, but seeing that others from the 3rd Squad, including Yuan Lang, were also attending, his resentment lessened significantly. Furthermore, after beating up that bastard who slapped him in the face with a dagger, his frustration diminished even more. He could somewhat understand the training purpose of Yuan Lang. If he were really captured, the enemy's methods would be even more brutal. Especially those drug dealers, how many of them are normal? Aren't they all somewhat psychologically twisted? If he were truly captured by drug dealers, he definitely wouldn't just be able to walk out of the hospital after a few days. At the very least, he would be missing a few parts and would receive a disability certificate. In such circumstances, SEER training became essential. SEER stands for Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape. It's a type of special training for military personnel aimed at enhancing their coping skills and psychological resilience in the event of being separated from their unit or captured by the enemy. Chapter 109, The Gathering. Yuan Li quickly adjusted his mindset. After Xu Sanjuo contacted the others, the two chatted in the sun at the entrance of the 7th Company. Mainly, Xu Sanjuo was talking, while Yuan Li listened quietly. Perhaps due to a lack of interaction over the past 6 months, Xu Sanjuo's speaking ability had somewhat deteriorated. He was stuttering more than before. However, after half an hour of talking, he returned to normal. Qingcai had left. They lost the mountain exercise 6 months ago. But thanks to the quick reaction shooting he taught, their performance was slightly better, although the outcome remained the same. He had captured a lieutenant colonel. But when the company commander learned of it, he didn't seem too happy, which left Xu Sanjuo feeling a bit down. Shi Jin hadn't left. He didn't need to think about how to kill the company commander anymore, so he still cared about the company commander's opinion. Despite Xu Sanjuo appearing wooden now, the aftermath of old A's first kill was quite strong. But in reality, the transformation of a good person into a darker one is frightening. After Gao Cheng didn't let him send his squad leader Shi Jin, his inner monologue clearly stated that he wanted to kill the company commander. And he had already planned how to do it, simulating 18 methods in his mind that were worse than death. Chapter 110, The Assessment. The next day, Yuan Li, Qi Huan, and the members of the 3rd and 4th Squads followed Yuan Lang to the assessment site. After saluting several lieutenant colonels and majors, they dispersed to busy themselves. There wasn't much to do. Most of the work was handled by the reconnaissance battalion. Before long, a troop transport vehicle arrived, looking like a can of sardines, with soldiers spilling out like sardines. Yuan Li's eyes widened. What the hell? Shi Jin also came. But then he thought it made sense, with Shi Jin's tough path. He could only try other routes to stay in the unit. After all, remaining in the 4th phase was extremely difficult, requiring highly skilled non-commissioned officers. And Shi Jin was a bit challenged, not to discourage him, but comparatively, he only excelled in night shooting. However, that wasn't unique. After all, Xu Sanjuo could take his place. The last one to come out was the lone wolf Huang Yaohui, who had trained with him in the teaching team. Yuan Lang first gestured to the commander of the 702nd Regiment beside him, who grimaced and nodded, indicating for Yuan Lang to go ahead. Yuan Lang was not polite and approached the assembled trainees. Chapter 111, The Green Basin on the Other Side. The resting trainees were organizing into groups in 3s and 4s. Gan Xiaoning sat on the grass, boasting like the 5001st soldier. Did you just see that? The one in camouflage on our left. He came from our Steel 7th Company. Who knows how he ended up at Old A? Ma Xiaoshui curiously asked. Is he the one who killed the spy and taught us quick reaction shooting? Gan Xiaoning nodded vigorously. That's him. That's him. Then he looked up, unable to help but fantasize. You guys say? Since we all got in. Doesn't that count as another continuation of our old 7th Company? Shi Jin, who was organizing Xu Sanjuo's backpack, paused, and Xu Sanjuo turned to look at Gan Xiaoning. Feeling a bit guilty under their gazes, Gan Xiaoning wondered if he had said something wrong. Did I say something wrong? I was just daydreaming. No one picked up on his words, but everyone had their thoughts. Xu Sanjuo glanced at Qingcai, who was standing alone by a tree, gently and meticulously stroking his sniper rifle. Qingcai, let's act together. Chapter 112, The assessment ends. Yuan Lang watched Gao Cheng flee in a panic. Then turned back to look at the basin filled with rabbit meat, puzzled. Isn't it just a little scratched? What's the big deal? Time passed quickly. And they were indeed bored out of their minds. Yuan Lang didn't need to command, that was Gao Cheng's job. Yuan Li didn't need to catch anyone, as he had old comrades present and was afraid of favoritism. Yuan Lang roasted a whole sheep, spending the entire night attending to it. Yuan Li leaned against the vehicle with Yuan Lang's game console, playing out of boredom. Gao Cheng returned, having disappeared for a day and a night since his panicked escape yesterday. He suddenly appeared again, accompanied by Ma Xiaoshui, who had a red shoulder strap hanging on his shoulder. Ma Xiaoshui looked a bit desolate. But Yuan Li's ears rang with that roar. Don't think just because I've been in the 7th Company for a few days I can't grow the bones of the 7th Company. Yuan Li immediately found the game a bit boring, pulled up the coat next to him, and squinted his eyes. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, gunfire erupted in the distance. Yuan Li opened his eyes. The sky outside was already brightening, though it wasn't fully light yet, appearing dim and gloomy. As the morning light began, you could feel the changes happening. Chapter 113, Ruthless Turnaround. 5 days later. Yuan Lang went to pick up Xu Sanjuo and the others. Huang Yaohui was still in the hospital, severely fatigued and unable to endure Old A's high-intensity training. Generally, in Huang Yaohui's situation, the army would definitely take care of him, whether through the quartermaster or instructors. It depended on Huang Yaohui's own choice. Yuan Li visited him in the hospital and found that Huang Yaohui showed no signs of frustration. He optimistically said, in the company, which of those called top-notch doesn't have injuries? Yuan Li understood very well that people would say those who have served in the military have good physiques. But in reality, daily training and standing guard, especially for top-notch individuals like them, led to minor injuries like lumbar muscle strain, knee effusion, and varicose veins, which were all considered minor injuries in their occupational health records. The training intensity of teaching teams across the country varies. Some are even stronger than special forces, while others are on par with new recruit companies. Anyone coming out of a high-intensity training teaching team has some hidden injuries, and those with more serious issues could even qualify for a disability certificate. Yuan Li currently does not feel much discomfort in his body, partly due to his youth, which makes it less noticeable. Chapter 114, Tuo Yonggang. In the following week, Yuan Li staged another bribery act involving the White Helmets. Alas, I have become the person I used to despise the most. It's so annoying, but for some reason, I feel a bit secretly pleased. Shi Jin's eyes were red with anger, his whole body trembling. Upon seeing this, Yuan Li quickly pulled the white helmet away to avoid raising their suspicions. If he didn't leave soon, he feared Shi Jin might go crazy. That day, after the physical training ended, the trainees were scattered in disarray under the dormitory building. At this moment, Yuan Lang no longer cared about the formation's neatness. Holding a cup of tea, he leisurely walked in front of everyone. Your performance today is acceptable. Chi Huan. Here. Notify the cafeteria to add 2 more dishes. Yes. After the dismissal, a tall, thin man with a rough expression covered his wrist and said to a slightly bookish soldier beside him, I understand now, there's really not much to gain from that score. With a face full of grievance, he sighed helplessly. They add when they want, and deduct when they want. What rules? Nonsense. After speaking, he rubbed his wrist vigorously. He had slightly twisted it while carrying wood earlier, and it felt a bit awkward. Chapter 115, Academy. Paratrooper Tuo Yonggang couldn't understand how such a harsh gaze and disassembled firearms could yield good results. Now, Wu Liuyi and Shusan duo had given him the answer. Wu Liuyi hit the target 12 times, and Shusan duo hit it 16 times. Although their results were not particularly good, they clearly surpassed him by a lot. This was the first time for both Wu Liuyi and Shusan duo to handle the 95 rifle, and they had to assemble it. They mostly relied on the diagrams from their cultural lessons and the instructor's explanations to assemble it. So, facing Yuan Lang's verbal insults and attacks, Tuo Yonggang chose not to speak. Knowing that there were some who could achieve this, and they were a group of non-commissioned officers. Not to mention this group of instructors. Yuan Li stood quietly on the right side of the trainees' lineup, watching the drama unfold. However, he did not expect that Tuo Yonggang would be so affected that he wouldn't say a word, allowing Yuan Lang's verbal insults to go unchallenged. This surprised Yuan Li because he always felt that Tuo Yonggang's personality was indeed unsuitable for old A. Looking down on non-commissioned officers was one thing. But complaining too much could easily dampen morale. Yuan Li also learned that the previous day, paratrooper Tuo Yonggang had almost gotten into a fight with Wu Liuyi. He could judge impartially that paratrooper Tuo Yonggang was indeed not suited for this, his conditions were too superior. He couldn't understand why a few non-commissioned officers seemed eager to stay here. It was because he had a backup plan. One that might be much better than staying in Old A. Chapter 116, Living Dead. The end of military training does not mean the end of physical training. The intensity of physical training will only decrease, with the main focus shifting to cultural courses. Basic military theory and skills include military thought, military strategy, military geography, and military sports. Basic natural science theory involves fundamental knowledge of physics, chemistry, mathematics, etc. Yuan Li felt overwhelmed, as the pressure felt greater than in high school. But there was no choice. He had to learn this military knowledge thoroughly to understand it, such as the need for chemistry in explosives and mathematics for a sniper's observations. Humanities and social sciences basics, such as political science, history, and law, should not be underestimated. The history of other countries, their politics, laws of war, international law, and military law are all included, purely to meet military task requirements. Basic management science knowledge includes principles of management and military management. The above are just basic courses that most trainees must take. Core professional courses include reconnaissance and intelligence processing, learning the basic methods of intelligence collection, transmission, analysis, and compilation. Reconnaissance tactics, including the operational principles and tactical applications of reconnaissance soldiers, and tactics for reconnaissance units, studying the organization, command, and operational actions of reconnaissance units. Chapter 117. Yuan Li, I'll blow up your house. After hearing this, Yuan Li immediately said, I'll take him out for a walk. But you have to help me make a few calls. Yuan Lang leaned forward with interest, listening quietly. After hearing his plan, he nodded, feeling it could work. Without hesitation, he took a phone book from his desk drawer, picked up the landline phone, and dialed directly. Hello, Lao Shui. Haha. I was just thinking of you. How have you been lately? Oh, I see. I actually have something here. Let me ask you first about your side. After leaving Yuan Lang's office, Yuan Li headed straight for the dormitory, and before he even entered, he heard Shi Jin's voice. Shu Sanjuo, stop crying. Stand up. Prepare. Sing. Steel will, Iron Man. Iron-blooded to defend the country, protect the homeland. Attack must conquer, defend must be strong, treading on enemy corpses singing triumphantly. When Shi Jin said prepare to sing, Gan Xiaoning and Wu Liuyi started singing loudly, bringing Yuan Li back to the Steel 7th Company. He couldn't help but join in loudly at the door. But all of this was in vain. Shu Sanjuo felt like he was dead inside, even speaking felt exhausting. After Gan Xiaoning finished singing, having heard the commotion outside, he opened the dormitory door. Old Yuan, didn't you go to military school? Why are you back? Chapter 118, Tears. The next day, the two dressed in civilian clothes walked out of a military-civilian joint-use airport. Yuan Li surveyed the hall, and saw a man holding a sign that read 86749. This was their publicly known identification number, used for contact and identification purposes. The call Yuan Lang made yesterday was to an old comrade, who had transitioned to the criminal police department in the northeastern provinces. Yuan Lang asked him to help contact a leader from a unit over here. The leader on this side was also very easy to talk to and quickly agreed, as due to the geographical location's uniqueness. There were indeed units that would send people over to understand some real situations. Hello, my name is Chen Da Lei, and this is Chen Lei. The other party put down the sign. Hello, you two, you can call me Shi Peng. Our director asked me to receive you both, and I will arrange everything for subsequent matters. Upon hearing the self-introduction, Yuan Li realized that none of the three were using their real names. Thank you. But we are in a bit of a hurry. We only have 3 days, and due to some special circumstances, we need to keep certain things confidential. Shi Peng smiled and pressed his hands down. Understood. Shall we go eat first? Let's try our wild mushrooms here. Chapter 119, Cunning Shu Sanjuo kept wailing, his voice filled with the pain of confronting the darkness of this world. Innocent and kind-hearted Shu Sanjuo had never imagined what this world was like, in his impression. The world was the rice fields back in his hometown, where he could catch small fish. It was the girl carrying firewood who smiled back at him in the last few days at home. It was his father's disappointed gaze. The meals prepared by his elder brother, and the second brother who cared for him, but never missed a chance to tease him. It was Shi Jin, who had always treated him gently after he enlisted, the small family squad he had helped build a road for, and the big family of Steel 7th Company that transformed him completely. It was the stuttering proud company commander, the grey-haired regiment commander, who gave him a tank model. And Yuan Lang, who nodded at him while wearing camouflage and smoking a cigarette. It was also Tuo Yonggang, who kept cursing even while being beaten by 3 people in the POW camp, Wu Zhe, who maintained a calm demeanor, and Shi Huan, the butcher who turned into a gentle big brother. Even Cheng Cai, when confessing in the POW camp, completely left him out, as if they were strangers. His world was so clean and bright. In the following 2 days, Shu Sanjuo saw more things he usually couldn't see. And he realized that this world was not just clean and bright, but also filthy and dark. Chapter 120, Operation Eileen R. Yuan Li's eyes widened, and his hands scratched his head incessantly. No. The math was beyond him. Previously, these were still docile kittens, but after a few days, they had grown into cheetahs, scratching and biting at him without mercy, causing him a headache. Yuan Li couldn't help but wonder if those little kittens were just an illusion. There was no way. At this point, if he didn't want to fall too far behind, he had to take urgent remedial measures, and there was only one best remedy: find a teacher. Sometimes one must admit that the greatest figures one encounters in life are often those simple old men and women in schools. And in Yuan Li's case, they mostly wore military uniforms. If they were in full dress, who wouldn't have something hanging on their chest? In the next 2 years, Yuan Li would just study. 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 Relentlessly study. Summer smack. Yuan Li slapped a female mosquito that was harassing him. Don't ask him how he was so sure it was a female mosquito. Because female mosquitoes need more nutrition to lay eggs, they have to take risks. Male mosquitoes don't need to take risks. They usually rely on water and plant juices for sustenance, and are not interested in blood, as they could be swatted dead by a giant monster. Chapter 121. No chance to be a good person, that's right. The entire Operation Eileen, including the entire Gothic Snake operation, was authorized by the United Nations. In August 1993, the UN Security Council authorized peacekeeping forces to take all necessary measures to capture aid because, according to UN assessments, 45 million people in Somalia were on the brink of starvation, and intervention was necessary for them. The ugly country, as a key participant in UN peacekeeping operations, was the first to respond to the UN's call, dispatching special forces to carry out this mission. When the teacher at the military academy talked about this section, he couldn't help but chuckle, and when Yuan Li asked, the teacher didn't answer. Instead, he said, "The thieving mouse wants the image of a righteous black cat." The reason behind this was the strategic considerations of the ugly country. They hoped that by capturing aid, they could restore order in Somalia while also demonstrating their ability to maintain world peace. Additionally, they hoped to enhance their image of justice in the international community through this operation. That's right, they wanted to do good deeds. The reasons included international responsibility and image, legitimacy and morality, and the need for multilateral cooperation. Ultimately, they knew their reputation was terrible at this time, and other countries were beginning to be wary of cooperating with them, even starting to stab them in the back. Chapter 122, Emergency Landing. After the brainstorming ended, Yuan Li began to check the equipment on him. M16A2 assault rifle. Yuan Li's vision darkened. He really didn't want to use this thing. An improved version of the M16A1, but damn it, Yuan Li thought it was worse than the original. There was a problem: the fully automatic mode was cancelled. And the 3-round burst required all 3 bullets to be fired. If it stopped after the second or third bullet, the next time it might fire 1 or 2 bullets and then stop again. And saving ammunition. Save your mother. Is this something you should be concerned about? This was very unfriendly to Yuan Li's shooting habits, unfriendly to the extent that Yuan Li exclaimed, "Damn it. Hey, Frank. Calm down." Mike Durant was sweating as he controlled the helicopter, occasionally glancing below, fearing something bad would happen. Hearing the co-pilot curse beside him made him somewhat uneasy. He understood that after the Super 61 crashed in the streets of this city, the entire crew, including him, was tense. But there was no choice. They had received a mission, and it was the same mission before the Super 61 crashed. Chapter 123, Crash. Durant looked confused, turned to glance at Yuan Li, then looked forward again. From his perspective, the helicopter was slowly rotating. His body instinctively followed Yuan Li's words, tightening his calves to maintain stability. And images of the emergency landing simulation training from military school flashed through his mind as he began to protect himself. But even so, Durant did not give up trying to control the helicopter. In the end, at the last moment of landing, the skilled Mike Durant successfully controlled the helicopter to land on its belly. This also provided the crew with a basis for survival. Spinning. The noisy mechanical sounds, alarms, were endlessly repeating in Yuan Li's sensory perception. This made him very irritable until there was a bang. The sound of metal pressing against metal. The shock reverberating through his body made Yuan Li wonder if his internal organs were injured. Before he could feel his spine, femur, and other vulnerable areas. He rolled his eyes and fainted. The Major General Commander in the camp watched everything clearly through the screen. Until the Super 64 landed and kicked up a cloud of dust, he suddenly turned around. A general who had experienced war, no matter how foolish he was. The flames of battle and the changes of history kept his face calm, but the darkness in his eyes could not be concealed. Chapter 124. How to save oneself. After scanning the area behind him, Yuan Li withdrew his gaze. The chief mechanic responsible for the maintenance and safety guidance of the cabin for the 64 had died. It seemed he had hit his head on something. Another crew member was nowhere to be seen. Either he had regained consciousness and run out, which was nearly impossible. Or he had been thrown out when the helicopter was spinning. Mike Durant had also been jolted awake by him. Oh my God, are we still alive? Yuan Li, we are still alive, you should check if you're injured. Durant touched his torso and moved his limbs. Aside from some discomfort in my organs, everything else is fine. Yuan Li breathed a sigh of relief, because in both the movie and the original timeline, this guy had injuries to his spine and femoral head. If he really had a spine injury, he would have to abandon Task 2 and do his best to complete Task 3. There was no way he could carry an immobile injured person back in a city full of enemies. That would be a fantasy. Even if you called Captain But to come over, he might not be able to manage it. What about them? What about them? Chapter 125, Entering the House. So at this moment, it's better to listen to the seemingly opinionated co-pilot. At least he still has an idea. While his mind is still in a state of confusion. Before entering the door, Yuan Li saw a large group of people running from a distance. Some carrying rifles and others with handguns. A portion of them had sticks, bricks, and other common items. Fortunately, they were still far away. Yuan Li's exceptional vision allowed him to spot them early, while Mike Durant was completely unaware. Yuan Li felt really frustrated. This group of guerrillas had no brains at all, just following whatever others said. What's most terrifying is that there's not one, not two, not three. But the whole city hardly has a few with any sense. The only 200 who had a bit of brain were blown up by their ugly army. Would anyone really try if someone said cow dung could cure all diseases? Yuan Li deeply felt that there would definitely be someone among them who would. Hey! Doesn't that make it like competing with the third brother for food? Yuan Li, holding an MP5, fired a few shots at the nearest black woman shouting from the rooftop, scaring her back inside. He kicked the door open, then turned and leaned against the wall. After there was no response inside, Yuan Li instinctively glanced at Mike Durant. Chapter 126, Birdcage, Flowers. Meanwhile, Shuha and Geddon once again requested to head to the crash site for rescue. Over. The crew chief of Super 62 helicopter hesitated slightly as he fiddled with the communication equipment. After glancing down, he added, General. The crowd has increased by several hundred people. They see things more clearly than we do, and they are very aware of the situation. This statement undoubtedly shattered the general's fantasies in the command center. They are very aware of the situation. Although the civilians are armed, don't imagine they have strong military qualities. But those armed groups with rifles are different. They may not have military training, but they have basically killed before. The commander, with his suntanned face, paused for a moment, quickly blinking his eyes twice. Let me talk to them. Taking the communication equipment, he said crisply, This is General Garrison. I want to confirm that you understand the situation. Say it out loud. General Garrison's meaning was very clear. If you insist on going, I have rejected you before, but if you are determined to go, any accidents are not my responsibility. This was not only a statement to them, but also to those who would hold him accountable afterward. I made a mistake here, but it wasn't a big one. Chapter 127, Encirclement. After finishing the shooting, Shuha thought for a moment and said, The closest to us should be the escort convoy. But they seem to be in trouble as well. The command center originally wanted them to come to your rescue, but they were held up. And they are like headless flies. In this battle, Shuha and Geddon should take over the command, but they were also in a dilemma. Establish a defensive line and wait for reinforcements. That probably wouldn't last long. Retreat. Unfamiliar with the route, too many unknowns. This dilemma made Shuha want to hear the opinions of the crew members. Anything else? Yuan Li decisively ruled this out. The escort convoy was completely being toyed with by the command center. After Super 61 crashed, the command center ordered them to go to the crash site. Because they were unfamiliar with the route, they got lost, and due to the enemy's ambush, the machine gunner on the roof was attacked. After 64 crashed, the command center ordered them to return to the 64 crash site for rescue. This time the ambush was even stronger. And the convoy was forced to stop and return fire, ultimately resulting in 4 deaths and 25 injuries. The escort convoy suffered heavy casualties. And the command center could only recall them, abandon the rescue, and reorganize forces after returning to the camp. Chapter 128, Northern Industrial Type 56 Rifle. After firing a few shots, Yuan Li realized, damn it, Durant had become his cover. Fortunately, Durant pulled back just in time, and Yuan Li also rolled tactically. While shooting, he stood up, bent down, and walked forward a few steps, kicking open a rickety door. Go, go, go. Shuha, holding an M14 for cover. And Durant grabbed the disoriented Geddon, stumbling into the room. Yuan Li took advantage of Shuha's cover to change the magazine on his M16A2. After reloading, he fired at the dense armed group. Go. Hearing this, Shuha moved back while shooting. The two safely entered the house. There was no back door. This was the answer Durant found after checking after entering. Up to the 2nd floor. Shuha answered quickly without hesitation. After recovering slightly, Geddon, just as Shuha finished speaking, stumbled ahead to rush to the 2nd floor. Durant followed closely, while Shuha and Yuan Li stayed back for cover. At that moment, Yuan Li felt uneasy. He was running low on ammunition. The MP5 only had 1 magazine left, and aside from the one in use, the M16A2 had 2 more. Chapter 129, Formation. The current situation was that there were large numbers of enemy troops both in front and behind, and their position had no cover to protect the 4 of them. This situation was extremely dangerous. Their numbers and firepower were definitely greater than theirs, and cover was basically non-existent. There was a tin shed nearby. But they couldn't go in because once they did, they would still be in the encirclement, and they couldn't see the enemy. The enemy's firepower was several times greater than theirs. They could just stand outside and shoot crazily inside. So hiding inside could only delay for a while. But the final result would be death. Facing them head-on outside and looking for opportunities to break through was the right move. At this moment, the formation involuntarily changed. 3 of them had undergone special tactical training. Although Durant had not received formal tactical training, he had at least spent a long time in the army. Geddon stood in the front, holding a heavily modified Colt M733 carbine, looking somewhat nervous. The Delta Force members were indeed tough and mysterious. But they were also human, and would show their ordinary side when facing death. Yuan Li at this moment surpassed Durant, moving to the 2nd position. His palm resting on Gurdon's shoulder, while Beifeng Gongyi 56 was positioned on his forearm, the gun barrel aimed at Gurdon's left side. He also needed to observe whether any armed militants would emerge from the tin shed on the left side. In Chapter 130, RPG. He raised the M9 pistol to his face with both hands, the dominant hand holding the gun, the weak eye aimed. Forming a stable triangular structure, with the dominant and supporting arms standing sideways with the pistol slightly tilted. This posture is referred to as the extended position within the central axis relock shooting system, used for precise shooting at medium to close range. Bang! 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 With quick reaction shooting, 6 shots were fired the moment he took the position. 4 were hit, none were shot in the head. Not only due to the distance, but also because of the urgency of time. All shots hit the torso, some struck the heart, resulting in immediate death. While others hitting different organs meant death was only a matter of time. Bang! After firing 2 more shots, Shuha finished reloading. At the moment Shuha's gunfire erupted. Yuan Li turned to assist Gurdon in shooting. Bang! 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 Once the pistol was empty, he quickly stepped half a step to the right, retreating behind Gurdon while reloading the pistol and placing it back in the holster. After taking out a rifle magazine to reload Beifang Gongyi 56, he placed a hand on Gurdon's shoulder and gently pushed forward, signaling to speed up. One hand held the gun on the forearm for shooting. In Chapter 131, you only have the chance to blame yourself after surviving. The 4 of them were in a bit of a mess. Yuan Li was assisted as they ran a few steps. After briefly checking his body for injuries, he lightly patted the other's shoulder. Seeing the corner not far ahead, he quickly glanced back. The first few armed militants were already entering the alley. Bang! 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 The group instinctively took protective actions as bullets flew past their feet, the walls beside them, and whizzing by their ears. Yuan Li lowered his center of gravity, moving irregularly. The rapid movement combined with bullets flying past his ears gave him a roller coaster feeling without a seatbelt. At the same time, he pulled a grenade from his tactical vest, yanked the pin, and threw it behind him without looking back. Boom! The grenade exploded near the Somali militia, not harming anyone. It only provided temporary cover. Even though its effect was poor, that was all he could do. Da. Gurdon glanced back, aimed his gun at the rear, firing while retreating. However, at the same time, Yuan Li felt a pang of worry in his heart because he sensed that Durant should be injured. In Chapter 132, Little Abdullah. They didn't have to suffer or starve, but all of this was destroyed by people of the same color and ethnicity. The little boy had big, clear eyes. But those originally innocent eyes were now filled with hatred. His tear-streaked eyes and face just stared blankly at Yuan Li, who was locked in a gaze with the boy as Shuha, Mike Durant, and Gurdon walked past him one by one. Yuan Li followed behind, entering the corner, while the little boy's eyes remained fixed on the terrorist who killed his mother, even after they turned the corner. Time passed slowly, and the boy's gaze shifted back to the corpse. Tears once again slowly overflowed when a woman dressed in a colorful durak softly called to him, diverting the boy's attention. She seemed to be a neighbor from the same street, someone he rarely interacted with. The woman babbled on, seemingly asking something. The little boy stared blankly at her without answering, and eventually, he was pulled away. Having lost his only family member, the boy was in a daze, not knowing how long it had been. In Chapter 133, The Chaotic City. At this moment, Yuan Li and the others were in a 2-story house not far from the crash site of Super 64. They were on the 2nd floor, and through the window, they could still see the crashed Super 64. Yuan Li deeply suspected whether the woman had called the Somali militia from the rooftop. But it didn't matter. The residents here should have been a couple, as there were signs of a man living here along with the woman, but he was likely out fighting. This was not surprising. There were thousands of militiamen involved in this war. It's known that their death toll had already exceeded 1,000. All right. Yuan Li turned to look, and Gurdon's hands moved away from Mike Durant's buttocks. Mike Durant's buttock was bandaged due to the special location of the injury. Mike Durant felt somewhat embarrassed, which alleviated some of the seriousness of the situation. At that moment, Shuha came up from downstairs, carrying a large jug of camel milk. And beside him was a thick stack of injera. Although Somalia was in a state of famine, it was clear that the city center had not reached the level of a refugee crisis. See, they had still managed to find camel milk and injera. In Chapter 134. The donkey. Here, we must mention a very sensitive issue. If sexual violence occurs, will the victim report it? Will they tell their family? Before marriage, they might, as they have not yet experienced the terror of female oppression. However, after marriage, women generally do not, because they know it can easily cost them their lives and bring shame to their families. The pressure of society, the constraints of religion, and the fear of the future have resulted in the long-standing issue of sexual violence in Somalia. During the Somali Civil War, the choices for female and girl victims of sexual violence were also very simple: to remain silent. Ha! What a messed up world. So, in the adjacent room, it was clear that the woman controlled by sexual violence only let out a scream, and then there was no sound, not because she was killed. Either the perpetrator covered her mouth, or she covered her own mouth. Time slowly passed. The surroundings seemed to fall into dead silence until a burst of laughter came from next door. The sound approached from afar, coming downstairs. At this moment, Yuan Li was still at the second-floor window, while Shu Ha and Gurdon were on the first floor, one on each side aiming at the door. Mike Durant was also on guard at the back door on the first floor, primarily for the convenience of making a quick escape. In Chapter 135, The Horse. Is that a donkey? Yuan Li looked at Mike Durant with a look of disbelief, as if to say, do you really need to point that out? He then replied seriously, no, that's a horse. Mike Durant looked at the donkey, then at Yuan Li, slightly agitated as he said, I'm injured in the butt. Not the head. I can still tell a donkey from a horse. That's clearly a donkey. No, that's a horse. Mike Durant looked incredulous. What, Frank? I think I should have told you before that my grandfather was a small farmer. My childhood was all about horseback riding and hunting dogs. I absolutely won't mistake that. Yuan Li replied, well, your grandfather is a donkey. After saying this, he ignored the dazed Mike Durant, got up, and quickly bent down to approach the donkey. There was also a wooden cart behind it. This seemed like a scene where two gunners had encountered each other on a deserted street. But now the timing was clearly wrong. It had been daytime when they encountered each other, but now it was night, although not completely dark, just dim. The other three also hurried over. Shu Hai asked incredulously, God, what are we doing getting close to this? You don't seriously want Mike Durant to lie down in there, do you? Chapter 136, Convergence. The night provided them with the best visual cover, and the deafening sound of gunfire served as the best auditory cover. Yuan Li cautiously approached the back of the truck, with his military knife already firmly in hand, the blade pointing down is the correct grip. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the Somali militia's artillery position had already been silently dealt with by them. There was no need to use the knife, so he casually pulled out his handgun and aimed it at a robust man in a leather jacket, wearing a scarf and holding an AKS-74U submachine gun. This man was probably a small leader. He had just commanded the recoilless guns firing. Bang! Bang! After shooting him twice, once in the back and once in the back of the head, Yuan Li put the handgun and knife back in his gear, and took out his rifle for vigilance. Gordon, seeing Yuan Li take action, also raised the muzzle of his rifle and fired a few shots at the militia sitting in the driver's seat. Shu Hai, go confirm their identity. Shu Hai nodded, circled around a bit, and made contact with one of their team members. Not long after making contact, he returned and confirmed that it was Hoot's team. Only then did Yuan Li stand up from behind the truck, climb into the truck bed, and casually throw the small leader in the leather jacket out of the vehicle. Chapter 137, Reluctance. It was only at this moment that Yuan Li could finally breathe a sigh of relief and relax his whole body. Although the sound of Somali militia bullets hitting the wall was very close to him, the sense of security in the presence of a large force was undeniable. God! I really don't want to die here. He accepted a cigarette thrown by an unknown ranger, crouched down, and moved a few steps to hide in the innermost room, which was the best smoking area because if there was a sniper outside, he would be dead. Lighting it up and taking a couple of strong puffs, he heard the ranger on the platform saying something in a completely emotionless tone. The team leader of the Ranger 4th Squad, Aria'sWhisper, was holding the other person's hand, quietly listening with a face full of sadness. Yuan Li glanced at the blood on the ground and on the platform, and knew that if there wasn't a complete operating room and strong medical support at this time, that kid was doomed. One of the most helpless things in this world is watching a comrade die slowly in front of you while being powerless to help. But to be honest, seeing it often becomes quite normal. Just like now, after killing many people. His first thought upon seeing someone was what angle to shoot at which part, which organ to hit, or where to stab with a knife to make the other party instantly quiet. Chapter 138, The Difference Between Special Forces. The atmosphere was somewhat subtle. This job would definitely face the death of comrades. Knock, knock. Yuan Li leaned against the wall and tapped it. His knuckles hurt a bit. The sound wasn't loud, but in this atmosphere, it attracted attention. Doctor, if possible, could you please help bandage my driver's butt first? Sorry, he's a bit embarrassed, so I'm saying for him. His butt got. Fuck you, Frank. You bastard. I should have gone down with you on the plane. Mike Durant's reaction was very intense. Yuan Li's words didn't sound human, as if he had been gang-raped by a few guerrillas. Yuan Li shrugged indifferently. He would complete the mission and leave. Even if you all continued to cooperate in the future, it had nothing to do with him. Sure. Baby. Compared to that, Hoot clearly understood why Yuan Li said this in such an atmosphere. At this moment, no matter what deep tone you used to comfort them, it would not be as effective as a dirty joke. So he quickly responded, whistling in the way Mike Durant had, and with a lewd expression that made it feel less like a battlefield against Somali militia, and more like flirting with girls in a bar. Chapter 139, Fire Coverage. Bang. Bang, bang. After taking down the shiny-skinned black man, the gun's muzzle moved to shoot at the positions where gunfire was blazing. The positions, skin colors, and soldiers of both sides were not advantageous. The enemy was on the rooftop across the street, while they could only huddle on the first floor. Therefore, the commanders at the command post decided to use helicopters for strafing, which solved a significant crisis for them at that time. After Hoot shouted fire, the team leader of the Ranger 4th Squad, Aria'sWhisper, charged straight out. His two objectives were to retrieve the infrared survival light he had just thrown out that hadn't worked and then throw the infrared survival light onto the enemy's rooftop to signal the helicopter. Aria'sWhisper had to be said to possess immense courage. Not everyone could charge across the street under a hail of bullets. Although he was a ranger, the courage he demonstrated truly embodied the Ranger's motto, Rangers lead the way. Therefore, the disdain that Delta Force commanders had for the Rangers' actions was quite unnecessary. In Yuan Li's view, there was no difference between special forces and regular troops. They simply had different missions to undertake. Chapter 140, Retreat. However, Colonel McKnight still appeared calm and unhurried, as if he didn't care about anything at all. Here, this place didn't seem like the home of Somalis, but rather like Colonel McKnight's backyard. Bullets. Yuan Li's firearm was empty again, and he didn't even need to reach for his ammo pouch, because he knew that the last magazine was just used. Looking left and right, he finally spotted an M16A2 rifle leaning against the wall. It belonged to the Ranger, who had died from excessive blood loss. He stepped forward, picked it up, casually checked it, and pulled out a magazine from the tactical vest beside it. After replacing the magazine, he moved to the window and aimed the gun at the Somali militia still taking cover behind the unfinished building column across from him. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The Black Ranger shot a few rounds at a window on the third floor across the street, but it had no effect. After realizing that the enemy's firepower was still outputting, he shouted loudly, third floor, window. Damn it, they really have the advantage. Yuan Li moved the muzzle of his gun in the direction of the ranger, glanced over, and before he could pull the trigger, he heard the last words from the other side, causing him to burst into laughter. Chapter 141, Fuck Delta. So, the soldiers shouted about being tired while complaining. But they didn't know who to direct their complaints at. In the end, they could only run alongside the armored vehicle in a miserable manner. The convoy showed no intention of waiting for them, of course. It couldn't be said that way. It could only be said that they were proceeding according to the usual training intensity. However, whether it was Delta or the Rangers, after a day and night of battle and physical exertion, they simply couldn't endure such a grind. They followed in 2 rows behind the armored vehicle, gasping for breath. The distance from the front convoy was growing, and the sky was getting brighter. Hurry up! The commander of the Delta Force, Sanderson, glanced back at the left road and hurriedly urged everyone on. This was because Somali militia were chasing them in vehicles. Yuan Li and Xu Hagdan were among the front runners. Perhaps because they had eaten pancakes and camel milk at a resident's home, although they were very tired, their stamina hadn't reached its limit. When they heard the urgings from the Delta commander, they turned back helplessly. They had no choice but to turn around and raise their guns to shoot, at this moment. They didn't even consider accuracy, as the massive physical exhaustion combined with the load they carried made it impossible to steady the gun. Chapter 142, Open Your Arms. Announce to the world. I am still alive. Don't pick up the gun, don't pick up the gun, don't pick up the gun. The only black ranger kept muttering to himself, his tone even carrying a hint of the kind of tone used in church prayers, filled with a plea. The muzzle was aimed at a middle-aged woman. He could clearly see that her target was a rifle next to a middle-aged man's corpse. If that woman picked up that rifle, he would have no choice but to pull the trigger and kill her. Especially since the black man really wanted to let her go, but it was clear that her goal was that rifle. Just as he was in a dilemma, bang! Yuan Li casually shot dead a middle-aged woman who tried to pick up the rifle on the ground to attack them, ignoring the black man squatting behind the cover. Turning his rifle to aim at a small alley on the right, keeping watch while safely passing through. As for why he didn't just injure her to incapacitate her, sigh. In this city, in this country, losing the ability to act was worse than just ending her life outright. At least she wouldn't have to suffer. Bang! Bang! Once again. 2 shots killed a tall, thin young man, and the rifle naturally fell, with the pistol at Yuan Li's waist now in his hand. Chapter 143, Xu Hag, who are you? As the soldiers ran, more and more ordinary civilians appeared along the roadside, which made the soldiers feel a bit uneasy. They were very worried whether these people would pull out a gun from their tattered clothes and aim it at them. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Instead, they smiled broadly and waved at them. Thick fog. Early morning. Visibility was low. Anyone with poor eyesight could probably only see white teeth floating on both sides of the street. The scene was a bit eerie, but fortunately, the soldiers had just gone through a war, exhausted, and had no time to think about that. After confirming there was no danger, they focused on running. A few children, smiling, bounced along with the soldiers. Yuan Li thought of a documentary about dolphins, where a big dolphin taught little dolphins survival skills. The little dolphins playfully swam around the big dolphins, unlike them, where a great white shark accompanied a little black bass. Of course, the surrounding ordinary people were not just cheering, some were also grinning and laughing while giving the soldiers a thumbs down in disdain. A black man in shorts was even jumping and laughing, taking off his hat and repeatedly slapping his forehead. Chapter 144, Body Slam. Why didn't the other party make that call? If he had no intention of calling, then had he been following him to monitor him? To monitor him while he called his family? Or was it that his family had already been taken control of by them, but during the call, his wife showed no signs of distress? So what was the other party's purpose? Xu Hag, feeling anxious about his family, directly asked Yuan Li who he was. But after asking, Shu Hag regretted it. He should have called Commander Sanderson over to better control the scene, as Yuan Li's displayed combat ability made Shu Hag a bit nervous. But with the question already out, he could only observe Yuan Li's facial expressions. His eyes flickered twice, a sign of wanting to avoid. But his eyes did not dodge or retreat. The smile of survival hanging on his face paused momentarily, although it didn't change much from before. It began to carry a hint of contradiction, mixed with tension. There was emotion as if he wanted to swallow, but he also suppressed it. Shu Hag was surprised. This series of micro-expressions couldn't have come from someone who hadn't received psychological training. He didn't believe it. Chapter 145, Eversman's Hell. Despite the pain making his vision go black, he quickly adjusted his body posture, placing a dagger against Shu Hag's neck while using his other hand to pull out an M1911 from his pocket. First displaying the handgun to the soldiers outside by firing a shot at the ceiling. This was originally Beretta's backup pistol. Bang! Then, with the gun in hand, he maneuvered around Shu Hag, pressing the gun against Shu Hag's chest while controlling his body, aiming the muzzle up at Shu Hag's jaw. If he shot, the bullet would pass through Shu Hag's jawbone and then come out at the top of his head, with hair exploding along with white matter and blood. Yuan Li really wanted to act now, but that Delta Commander Sanderson had not yet appeared. Of course, it would be best if that Major General appeared. He could only move to the corner of the wall, using the walls on both sides and Shu Hag's body to shield him, showing only half of Shu Hag's face from his right shoulder. Delta personnel must have undergone basic resistance training. Generally, if someone was hit by Yuan Li's elbow under the ear, they would basically fall down and sleep, and those with weaker bodies would carry lifelong after effects. However, Shu Hag only felt dazed for a while. Just as Shu Hag wanted to resist, he quickly noticed the dagger placed against his neck, instantly halting all thoughts of resistance. Chapter 146, Nightmare. The entire camp was in shock, including the peacekeeping troops that had come to support. What exactly happened? Had a major general from the ugly country died? Or was he killed by the Black Hawk helicopter crew that had rescued him? Was there a conspiracy? Eversman, wearing a military green t-shirt, had blood and dirt on his face that he hadn't had time to wash off. He sat on a constructed stone platform like a zombie, smoking a cigarette. There has been too much happening these past 2 days, and he is struggling to cope. At this moment, Mike Durant is treating his wounds, but is also under tight surveillance. All Delta and Ranger participants in this mission have unloaded their weapons and are being closely monitored, creating a tense atmosphere in the entire camp. The security work is being handled jointly by SEAL Team 6, the 10th Mountain Division, and peacekeeping forces. The next day, a major general, several colonels, and a number of mysterious individuals in suits arrived at the camp with 200 soldiers. Colonel Tom Mathis, the air commander, handed a stack of documents and 3 USB drives to the major general, adding that there were no issues regarding family background or political inclination. Essentially, they had checked everything they had the authority to check, and this is all his information. Chapter 147, The Camel's Super Endurance. Dormitory. Lying on the bed, Yuan Li suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. Instinctively, he touched his neck and jaw where he had been hit. Before losing consciousness, he only felt the impact on his neck and a heavy blow to his jaw. Scratching the mosquito bite on his chest, Yuan Li looked up at the ceiling, clasped his hands, and shook his head. Thanked the damn system for its quick response. Then, as he relaxed his mind, he lay stiffly back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, replaying his actions in his mind. His plan was quite simple. Shu Ha must die, and Lei Frank must also die. However, there was one issue: without timely action, Yuan Li could genuinely face death. In fact, the easiest and safest method would be to kill Shu Ha first, then shoot himself in the heart, leaving the world of the Black Hawk crash before dying. However, Suicide was something he couldn't accept, it felt too pathetic. So Yuan Li decisively ruled it out and chose the most thrilling method, taking Shu Ha hostage to attract more soldiers, then attacking them to draw them into an offensive. Leaving the mission world before he was critically injured but still alive. Chapter 148, Old A. After getting dressed and doing a set of punches in the corridor, Yuan Li felt refreshed. Returning to the dormitory, as soon as he lay on the bed, a rush of memories flooded into his mind. Experiences in operating land vehicles such as bicycles, electric vehicles, motorcycles, cars, trucks, heavy trucks, armored vehicles, and tanks. Watercraft experiences from canoes, sailboats to jet skis, as well as small and medium-sized vessels. Aerial vehicles experiences in paragliding, drones, gliders, helicopters, and civilian transport planes. Of course, large vehicles require crew members to operate. The skills and experiences that flooded into Yuan Li's mind were primarily related to driving, controlling directions, and a bit of maintenance work. Yuan Li quickly determined that these skills were useful and he could indeed drive, but he couldn't obtain the necessary documents. This was because there was no concept of safe driving in the memories that reached his mind, while all of the aforementioned emphasized safe driving first and foremost. That night, Yuan Li thought he might not be able to sleep. But who knew, he quickly fell asleep, perhaps due to his relaxed and comfortable body. Chapter 149, Butcher Shi Jin. So what step are you at in your discussion now? Yuan Lang gazed at the car roof, pondering. I agree with the captain that the Corps must maintain high standards. And as society progresses, the cultural quality of Corps personnel must also improve. As for the periphery, following a soldier's route is acceptable. Old A is just hiding things. Aiming to elevate to a special operations brigade within the next 5 years. Although combat capability might decrease, the numbers will increase, and the Corps will become stricter. Yuan Li brainstormed for a moment, suddenly feeling something was off. What does Yuan Lang telling him this mean? Am I not just a newly graduated junior captain? What use is a future development strategy for a brigade to me? And hasn't this already been decided? Why did he just look so conflicted? Was he guiding the topic? The change and hesitation in Yuan Li's gaze were noticed by Yuan Lang, the cunning old fox, with just a glance. Laughing heartily, he put his arm around Yuan Li's shoulder and ruffled his hair. Don't overthink it. There's no other meaning, you are part of Old A. And you need to know about its future development. Yuan Li's eyes suddenly cleared up. Oh. They are worried I might run away. Since military academies have increased small-scale exercises in the past 2 years, Yuan Li's unit has consistently achieved above-average results. Chapter 150, The Current Situation of Old Comrades. Oh? Huh? Yuan Li's facial expression went out of control, akin to teacher Yu Benchang being able to cry with half his face and smile with the other. Yuan Li could manage to cry with the upper half of his face and smile with the lower half. Hearing Yuan Lang mention those 3 words, Yuan Li's expression turned somewhat dazed. The smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be retracted in time. And the shock and anger in his eyes were already evident. Are you kidding me? Yuan Lang took a deep breath. The squad led by Chi Huan has some comrades whose age and physical condition no longer support special operations. Chi Huan is still in his prime, but there is one member with severely worn knees who has been transferred to the second line. And another whose physical strength has significantly declined. I originally thought that having the new batch of recruits, including San Duo, could facilitate a smooth transition. But seeing your progress over the past 2 years made me think about whether to let you form a new squad last year. This way, it could maintain youthfulness and also learn and adopt higher technology and advanced tactics, while still consulting the old members for some experience. I heard that it seems the lone wolf of Wolfang is preparing to do the same, distinguishing between Group A and Group B. You thought about this a year ago. Chapter 151, Old Comrades and New Comrades. All right, we've eaten enough, let us go. The sky has darkened. fortunately without encountering the white helmets. What is this? Still training new recruits. After returning to the dormitory building, as soon as they entered the door, they heard many footsteps approaching from behind. Yuan Li turned to look and saw some newly trained recruits returning, walking into the dormitory in small groups, looking dispirited. This time, 200 new recruits were brought over. Who knows how many will remain? Qi Huan said with some emotion, the smile at the corner of his mouth indicating his happiness for the development of Team A. Yuan Li nodded. For development, they certainly need to recruit more than before. Is the pressure high? As they spoke, they turned back and walked upstairs. What pressure could I have? Now, training new recruits is all handled by Wu Zhe. I just need to show up at critical moments. Yuan Li understood and nodded. It's just the role Yuan Lang used to play. Now, Wu Zhe is doing the work of the butcher Qi Huan he once mentioned. Sigh. In the end, everyone becomes the person they once disliked. Hearing this, Wu Liuyi couldn't help but laugh, clearly recalling their training when Wu Zhe had scolded Qi Huan the hardest. Chapter 152, Military and Agriculture, is roughly positioned this way. But in reality, anyone can replace another person's position. To quickly integrate into the first squad, Qi Huan took over the training of newcomers, allowing Wu Zhe and others to conduct tactical training with Yuan Li. They quickly regained their rapport. After all, more than half were old comrades. To be honest, life in old age is quite dull because a day is simply not enough for them. There are always necessary tasks to be done. For example, physical training, skill training, tactical training, weapon maintenance, and communication equipment also need upkeep. These are just the basics, proving you are a qualified soldier. To become an excellent soldier, one must study intelligence research, solidify foreign languages, and learn new technologies, new tactics, and new technologies. Therefore, Yuan Li felt that there was never enough time each day. Even walking was in a hurry. Fortunately, Team A occasionally arranged activities, such as movie nights or concerts. During this time, Yuan Li watched Black Hawk Down. The army is very open yet conservative in this regard. There was no worry about the content that whitewashes ugly military figures. The background checks for these films were thorough. Chapter 153, Hey, brother, do you have a lighter? Yuan Li felt a bit embarrassed. Qi Huan's temper was indeed quite big. Moreover, he was the type of person who gets angrier the more he thinks about it, and the angrier he gets, the more he thinks about it, leading to even more anger. He would absolutely go so far as to learn a minor language just to have a good scold at someone else. Moreover, learning foreign languages was not difficult for them. Wu Zhe, with a bachelor's degree in 2 foreign languages, had a deep understanding of 2 languages, linguistics, literature, and translation. In reality, he could understand and speak more languages. As for other team members, apart from English, each would master at least 1 minor language. This depended on geographical location. Besides English, they needed to master languages like Uyghur, Hindi, Urdu, Burmese, and Vietnamese, all of which were necessary for border stability. The mainstream minor languages that Team A needed to master were Uyghur and Hindi. If it were Wolf Fang, it would be Burmese and Vietnamese. This distinction depended on geographical location. Besides being proficient in English, Yuan Li was also proficient in Hindi and was learning Russian. Due to his previous life, where his parents took him out to work from a young age, he attended a school for the children of migrant workers, where he encountered classmates from all over. He had not really studied in his past life, but through exposure, he could understand some dialects from the central region and the Yunnan-Guizhou Sichuan region, and could speak a little. Chapter 154, Little Cabbage Deputy Team Leader. Where did this pet dog come from? After Yuan Li went downstairs, he approached Yuan Lang, who was crouching down scratching the dog's neck. Who would have thought that as soon as Yuan Li said this, the dog, which had been enjoying the neck scratching, suddenly perked up its ears, stood up from its crouched position, and looked at Yuan Li seriously and solemnly. Don't be angry. Don't be angry, just inexperienced. Let's not argue with him. Before Yuan Lang could explain to Yuan Li, he hurriedly calmed the dog after seeing its change in posture. Yuan Li was puzzled. Wasn't this a pet dog? Was it necessary to react like this? Could it be a military dog? But aren't military dogs usually medium to large breeds? This one seemed a bit small, right? Moreover, with its brown and white mixed fur, droopy ears, and bright eyes, it clearly indicated that this dog was not aggressive at all. After calming the dog for a while, Yuan Lang said to Yuan Li with a bit of annoyance, "Call it squad leader." Huh? Oh? Yuan Li was taken aback. It really was a military dog, and it looked quite cute. He quickly saluted the medium-sized military dog. "Hello, squad leader." The military dog's expression instantly softened. Its tail wagging faster, it walked a couple of steps closer to Yuan Li, then returned to Yuan Lang's side. Chapter 155, Mom. You are amazing. After having an idea, Yuan Li lost interest in fishing. After tidying up, the two of them, carrying a bucket with a few thumb-sized fishes, walked towards the jeep parked outside. Yuan Li asked Yuan Lang about the military dog. However, Yuan Lang didn't know much either, saying it was half in the sky and half on the ground. He only mentioned that last month, 98 graduates were produced from the military dog breeding base. Yuan Li instantly doubted life. What the hell did first batch mean? He couldn't help but have a bad premonition. It seemed that military dogs had just begun to gain attention, and they hadn't developed yet. Urgently urging Yuan Lang to quicken his pace, Yuan Li jumped into the driver's seat and stepped on the gas. Yuan Lang was still trying to buckle his seatbelt in the passenger seat when the jeep shot out like an arrow. Damn, slow down. Woof. Ouch. Sorry. Sorry. Yuan Li ignored the anxious Yuan Lang, who was hurriedly pulling on his seatbelt, and apologized to the little cabbage, who was barking at him. Woof woof woof. After barking a few more times, the little cabbage jumped down from the back seat, using the passenger seat's backrest and the back seat to stabilize itself. Chapter 156. Support in spirit and emotion. What are you researching? In such a hurry. Just as Yuan Li was about to finish his cigarette, Yuan Lang pushed the door open and entered. Influenced by the information he had just seen, Yuan Li instinctively looked around Yuan Lang and outside the door. Where's little cabbage? Chi Huan is watching. I came to see what you were researching. Yuan Lang walked behind Yuan Li and looked at the computer screen. Hey. After taking a glance, Yuan Lang's reaction was exactly the same as Yuan Li's, his gaze locking onto KSK. Old Guo was right, colleagues are rivals. Besides a comrade from the army, having dead rivals is the most wonderful thing in the world. Yuan Li signaled to Yuan Lang and pulled up some information he had just seen. Did you see that? They are using it on the battlefield and achieving significant success. Country D is particularly remarkable. Their special forces have already started using military dogs. After reading it, Yuan Lang also lit a cigarette. The gap is quite big. Yuan Li rummaged through the materials again, casually responding, the gap is meant to be chased. So what if it's big? I even prefer the small ones. A big gap gives a sense of achievement when catching up. In reality, he was still putting on a brave front. Being invincible in games is boring, in reality. Who doesn't want to be invincible? Chapter 157, Military Dog Breeding Base. Subsequently, Yuan Li fiddled with the computer for a while. And Yuan Lang leaned over to look at the screen. On the screen, a soldier was being interviewed. After watching each other's interviews, Yuan Li pulled up an interview with a military dog trainer. Previously, he hadn't thought much of it, but after comparing the two, Yuan Lang instantly noticed that the states of the two individuals were different. The dog handler's condition was clearly much better than that of the soldier. Not just in appearance, but in mental state. When the dog handler spoke, he was visibly smiling, reminiscing about the beautiful aspects of military life and the Afghanistan war. Even when he had complaints about the military, he expressed them in a joking manner. After discussing military dogs, he still seemed eager to talk more about them. He twice tried to steer the conversation back to his dog, successfully the first time. When he talked about his military dog, his eyes sparkled. And although the smile on his face remained, Yuan Lang could see a hint of sincerity and affection that was more pronounced than before. The second attempt to shift the topic did not succeed, but there was no sign of disappointment or unwillingness. After watching, Yuan Li once again pulled up the interview video of the previous soldier. In Chapter 158, Security Task, the two easily decided on something with just a couple of sentences. But executing it proved difficult, leaving them unsure of how to start. They exchanged thoughts back and forth in the car. Ultimately, they decided to report to their superiors and present the challenges to the team leader, Railway. However, it was already decided that while internally assigning the instructors, they would also send active duty Old A team members for training. Once they joined Old A, they would have to choose their training direction and specialty. And they could certainly incorporate the dog handler into the specialty like KSK. During their conversation, they confirmed that Yuan Li and reconnaissance officer Baozai Shuqiong would come for 6 months of training. Shuqiong was chosen because he wanted to become a veterinarian. Just like his father, Yuan Li actively requested to learn, having realized he had some psychological issues, possibly due to the aftermath of killing too many people. Sometimes, when Yuan Lang walked ahead of him, he would subconsciously glance at the other's waist and back of the head. He needed something to divert his attention. And military dogs were just right. In the daily care of them, he could relieve a lot of pressure. These past few days at the military dog breeding base, he had interacted with various military dogs. In Chapter 159, Mundane Matters during missions, Gaoda and Sun Jun also exchanged a few laughs. They occasionally stood up to stretch and walked around the hall, appearing quite exhausted. At this moment, in the second-floor hall, the thief that Shusanjua mentioned was cornered by a man and a woman, with the corner obscured by various advertisements. The thief faced the wall, his hands and side of his face pressed against it, wanting to say something. But they did not give him a chance. The woman pushed the back of the thief's head, causing a loud thud as his side hit the wall. The pain in his cheek made him realize these two were not to be trifled with, so he cooperatively remained silent, despite his confusion. After the man searched him, he pulled out 3 wallets, several blades, and a dagger. The man approached the thief with a smile, looking into his eyes, and asked, "Who are you with? Didn't you inform your boss?" Before the thief could answer, 4 or 5 more people, both men and women, young and old, like a family group, approached. The woman tugged at the thief's hair and said, "Be honest." As the group approached, 3 more people quietly joined in, surrounding the thief with laughter as they headed towards a certain room. In Chapter 160, Border, it wasn't until the afternoon of the next day, after escorting the important person to the airport, that their task was considered complete. Upon returning on the first day, they watched the news and saw the supplementary agreement on the eastern section of the China-Russia border. The next day, before finishing breakfast, another task came in. This time it was a duty task, with all members of the 1st and 3rd squads mobilized, while the 2nd squad remained on standby. After a large meeting, they held a small meeting in the car. It wasn't much of a meeting, just a briefing on the task background. The general situation involved combating the increasingly serious smuggling situation along the southwestern border. In combating smuggling, multiple departments such as customs, public security, industry and commerce, and foreign exchange management would work together. Their job was to cooperate with border defense to conduct checks, arrests, and interceptions. Yuan Li quietly said to Shusanjuo, "The team leader is amazing, it's another task for the armed police." Shusanjuo grinned, showing his teeth, otherwise, how could he be the team leader? Last year, the deputy team leader went for a task and only managed to grab a peripheral security task, getting scolded by the team leader. At this moment, The sharpshooter old Xiongpang Hao also chimed in, the difference between 2, 4 and 2, 3 is quite significant, some things are hard to say. In chapter 161, the action begins. Wu Liyi felt embarrassed after being called out, mainly because he really wanted to reach Gao Cheng. He missed the days in the 7th Company. But suddenly, he was captivated by Yuan Li, thinking, how many push-ups is this guy doing? There's even a person sitting on his back, that's too extreme. How can someone like me, who trains extra every day, survive? Wu Liyi looked at Xu Sanjuo, who was rubbing his arms, and asked, when did he become this strong? Since returning from military school, he had changed. He used to be less fit than me. And I made him throw up twice last time. Xu Sanjuo remained calm, having already been shocked. Wu Liyi leaned closer to Yuan Li, smiling flatteringly and whispering, bro. How do you train? His sycophantic demeanor made Yuan Li feel uncomfortable, and he pointed a finger at Wu Liyi and scolded, you're so superficial and ambiguous. Wu Liyi didn't argue, his smile growing even brighter. Looking at the finger that had just pointed at him, he thought, wow. After doing that for so long, with someone on his back, he can still support himself with one hand. Come on, tell me, tell me. Wu Liyi's eyes grew more eager, as he urged Yuan Li. Yuan Li glanced at Wu Liyi and said irritably, you should reduce your training volume. A tight string will eventually snap. Go let your comrades massage you to relax your muscles. Between tension and relaxation, you'll naturally improve. With you pushing yourself so hard. Don't say improvement, just be thankful you're not crippled. In chapter 162, the action ends. Yuan Li glanced at the military watch on his wrist and noticed it was time. He patted Gao Da and Sun Jun, who took out a military crossbow. Sun Jun then lay down and crawled forward slowly. The area ahead seemed specially treated, with fewer obstructions, and the factory's backyard was lit, casting some faint light outside the factory door. They were still 50 meters away from the back gate sentry. Sun Jun paused for 2 seconds on the ground. Bang! A faint, muffled sound rang out. The sentry fell to the ground in response. Gao Da quickly stood up, gun in hand, and rushed in, while Yuan Li lowered his rifle and followed closely with a 97-style shotgun. Around them, 2 small teams of a total of 4 people slowly gathered. After reaching the back door against the wall, the assault team member Xu Sanjuo held an FDP-6S bulletproof shield in one hand and a QBZ-95B short automatic rifle in the other, leading the way. The domestically produced FDP-6S bulletproof shield is basically the highest level of the FDP series at this time, capable of defending against regular 7.62mm rifle bullets. Following him was the commander of the 6-person team, assault team member Yao Jian. Chapter 163, Coral Snake. Xu Sanjuo smiled. He had just taken down one enemy. After Yao Jian lit a cigarette in the van, he finally detached himself from the excitement. A sense of achievement and satisfaction washed over him. It wasn't until they returned to the temporary base that he returned to normal, and most of the others were the same. Qi Huan had been waiting at the temporary base and briefly discussed the situation during the mission. Everyone took showers or went to sleep as needed. The next day, Wu Zhe and Yao Jian gave a summary and report to Qi Huan, while the others checked and maintained their weapons, and then everyone gathered for a meeting. Before the meeting, Qi Huan emphasized the requirements for confidentiality and discipline. Then everyone began to discuss the shortcomings and adjustments of the mission. There would be a simple psychological counseling session in the afternoon. Their mission was not over. After returning to Team A, they would also receive feedback from a psychological counselor. On the 3rd day after the mission ended, the first group arrived at the van again, this time without the second group. This time, Qi Huan explained to everyone that they would be conducting cross-border operations. As he spoke, he distributed materials, and Yao Jian took it and opened the first page. Chapter 164. Glasses. Although they knew nothing about the Coral Snake mercenary core strengths, it was evident that the other side was likely skilled in jungle warfare. The next 8 pages were photos of the Coral Snake Mercenary Corps, some taken in prison, some while serving in the military, and some taken on the streets. One photo showed a person on the street, holding a cigarette and adjusting his pants, clearly one of their own. After glancing at the faces and quickly memoizing them, Yao Jian asked again, "Where is she now?" She already knew that Xie Xiaodong had been captured. They had been in contact every day. And Xie Xiaodong only spoke up the next day, so she had moved from her original location to a certain position. That should be one of her safe houses. Yao Jian and Wu Zhe looked at the map. There was a river 12 kilometers away from Fang's safe house. "Can we land directly from here?" Qi Huan nodded. "Once you cross the border, tell your requirements to the intelligence personnel, and they will arrange it." Wu Zhe nodded and said nothing more. An hour later, they arrived at another temporary station. Here, Yao Jian's QBZ-95 short assault rifle was exchanged for its brother, the export version of the QBZ-97B short assault rifle. Chapter 165. Unexpected Visitor. Time slowly passed, and this river, far from the city, was immersed in darkness. The roar of engines echoed through the night, as 2 speedboats cut through the white waves. Wu Zhe and Yao Jian huddled together, turning on a small light to study the map. "Almost there. We can stop 5 kilometers from the landing point." "All right. Let's change into our gear first." Yao Jian nodded in agreement, and quietly called everyone to change their gear. At a water's edge, a shallower area was muddy, and looking towards the shore. The dense jungle seemed to be clawing in the dark under the moonlight. A small snake seemed to sense something, darted out of the water, and quickly disappeared into a damp hole on the shore. The ripples stirred without wind, and the small snake was gone. The speedboat docked, and Xu Sanjuo and Yao Jian were the first to disembark. They took positions to secure the area, as the others got off the boat in full gear, forming the first group of the 3rd Squad of Team A. They carried various weapons, wore different gear, and had their faces covered with scarves, leaving only their eyes visible. Until the last person, a middle-aged man dressed in local attire, disembarked. He approached Yao Jian and said, "Go that way. I still have 2 brothers keeping an eye on them. Let us first check if there are any anomalies." Chapter 166. Deployment. Yao Jian and Wu Zhe changed angles and directions to observe for a moment. Just lying in ambush on one riverbank definitely wouldn't work. "Wait a minute. You take Hong Shui and Yu Shun along with Old Fish over there." Yao Jian nodded. "Reasonable. Crossfire. Besides you 4. I will also dispatch another small group to set up an ambush 80 meters upstream from the landing point. I will bring people 50 meters downstream from the landing point. The 3 positions will form a triangle, leaving them with no way to escape and cutting off their retreat." Yao Jian agreed and proposed, "Let the crosshairs go upstream to lay down heavy fire. I will have Hong Shui press them hard. And we must destroy their boats right from the start with grenade launchers and rocket launchers. We need to disrupt their formation the moment the guns fire. Then attack from 3 sides, making them unable to focus." The 2 kept discussing and filling in the gaps on their way back. Upon returning to the squad, the glasses-wearing member stood up and said, "My brother who was watching had just called. 12 people came. And the 8 who were originally responsible for security were taken down by them." Chapter 167. Sniper's Deterrence. Nancy, with a cold face, raised her head impatiently and said, "No." Plague pouted, shrugged, and concealed his embarrassment and disappointment with a helpless gesture towards his team. Perhaps due to the previous conversation, Nancy had also sparked a desire to talk. "Why do you have to kill them?" Perhaps out of frustration from being rejected, Plague replied mockingly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling sorry for those monkeys?" The woman named Nancy's frosty expression intensified. "I'm asking you why you want to kill them." Plague wiped his mouth. "Because the headquarters told us they only want you. The others are not within our pickup range." "Then you can let them go. They have been with me for half a year, and are worthy of my trust. No. I told you the headquarters only wants you. If they leak even a bit of information, it will be detrimental to us. Plague's tone became serious as he said this. Nancy, I must warn you, since the headquarters chose me to pick you up, don't give me so much trouble. I don't want any accidents. Chapter 168, Interrogation. Watching the bullets fired from his gun splatter blood on them, the feeling was indescribable, exhilarating. It was truly fucking exhilarating. The most crucial point was, ambush battles were really enjoyable. He is positioned as a second sniper's observer, and his shooting skills are not too poor. Sometimes he can even take the sniper's place. Hong Shui Zujing and Yushan Shijiao ran a short distance with one hand holding their guns, following behind Yuan Li. Yuan Li did not look back. His mind highly focused on the enemies that might appear ahead at any moment. However, after hearing the footsteps behind him, he still extended a hand to gesture to the two behind him. After seeing the gesture, the two automatically spread out. Heavy firepower operator Hong Shui Zujing had nothing but the damage caused by one RPG. His machine guns were all about fire suppression. The damage to the enemy was all done by those precise shooters. For example, Yuan Li. For example, Wu Zhe. For example, Xu Sanjuo. For example, Sniper Mark Chen Jianjun. And that observer who pokes the butt, Lao Yuruanjingze. As the two spread out, the four of them slowly moved toward the landing point in a half-encirclement formation. Chapter 169, Black Rose. The topic of interrogation is a skill deeply researched by law enforcement agencies. If subdivided, there would be many categories. But for the person in front of him, who has a desire to live, it is enough to get him to speak smoothly. The first step in the interrogation technique that encourages the other party to speak is to understand the other party, and the second step is to gain their trust. From the moment the interrogation had not yet started, Yuan Li's 3-second downward gaze had already told the other party to recognize reality. Following that, similar to a judge's pre-hearing reminder, it was also to make the other party believe that this conversation was effective at this moment. That it was effective for their own survival. Just like when someone is caught after committing a crime, even though law enforcement knows your gender, they still have to ask again. This is definitely not a foolish question. This is a procedure. But it is also to safeguard the rights of the interrogator and establish the seriousness of the interrogation. In such deep mountains and forests, with no third party present, and no notarization, it is very difficult to establish trust. Because everyone knows that if someone is executed here, regardless of any clues, whether others can discover the corpse is already a problem. Those who survive in the underground world are basically shrewd and cunning, with 800 eyes. Chapter 170. La Llorona. Cheryl didn't know where to start. Should she start from the hotel in Los Angeles? Yuan Li shrugged, looking very casual. It's up to you. I just need useful information. So Cheryl's heart skipped a beat, and she chose to say everything she knew about the Continental Hotel. The Continental Hotel is a trading point in the underground world, where assassins, mercenaries, or gangs must put down their weapons, and can choose to enjoy the hotel's services. It has a presence in most parts of the world. And the Continental Hotel in Los Angeles is subject to the dual constraints of the Continental Hotel in New York and the one above it. I don't know who is above, that's not something I can reach. Seeing that the other party was stalling again, Yuan Li slightly raised his head to signal her to continue. The hotel offers weapon rentals, tailoring services, map services, medical services, and has a dedicated cleaning crew. Yuan Li, tell me about yourself. Cheryl, me? How did you join the Continental Hotel? My parents were two criminals. I grew up relying on stealing and subsidies. At 15, I met Sale, who is my husband. He was working then, a senior cleaner. Chapter 171, The bottom line of humanity. The journey home was smooth. And after crossing the border, they had contacted ahead. Chi Huan brought the second group to meet them. Wu Zhe handed over the interrogation content to Chi Huan. The subsequent matters would be handled by Chi Huan, and if he couldn't, there would be someone higher up to take over. If it wasn't something too confidential, they would inform them of the outcome of this incident, which also indicated to them that this matter was over. They were not spies or intelligence agents. They were action personnel, and anything that could be communicated at the beginning and end would definitely be communicated. If their level was not enough to hear, they would not take the initiative to inquire, and others would not bring up the topic. Sitting in the van on the way back, basically everyone who could smoke lit a cigarette to relieve stress. Wu Zhi spaced out for a while, then looked at Chi Huan and asked, "Da phase gone? Can we significantly strike down smuggling here?" Chi Huan rolled his eyes. "What kind of dream are you having? They don't just go by land and sea. They haven't stopped on land at all, okay? With such a long border, can we strike down significantly?" Chi Huan sighed. "This is a protracted war." Wu Zhi pouted. "I thought this strike against smuggling could take them down all at once." Chapter 172, Anti-Smuggling. Chi Huan did not express any opinions. He simply told them the situation, as it was, and then ended. The matter of the black woman killing 2 sons also circulated for a while in the Los Angeles underground world, which is why the intelligence agents were able to gather information about the black woman so easily. In fact, such matters did not need to be reported back. It was still because Wu Zhi and Yuan Li felt that the credibility of what the black woman said was somewhat low, so they suggested checking into this person. That night, Yuan Li did not sleep, resting his hands behind his head, staring wide-eyed at the ceiling. He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't understand either of these two matters. From a conceptual perspective, the human body and the animal body are not much different. Both are made of flesh and blood, both are just animals. The reason humans and animals differ is that humans are good at thinking about rules, observing everything, and contemplating the underlying patterns. Humans have established loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. Some say this is a restriction on their own freedom. But freedom is not without loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. Because of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness, humans can be called human. These two people, whether it is Sun Haifeng or Cheryl, have completely degenerated into evil beasts. Chapter 173, Spring Festival. 3 days after the anti-smuggling operation officially ended, Old A's people finally left. During these 3 days, the anti-smuggling operation was no longer conducted openly, but began to be carried out secretly, to see if there were any big smart ones playing under the lamp. And sure enough, another big operation was launched. They were smuggling used cars. The kind of used cars from abroad, which were then dismantled at the border, transported in batches to the country, reassembled, and refurbished. Another lucrative industry. After statistics, they checked over 70 cars, with over 100 more behind that didn't make it, but the people had already run away. As the new year approached, they pulled off another big one. After returning to Old A, the weather difference between the north and south became apparent. The south was more humid and cold. If you don't turn on the air conditioning while sleeping, the sweater you take off and leave by the bed the next day feels damp. The north is different. It is colder than the south, cold enough that you want to stay in bed all the time, even if you have to relieve yourself. You are reluctant to go far to solve your own suffering. In fact, it is all very painful. One can only say it depends on personal tolerance. As soon as he returned to Old A, Yuan Li inquired about the military dog situation, but unfortunately, it hadn't been settled yet, and was temporarily shelved with the new year approaching. Chapter 174, Wu Zhi. Chi Huan's exact words were, "A couple of years ago, during a meeting that the captain and Yuan Lang attended, the captain ran into an old classmate. When you meet an old classmate, don't you have to gather for a meal? After the meeting, they went out for drinks and dinner. And both the captain and his old classmate got a bit tipsy and chatted a lot. The other party said he loves his soldiers like sons. But the captain was unconvinced and said he would definitely be on sentry duty every New Year's Eve, year after year. Chi Huan smiled. A complex smile that mixed amusement with exasperation. Yuan Lang, originally listening with a grin, noticed the displeasure on the captain's old classmate's face and thought something he said had upset him, so he tried to smooth things over by saying, "Look at our captain. He only gets to be on guard duty once a year, and he's still bragging about it." Chi Huan paused here and laughed. I didn't expect the captain's old classmate to not even have time to get angry. The old classmate's face darkened further, and he said, I need to learn from Comrade Chielu." After Yuan Lang returned, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed angrily, "Who knew that son of a gun is even worse than Chielu?" The two stood there for half an hour when Wu Zhi suddenly spoke up, "A few days ago, I received a call from the Navy." Chapter 175, United. The next day, after breakfast, Yuan Li went to the computer room. Cough cough. Damn it. It's on fire. As soon as Yuan Li opened the door, he was choked and started coughing. Looking inside, he saw Yuan Lang sitting at the computer with a cigarette in his mouth. Squinting at him, Yuan Li waved his hand to fan away the smoke at his nose while opening the door and window to ventilate the room. "I say, have you not slept all night? Smoking so heavily?" Yuan Lang shook his head with a stern face. "No sleep. Just thinking." Yuan Li grinned and asked, "Any news on the military dogs?" "I don't know about that." Yuan Lang shook his head. "We'll ask the captain later." Yuan Li's enthusiasm waned instantly. While turning on the computer, he asked, "What are you thinking about then?" Yuan Lang's vacant gaze fixed on the computer screen, his finger unconsciously sliding the mouse. It was evident his attention was elsewhere, lost in thought. Yuan Li didn't pry and continued to check the information. In 8 months, his term as chief instructor would begin. According to Old A's expansion goals, he would be responsible for training over 400 people. Picking suitable candidates from those 400 was a huge pressure for him. He had the training outlines for ordinary reconnaissance companies, general training outlines, and Old A's training outlines, and he even consulted some teachers at school. Chapter 176, Love for Dumplings. After looking at the information for a while, Yuan Li went out to train, though training hadn't fully resumed yet. There were occasional combat readiness drills to ensure they could respond to emergencies at any time. Meanwhile, various activities continued, such as cultural performances, tea parties, and games. After a high-intensity training session, it was lunchtime, and Yuan Li leisurely did some stretching on the edge of the playground. By the time he arrived at the cafeteria, it was already quite late, and the kitchen had prepared 3 large plates of dumplings and a big bowl of soup. As soon as he sat down, Yuan Li looked at the dumplings and swallowed, opting to sip some soup to moisten his lips. After slurping a bit of soup, he found it a bit hot and set it aside to cool down. At that moment, Yuan Lang rushed into the cafeteria, spotted Yuan Li, and directly walked over. Plopping down opposite him, he grabbed a plate of dumplings, and before Yuan Li could react, stuffed 3 dumplings into his mouth and started munching. "Are you out of your mind?" Yuan Li said. Ever since he gained the incredible endurance of a camel, he could eat a lot in one sitting. Of course, he could also choose to skip a meal for 4 or 5 days, all thanks to that extraordinary endurance. Chapter 177, Wolf Fang. San Duo. Do you know what a military dog is? A military dog is a comrade, our own fellow soldier. Shu San Duo replied softly, "I know, it's nothing much. I was bitten by a dog when I was a kid, and I have a bit of a phobia, but don't worry, I can overcome it." Yuan Li wasn't surprised. It turned out he was bitten by a dog as a child. And that dog must have been quite something to catch up with Shu San Duo. The two then chatted casually, and after the movie finished, Yuan Li took a leak and smoked a cigarette, waiting to continue watching the next film. Who else? An arrow piercing through the clouds, Thousands of troops come to meet. I'll teach you. After the movie ended, there were other activities to continue. Time flew by, and the excitement in the army gradually diminished, returning to normal training. While others gained 10 pounds during the new year by going back home, in the army, you could lose weight within days. On the 12th, Captain Chielu and Deputy Captain Yuan Lang led the team. Yuan Li, Chi Huan, Wu Zhe, and Shi Jin, who was specially brought along, boarded a helicopter heading to a place called Wolf Fang. Yuan Li, Chi Huan, and Wu Zhe were just there to observe, specifically to see potential partners for collaboration. Chapter 178, Old Actor. The South is truly a land of talents and beauty. Back home, the plants are either withered or infested with pests, unlike here. So lush and green. Find me some orchids when you can, I'll dig up a couple to take back. Upon entering the camp, the first thing that caught their eye was the lush green lawn and the trees on either side. Shi Jin recalled Chi Huan's instructions to play the role of Wu Zhe, codename Ho, who loved gardening to the point of neglecting his duties. And because he had connections, he could brush up his qualifications in old age. With this in mind, he immediately smiled warmly at the three behind him. Yuan Li quickly took over the conversation. All right. When you guys take a break, I'll go look nearby right away. No need to worry. I'll wear my training uniform and take off my shoulder insignia. You just want to be able to see my tricks. And you'll have to listen to whatever I say. As for whether it's right or wrong, you can think for yourselves. The tall and strong wild wolf stood by, looking at the group with a strange expression, somewhat displeased and a bit disdainful. And that was that. There would be no more antics. After playing the role too much, people wouldn't believe it. Just this once would suffice. The details needed to be paid attention to going forward. Chapter 179, Struggle for Dominance. Haven't you had any real combat? Didn't you participate in last year's smuggling activities in the southwest? He Jejun has heard that old A's people destroyed a drug den. Don't come here to bullshit me. Fine. If you want to talk, go ahead, I'll cooperate. He Jejun clapped his hands on the armrests, stood up smoothly, and said, all right, since you have no issues. I won't keep you. It's getting late, I need to get some sleep, or else I'll be sluggish tomorrow. I'm getting old, I can't keep up. After saying that, he pretended to stretch his waist. The railway opened its mouth and stood up, then took a step forward and hugged He Jejun. I said. Sit down and talk, sit down and talk. He Jejun turned a deaf ear, showing no reaction, and turned off the lights and opened the door to go out. The railway had no choice but to follow him, chattering, it's like this. I have a deputy squad leader under me. And he worries every day that our old A's combat effectiveness can't improve. So he thought about learning from our peers, but when he thinks about this aspect, he wonders if we should hold a joint selection. Hearing the last sentence, He Jejun, who had just opened the door and was about to step out, suddenly stopped. He turned his body and asked in surprise, joint selection. Chapter 180, Return the next morning, after Yuan Li got up and finished washing up. He sat on the edge of the bed with his legs hanging down, supporting himself with his hands on the floor, doing push-ups. The others were doing the same, squatting in horse stance, doing push-ups, pulling themselves up using the upper bunk, with their legs curled up, performing pull-ups. There was no other way. They couldn't go out for training, and if they didn't train for a day, they would feel itchy all over. They could only try to consume their energy as much as possible. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. After hearing the knocking sound, Yuan Li quickly retracted his legs and jumped up to stand. He gestured to Wu Zhe and the others to be quiet. The knocking sound was off. Yuan Lang's knocking was not this rhythm, it wasn't a signal. Just like footsteps, every person's rhythm, speed, and feeling are different. The knocking sound was urgent and powerful, which was very different from Yuan Lang's slow and casual knocking. Shi Jin and Wu Zhe also stopped training and looked at Yuan Li. Yuan Li pretended to just wake up and went to open the door. Shi Jin and Wu Zhe immediately understood. One was slowly putting on clothes, and the other was sitting on the bed, staring blankly with the lower half covered by a blanket. Chapter 181, Military Dog Husky. There was no other reason. It was just that this damn dog was leaving soon, and they were about to train, so they wouldn't see him for a short time. Who? Wu Zhe stood at the front of the jeep, reluctantly looking at the backs of several people entering the military dog breeding base. In 2005, the military dog training team of the Black Province Military District successfully bred more than 200 puppies, setting a historical high. That year, the military dog Bobby successfully detected the faint smell of explosives, demonstrating its excellent olfactory ability. That year, the military dog training base began to equip military dogs with modern equipment, including bulletproof vests, protective shoes, and long-range communication command equipment, to meet the needs of information-based warfare. That year, the military dog training base was not only responsible for breeding and training military dogs, but also undertook the training tasks for technical personnel and trainers of military dogs across the army. Yuan Li and the others entered the military dog training base to begin a 6-month training course. 6 months is a bit short for military dog trainers. It usually lasts around a year, but they opened a 6-month training course. On the first day, they cleaned their quarters, exercised, and adjusted their learning state. On the second day, under the leadership of the squad leader in charge of the kennel, they visited the military dogs. Chapter 182, Throat King. The first lesson. Yuan Li brought the training outline and study materials he had compiled last year, and sat obediently in class, listening to the teacher explain the introduction to military dogs. This lesson primarily covered the types, characteristics, uses, and importance of military dogs in the military. Of course, this lesson couldn't cover all these topics. It seemed like only a few classes could be taught, but if the teacher went deeper, they could actually spend more time on it. Chapter 1, Section 1, Lecture 1. Definition of military dogs. It introduced the types of tasks that military dogs can perform after professional training. Chapter 1, Section 1, Lecture 2, The Role of Military Dogs. This part mainly praised military dogs. Then there was the origin and evolution of dogs. Origin: dogs are one of the earliest domesticated animals by humans, with their ancestors being grey wolves. The domestication history of dogs exceeds 10,000 years. Evolution: through long-term artificial selection, dogs have gradually formed diverse breeds, some of which are used in the military due to their special physiological and behavioral characteristics. Yuan Li raised his hand obediently. Student, do you have any questions? Yuan Li stood up obediently, instinctively touching his neck. Oh, there's no red scarf there. Hello, teacher, my name is Yuan Li. I heard you talk about the origin of dogs, and I suddenly wanted to ask, why can't Chinese rural dogs be used as military dogs? Chapter 183, Exercise of Course. A month is not just sitting in class reading books. They will also bring a few military dogs over to let them understand and even have the dogs cooperate with their courses. For example, there was a class on the physiological and psychological characteristics of military dogs. One part was to understand the meaning of military dogs' barks, and of course, they had to bring a military dog to demonstrate. For instance, barking, woof, 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 is a warning to the owner, expressing excitement. Anyone with a dog in the yard knows that if someone passes by outside, the dog will bark at the source of the sound, which is a warning to the owner. Another example is a low growl, a kind of grr, which indicates unease and a precursor to aggression. When making this sound, the dog generally adopts an attack posture or lowers its head, eyes beginning to lock onto the attack target. Learning like this helps military dog trainers quickly make correct judgments and reactions. Each breed of military dog has its differences, which needs to be trained after they are assigned puppies. Even search and rescue dogs have smile training, for example. If a building collapses and someone is trapped for more than 10 or 20 hours, on the brink of despair, All rescue personnel cannot enter. Only small police dogs can get in. When the police dog finds them, the first thing the trapped person sees is a smiling police dog, which can bring hope to the trapped person and also comfort them. Chapter 184, Rainforest. The next morning, the vanguard troops of the two regiments have already begun their competition with the Wolf Fang Special Forces. Meanwhile, they were still organizing their equipment. After having an early lunch at 10 o'clock, 11 people with backpacks and guns jumped into the transport vehicle. Their attire, apart from the firearms with attachments, was only different in the camouflage on their faces from the other troops, with 4 of them dressed in camouflage suits. This caught the attention of other troops in the vehicle. Yuan Li smiled at the soldier next to him, who was sizing him up. He took out a cigarette, handed one to him, and lit one for himself. "Brother, which company are you from?" "The Reconnaissance Company, and you?" "We are from the Armored Reconnaissance Company." "Hey. I heard that this time we are facing off against the old Special Forces, is that true?" While thinking about whether their regiment had soldiers from the Armored Reconnaissance Company. Upon hearing the question, he shook his head. "I know, it's Wolf Fang. Damn. We lose to them every year. This time we are specifically targeting the old Special Forces." Yuan Li smiled. More than an hour later, the designated sniper signaled to Yuan Li, who understood. "The Armored Reconnaissance Company, dismount." Following that, 11 men jumped off the moving troop carrier. Chapter 185, Ambush. Yuan Li's mind began to race. Suitable for an ambush. Should he design an ambush? Yuan Li was very confident that if he hid in this rainforest, not to mention a Special Forces team, even bringing a division over might not find their group. However, this was a direct confrontation between two forces. The usual purpose of Old A's concealment was to strike the most important blow at the critical moment. Old A, while hiding, was constantly observing the opponent, watching from a distance. When a flaw was found, their attack should be like a predator discovering its prey, with the strongest offensive. The purpose of Old A's concealment was to avoid being reckless, to reduce their own casualties, and to fully press the attack when a flaw was found. But if hiding without purpose or target, it was just like being a rat. Yuan Li took out a map and looked. At this point, he was deep in the rainforest, believing that according to the lone wolf's character, the opponent was aiming for a quick resolution to showcase their honor. At this time, the tall and strong one should be speculating on where they might be or waiting for their arrival at some location. Yuan Li was somewhat indecisive. Setting an ambush was a very risky and challenging action, especially in a duel between Special Forces teams. Chapter 186, Lone Wolf Team A. In one screen, a figure dressed in the 5-type Special Operations camouflage uniform, equipped with various accessories, looked flashy. In another screen, a figure dressed similarly to other soldiers in the 4-type woodland camouflage uniform, although equipped, had fewer flashy items. To be specific, if the accessories and firearms were removed, the lone wolf personnel appeared mysterious and dangerous. Old A's people looked like they were going out to work with a hoe. The chief director, who had been paying attention to the superior, smiled slightly. Meanwhile, the railway was the opposite, lowering his head in self-deprecation, secretly cursing, "It's all that damn Yuan Lang's fault. If the higher-ups order it, we have to wear it. What does it look like if you don't wear it? Damn it. Why do the Wolf Fang people look so cool?" The chief smiled at the director beside him, saying, "Team A is worth learning from." The director nodded with a smile. Yes, this simple style is indeed worth learning. The railway felt somewhat awkward and restless, but he held his chest high and kept his head up, knowing his own temperament. He was unwilling to bow his head and was stubborn. Although he had suffered many losses due to this temperament over the years, persisting would eventually yield good results. Chapter 187, The Hunter and the Prey. What are they doing? An ambush? The general frowned as he looked at the screen. Just then, another screen showed Old A's personnel. Although it was fleeting, the continuous appearance of Old A's personnel in that area was already very telling. How far apart were the two sides? The technicians began to operate, and soon provided the answer. 23 kilometers. The general frowned, somewhat confused. This was the posture of an ambush, but with such a distance between them, how could Old A be ready for an ambush? Clearly, both sides did not know each other's current positions. According to the normal movement speed in the rainforest, at this distance, it would take 2 days for the two teams to meet. So why would Old A set an ambush at that position? If the Wolf Fang personnel approached from another direction, they could easily find the floor, and at that time, who would attack whom was uncertain. It's a bit dangerous, the general said to the director while sitting in his chair. The director, who had been standing beside him, did not focus on the exercises of the Wolf Fang team and the two other teams, but concentrated on the confrontation between the two small teams that the general was concerned about. I don't quite understand either. Is there something we don't know? Chapter 188. The Trap. Not only did Yuan Li notice, but it seemed that the rat also sensed something. The sound of gnawing stopped abruptly. Just for 2 seconds. Hiss. Yuan Li wasn't sure if he heard it or imagined it, as if a snake was hissing. Swish. A swift crawling sound suddenly arose. Then came a few collisions and the pitiful squeaks of the rat, and then Yuan Li's ears fell into silence. After a while, swallowing sounds were heard. Yuan Li and Leopard alternated resting while keeping watch. As time passed, after getting through the darkest part of the night, the sky began to brighten slightly. The mist in the forest began to swirl, resembling a beautiful fairyland. Unfortunately, Old A's people only wanted to know why the morning here was so cold. It wasn't until noon, with the sun high in the sky, that everyone finally relaxed. At 3 p.m. What's going on? The tall and strong wild wolf quickly led his team to the vicinity of the coyote. The coyote was crouched behind a large tree, peering through a small angle at the edge of the woods and the hillside across from the woods. I don't know. The coyote's expression was serious, as he carefully observed every detail in front of him. Chapter 189, The Difficult Sniper. Meanwhile, Yuan Li, who was quietly waiting, suddenly heard a buzzing sound from the radio. He knew this was the signal from the designated sniper. The target is coming. He patted Leopard, who had his eyes closed and was resting, and his ears perked up, fully focused, waiting for the impending gunfire. After hearing the signal on the radio, heavy firepower operator Hong Shui quickly emerged from their concealed position with his teammates. They planned to unleash their firepower as soon as the sniper fired, suppressing the tall and strong wild wolf so that the others could quickly advance. Just as everyone was about to get ready, the coyote and the snow wolf finally reached Point B. Point B was the location that the designated sniper had been aiming at. And as soon as the two entered Point B, the sniper's first target was the coyote, as he seemed much stronger than the snow wolf. From both action and posture, the coyote did not give the sniper many aiming opportunities, but the more this was the case, the more he became the primary target for the first kill. Soldiers and generals, it was always the general. However, when the sniper's gun was aimed at the coyote's body, he clearly saw the coyote stop, then directly drop down. Bang! Chapter 190, The Difficult Sniper. At the same time, the two gunshots coming from the left rear provided a growing intimidating sound. Bang bang bang. Bang bang. A member of the elite second squad was also killed, with bullets coming from the left rear. Yuan Li's Group B, along with the Old Gun's Group C, stepped forward cautiously to intimidate. After reaching a certain distance, Yuan Li gestured towards Old Gun. Both Old Gun and Yuan Li pulled out grenades and threw them directly towards the cover where the grey wolf was located. Bang! Bang! The two grenades sparked. Bang 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 bang. Bang! Bang! The grey wolf suddenly sprang out, ready to fight to the death, rolling continuously while firing his weapon. But he was also hit by GAODA and Leopard, with red smoke indicating elimination rising from his body. White smoke also emerged from GAODA. A sign of light injury. According to standard exercises, he could still continue fighting, but would be restricted in certain actions, such as not being able to move one leg or one arm. GAODA glanced at the still rolling grey wolf with annoyance, thinking, damn old pro. Bang! The grey wolf only stopped rolling after crashing into a tree trunk, and at that moment, the sound of a sniper rifle was heard. Chapter 191, Old Gun. In complex environments like rainforests and dense forests, hunting down snipers is a highly challenging task. Not to mention the exceptional skills displayed by this sniper, who had never shown his face. What impressed Yuan Li the most wasn't the accurate shooting and long-range combat ability, as these are the most basic skills that all snipers must master. It was the camouflage and psychological tactics that troubled Yuan Li. Using traps to create panic and disrupt opponents, he had heard Vulture explain these theories in detail at school. But he had only experienced that kind of trouble at the aiming point. Therefore, after encountering traps, Yuan Li directly gave up on the pursuit and chose to lure him out. If he didn't take action, Yuan Li had no choice but to find the sensitive lone wolf, and he would no longer care about this sniper unless he showed up again. Yuan Li walked at the back of the three, cautiously observing the silent vegetation behind, because you never know when these healthy-looking greens might shoot a bullet. At this moment, it was very quiet, very quiet. The only sounds were the breaths of the three men. No insects chirping, no birds singing. The further they walked, the closer they got to the peregrine falcon, and Yuan Li was relieved that the peregrine falcon's camouflage ability was second only to that of the aiming point. Chapter 192. Cai Xiaochun. The peregrine falcon continued to move forward and soon arrived at the location where the sniper had previously lingered. The peregrine falcon glanced at the worn tree roots and the fresh broken branches beside them due to compression, then continued along the path. Thanks to Yuan Li's earlier reminder, although the peregrine falcon's individual capabilities were not as good as the aiming point, being the sniper for the second squad of the first team already surpassed many others. Even so, when approaching the traps set by the lone wolf's A-group sniper, he had no perception whatsoever. Snap! The peregrine falcon instantly felt a slight movement underfoot, instinctively dropping down and rolling to evade. Amidst the branches to the right of the peregrine falcon, a curved branch obscured by other branches suddenly sprang up, and a trap detonated, continuously sparking. Zing! The lucky peregrine falcon, having narrowly avoided it, was just about to rise half-kneeling when the sound of a sniper rifle rang out. Bang! Initially dazed, followed by frustration, red smoke erupted from the peregrine falcon's body, causing him to cough. The peregrine falcon helplessly shook his head. I'm outmatched. He directly pulled out the radio. Dead men can't report, otherwise it would violate the rules. Chapter 193, Vulture's Experience. Teacher. Are you a secret member of the Wolf Fang's special team? Yuan Li, at this moment, acted like a fool, asking without any disguise. Vulture smiled and said, can't say. Don't mention me. Let me ask you, was this ambush battle designed by you? Yuan Li smiled and replied, please give me more guidance. There's no guidance or not. What we learned is different, and our positions are different, so our views are naturally different. You'd be better off asking your commander. While Yuan Li and Vulture chatted, they waited for Vulture and Old Gun to regain their strength. I ask you, why didn't you follow the route I gave you? Vulture sat cross-legged under a big tree, and after Old Gun temporarily regained some strength, he curiously approached the two, who were chatting intimately. When I first saw your information, I knew this sniper was no ordinary person, so when I saw your traces and followed, in just 20 or 30 meters, there were actually 2 traces. And since you had time to clean up before, I knew that route was most likely fake. You couldn't go up the mountain. My people were already making noise on the mountain. You couldn't go down either. From a high position, my sniper isn't blind. So I chose the closest route on the right. Chapter 194, Chaos. All right. The later parts are more interesting. That sniper is really good. He Jejun leaned forward and whispered a few words in the Major General's ear, who then revealed a knowing look and stopped mentioning Vulture. Old he. It seems you didn't lose anything in this joint selection. The Major General changed the subject, speaking enthusiastically. Come on, let's switch positions. You two talk about this election. And I'll listen in and serve as a witness. The railway was a bit hesitant, Big Brother. Your position as Vice President of the Southeast Military District means you're sitting on the Wolf Fang side. If we have to do this, should I also call our military district's Vice President over? We can't do this. How can we talk about fairness when I'm just a colonel? How could I possibly match your Major General's stature? If you're going to serve as a witness, then isn't it just you saying whatever you want? So, the railway hesitated. But He Jejun's eyes lit up. No matter who led this joint selection, he would win, but if the witness sat on his side, it was just a matter of how much he would win. Without a word, he led the way outside. Chapter 195, The Wolf Leader's Anger. Thinking of this, Yuan Li had already made a decision in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. Yuan Li put on a troubled expression and hesitantly said, I have no experience in this area. Yuan Lang disdainfully said, TSK. What are you afraid of without experience? Aren't I and Chi Huan here? Just say whether you're willing to train. Anyway, your team will definitely pick from these trainees. If the people assigned to you later make you unhappy, don't come looking for me. Yuan Li still didn't budge. No. The key is that when Wolf Fang sends someone over, the leader is definitely going to be at least a major, and you say my rank. What are you afraid of? I'll help you deal with the Wolf Fang people, you just need to focus on training them. The entire third squad, you can choose the instructors yourself. And the entire A squad will cooperate with you unconditionally. After hearing this, Yuan Li immediately saluted, yes. I guarantee to complete the task. Yuan Lang blinked. A smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, teasingly said, all right, Sharp knows how to bargain. Yuan Li ignored Yuan Lang's teasing and continued, boss. There's still one more issue. Yuan Lang, TSK. Why are you so concerned about everything? Chapter 196, Selection Thoughts. After He Jejun finished speaking, he quietly scanned the 11 people. No longer speaking. At this moment, the 11 individuals had different thoughts. Some were angry, some felt wronged, some were unwilling. And some were ashamed to face the wolf head He Jejun. After a long time, He Jejun spoke again, hey. I have to thank Team A. I appreciate Team A for letting me know what you are made of. The Vice President is right. I learned a lot from this exercise. But I still want to know if you learned anything. Just stand here all night and think about it. Tomorrow I want to ask if you figured anything out. I just want to see a different lone wolf next time. After He Jejun finished speaking, he turned and left. After walking a few steps, he waved to the tall and strong, come here. Report to me. Yes. The tall and strong reported to He Jejun for 20 minutes before returning to the formation to continue standing. Only then did He Jejun completely turn around and leave. But he was stopped by the Vice President, a general, not far away. The Vice President, who had been watching, smiled and said to He Jejun, aren't you afraid of being scolded for being useless? He Jejun's voice was a bit hoarse, if it's useless, then it's useless. It's better than sending them to the battlefield with no life left. Chapter 197, Eliminate 600 first. After returning to Old A, he did not immediately go back to the military dog breeding base, but rested for a night. That night, Yuan Li seized the glimmer of inspiration from the day, and finally came up with a fairly good plan. The next morning, Yuan Li found Yuan Lang in the computer room. Seeing Yuan Lang smoking and checking information, Yuan Li casually asked, "Busy?" Yuan Lang looked up and, upon seeing it was Yuan Li, said, "I'm organizing the training outline for you. We've never trained this many people before, so we need to prepare it in advance. We'll work on a training outline together later." Yuan Li was taken aback for a moment, leaned forward to peek at Yuan Lang's computer screen. Then sat down on a nearby chair and finally said, "I came to find you to discuss this matter." Yuan Lang leaned back, moving his numb facial muscles, and rubbed his face hard. "All right. What are your thoughts?" Yuan Li took the cigarette from Yuan Lang's table, lit one for himself, and said, "Should I tell you everything from start to finish?" Yuan Lang, half awake, drowsily nodded. After sitting on a plane for a small half-day and staying up all night, this long-time internet-addicted youth was also struggling to hold on. Chapter 198, The Lost Wild Wolf. Yuan Lang took a puff of his cigarette, frowned. "Still a bit anxious, let me ask you. What about the 600 people who are being eliminated? Didn't you say before that you wanted them to learn skills from us to benefit their old units?" Yuan Li smiled with a hint of cunning, "Of course. We can't give up on these 600 people, in fact, we need to strengthen their cultural knowledge training and learning." Yuan Li rubbed his hands and continued, "We'll hand these 600 over to the second squad, let them provide 6 months of cultural knowledge training, and after 6 months, let them go back to benefit their old units. But before they leave, we need to leave a hook. 6 months ago, they might have had issues due to physical fitness, skills, or cultural knowledge, but after this 6 months of learning, their progress will definitely be significant. Let them stay back for half a year, and after that, Old A will hold another recruitment training. Do you believe it? As long as we actively extend the invitation, 550 out of those 600 will probably come to participate in the training." Yuan Lang's eyes lit up like light bulbs. "Damn! This doesn't reveal the training content, because these 600 are to be eliminated. The reason they stay in the second squad is that they need to prepare for the second selection after studying at Old A, teaching them skills and cultural knowledge. No assessments. They won't have to undergo capture training at all." Chapter 199, Military Court. Don't throw any trash here. Wait. Quick reaction shooting training. I just remembered. Yuan Li, I have an impression of you. I was looking for you back then, but couldn't find you. Later, when you went for further studies, I even asked someone to greet you. Do you remember? Compared to Gao Dazhuang's days, He Jejun showed appreciation and happiness. He directly walked around the table, smiling broadly as he shook hands with Yuan Li, his other hand resting on Yuan Li's arm, friendly and warm. Yuan Li was stunned for a second before immediately reacting. "Of course I remember. Hello, Wolf Head. It's my fault, my fault. Last time you came to our Wolf Tooth team, I didn't recognize you. Otherwise, I would have definitely made you show off your shooting skills in front of my soldiers, so they wouldn't think so highly of themselves." The psychologically sensitive wild wolf, upon hearing He Jejun's words, couldn't help but darken his expression. Yuan Li's smile became even warmer, but inside he was cursing. The next thing might not be easy to handle. Qielu, watching from the side, had a flickering gaze. This was going to be learned from him. "Hey. You're only 23, which means when you were 18, you figured out the quick reaction shooting training method. Damn, you really are a talent." Chapter 200. He Jejun's heart confused by Yuan Li. Qielu smiled, gestured for He Jejun to sit down. Calm down, calm down. I'm not saying you can't participate. I just made a casual remark, don't be so excited. He Jejun exhaled, sat down, and the slightly elastic backrest made him sway a bit. While swaying, he said, "Calm down. My damn egg hurts." He Jejun secretly thought to himself that he was lucky his mind was quick, glancing at the wild wolf Gao Dazhuang, who had just realized something because of his words. If he were the wolf head, the entire wolf tooth would probably be disbanded. Taking a sip from the water bottle in front of him, Yuan Li looked at the two groups of people sitting on either side. Then continued, the reason is that many ordinary troops, even reconnaissance troops, do not understand special forces, and many soldiers are even unaware of the existence of special forces. During this period, the rumors about special forces or soldier kings are not non-existent, but they all exist in online novels and pirated books, exaggerated and unsubstantiated. Like the soldier king stuff, all brought up by these online novels and pirated books. And some who don't know are rural soldiers. Their closed environment means they are unaware of many things outside, let alone things like online novels or pirated books. Chapter 201, finalized. Yuan Li was directly stunned. It was this smooth. According to his speculation with Yuan Lang last night, the original idea was to put on an arrogant appearance. After saying this, he would directly indicate to the Wolf Tooth people that they, Team A, looked down on these 600 people, and if the Wolf Tooth people wanted them, they could choose. This would provoke Wolf Tooth's competitive spirit and sense of shame, actively emphasizing how excellent the selected top 600 individuals were, after a year of selection. Choosing the best among the best. At this point, it was just about exaggerating, making them the best in the world or the best in the universe. This would attract their attention and push those 600 people out of their minds. However, after He Jejun entered the meeting room, his performance instantly made Yuan Li's heart sink. He Jejun's humility, low profile, and enthusiasm resembled the previous state of the railway going to Wolf Tooth. This was a way to express a position of weakness to Team A, as only in this way could he gain benefits. In this state, He Jejun would definitely not let go of the 600 eliminated trainees. Because he wanted to convey to Team A that what they did not want, Wolf Tooth wanted. Team A is indeed stronger than Wolf Tooth, which gives Wolf Tooth personnel a sense of frustration, and this feeling of frustration will promote their growth, making them work extremely hard during training. During this time, He Jejun tried several times to find an opportunity to talk to Yuan Li, but unfortunately, he was blocked by the railway's strict defenses. The next day, early in the morning, Yuan Li was sent back to the military dog breeding base by the railway. Railway and Yuan Lang were smoking in the office. Yuan Lang teased Railway, "Old iron. Let me ask you. Are you worried that Yuan Li will be poached by He Jejun?" Railway poked the remaining half of his cigarette in the ashtray. To be honest, it would be a lie to say I'm not worried, but I trust Yuan Li. Don't just ask me, what about you? Aren't you worried? Yuan Li is someone you brought out. Yuan Lang laughed. Of course I trust him, and I won't intervene even if people from Wolf Tooth contact him. Why? Because he is from Steel's 7th Company. Ha ha ha. Not finding Yuan Li, He Jejun embarked on his return journey. Inside the helicopter, He Jejun patted the broad shoulder of Wild Wolf and earnestly instructed, "You must learn well from this election. I've looked at the training outline. It's very detailed and scientific. They have considered logistics personnel, psychologists, nutritionists, rehabilitation specialists, and all aspects. You know. Don't be fooled by their younger age. You really have to learn from them." Meanwhile, Shu Sanjuo, who returned earlier than Yuan Li, was studying military dog behavioral psychology in the dormitory. Leopard boy Shu Qiong was humming a song while hanging clothes on the balcony. "Hey! You're back. Today the teacher asked me why you didn't come back with us." After hearing the noise, Shu Sanjuo looked up, then put down his book and went to help Yuan Li take off his backpack. "Ooh. This is really tormenting. What stage are the classes at now?" Shu Sanjuo casually replied, "We are currently discussing the training plan formulation, and it feels all right, not difficult. It's just a bit troublesome at the beginning when formulating the training plan. It's fine once the training volume gradually increases. Then it should be fine in a couple of days. By the way, did you manage to borrow our notes from the days we took leave?" The squad leader helped us take notes, and they are quite detailed. Here, the squad leader refers to Shi Jin. While Yuan Li was tidying up his bed, he chatted with Xu Sanjuo. After more than 10 days, they finally finished the theoretical classes. Yuan Li felt a bit inflated with knowledge after completing the theoretical courses. As if he could handle any military dog. However, the cautious old A felt that his mindset was problematic, so he asked his classmates. Ultimately, Yuan Li chose a high-quality breed dog cultivated by Dongda, which has strong adaptability to plateau climates, cold environments, and high temperatures, widely used for border patrol, reconnaissance, solving cases, searching, and explosives. The wolf blue Kunming dog, which Yuan Li named Bernat. Shi Jin chose a German Shepherd, known for its high intelligence, bravery, and loyalty. Adaptable to various tasks such as reconnaissance and search and rescue, one of the most common and popular breeds among military dogs, which he named Bei Bei. Xu Sanjuo selected a Belgian Malinois, similar to the German Shepherd, known for its high alertness, flexibility, and agility, widely used in military and law enforcement search, protection, and tracking tasks, commonly referred to as Malinois, which he named Xiaoqi. Yuan Li opened his mouth but did not stop him, as he was unsure whether Xu Sanjuo did it intentionally. Shi Jin gently reminded, Sanjuo, don't you know what the other company commanders of the 702nd Regiment call the old company commander? Old 7. You? Xu Sanjuo looked up at the sky at a 75-degree angle, a position of longing, and said with a hint of sadness, I miss Steel 7th Company. This name is used to commemorate Steel 7th Company. Bernat. Sit. Sit. Bernat hesitated for a moment, but eventually sat down. Yuan Li held a snack and placed it near his mouth. Bernat happily licked the snack into his mouth. Good dog. Good dog. Yuan Li expressed his happiness through facial expressions and then continuously patted Bernat. After noticing Yuan Li's facial expressions, Bernat also showed excitement. And even a smile was visible on his face. Yuan Li used facial expressions and body language to convey emotions. Positive emotions can stimulate military dogs' training enthusiasm. So even if Bernat makes a mistake, Yuan Li only gives a small punishment to let him know he is wrong without damaging the positive emotions Yuan Li conveys. It's like raising a child. Too much pampering is not good, as they won't be able to handle things when they arise. Being too strict and putting too much pressure on the child is also not good, as it will lead to rebellion. One must learn moderation. Mistakes must be pointed out. And correct actions should not be stingily praised. As long as it is a normal breed, aside from the well-known sense of smell. Dogs have another specialty, a very sharp perception. Among military dogs, this trait is most prominent. They all possess keen observation and perception. After saying this, Lei Keming leaned forward, hiding behind his glasses with a somewhat mysterious gaze. Also, He Jejun is deeply involved and can't see it. I can see it clearly in the northwest. You eliminated half of them in the early stages because you wanted to monopolize that half. Bang. Bullshit. Railway was startled by Lei Keming's words, jumped up, slammed the table, and pointed his finger at Lei Keming's nose, cursing loudly, slander. Defamation. You slander me, you bastard, with no evidence. After cursing, Railway picked up the desk phone and was about to dial out. I'm calling the leader now. Cooperation. Damn it, impossible. Lei Keming leisurely took off his glasses and carefully wiped them with a small cloth he pulled from his pocket. While wiping, he said, Go ahead. You dial. And I'll dial after you. Before I became the leader of the Black Tiger Brigade, I served as a staff officer in Wolf Tooth. And I actually don't want to see Wolf Tooth suffer such a big loss. Are you threatening me? No. No. No threat intended. Upon hearing Railway's angry tone, Lei Keming waved his hand to explain, but the explanation was very perfunctory. Railway put the phone back and reached out to grab Lei Keming's hand holding the cleaning cloth. Chapter 207, back to Team A. Yuan Li also began to conduct experimental special operations dogs. At first, He combined information from videos from his previous life and somewhat understood why special operations dogs would perform tactical activities under the legs of their handlers. They need to be in front, where they can't see the handler's facial expressions or commands. Being behind also doesn't work. The best position is under the handler's legs, as it facilitates receiving commands and improves cooperative combat capabilities. Additionally, it protects the handler's lower body if the opponent attacks the handler's lower parts. It could lead to unexpected situations. Yuan Li conducted tactical simulation training with 4 people, pairing up for 2-on-2 confrontations, starting to adjust and experiment with the tactical use of military dogs. The performance of the Belgian Malinois was still the best, and Chosin's big white teeth were showing with joy. Fortunately, with a few more lessons, the bayonet training could be mastered, and the stability of learning in this regard was quite strong. The troublesome part was Fang Zhong, who easily became excitable, and Xu Qiong found it hard to control him. For instance, right now. Woof woof. Fang Zhong's eyes lit up, and he suddenly lunged toward Yuan Li fiercely. Xu Qiong tried to restrain him but missed. Yuan Li was helpless. This was the second time. It was always like this. Chapter 208. The mythologized Shijin Yuanlang also knew that what Yuan Li said was correct. However, the previous recruitment mostly lasted about 6 months. But now. Sigh. A year is a year, let us see the results. If the outcomes are poor, we can always revert to the previous state. Goodness. The demands from above are indeed enough to give the railway a headache. Yuan Li awkwardly smiled. What was written above was indeed outrageous. But isn't this the window effect? Let the railway negotiate. Yuan Lang glanced at the items on the list, his teeth slightly trembling. The instructor team, medical team, psychological counselors, these messy manpower requirements aside, he could see some of them while looking at the training outline. The weapons needed, such as the widely circulated firearms from various countries, were not worth mentioning. But you want tanks, motorcycles, armored vehicles, and airplanes. There is a tilt in resources, but you can't just ask for everything. Yuan Li pointed out, tanks, armored vehicles, and airplanes are only needed for the first phase, it won't take long. Yuan Lang swallowed hard, glancing at Yuan Li with annoyance, and continued to read. Does this outdoor survival site really need so many cameras? Chapter 209. What you see is Yuan Li Hijijun stood outside the gate of the Wolf Fang base, smiling and full of anticipation. Behind him, 5 or 6 people exchanged glances. As time passed, Hijijun began to pace back and forth, somewhat anxious. One short and sturdy middle-aged man behind him asked the tall and strong Wild Wolf, who was standing ahead, "Hey, is the captain really being this serious?" Wild Wolf did not turn around. He was very familiar with the people from Wolf Fang and recognized the voice. The sniper instructor was the deputy commander of the 1st Squadron, and also the commander of another shadow unit. But this shadow unit was not as capable, or valued by the battalion as Lone Wolf. What do you want to say? The captain has his own ways. I want to say, is the captain really that serious? Isn't it just the people from team are coming? Does he really need to bring us to the gate to welcome them? Isn't that too much of a show? Wild Wolf did not respond, to be honest. He didn't like this person, who was overly cautious and filled with schemes. Wild Wolf had to admit that he hated dealing with such reckless people the most. Not because they were overly cautious. If we're talking about caution, could you compare with Hijijun? The key is that they are deceptive. Chapter 210. Hijijun, bring your company commander over. Tu Chi Huan smiled after hearing what Gan Xiaoning said, but didn't respond. He understood very well what Yuan Li was doing at this moment. After all, the losses were suffered by Wolf Fang, so why not appease Hijijun a bit? At least it could improve their mood. Flattery. Didn't he think so? For an old soldier like Hijijun, Yuan Li's actions were far from flattery. It wouldn't be excessive to kneel and bow to him. Yuan Li's thoughts were simple. He respected He Jejun, who emerged from blood and water. Faced with He Jejun's invitation and goodwill, Yuan Li could only feel guilty for He Jejun's kindness. This emotion occupied most of Yuan Li's mind. And a small part was simply feeling a bit embarrassed to face He Jejun. If Black Tiger didn't come, you'd be the scapegoat. And if Black Tiger did come, you'd still be the scapegoat. It's all damn the old A, damn the railway, and damn Yuan Lang. Look how they bullied the people from Wolf Fang, and they are still happy now. They haven't even reacted yet. After exchanging pleasantries with He Jejun, Chi Huan stepped forward to talk to He Jejun, as he was technically the leader of this inspection team. Yuan Li saw Wild Wolf, tall and strong, actively extend his hand and smile to shake hands with the other party. Chapter 211, Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company standing behind. Fan Qianlei saw Yuan Li pulling He Jejun forward a few steps, avoiding them. He looked at Yuan Li with some displeasure. Isn't it ridiculous that a major has to avoid someone when speaking? But when he saw Yuan Li whispering a few words in He Jejun's ear, He Jejun looked like he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place without moving. Seeing this, Fan Qianlei was somewhat surprised and took a few steps forward out of curiosity, then stopped. Perhaps some things were indeed not suitable for him to hear. He knew the story of curiosity killing the cat, so he shifted his gaze to the scenery on both sides. Meanwhile, Gan Xiaoning and Chi Huan, who were still behind, were whispering to each other. Gan Xiaoning turned to Chi Huan and said, "Squad leader, which of old Yuan's words do you think are true and which are false?" Chi Huan remained expressionless, but upon hearing Gan Xiaoning's words, a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. It's simple, before he speaks. If he says you hear me speaking honestly or to be honest or to put it frankly, those can be taken or left. Listening to them is fine as a story. And not listening won't affect you. Gan Xiaoning nodded with a smile and looked at the bayonet he was holding, saying, "Squad leader, you've been around him for a long time. Don't let him lead you astray." Chapter 212, Showing Off. Who's afraid of who? This person is most likely Chen Guodao, the squad leader with ankylosing spondylitis. His leadership ability is unquestionable. If it weren't for the ankylosing spondylitis, Zheng Zhihui wouldn't have been able to become the captain of the Lone Wolf B group so quickly. He is an acceptable commander, although he still relies on the same old methods he is familiar with, but his calmness and decisiveness cannot be hidden. When it is said that Chen Guodao uses old methods, it is not a criticism of his tactics, but rather an acknowledgement of his calm and decisive nature. Yuan Li remembered that during a military exercise not long after, due to the radio being jammed by the Blue Army, Chen Guodao used old methods to send someone across the blockade to deliver intelligence. Wild Wolf, tall and strong, also fell into this trap, and was deceived by a university student. Lao Jiao just doesn't understand the basic principles of a donkey friend, who would charge into the deep mountains with a broken bag on their back. The key is that the bag is obviously empty. Back to the point. Although Lao Jiao was scammed out of money, he successfully stopped Xiao Zhuang and made him return the same way. The flaw in Chen Guotao's plan to send intelligence lies here. After sending someone with the intelligence, Chen Guodao ran away with the others. What are you running for? Hurry up and stir up the water in that battle zone. If we have to sacrifice a bit, then so be it. At least we can get the intelligence out. Chapter 213, You Are Not Worthy. The knife-like gaze landed on Yuan Li, who was crouching and playing around with a bayonet, but Yuan Li appeared completely unaware. The smile on Miao's face faded considerably, and the tall and strong figure hidden behind sunglasses couldn't help but glance at Yuan Li. Chen Guodao stared intently at Yuan Li. And Gan Xiaoning, sensing Chen Guotao's gaze, did not back down. She stepped aside, slightly curling her lips, and looked down provocatively at Chen Guodao. Chi Huan took off his sunglasses and wiped them, casually watching the two soldiers who were preparing. As for why Yuan Li was doing this, he, familiar with the two idiots from Team A, could instantly understand the purpose. It was simply to provoke hatred. The commander waved at Chen Guodao, signaling that they could start. Chen Guodao shifted his gaze. Prepare for shooting. Ready? The two soldiers took their guns off their backs and crouched down in preparation. Begin. As the command was given. The two surged forward, shooting on the move, focusing on hitting the 7, 8, and 9 rings on the target. They then lay down, spread their legs, and continued shooting. Transitioning from prone shooting to moving and shooting while standing, and then kneeling to shoot after reaching a certain position. After finishing the kneeling shots, they moved forward again to continue shooting. Chapter 2:14, Gan Xiaoning's shooting show. The commander, pulled back by Yuan Li, had a head full of question marks as he looked at Yuan Li. What are you doing? Not just the commander. The whole place fell silent. Chen Guodao widened his eyes, staring at the arrogant Yuan Li, somewhat dazed. Brother, the commander is still next to us, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Zhuangyang couldn't care less, his face flushed with anger, as he stepped forward to confront Yuan Li. Gan Xiaoning stepped in front of Zhuangyang. And the two locked eyes at close range, Zhuangyang's gaze filled with fury. The tall and strong wild wolf took off his newly donned sunglasses and stared blankly at Yuan Li. You really aren't afraid of offending people? Miao, the squad leader, originally just wanted to let the tall and strong show off a bit, letting his little brats know that there are greater heights beyond, and that like a spring, one must be pressed down to jump higher. But he never expected someone like Yuan Li to come out of nowhere. Thinking about that line, you are not worthy. Miao's eyes, filled with killing intent, looked at Yuan Li and said, we are not worthy. Heh. This captain, I don't know your identity, but I can guess a bit. What I want to say is, regardless of your identity, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Yuan Li held his head high, looking at all the soldiers from the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, who were all glaring at him with anger. Chapter 2:15. He Chengwang. Yuan Li returned to the car with Gan Xiaoning and Qi Huan. However, the mess left behind was handled by the minister and the tall and strong wild wolf. Fortunately, in the military, strength is respected. If you have the strength, others can easily forgive you. Old Gao. We've been friends for decades, just tell me honestly, was that soldier just now from Wolf Tooth? The way that soldier spoke about combat shooting looked pretty good to me. How about this? You arrange it. Let him come here to be a shooting instructor for a month. How does that sound? Miao looked at the 3 people and 1 dog leaving. And after regaining his senses, he grabbed the tall and strong's hand, speaking sincerely. He certainly knew that these few people were probably not from Wolf Tooth. If they were, they would definitely be wearing the same combat uniform as the tall and strong. But isn't this the window effect? First, he put old Gao on the spot. And don't expect someone to come over to be your instructor. The probability is very low, but since I sought your help, if they don't come over, you Wolf Tooth should send someone over. The tall and strong was annoyed, shooting a fierce glare at Yuan Li, who had already gotten into the car. You can show off all you want, but why do you have to undermine me? The minister suppressed his complicated emotions and said to the tall and strong with a smile, I think you should agree, otherwise you won't be able to walk out of this shooting range. Chapter 2:16, Advice for He Chengwang. Among them, Gong Jian was even more interested in Yuan Li. He understood Wolf Tooth. He had a cooperative relationship with Fan Qianlei. Simply put, during his time in the Sharpshooters 4th Company, he discovered good seedlings and sent them to Wolf Tooth. In fact, it was quite similar to the cooperation between Miao and the tall and strong. Except that Gong Jian and Fan Qianlei didn't have years of friendship. After all, Gong Jian would eventually enter Wolf Tooth. So sending good seedlings to Fan Qianlei was like giving them to himself. Hey! Look at that group of people. The one next to the commander looking at us with binoculars, do you know what he's doing? Cai Shaoshan gently nudged Wang Yanbing, who was standing next to him. Wang Yanbing didn't move his body, but turned his eyes, glancing at the group standing high up. What are they doing? Wang Yanbing's curiosity was piqued by Cai Xiaoxin's feigned mystery. I heard from the old class that they are special forces. They come once every year or two. Special forces. Wang Yanbing looked in surprise at the group standing high up and the bayonet sitting on the ground next to them. Do you know about special forces? I know a little. They are teams that are even more skilled than snipers. I've heard that everyone in the special forces is a sniper. Wang Yanbing didn't know much about special forces. After all, he was a second-rate thug in society before. Chapter 217. Northwest Journey Fan Qianlei looked helplessly at the retreating figures of Team A. He turned to He Chengwang, who was blushing and on the verge of tears from Yuan Li's words, and scolded, "Did you hear what they said? Was it harsh or not? Let me tell you. It wasn't harsh. I think the scolding was too light." You? Fan Qianlei said, seeing He Chengwang's low head filled with shame, feeling angry. But when he thought of it being the son of Eagle, he couldn't bring himself to say harsher words. Hey! Don't play these little tricks anymore. Gong Jian. Keep an eye on him, and solidify the basics. What they said is right, you can't learn to fly before you learn to run. Just because you have a bit of talent, you get complacent and think highly of yourself. After saying this, Fan Qianlei followed Yuan Li with a troubled expression. Fan Qianlei indeed had problems. There was a fundamental error in his thinking, but his expectations and affection for the Eagle's son were very high. Cultivating Eagle's son into an excellent sniper, to inherit Eagle's former glory in Wolf Tooth, was a knot in Fan Qianlei's heart. What? He Chengwang's thoughts. He had asked. And He Chengwang was willing, so he always felt he was right. He believed that for He Chengwang, what did it matter whether it was a university or not? Chapter 218, Initial Review. Before crossing over, Yuan Li knew about a little boy who suffered from Superman syndrome and had never exercised. With muscles all over his body at the age of 10. But that little boy's muscles were stiff, far from the high utilization of muscles in front of him. Yuan Li and Qi Huan exchanged a glance, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. There was also a 10 km cross-country race, where the hammer carried a 60-kilogram load alone. 10 kilometers, with a 60-kilogram load, he actually completed it. He finished the 10 kilometers while the company commander was still talking incessantly about the history of this hammer. With pride and satisfaction in his tone that even the bayonet beside him could hear. Of course. This is also something to be proud of, 60 kilograms, 120 pounds. That's like carrying a person running 10 kilometers. Yuan Li quietly listened from the side, listening for a full 10 minutes. Finally, after the other party finished speaking, Yuan Li looked seriously and solemnly into the company commander's eyes. Sorry. We have height requirements. We only need soldiers who are 1.65 to 1.8 meters tall. This hammer really isn't suitable for us. More muscles mean more consumption. Although he seems fast and agile, no matter how fast or agile he is still not as agile as someone who is 1.7 meters tall. Chapter 219. The background of female soldiers. This newly built training ground still carried a hint of the smell of grass and trees. In the conference room, Yuan Li was busy with a dozen or so people. In the next year, the third squad of Team A would have no tasks, and would fully focus on selecting new recruits this time. If there were tasks, they would be given to the first squad, which was also not weak, just slightly weaker than the third squad. The second squad would train the 900 eliminated soldiers. The instructors had already been selected. Yuan Li's choice was straightforward, assigning all members of the 123rd team of the third squad to the instructor group. The Southeast Military Region and the Northwest Military Region would each send 15 people over, totaling 61 instructors. Among them, the chief instructor was Yuan Li. The two deputy instructors were the Southeast's Wild Wolf Gao Dazhuang and the Northwest's Qi Xiaohua. When Qi Xiaohua introduced himself, he didn't mention his code name. Yuan Li reasonably suspected that he might be a member of a special assault team from the Black Tiger Brigade. Who told him not to mention his code name? He must be guilty, so he covered it up. Yuan Li was just reasonably suspicious. At this moment, in the large conference room, Yuan Li and Gao Dazhuang were busy with a dozen or so people. Everyone was reviewing the selection materials. Chapter 220. A new world. Li Yunlong sat in the examination room, looking at the paper in front of him, and reached his pen into his helmet to scratch his head. Which wasn't actually itchy. What is all this? Li Yunlong looked at the other soldiers scratching their heads. It's definitely military uniform. He looked at the military uniform he was wearing. He even touched the helmet. He should indeed be a soldier. This is clearly not the college entrance examination. Li Yunlong pouted, feeling distressed and wronged, and forced himself to focus on the questions. Question. Someone designed the following experimental scheme to verify acidity, HSO, HCO, HCO. Please answer the following questions. 1. Write out the experimental steps and phenomena. 2. Write out the ionic equation related to the reaction. Li Yunlong closed his eyes and shook his head, fearing he would misread the characters, then turned to the back to look again. Question. There is 100 milliliters of 0.1 mol L hydrochloric acid solution. Add an adequate amount of zinc particles, after sufficient reaction. Calculate. 1. The volume of hydrogen gas generated, under standard conditions. 2. The molar concentration of Zn in the solution after the reaction. What is this? Not just Li Yunlong, but also Li Yunlong next to Chen Shuai in front of him. Chapter 221. Hell's Vanguard. Yuan Li had a dazed expression. He watched this movie in his past life, after receiving praise from short videos, and although he didn't fully understand it, after all, he wasn't a military fan in his past life, it was indeed shocking. Looking around, about 10 fully armed soldiers were resting around him. On both sides of the squad were abandoned train car bodies, and they were in an abandoned factory that had presumably been bombed, dilapidated, with debris everywhere. For example, the large concrete block he was sitting on, which was unknown where it came from. Looking ahead, a soldier sitting in a standard posture, with a solemn expression, was quietly waiting for something while holding a box. Yuan Li had some guesses about what was inside the box. An optical laser guidance device. This was the squad at the shooting range. Hell's Vanguard. A movie praised by netizens in later generations as the most realistic war film. There are no protagonists. No good or evil. Just following orders to wage war. The director of this film died in battle before it was even released after filming was completed. All the actors in it were Wagner mercenaries withdrawn from the front lines, who returned to the front after finishing the movie. Chapter 222, The Annoying Machine Gunner. However, the commander of the Goose emphasized the application and improvement of traditional tactics, focusing on combining frontal assaults with flanking maneuvers, achieving suppression and strikes against the enemy through powerful firepower and quick troop movements. For example, the current layout. The front assault by the Wesker squad and the flanking maneuver by the Trient squad, standard procedure. This also makes it clear why the commanders above wanted to abandon the special operations infiltration. They all learned from the same master, and can't break the routine. You want to sneak in quietly, right? I damn know the possible routes you could take. I've arranged landmines and ambushes perfectly. It's better to charge in head-on and fight it out. There's still some chance. The tactics of the original shooting range. Changing. There's no time. The war is about to start. And changing tactics now would mean a 100 failure to complete the mission. Even if Yuan Li had 3 more days, it would still be too late. After all, Wesker and Trient were more familiar with frontal assaults and flanking maneuvers. It was very likely that this local war would become a complete mess. Scratching his chin, Dog Urine Table thought, damn, leave your mother's beard alone, it's really irritating. An annoyed Yuan Li found everything displeasing. Yuan Li frowned in thought and casually asked a soldier beside him for a cigarette. Chapter 223. I am very happy, however, with one side attacking and the other defending. Plus the white team has grenade launchers for cover. The Wesker squad quickly gained the upper hand. They suppressed the shooting points on the second floor so that they couldn't raise their heads. In the first building, second floor. Yellow team. Blizzard squad. Immediately send the first flank to cover me, we can't hold on much longer. The response quickly came from the communication equipment. Received, reinforcements are on the way. Blizzard leaned against the window, switched hands, and fired a few rounds at the machine gun point in the fortress, although the defenses of the window were reinforced. They were quickly pushed back. Before he could speak, the machine gunner of the Blizzard squad, codenamed Rank, while struggling to resist, loudly reminded Blizzard. We must take out their machine gun position, damn it. Hurry and call for reinforcements. Blizzard didn't speak. He had already called for help, and could only do his best to assist Rank in suppressing the white team. Yuan Li was no longer at the base, instead. He had brought his team to a nearby location to observe the situation. Tree Demon. Get ready, their reinforcements should be arriving soon. Be cautious of the abandoned vehicles on the right side as you approach building number 1, the shrapnel from the grenades won't reach there. Received. Chapter 224. Director of the Demolition Office. The remaining soldiers of the yellow team, who had managed to escape, returned to the temporary base. After counting the numbers, 5 had sacrificed. And the squad commander was a bit at a loss. In the end, he hurriedly reported to Blizzard. After the Tree Demon squad defeated the yellow team's reinforcements, they quickly moved closer to building number 1. On the second floor of building number 1, Blizzard had already anticipated the situation and sent someone to set up remote-controlled bombs next to the abandoned cars, placing a total of 3 in the open area. Unfortunately, the other 2 were hit by grenade shrapnel, leaving only one that was fortunate enough to be shielded by the abandoned vehicle. Seeing the Tree Demon squad approach, he picked up the remote control, but the Tree Demon squad did not come close to the cars as he had assumed. Instead, the 3 leading members spread out, shooting while maneuvering around the cover and approaching building number 1. Blizzard was helpless. Even though the distance was far, there was still a possibility of causing some damage. Although it was only a possibility, it was better not to use it now and save it for later. After pressing the remote control, the landmine placed next to the car exploded instantly. The 3 leading members of the Tree Demon squad were spread out enough and far enough from the cover, so no damage was caused. Chapter 225, Urban Warfare. Boom! The members of the Tree Demon squad, who were shooting, and the squad that Yuan Li had sent for support, were startled by the distant explosion. They all knew this was just the initial shot. The yellow team would correct their aim. Sure enough, the second and third rounds landed in succession. At the same time, they were getting closer to them. Yuan Li's voice sounded a bit urgent over the comms. Tree Demon, hurry up and rush over, the shells won't hit building number 1. You still have time. Received. After hearing Yuan Li's urging, the Tree Demon squad no longer hesitated. Signaling 3 soldiers sent by Yuan Li to rush over to support the 3 soldiers that had taken the lead. He then led the Tree Demon squad to unleash their firepower. Wesker intensified the probing, and Vivaldi opened fire to attack their front. Received. Received. After confirming they received the message, Yuan Li immediately took out another communicator from his left chest. At this moment, heavy firepower units were coming into play. This meant that headquarters needed to engage with their heavy firepower units. Headquarters, this is the shooting range. The enemy's mortars are firing at us from position 240. About 3 kilometers away. Yuan Li did not hide behind like in the original shooting range, but positioned himself at an observable forward position. Chapter 226, Military Ranks. After the remaining members of the Tree Demon squad placed 2 people in a safe position, They immediately followed the path created by the explosion into the building with their guns drawn. Once inside, they found that both sides were engaged in fierce combat. Although there was a corpse of a member of the white team, the addition of the Tree Demon squad made the situation in building number 1 clearer. The Tree Demon pressed forward, compressing the yellow team members' movable positions inside building number 1. A young member of the Tree Demon squad pulled out a grenade without extending his hand out of cover, just widening the angle. Waiting a second or two to avoid it being thrown back. He then threw the grenade towards the wall on the side of the enemy. Boom! Taking advantage of the opportunity created by the grenade explosion, he quickly knelt and leaned against the wall, extending the muzzle of his AKM assault rifle outward. Tree Demon stood behind him, slightly bending to also extend his rifle for shooting. The parallel shooting from the two of them greatly suppressed the yellow team, who had no choice but to leave behind a few corpses and quickly retreat. The one leading the charge was still the young soldier from the Tree Demon squad. Codename Harpoon. Harpoon was highly skilled in urban warfare. Every tactical move he made was excellent. With the AKM assault rifle in his hands, he could ensure his own safety while broadly aiming the muzzle at suspicious directions with each push and pull. Chapter 227, Tank Deployment. The moment Yuan Li entered building No. 1, he noticed that the Tree Demon had already set off towards building number 2, so he immediately picked up the communicator. Tree Demon. Wait a moment. Slow down the pace, let the tank bombard a few rounds to help clear the obstacles. The Tree Demon was outside building No. 2 pulling out nails and had just eliminated a vigilant member of the yellow team when he heard Yuan Li's communication and immediately called for his team members to stop. Received. Headquarters, this is the shooting range. I need to expose the tank for an extended period. I now need anti-drone devices and electronic interference. Preferably with sound wave interference as well, this is very important. In fact, the white team had used anti-drone devices in the movies, but only during artillery duels between the two sides. Unfortunately, it might have been due to the distance that the white team's anti-drone devices had minimal effect. To ensure the smoothness of the upcoming operation, Yuan Li specifically added electronic interference and sound wave interference. As for whether the white team headquarters could implement it, that was not something Yuan Li could consider. Yuan Li only needed to report his requests. This time, the headquarters did not respond quickly, they might have been discussing. Finally, they confirmed. There will be no drones above you. Chapter 228, Tree Demon Cursing. The number 1 tank arrived at a suitable position first and began to bombard. Bang! 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 The number 2 tank followed closely behind, with one person bombing the first floor and another bombing the second floor. The infantry fighting vehicle guarded against RPGs and other means to counter the tank. The Tree Demon squad was shooting in building number 1. And the pressure suddenly decreased after the tank bombardment began. Tree Demon waved his hand, leaving one person to keep watch, and led everyone to rush forward. They used the old method of placing explosives against the wall for demolition. Boom! The explosives detonated, creating a hole in the wall. After unlocking the safety, he held a grenade in his hand, waiting for 2 seconds before throwing it in. The Tree Demon squad did not trigger any landmines and, with Yuan Li sending 5 soldiers for reinforcement, their squad now had the most personnel. Therefore, their squad would take on the main attack role. The gun barrel entered first. Stepping on the makeshift steps, made by 2 other soldiers, with their rifles to enter building number 2. Here, because the wall demolition was a bit high, it would lead to the first person entering the building facing mobility issues, causing the barrel to tilt downward or other problems. 2 soldiers specifically used their rifles to create steps to prevent the barrel from not being aimed at dangerous positions upon entry, thus avoiding untimely reactions and unnecessary injuries. Chapter 229, The Retreating Tank. At this moment, the temporary base of the yellow team on the left side of building number 2. The yellow team commander Blizzard understood the threat posed by the two enemy tanks, and quickly reported to headquarters. Blizzard was busily coordinating, not only needing to relay the coordinates of the tanks to headquarters, but also to contact the reinforcements. He also had to arrange the defense of Building 3. Standing in a temporary base filled with the cries of injured soldiers, with bloodstains at his feet and weapons scattered on the ground, and seeing the wounded supporting each other as they passed by, his heart was filled with complex emotions. Sometimes he had to admit that he might not make it to the end. But he knew that if he could hold on long enough to allow the artillery battalion to successfully relocate, his sacrifice would be worthwhile. Rank: you take your men to the high ground of Building 3, that way, we can form crossfire. Blizzard looked at the exhausted Rank, who was dragging a general-purpose machine gun and stumbling on his feet, and tried to speak in a gentle, encouraging tone. Despite being weary, Rank bent down to pick up the general-purpose machine gun he had just set down. I think they will still use tanks to bombard Building 3 like they did with Building 2. Blizzard gazed into Rank's tired eyes, his voice filled with encouragement. Chapter 230. Infiltration. Received. Block their reinforcements. Vivaldi. Help Wesker. Originally, the reinforcements sent by the Yellow Team headquarters were to be handled in coordination with Vivaldi and the artillery. But Yuan Li believed Wesker needed Vivaldi more, so he directly reported the position of the reinforcements to the White Team headquarters, allowing them to use mortars to eliminate the enemy reinforcements. Moreover, Yuan Li notified the motorcycle unit, although they might not be willing to go since the motorcycle unit hadn't responded to him. But it didn't matter, the observation mission must be completed. Even if Blizzard from the Yellow Team gathered the remaining soldiers to support Building 4. It was fine as long as the observation mission was completed and the planes took off. Then the roles would switch, the White Team defending, the Yellow Team attacking. At this point, the White Team had already completed their task and wouldn't be in a hurry, they could take their time. Received. X2. Tree Demon. Quickly clear out the remaining enemies in Building 3, then come to guard Building 4. Huh? Okay, received. Bang bang. After shooting the struggling Yellow Team soldiers, Tree Demon responded with slight surprise over the communication. Flank the target. Wasn't it supposed to be a strong assault? On the other side, Wesker fired to intercept Rank, the machine gunner from the Yellow Team, preventing him from quickly approaching Building 3. Chapter 231, the attack begins on the stairs. What does war fight for? It fights for information, it fights for intelligence. If I know a bit more than you do, then I am likely to gain the upper hand. Yuan Li had the advantage of a god's eye view of the original plot, naturally putting him at an advantage over Blizzard of the Yellow Team. Yuan Li could always set traps ahead of the Yellow Team's deployment, laying out pockets waiting for the opponent to enter. He understood the trump cards behind the Yellow Team, not to mention the artillery. He had also arranged for Wesker's squad and Vivaldi with grenade launchers to block their reinforcements. And now, Yuan Li led his men to bypass Buildings 2 and 3, using tanks and the Tree Demon squad to attack Buildings 2 and 3 to draw the Yellow Team's attention, while he and his men infiltrated Building 4. Preparing for a special operation, Yuan Li knew he would definitely be discovered by the defenders of Building 4. The laser rangefinder was too big to hide. While ordering the military dog with a bayonet to stay in the shadows of the hall, Yuan Li also removed the suppressor from his pistol and slid it back into its holster. He scratched his chin. Start. After whispering that, Yuan Li took the lead. The hall of Building 4 to the position of the Yellow Team's cover had a curved corner. Chapter 232, the gun precedes the man. First, observe and judge. For example, this building is in a dilapidated state, with a straight staircase and walls on both sides. You need to move along the wall, and when attacking the stairs, try to stay as close to the wall as possible while constantly employing cornering techniques for both defense and attack. At the same time, Be careful to avoid any contact between your equipment and the wall to prevent noise that could lead to early exposure. Not to mention firearms and grenades. If you are too close, even your backpack scraping against the wall can make a rustling sound. When cornering, also consider which foot is in front and which foot is in back. For example, if you need to quickly dodge bullets coming your way, your body weight should be on the foot that is forward. Yuan Li had seen many newcomers making this fatal mistake at Old A. Incorrect steps during cornering practice could lead to tripping. In CQB tactics, details determine success or failure, including the comrade following closely behind him. When the opponent raises their gun to shoot, their elbow must not press against Yuan Li's arm, obstructing his shot, as this could very likely result in friendly fire. Chapter 233, Grenade, Grenade, Grenade. Yuan Li led the remaining men to the third floor, encountering little resistance. Yuan Li and the white team took a brief rest behind cover on the third floor. It was a very short rest. Likely just to change to a new magazine, or take a puff of smoke. Yes, just one puff. Yuan Li got up and lightly patted the bayonet's head. While performing tactical movements, he said, "Continue." Arriving at a corner, the member in position 1 of the white team carefully cornered, but there were no enemies stationed there. The white team members moved cautiously from the third floor to the fourth floor. At this moment, the environment changed. From the previous straight staircase, it had now become a corner staircase, which was complex and difficult to handle. Generally, before launching an ambush, a stretch of road is left clear to make the opponent lower their guard, achieving a significant casualty effect when firing. Yuan Li pulled position 1, took the lead, and cautiously cut the corner towards the fifth floor, as he remembered that the enemy's cover and most of the yellow team members defending the building were likely located here. Position 2 became position 1, with the gun barrel covering the fourth floor hall, watching for potential enemy positions. Chapter 234, Roles Reversed. Then, while suppressing fire, they would advance. And Yuan Li naturally led the way. Yuan Li aimed and fired at suspicious positions within the smoke, while positions 2 and 3 followed him around the corner. After position 2 emerged, he first secured the right side. Position 3 assisted Yuan Li in clearing the area. As Yuan Li was moving forward, the bayonet suddenly lunged out from between his legs. Close by, behind the right column, a yellow team member was injured in the left abdomen, unable to stand. Struggling to prop himself up with his gun, but could only kneel on one knee. He glanced down the corridor, but saw a military dog wearing goggles pouncing towards him. The most striking impression the yellow team member had from that glance was the dog's fangs. Bang bang bang. In a hurry, the opponent flung his gun, keeping his index finger on the trigger without releasing it. Unfortunately, it was already a step too late. The bayonet had already bitten into his face. After taking a bite, it immediately let go and turned to bite at the right hand that was pulling the trigger. The bayonet knew the danger of this thing and would harm his comrades. So it turned its head to bite at the wrist of the gunman and kept shaking its head and tearing. Under the bayonet's tearing, the arm swung back and forth, and the bullets were firing irregularly at the wall. Chapter 235, Without entering hell, how can one become an elite soldier? Yuan Li stood up with his gun, shaking his somewhat dizzy head. He shot towards the stairs below, even though he didn't see anyone, just to prevent the enemy from coming up. Aha! He didn't know where the shrapnel from this grenade had lodged in his waist, causing the machine gunner to be in excruciating pain. Another soldier injected morphine from his right arm to relieve the pain. Wesker. How's it going? On the fourth floor. Received. You stay. Take care of him. Yuan Li left a team member skilled in first aid to look after the machine gunner, and took the remaining 2 to the fourth floor. Between a row of pillars, 3 members of the white team were pursuing a member of the yellow team. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The two sides were fighting fiercely, and that yellow team member was quite formidable. But, bang bang. Yuan Li saw the opposing member 13's body sticking out from behind the wall to shoot, and immediately raised his gun to fire, hitting the opponent's body with 2 bullets. Ah! Bastard! The opponent was hit, but could still curse, indicating he wasn't shot in a fatal spot. Wesker also understood that although the opponent was injured, he still had the capacity to resist. Chapter 236, Rewards. Back? Yuan Li felt a bit dazed and, smelling smoke at the tip of his nose, glanced at the cigarette he was holding. He casually stuffed it into his mouth. After all, it had only been 2 hours. Although a lot had happened in those 2 hours, 2 hours was still 2 hours, and he remembered this freshly lit cigarette he hadn't even taken 2 puffs from. Ding! Task 1, Survive completed. Reward, isn't being alive the best reward? Yuan Li felt a bit irritated at seeing Task 1, and instinctively scratched his chin. No more dog urine platform, really comfortable. System. Do you have a mother? Ding. Task 2, ensure your side uses laser range finding to complete the task completed. Reward, guidance from 4 top CQB tactical masters in the world. P.S. Guidance instructor is random. Yuan Li's eyes lit up. His indoor close quarters combat was, to be honest, average. After all, he was an army soldier, not a police officer. Generally speaking, indoor close quarters combat was the work of police officers. Being able to complete indoor close quarters combat, and even scoring well in the A-team assessment, belonged to the top tier. Not because of anything else, but relying on quick reaction shooting and central axis relock tactical shooting, being a step ahead, and firing the first bullet was indeed very important. Chapter 237, Rehabilitation Medicine. The 4th instructor was a white man with a dog urine platform on his chin. He wasn't burly and wasn't tall, around 1.75 meters. He had no name. Only a code name, Desert Wild Kid, a retired member. Yuan Li didn't hold any prejudice against him for being a squid person, after all. This was just a character simulated by the system. Moreover, to defeat an opponent, one must understand the opponent better than they understand themselves. After mutual understanding, Desert was skilled in cutting angles in indoor combat. Okay. I think I understand your strength. We'll start from the very basics. And I will teach you everything I have learned without reservation, including the details. Yes, the details you lack the most. Desert spoke kindly and had a convincing demeanor. Yuan Li understood that the other party was not just a Special Forces member, but probably had other identities as well. Very few people are born with a convincing way of speaking, most develop it through later training. Desert waved his hand, and the two appeared in a corridor, with a room on the left ahead. Okay, single-person CQB combat, let me demonstrate the process first. Saying this, Desert picked up the rifle. Chapter 238, 100 kilometers. Yuan Li pretended to be cocky, waved his hand, and then lay on the rehabilitation bed. The old man smiled, then placed his hands on Yuan Li's back, starting to lecture the students. While lecturing, he also demonstrated. The old man's fingers were very strong, but they had a gentle feeling. The strength wouldn't cause pain to his skin, but instead made the muscles inside feel sore and tingly. The old man started pressing from the calf, explaining the origin and insertion of muscles, or explaining how tense muscles can relax, and how overly relaxed muscles can become tense. To be honest, he didn't understand many of the professional terms, but the pressing felt really good. After a night without sleep, Yuan Li suddenly felt sleepy with the old man's massage. He turned to look at Gan Xiaoning standing beside him, then completely relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, 900 selected personnel gathered in an open space. Qi Huan stood in front of the 900 people and pointed in one direction, saying, "Sorry. Due to tight selection funds, the car is out of gas. So you need to go to the training base 100 kilometers away by yourself. No food, no map, we provide nothing. And there will be a reconnaissance battalion directly under the division chasing you. Smoke means elimination, and being caught means elimination. Chapter 239, Simulated Confrontation. Don't ask too much. If you ask too much, I can't answer. Answering would be like leaking secrets. Press me once more, this time I want to experience a painful method. I believe you have what it takes, I've experienced it before. Yuan Li wasn't wrong in his past life. A childhood friend of his was misled into a fitness trainer training institution in his 20s. He stayed there for 3 months and indeed learned some things, including a set of techniques, which he practiced specifically on his friend after returning. Teacher, pressing this position will be very painful, but after the massage, the upper body will feel very relaxed, right? Yuan Li pointed to the area of the teacher's scapula. Of course, this area contains the supraspinatus, infraspinatus, and subscapularis muscles. Since arm movement is inseparable from the scapula, they are indeed very tense. After relaxing, they feel extremely relaxed, but massaging here is also the most uncomfortable. Let me try. After saying this, Yuan Li lay directly on the rehabilitation bed. His childhood friend had pressed this scapular position for him once. To be honest, it made him cry from the pain. Sore, painful, numb, swollen. It felt too complicated, but after pressing, the entire upper body felt very relaxed. Chapter 240, Railway. What are these two? Railway glanced disdainfully at the somewhat excited Yuan Lang. He took out a basin of fish bait that had been prepared for a long time and scattered it with a spoon. No. Old iron. What are you doing? Is this charity food for the fish? Yuan Lang looked puzzled and surprised, since there was always a possibility of trainees coming over. He directly called the team leader Lao Tai. Lao Tai looked dismissive. What do you know? This is called baiting, attracting the fish over. The more fish, the better the catch. You don't understand anything. Oh, I see. Come. Throw some over here. Yuan Lang suddenly realized, as he really didn't know much about fishing. After Lao Tai explained, he felt it made sense and quickly grinned, wanting Lao Tai to throw some his way. What a nice thought. You don't even have bait for fishing, and you still want me to bait for you. Do you think you're special? No bait, no fire, just keep dreaming. Yuan Lang felt a bit embarrassed by Lao Tai's words and helplessly sat on a stone, watching Lao Tai pull up a fish the size of his palm. Seeing this scene, Yuan Lang felt a pang of envy and thought carefully. Wait a minute. Didn't you also catch nothing every time you fished before? Now you know how to bait. Just tell me who taught you. Chapter 241, Fishing. Perhaps Lao Tai's words were too boastful for the heavens to bear. At 2 p.m., 3 female soldiers arrived. The leader was the captain, who had come out from the Southeast Military District courtyard. Hey! They are fishing. Let's see if they have any fish. We can buy a few to replenish our energy. Ah? But the instructor said. Oh, we are buying, not stealing or robbing. Is it illegal to buy things from the locals? Don't worry, just follow me, let's go. The voice from behind made Lao Tai feel a bit uncomfortable. And he turned to look. The 3 female soldiers, with the smiling captain leading the way, jogged over, followed by 2 slightly reluctant lieutenants. Lao Tai could tell from their ages and ranks that they had probably just graduated from military school not long ago. Local, are you selling that fish? Lao Tai smiled gently. What are you selling? You all must be soldiers, right? I've met several groups before and gave away a few fish. If you want to eat, just take one, but only one per person, in case there are others behind you who haven't eaten. Ah? Really? Several comrades ahead also got fish from you. Chapter 242. Fate. Old company commander. Can I ask how many people you captured over there? After hearing Yuan Li's question, Gao Cheng rolled his eyes at Yuan Li, saying, "What the hell, you're not my boss, I'm your old company commander." But in the end, he still picked up the communication device to inquire. In no time, the communication replied, "A total of 192 captured." Yuan Li raised his wrist to check the time. As time passed, more and more trainees flooded into the training ground. "Time's up." Yuan Li picked up the communication device. "Time's up." Standing at the entrance, Shi Jin heard Yuan Li's somewhat indifferent voice coming from the communicator. He immediately reached out his hand to a non-commissioned officer about to step into the training ground. "Time's up, sorry. You can't go in. A vehicle will take you back to your original unit." Shi Jin knew these people would be sent to Old A's second squad for training. This was just a statement for those who had passed the assessment. He absolutely couldn't let them have any delusions of luck. He must keep applying pressure on them. An ordinary person, if chased by a vicious dog, might run faster than those sprinters. People are inherently lazy, they shouldn't know there is a way out. Or else they will give up at the first sign of difficulty. Chapter 243, Still Fate Dumeng pouted, her eyes welling up with tears, glaring fiercely at Shu Sanjuo. Then glancing at the 30 yuan he handed over. She saw the note wrapped around the 30 yuan, which wrote Dumeng. The scenes that emerged in her tear-blurred vision were of her grandfather urging her to exercise when she was young. Dressed in an old-style military uniform, without insignia or medals. What attracted her most was the pentagram on the hat. That was the only shiny thing in the military uniform under the sun, sparkling and surrounded by a captivating halo. As a child, when her grandfather held her in his arms, she couldn't help but reach out to grab it. The sound of her grandfather recounting stories from those years echoed in her ears, and Dumeng suddenly felt a pang of shame. Dumeng originally thought of herself as strong, but because someone was chasing her, she dared not make a fire, so she had to eat the fish raw. The fishy taste lingering in her mouth and nose. Once again, an elderly voice echoed in her ears. In that icy world, the boiled potatoes were harder than stones. "Look at my teeth," I bit into a potato, and my teeth stood on top of it. Your uncle was joking, saying the boiled potatoes grew teeth, ha ha ha. Chapter 244. Beginning this was the best result Yuan Li could arrange. It still depended on whether the leaders agreed. After all, this was ankylosing spondylitis. The military did not know he had this condition before, so they did not stop his training. Now that they knew, they could not let him train anymore. Forcing him to train could leave him paralyzed. Chen Wutao's emotions were complex now. It's true, he might have been meant to enter the special forces. But it seemed he had not, as he was just an equipment maintenance personnel. What does this position entail? It involves the debugging, procurement, testing, maintenance, and safekeeping of weaponry. Ensuring the performance and availability of the equipment. But in reality, he didn't need to handle procurement and testing at all, only debugging and maintenance. Compared to Chen Guodao, Team A had more specialized personnel in this area. They just put Chen Guodao in there to barely fulfill his dream. But it was just barely. He could only watch the group he once aspired to train from the training ground. Of course, he could still learn some skills. But physical training and high-intensity training were out of the question. Thus, Chen Guotao's emotions were very conflicted, and in the end, he went to the hospital for treatment. Trying to stabilize his condition. Chapter 245, May 23. With over 500 trainees, they had been idling for days, not allowed to go out or make too much noise. It was even absurd that soldiers weren't allowed to train. Idling every day, eating plain rice, how could they not feel anxious? Just waiting for the instructor to decide to deal with them one day, a topic discussed in most dormitories. Therefore, almost all trainees were somewhat mentally prepared. However, when they gathered downstairs, they didn't see the instructor. It was okay in the short term, but after 5 or 6 minutes, anxiety began to rise. Especially the paratrooper Deng Zhenhua, who wouldn't stop chattering. He was really a chatterbox. And the unfortunate thing was that there was a medic next to him playing along. What kind of soldier is this? Should he go apprentice with Guo Digang? Yuan Li quietly watched the trainees in formation from a corner with the instructors. Their voices gradually grew louder, from occasional whispers to a constant buzzing like a swarm of wasps. Yuan Li chuckled lightly, feeling that the time was about right, and walked out from the dark corner with his hands behind his back. Upon hearing the footsteps, all the trainees immediately fell silent, only using their peripheral vision to observe the group approaching. Chapter 246, A Command and a Move. What Yuan Li said sounded a bit juvenile, but in the current scene and atmosphere, it brought immense pressure to all the trainees. All the instructors surrounded them, each looking at them with indifferent eyes. My goodness! Paratrooper Deng Zhenhua sighed. Why did I come here to find trouble? Medic Shi Defan had no time to pay him any attention. He Chen Guang stared blankly at Yuan Li, who was explaining the rules. You all continue doing your thing, and I'll continue talking. A few seconds later, Yuan Li continued, Here. I have a little notebook. I've recorded each of your names in it. A total of 100 points, no points added for doing the right thing. Points deducted for doing the wrong thing. Once your points are all deducted, get lost. Of course. You must be wondering, what is the right thing? What is the wrong thing? Yuan Li chuckled slyly. I don't know what the right thing is or what the wrong thing is, you just need to remember, here. In this training base, what I say is right, what I say is wrong. If I want to deduct your points, I can. If one day I find you displeasing, I'll deduct all your points and tell you to get lost. It's that simple. Don't talk to me about human rights, there are none here. Chapter 247, Choice. Gao Dazhuang slightly turned his head and glanced at Long Xiaoyun. After a moment of silence, he still didn't speak. Qi Xiaohua, however, thought for a moment and said, What we want are people with strong stress resistance and adaptability. If they can't handle it, it shows they are not suitable. No one in this world will stand still waiting for anyone. If you can't adapt, leaving is the right thing to do. Long Xiaoyun nodded silently, although she still disagreed in her heart and maintained her doubts, she remained silent. Bang! Ah! Yuan Li kicked a trainee whose arms were trembling uncontrollably. With a slightly sarcastic tone, he said, Oh. This one do, warriors. Isn't it written in your records that you are the top performers and backbones in your respective units? I thought you were really something, and I worried for nothing. Turns out you're just a bunch of useless people. Some trainees glared angrily, while others used Yuan Li's speaking time to regain their strength. Report. This is too inhumane. An angry roar echoed between the two buildings. Zhuangyang stood up from among the trainees lying down. Whether it was due to anger or the recent push-ups, his face was flushed and veins were bulging on his forehead. Chapter 248, Number 20, 5th Division 1. Some stood up, looking dejected. Some were still hesitating. Yuan Li was willing to wait for those who were still hesitating. Yuan Li's foot also left Zhuangyang, who wanted to fight back, but was held back by his comrades and the veterans beside him. Yuan Li had no intention of punishing him, just smiling as he watched him. After his comrades calmed him down, he said, Gan Xiaoning. The three people who just pulled him up, all deduct 5 points. Ah? Why? You can deduct my points, but why deduct others' points? Zhuangyang shouted in frustration, wanting to strangle Yuan Li, but was stopped by the veterans. He understood the veterans' admiration for special forces. He didn't want to involve other comrades, which made him feel guilty. But Yuan Li just wouldn't deduct his points. Only those of the people who wanted to help him. Yuan Li could naturally see the hatred in Zhuangyang's eyes, a hatred that wished he could be executed. But it didn't matter. Yuan Li still smiled, even proudly shrugging at Zhuangyang, appearing helpless. Chapter 249, turning anger into 3 clears, motorized infantry. Amid Yuan Li's roar, the trainees began the first day of Devil Week training. Everyone returned to their dorms to organize their equipment. They couldn't truly be treated as rookies, as these people were elite soldiers in their old units. They moved quickly, and within 2 minutes, they stood in front of Yuan Li, fully equipped. Then they weighed their gear one by one. The weight. What Yuan Li said about being off by even a gram, instantly eliminated, truly scared them. Not one was short. Most had added a few kilograms. Damn, 25. Deng Zhenhua unzipped his backpack, wanting to take out some items to lighten the load, as he had stuffed it a bit too much. But seeing Shusan, standing next to the scale with a cold eye, Deng Zhenhua forced a laugh and ultimately didn't lighten the load. He obediently carried the 25 kilograms. A paratrooper is still a paratrooper, their physical strength is impressive. After all the trainees weighed in, Yuan Li waved at Gan Xiaoning and then turned to sit in a jeep. Behind him came Gan Xiaoning's roar, 5 kilometers cross-country. Start. Hurry. Hurry. Start running. As soon as Gan Xiaoning finished speaking, the instructors began urging the trainees. Chapter 250, Crawling Tactics. Ha. This? 5 kilometers. Ha. Are we there yet? Ha. Number 34, Shi Defan, carrying a rifle. He stumbled, drenched in sweat, as if he had just taken a bath. I feel. Ha. Ha. We've been here for ages, haven't we? Xiong Xiaowei ran beside Shi Defan. In front of them were Song Kaifei and Deng Zhenhua. This was a spot Shi Defan specifically chose. As he put it, these 2 tall guys would block the wind. These 2 indeed exceeded 1.8 meters. But they were special talents. One flew helicopters, and the other jumped from transport planes, with relaxed conditions. Who cares about height, as long as they aren't 1.9 or 2 meters tall? Hearing the discussion behind him, Deng Zhenhua stretched his neck to look ahead. After taking a few deep breaths, he shouted, Hey! Ha! You up front! Ha! 5 kilometers are coming, which bastard is leading the way? After saying that, he stopped by the roadside, starting to walk slowly because stopping suddenly after vigorous exercise can lead to sudden death. Better to walk slowly for a few steps to let the body ease into it. It would feel much better. After forcing his body to walk a bit further, Deng Zhenhua lay down by the roadside, closing his eyes to rest while waving his hand. No more running, no more running, I'm gonna die, no more running. Chapter 251, Into the Mud Pit. What happens when sweat meets a wound? This is a question involving physiology and chemistry. When the salt in sweat meets a wound, it can cause cellular dehydration, stimulate nerve endings, and exacerbate inflammatory responses. What makes humans feel pain from wounds is the stimulation of nerve endings. At this moment, 551 trainees are experiencing the pain brought by these nerve endings. Slacking off. It's not that easy to get away with it. 40 to 50 instructors are walking around them, precisely capturing every person trying to slack off. The instructors are well aware of the ways to slack off, because they have gone through the same things in their own training years ago. All the instructors understand that being lenient will only harm the trainees, doing them more harm than good. Boo-hoo. My Ying is crying again, it really hurts too much, knees, elbows. Wounds, sweat. My Ying is lying on the ground, looking at the streaks of blood in front of her, not understanding why that smiling tiger is torturing them like this. Boo-hoo. Bang. Number 23, didn't I just tell you that even if you cry, you can't stop moving? Wu Liuyi, the cold-faced killer, kicked my Ying's arm, sending her body flying over a meter away. Chapter 252, 5th DAE, lower your head, get lower. Don't think that this is just smelly, even if it's real feces, you have to keep crawling. Yuan Li, holding a loudspeaker, is reprimanding the trainees in the mud pit beside him. Hurry up, hurry up. Are you a snail? The old lady selling popsicles at the entrance is faster than you. Damn it, wasting national funds. Yuan Li gets annoyed, but sometimes their postures are just not standard. Yuan Li directly enters the mud pit with the loudspeaker. Grabs Ma Ying by the collar with one hand, and drags her several meters through the mud. While dragging her, he bends down and yells in her ear. What does it mean to crawl low? Huh? I'm asking you what it means to crawl low. I know. I know. After hearing the answer, Yuan Li casually throws her aside, showcasing his strength, making everyone understand the instructor's power. Ma Ying struggles to crawl in the mud using her hands and feet. Yuan Li decides not to return to the shore and patrols the mud pit instead. Sometimes he encourages the trainees, saying, "Keep it up." And sometimes he greets their families. But sometimes, out of anger, he kicks them directly. For example, Deng Jinhua, why do you have to crawl in front of the smiling tiger? Chapter 253. Preset enemy situation, huh? He Chengwang tries to maintain his composure, taking a deep breath. Under Yuan Li's urging, the two of them continue to grapple once again. However, He Chengwang still can't bring himself to be too harsh on the females. Perhaps it's due to some gender etiquette, he always feels a bit hesitant. Yuan Li focuses on him, but doesn't he urge him? Because he sees 5th DAE as being tough, if He Chengwang can't be tough too, then he really deserves a beating. Sure enough, after being rubbed against by 5th DAE, He Chengwang gets serious. Seizing the opportunity, he hugs 5th DAE and throws her hard into the mud pit. Contrary to what He Chengwang imagined, 5th DAE isn't scared. Her reaction is to immediately stand up and continue grappling. Once Yuan Li sees the two return to their normal training state, he shifts his attention elsewhere. Among the female soldiers, the one with the highest combat power is 5th DAE. But the one who is the toughest on herself and can endure the most is Ma Ying. That fierce determination is rare even among men. Bang! Ma Ying is slammed into the mud pit by number 79 once again. Ma Ying grits her teeth and slaps the mud pit hard, not caring about the mud splattering onto her face. Chapter 254, Testing. This time, thankfully, all the trainees have learned from their mistakes. Upon hearing the gunfire, they immediately lie down. Yuan Li, holding the loudspeaker, shouts from behind, "You bunch of idiots. Only capable of suicidal attacks. Don't you think the enemy is unprepared? Shouldn't we get closer to the enemy before launching an attack? Do you think rushing in makes you a live target? Now, crawl forward low without being discovered by the enemies of the training base." All the trainees are now too exhausted to complain about Yuan Li, the malicious smiling tiger. After hearing Yuan Li's words, they just crawl. Yuan Li first signals the water truck to start spraying the trainees with high-pressure water, while he walks among the crawling trainees. Although he is also within the range of the high-pressure water, Yuan Li doesn't care. After walking a few steps and reaching the front, he suddenly finds that Leng Feng has fallen to the middle position. Previously, Leng Feng was at the front during the crawling tactics. Yuan Li thinks to himself, this guy isn't hiding, saving his strength, right? He approaches Leng Feng, bends down to observe his facial expression, then reaches out and grabs his backpack, dragging him forward for about 5 or 6 meters. Chapter 255, Good kid, playing this trick with me, oh. Gao Dazhuang suddenly realizes something, feeling a bit displeased as he glances at Yuan Li. They have all seen Ma Ying's profile. As long as they give her time and resources and are willing to cultivate her, even if she learns slowly, she will definitely provide a satisfying answer in the end. After Yuan Li finishes speaking and adds 50 squat burdens for everyone because of Ma Ying, the trainees immediately sigh in despair. Ma Ying has cried enough this morning and doesn't want to cry anymore. A regular girl, who has fought her way here from a small county, may not be the most adaptable among this group, but she is definitely excellent. She blocks out the negative emotions brought by Yuan Li. Her eyes are determined. But her face is distorted as she tries hard to use her legs to support her upper body. Finally, her body shakes, standing unsteadily. And she falls to the ground with a thud. Then, she struggles to get up again. The complaints in the male trainee's eyes quickly decrease. Sighing helplessly, they silently stand in place and begin doing weighted squats. Among the females, number 20, Zhongning, looks at Ma Ying with a hint of resentment, but fortunately, it's not much. More of it is helplessness and pain. Chapter 256, Temptation. Wang Yanbing is also stunned. 20 minutes ago, he saw Yuan Li pulling Ma Ying's hand and also became alert, tensing all his muscles. But after a while, he still wanted to relax and slack off. After all, they haven't had a drop of water since early this morning, and the training hasn't stopped. The only water they've had is from the high-pressure water gun. He's really exhausted. But unexpectedly, just after relaxing for a few minutes, he gets caught. Yuan Li has one hand on his waist and the other around Wang Yanbing's neck, smiling as he walks to the front of the line. He Chengwang feels frustrated and helplessly closes his eyes, thinking to himself, what the hell? Wang Yanbing was so scared that cold sweat broke out. After a morning of contact, the instructor's methods, like a smiling tiger, made him feel fear. He thought to himself, oh my. What was I thinking, really foolish. Couldn't I just hold on a little longer? Yuan Li was hugging Wang Yanbing, standing at the front of the formation. Unfortunately, I caught one. Yuan Li scratched his head in frustration. I find it puzzling, isn't this supposed to be easy? Isn't this just the training content for new recruits? If I can find mistakes in this, you make me feel like I'm training a bunch of new recruits. Chapter 257, 1-minute meal time in the end. Everyone completed the 10 400m obstacle courses in a stumbling manner. Some were very slow, like Ma Ying, Zhongning, and many other pumpkins. With over 60 pounds of weight on them, many couldn't jump out of the pit. Although Yuan Li and the other instructors urged them, it was nowhere near as severe as in the morning. After all, they didn't really want to break them, there was still a week to go. The purpose of the Devil's Week training was simple. First, to eliminate those whose physical capabilities were limited and unsuitable. If someone couldn't withstand the training, they would be filtered out. For example, if a trainee had previously overdone push-ups and injured their shoulder, despite being capable and wanting to stay in the special forces, their physical limitations would hold them back. Second, to simulate extreme conditions while still maintaining combat capability. For example, matching the older veterans, completing a 70 kilometers night march while still being combat ready. Third, to prepare for the torture training on the last day of Devil's Week. Yuan Li needed to see if the trainees could maintain their military integrity under extreme fatigue while being subjected to interrogation. Chapter 258, Frustration in the end. In the last 2 seconds of the countdown, the last bun was stuffed into his mouth. His cheeks were bulging, while Zhuangyang was savoring the salty taste of the pickled vegetables. After the countdown ended, Yuan Li immediately noticed that Ma Ying hadn't finished her bun and was still putting it in her mouth. Stop! Stop! Number 23, I told you to stop. An instructor directly kicked away the half piece of bun that was about to reach Ma Ying's mouth. The bun fell to the ground, picking up some dirt and dust. Ma Ying reacted quickly, after the bun left her hand. She ignored the instructor glaring at her beside her and lunged for the half bun that had fallen on the ground. Ma Ying was very clear. She understood that if she didn't try to supplement her food as much as possible, she definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. Let them deduct points. As long as they don't deduct all at once, there will still be a chance. But without this half bun, she definitely wouldn't be able to continue. Moreover, no one knew when this smiling tiger would give them food again. So Ma Ying decisively chose to continue eating even if it was past the time limit. Under these comprehensive conditions, could she still eat the bun that had picked up some dirt? Would she be disgusted? Chapter 259, Military QA Yuan Li looked at the panting pumpkins standing in front of him, still feeling angry after being provoked by number 7. He knew he couldn't act recklessly and suppressed his anger. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the first day. The time is 8:05. Oh, it's too early. I can't let you rest this early. All the pumpkins felt a thud in their hearts. Knowing this smiling tiger had tricked them again and wouldn't let them off the hook. Yuan Li smiled and said, "Everyone, do a plank for 1 hour." Seeing the hesitant expressions on all the pumpkins, looking as if they no longer trusted him, Yuan Li immediately straightened his body. "You have to trust me. Once you pass this exercise, I guarantee you can go back to the dormitory to rest." Looking at the pumpkins who still didn't believe him, Yuan Li sighed, "Hey. Where did the trust between people go? You actually don't believe me. All right. I will count to 3, 2, 1. Anyone who doesn't lie down in the plank position will be eliminated." Yang Rui, Zheng Zhihui, and others fell backward and then stretched and lifted their legs. These were the ones with good physical fitness. Those with poorer fitness, like Ma Ying and Zhong Ning, couldn't lift their legs anymore. In the end, the two of them had to lift their legs forcefully, maintaining some posture, after passing the non-weight-bearing angle. Chapter 260, Extremely Unstable He Chengwang Number 13. During a military mission. As your commander, I assigned you an important task, to assassinate the enemy commander. However, upon reaching the mission site, you suddenly fall ill, with a cold and fever. And a runny nose, your condition is poor, and there's a possibility of failure. Fortunately, you haven't alerted the enemy. And the command center can replace you with another sniper, to continue the mission. What will you do? A soldier never gives up. As long as he appears within my sniper range, I am confident I can kill him. Then, seeing the smiling tiger frown and look at him seriously, He Chengwang repeated once more, his tone very firm. I will definitely kill the enemy commander. Hearing He Chengwang's answer, the instructors and some trainees all looked at him strangely. Task? Task? What about the task? Don't just talk about the honor of being a soldier, the task has risks. Yuan Li instantly lost interest. Having hinted at him madly in the question, and yet he was still so oblivious. Facing this kind of QA scene, He Chengwang didn't even pretend and continued to act foolishly. Chapter 261, Preparing for Night Attack. Yuan Li was very disappointed in He Chengwang, but soon brushed it off. Number 23, during a team task, if you and your teammates disagree, how will you resolve the differences to ensure the completion of the task? Ma Ying's brain was working rapidly, recalling the knowledge she learned in military school. First, remain calm and communicate to avoid emotional outbursts with teammates. While enduring physical fatigue and soreness, Ma Ying thought hard. Also, quickly sort out the points of disagreement with teammates and articulate their reasons. Communicate openly, express your thoughts. Respect your teammates' opinions, and if neither can persuade the other, take a compromise approach. If the disagreement is significant, find a third party to make a judgment. Yuan Li stood quietly beside Ma Ying, listening. After she finished speaking, Yuan Li nodded and continued to patrol the formation. Number 81. If you encounter unexpected natural disasters like floods or wildfires during a mission, how will you protect yourself and your teammates? Please elaborate. Zheng Zhihui was sweating profusely. His legs unable to hold up, and he stretched out his hand to grab his military pants to barely support himself. Yuan Li didn't pay attention to this. Others had long since lost their proper posture, but Zheng Zhihui was at least able to maintain the correct posture. Chapter 262. Ostrich. Her grandfather might not be my grandfather. Just back in the dormitory, Deng Zhenhua, holding his belly, had a pained expression as he leaned on the bunk bed frame. My goodness. The smiling tiger is really ruthless, doing nothing but tormenting us. Although Shidafan is exhausted, he still lies down on the bed with a smile, saying with a face full of enjoyment, "Ah. So comfortable, really comfortable, lying down is the best." Deng Zhenhua, a bit puzzled, asks, "Hey. I say, medic. Why aren't you worried at all? Don't you understand the importance of being prepared?" The medic lies on the bed, not even taking off his backpack. Eyes closed and looking fully relaxed. After hearing Deng Zhenhua's question, he casually replies, "What is there to worry about? What are we afraid of? Worried about how that smiling tiger will deal with us tomorrow. Oh? When soldiers meet soldiers, when water meets soil, just deal with it. Can he really kill us?" Right. Right, I think so too. He can't really kill all of us, can he? If he dares to do that, I'll admit defeat. Xiong Xiaowei wipes the sweat from his face with a towel and interjects after hearing the medic's words. Zhuang Yang, looking dissatisfied, says, "In my opinion, that smiling tiger is such a freak. If he really wanted to kill one or two, he could definitely do it." Chapter 263. Continuing to rest during break time, the two are competitors. Seemingly Wang Yanbing is determined to compete with He Chengwang. But in reality, it is He Chengwang's high and mighty attitude that has sparked Wang Yanbing's desire to win. For example, He Chengwang deliberately showcased his shooting skills to let Wang Yanbing join the sharpshooter squad, with 2 bullets hitting the same hole. And he didn't explain afterwards. Just to give the spot to Wang Yanbing. He Chengwang is indeed kind-hearted and treats Wang Yanbing as a friend. However, it cannot be denied that whether as a friend or a soldier, He Chengwang is unqualified. Using this method to maintain relationships with friends shows a disdain for the soldier's identity, and giving the sharpshooter spot to Wang Yanbing is also a slight against friends. He Chengwang is a person who, while being a soldier, actually resembles a young master. His perspective is high and looks down on ordinary people. After all, with a grandfather who is a lieutenant general, I don't need the sharpshooter spot. I can have better opportunities. His eyes are not focused on the regular troops. They are firmly locked on the special forces. Hey, my closest comrade lacks this opportunity. I give it to my comrade. Disregarding the rules in the barracks and belittling his comrades. Chapter 264. Stamping feet, get out quickly. Charge hard, charge hard. Cough, cough. Can't stay anymore. At first, no one dared to charge because of the instructor's authority. But after being cooped up in the room for a minute, with snot and tears flying, and the discomfort in their breathing passages, all the recruits found it unbearable. Some in the dormitory began to choose to charge out, while others chose to hold on a little longer. For example, in the dormitory where Zheng Zhihui and Yang Rui are, the two stopped others from charging out. Wait a bit longer, cough, hold on. Cough, those who go out first might get punished, cough. Yang Rui was already so smoked that he couldn't open his eyes. Coughing as he spoke. Cough. If you have water, pour it on your clothes and cover your mouth and nose. Deng Zhenhua wrapped his face with his clothes and said muffled, "This trick doesn't work. I know, cough, cough. But if it can block a little, we can hold on longer." Tear gas releases irritating chemicals that directly stimulate the eyes and respiratory tract, causing tearing, runny nose, coughing, and other symptoms. A damp towel can somewhat block the spread of tear gas, but it is not effective. In the female soldiers' dormitory, 3 also wanted to rush out, but were firmly held back by the instructor, who wouldn't open the door at all. Chapter 265, the continuation of Devil Week. Oh my! What a brain I have! Freak! Maggots! Even the landlords didn't oppress Laboris this harshly before. Most people were already prepared, they stood up, raised their hands. And their training uniforms were already on. Cursing the instructor, they headed out to line up downstairs. Everyone. It's 1:30. Yuan Li said with a happy face, pointing at his watch and loudly telling all the recruits. What a good time to admire the moon. Hearing Yuan Li's reason, the recruits were so angry their eyes turned black. Look up. 10 minutes to admire the moon. 2 a.m. Beep, beep, beep. Emergency gathering. Yuan Li had a serious face, just now. A big event just happened. I just looked at the weather forecast, tomorrow will be sunny, normal training. Recruits, 2:30 a.m. Beep, beep, beep. Emergency gathering. Yuan Li stood in front of all the recruits again, looking cheerful, saying, nothing much. Just to let you know. I'm going to rest now, I've accompanied you for 24 hours, finally I can take a nap. Recruits, 2:50 a.m. Chapter 266. He jejuned scheme after a long time, unable to hold on any longer, those who wanted to quit stood up and exited. Those who didn't want to quit, thinking they could hold on a little longer, sat in place, resentfully looking at Yuan Li. They no longer wanted to say any useless words. This smiling tiger is impervious to oil and salt, he only gives you two choices, either obey his orders or quit. Even the stubborn Zhuangyang didn't say anything in protest, after all, saying more would be useless. After those wanting to quit left, there were only 431 trainees left from the original 472. Anyone else? Anyone else want to quit? The recruits remained silent. Yuan Li nodded, looks like there are none left. Then let's go back and rest. A friendly reminder, you get 5 hours of sleep time today. All trainees' eyes brightened, don't underestimate those extra minutes, for them. Every second of rest time is worth cherishing. After Yuan Li finished speaking, he turned and left. He went to the large conference room to discuss tomorrow's mountain field survival with the tall and strong Qi Xiaohua. Just as he sat down and lit a cigarette, Qi Xiaohua said, the monitoring in the mountains has been installed, we need to check it out. Chapter 267. Daily training subjects. The man was silent for a long time and finally said, you tell me the person, then go back and wait for news. He Jejun immediately beamed, placing Yuan Li's personal information on the desk before exiting the office. The man's lips twitched slightly, realizing that he Jejun had brought the personal information with him. He picked up the document, flipped through it, and casually put it down. Sometimes different levels come with different permissions. And what he Jejun knows will never be as much as I do. He opened the computer on the desk and conducted a search. Quickly skipping over personal identity information, military identity information, training records, physical examination records, and medical records. It was only when he reached the mission records that he slowed down. Stunned to see that just a few months after joining the unit, he had already killed a spy. Then he continued to flip down. Details of the exercises in March 2003, July 2003, January 2004, May 2004, and August 2004. After flipping through more than 10 pages, there are family situations and evaluations from nearly 20 former squad leaders, platoon leaders, company commanders, training team members, and school teachers, including Wu Zhiqi, Huan Yuanlang, and others. Chapter 268, Unexpected. After Devil Week, the first day of training began. Many people thought that special forces had a passionate lifestyle and training. But that is not the case. It's monotonous. Tedious training is the daily theme. Repeated training, and more repeated training. After thousands of repetitions, it becomes very dull and boring. Nevertheless, Deng Zhenhua and Shi Defan, these two lively characters, didn't feel that way and were still cheerful every day. But the others felt this way, cramming every minute of their daily lives with study and training. 2 months later, a long line of troop transport vehicles headed towards the southeastern region. They were going to the rainforests in the southeast for their second Devil Week, followed by a month of training in the jungle. The environment in the rainforest was much worse than that of the previous training base and mountainous training environment. Poisonous insects and snakes were everywhere, although the resources were abundant. The dangers were significantly higher. Moreover, after Devil Week, there were capture training, water torture, beatings, fatigue interrogation, and many other tortures waiting for them. Snap! Yuan Li lit a cigarette and flipped through the folder in his hand, which contained the training content, as he was checking for gaps. In these 2 months, 21 members had left for Team A's second squad for further training. Chapter 269, Iron Lady. Huff. A feverish male soldier lay directly on the ground, gasping for breath and stretching out his palm to say something, but his rapid breathing prevented him from speaking in full sentences. Yuan Li sat in the vehicle, frowning as he quietly watched the soldier, then stepped out of the vehicle. Everyone knew what the soldier wanted to say, but no one would easily make a decision for him. I give up, phew. Yuan Li let out a long sigh, looking at the soldier lying on the ground, crying out loud, muffled by his cold and fever. WWII was also a medic, but he could treat others but not himself. He had endured so much hardship and difficulty up to this point, but now he had collapsed in the very field he was most familiar with. Yuan Li understood the other's feelings very well, after enduring and persevering through hardships. Just when there was only a little distance left, everything went wrong. Then, the accompanying medical staff carried him into the ambulance on a stretcher. After WWII, another male soldier calmly accepted his fate and chose to give up. About 10 minutes later. Chapter 270, Long Baichuan. Long Baichuan understood that Yuan Li meant to avoid causing him trouble. After all, he had gathered the backbone and hadn't even started training yet. And now it was about to be disbanded. It would be strange if the soldiers coming for training didn't have their thoughts wandering. Long Baichuan thought for a moment and finally nodded. Anyway, Yuan Li meant that the confidential training was all taking place on a small island. At midnight, the beach and sea were even more beautiful than during the day. Snap! Bang! Tear gas! The usual tactic, the soldiers reacted quickly. And after holding on for more than a minute, they began to rush out. They were then taken down by the instructors, bound hand and foot with ropes, blindfolded, and escorted one by one to the boat docked on the sea. On the other side of the training base, a robust and stern-looking Xiang Yu stood with his arms crossed, quietly watching the bustling base not far away. Behind him were some other key members of the naval reconnaissance team, who had been awakened. One of them walked up to Xiang Yu and asked, "What is that noise over there?" Xiang Yu was also a bit puzzled and hesitantly said, "Training, I suppose." Ba Lang asked in confusion, "Training? That doesn't sound right. It sounds like an attack." Chapter 272, War God Xiang Yu. For the next 3 months, the soldiers would learn different knowledge here. For example, in biology, they needed to understand marine and island life, become familiar with the methods of catching and cooking shellfish, fish, snakes, birds, and insects, and be able to identify edible, medicinal, and poisonous plants. For example, in astronomy, when drifting alone at sea, how to rely on the stars to determine direction. There were many other subjects as well. Therefore, the time spent here was much longer than in other places. Of course, the daily training of the soldiers, busy with learning, was also essential. Training on the beach was much easier than in other places, you just had to stand on the sand. After a month, all the soldiers and instructors had tanned a shade darker. During this time, Xiang Yu and others were also closely monitoring them. However, what they saw were only some common physical training routines. Nevertheless, they did not dare to underestimate this group of people, they carried a different aura. Not to mention the instructors, even Xiang Yu suspected that each of those instructors had someone's life in their hands. Xiang Yu understood that what they could see were only these common physical training routines, as for the others, they were not visible. This made Xiang Yu a bit frustrated. Not because others were guarding against him, but because he was frustrated with his own fate. He had already become the strongest in the beast camp, and he wanted to continue developing in the army. Chapter 273, Interview. The interviews for Team A, Wolf Fang, and Black Tiger were conducted simultaneously. They also let them choose a company for the interview, which means they have already made a choice. This was a last-minute decision after the three companies made their lists. Because Yuan Li found that the other two instructors were just as shameless as he was. The other two companies filled in all the names except for Mai Ying. Bang! How could you be so shameless? You actually filled in all the names. Qi Xiaohua shrugged innocently and said, "Aren't you the same? Didn't you learn this from me?" The tall and strong Yilang looked at Yuan Li with disdain and said, "At least we left Mai Ying for you. Didn't I leave He Chengwang for you?" He continued, "Besides, this is not the same. I can be shameless, but you can't. This tarnishes the image of a soldier." "What? Why is there a double standard?" Qi Xiaohua exclaimed in disbelief. Yuan Li pointed at the shoulders of the two and said, "What military rank do you both hold?" "Major, right? Can majors be so shameless?" "I don't care. I'm just a captain. Being a little shameless is fine for me, but you can't. It damages the image of soldiers." Chapter 274, Adjustment. Yuan Li lowered his head and seriously studied the personal data on his desk, but the smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his true thoughts. After Yuan Lang heard Mai Ying's answer, he wanted to laugh, but the occasion was inappropriate, so he quickly covered his face with his hand. Fen Yi was writing on a document, and looked at Mai Ying with a hint of surprise after hearing what she said. He. Tai Lu smiled and shook his head, finding it quite amusing. Wang Yanbing and He Chengwang stood silently at the stairway on the second floor, exchanging glances. He Chengwang's face was gloomy, while Wang Yanbing looked conflicted. The two stood quietly at the busy office building's stairway. He Chengwang looked at Wang Yanbing, waiting for him to make a choice. Morning light. I still want to stay here. The smiling tiger can serve as the chief instructor with the rank of captain, while the other two majors are just deputy chief instructors. I feel that staying here has more potential for development than going to Wolf Tooth. Wang Yanbing finally said to He Chengwang with slight hesitation. He Chengwang sighed softly. He felt both the melancholy of parting from an old comrade and the frustration of being the only one left out when old A chose everyone else. Even if the A team chose him, he wouldn't stay in the A team. Chapter 275, Poison War. After Yuan Lang roughly skimmed through it, he nodded, took out a cigarette, threw one to Yuan Li, and lit one for himself. All right. From now on, you are the 13th team of the 3rd Squadron. Yuan Li scratched his head and asked in confusion, why the 13th team? Yuan Lang shrugged, because the first 12 teams already have people. Oh? Yuan Li nodded, somewhat speechless, and silently lit his cigarette. The practical simulation site you created has quite a good effect. It can really reveal a lot. Yuan Li nodded. Give it to me in the next 2 days. I'll have our 13th team train with it. At 1 p.m. The 9 people selected by Yuan Li stood in a line on the playground, with Xu Qiong standing beside a Rottweiler. Yuan Li, wearing a beret and accompanied by a bayonet, walked up to them. This made the other 7, except for Xu Qiong and Xu Sanjuo, feel a jolt in their hearts. Damn! Why is this smiling tiger here again? It can't be right. There's going to be trouble later. Yuan Li glanced at each person and then said with a smile, sit down. After saying that, he sat cross-legged first. Xu Qiong quickly followed, and the other 8 exchanged glances before also sitting cross-legged. Chapter 276. The End of Big Deaf and Little Deaf. Poison War. A drug enforcement film with a rather tragic ending. Even the fact that it could be released puzzled Yuan Li. In the afternoon, the 13th group, equipped with special police gear and in plain clothes, set off in 2 vans. Upon arriving in the city, the van drove straight to the location provided by the contact person. Hello. You are the ones from the armed police here to provide support, right? A woman in a stylish leather jacket approached Yuan Li after seeing the license plate number and greeted him, then smiled and nodded at the people inside the van. Yuan Li, in plain clothes and with a gentle expression, negotiated with the other party for a moment, exchanged phone numbers, and then they parted ways. Bang bang. Yuan Li patted the van and said, "Those who need to solve personal issues, hurry up and do it, there may not be time later." Yes. X9. Then they each went to resolve their personal issues. In the evening, Yuan Li met with the squad leader Zhong Lei, a fierce-looking middle-aged man. Around midnight, Yuan Li left Yang Rui with 4 people on standby, while he and 4 others changed into plain clothes, wearing bulletproof vests, and followed Zhong Lei's car in a van. Maintaining a steady distance. Chapter 277, Cai Qianming. Bang bang bang. The moment Xu Sanjuo and Mai Ying broke the glass, before it even hit the ground, Xu Sanduo's gun began firing the first bullet. It shot straight at the little deaf in front, with the first bullet hitting his back. After hitting the ground, Xu Sanjuo quickly adjusted, and the second bullet followed closely, entering from the left rear of Xiaolong's head and exiting through the right forehead, ultimately embedding itself in the wall. Meanwhile, outside, Leng Feng and Wang Yanbing did not charge, but used the angle-cutting technique that Yuan Li taught them for supporting fire. The main attackers were still Xu Sanjuo and Mai Ying. If they rushed in, it could lead to friendly fire. Mai Ying rolled behind the TV cabinet for cover the moment she entered, shooting at the lower limbs of the little deaf without aiming. After adjusting her position, she fired 2 shots at the little deaf's face. Confirming that the 2 had fallen, Leng Feng was the first to enter, lowering his gun and firing 2 shots at the little deaf, who was half sitting against the wall and silent, leaving his face a bloody mess. Then he kicked away the firearms beside the little deaf. Chapter 278, Gold Coins. Bang bang. At this moment, Yuan Li had pulled out a short submachine gun from his backpack and aimed at Cai Qianming, shooting at the person inside the car in the middle of the asphalt road. As soon as the gunshot rang out, gunfire erupted from all directions. The 2 drug traffickers driving the truck hadn't even had time to draw their guns before investigator Xu Qiong shot them 6 times. Bang bang bang. The 5th squad and Shi Defan also engaged in crossfire with the vehicles behind. Bang. Deng Zhenhua shot a stylishly dressed woman holding a handgun. It was his first time shooting at a person, but he felt no discomfort. His mindset was very stable. 20 seconds later, the battle ended. Zhong Lei and the others had just finished observing the scene. They were a bit dazed. In such a short 20 seconds, the battle was over. Zhong Lei emerged from cover, looking at the 2 drug dealers lying together. He blinked his small eyes and thought to himself, the armed police are indeed stronger than the special police. As he pondered, he stepped towards the school gate. "I promised to leave you a way out, here you go." Yuan Li dragged the handcuffed Cai Qianming, whose hands were tied with zip ties, to the front of Zhong Lei, who was walking towards him. He then pushed Cai Qianming to the police officer following Zhong Lei. Bang bang. Bang bang. Chapter 279. Continental Hotel. The female receptionist at the front desk smiled, holding a gold coin with both hands, while also needing to verify his identity. Soon after, Yuan Li received a room card for room 306. His identity was not a secret in front of the person in charge of this continental hotel. However, he would definitely keep silent. Yuan Li arrived at room 306 and took out a dozen gold coins from his suitcase. He then left the room and went to the bar located on the 3rd floor. After casually finding a spot to sit down, he flagged down a hot, sexy waitress. "Beautiful. Menu number 2, pick any drink for me, thank you." The waitress, holding a tray with one hand, bent her knees slightly, smiled faintly, and nodded to indicate she understood. 2 minutes later, the waitress brought over menu number 2. And a burly middle-aged man, with the appearance of a Thai Siamese, sat opposite Yuan Li. Yuan Li did not focus on him, but rather on the drink that the waitress had brought. However, from the corner of his eye, he clearly observed the other party, including their facial features. A broad nose, thick lips, and a protruding jaw, he had the standard appearance of a Thai Siamese. dressed in an expensive suit, but paired with a look that failed to convey any sense of wealth or nobility. Chapter 280, Li Kun. After parking the vehicle, he turned off the engine and held the keys in his palm. His hands remained still on the steering wheel, and he looked through the rearview mirror at the police car parked behind him, from which two white police officers emerged. One approached the driver's side rear of the car where Yuan Li was sitting, while the other stood at a distance, keeping watch. Although there had been no communication yet, the white police officer felt that this black man was normal, but a bit too normal. In a standard vehicle interception procedure, police would signal a suspicious vehicle to pull over by turning on the lights and using the siren. The driver should stop as soon as possible in a safe location, avoiding sudden acceleration or attempts to flee to prevent being deemed as evading law enforcement, which could lead to more serious consequences. This is standard procedure, however. Yuan Li did not wait for them to signal, and instead voluntarily pulled over to the side, waiting for them to come and check for them. How to safely approach the vehicle while protecting themselves is also experienced. One officer approached, but stayed at the side rear to avoid the driver having a gun. From that position, due to sitting in the driver's seat and the car's structure, he could quickly dodge to ensure his safety. Meanwhile, the other police officer stood a bit farther away, responsible for maintaining watch. Chapter 281, Prophecy. On the evening of November 26th, Li Kun finished work as usual. He had many tasks each day, but they were all jobs that others were unwilling to take on, tedious and thankless work. Only when the editor needed something would he rush to produce a pile of nonsense. Most of the time, he was just doing odd jobs in the office for other white colleagues. Sigh. Li Kun looked up at the scenery on the street, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. He had been in this ugly country for nearly 10 years. He deeply realized that this was not the paradise he had imagined. He had chosen to stay here because of its prosperity. At this moment, he regretted it deeply, but regret was no longer useful. He feared stopping, but did not want to stop. Only in the quiet of the night did he occasionally sigh, wondering why the gap was so vast. Back home, as a top student, he faced respect, envy, and admiration from parents who spoke of him as the exemplary child, as well as affection from teachers. Here, he was still a top student, but faced bullying, discrimination, and a group of people emitting body odor who, upon getting close to him, would cover their noses with disdain. Even after entering the workforce, he had to deal with colleagues' difficulties and his boss's questioning and ridicule. This series of events had brought a once proud top student down to the ground. Chapter 282, Attack. At 1 a.m., Yuan Li left Li Kun's house. He returned to the Continental Hotel's Los Angeles branch to check in. The next morning at 7 a.m., Yuan Li parked his car on a route that the target would inevitably take if they attended the event. He waited until around 12:30 p.m. while struggling to eat bread, when he suddenly spotted a familiar vehicle and its corresponding license plate. Calmly taking another bite of his bread, he casually placed the remaining piece under the windshield. He started the vehicle and followed behind. As he got closer to the main road of the parade, more tourists and residents participating in the event appeared. Eventually, both vehicles parked in the same parking lot. The target, hugging a sexy blonde, looked around excitedly, seemingly interested in everything. 3:56. 4 people were providing protection behind the target, while 2 others were covertly protecting. As they merged onto the main road of the parade, the crowd became denser, with some people alone and others coming out to participate in the parade as families. Shoulder to shoulder, people pressed against each other, and Yuan Li intentionally or unintentionally moved closer to the target. At this time, the performance began, with the first act being a dance troupe showing off their long legs. Chapter 283, Bald Old Man Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Continuous gunfire hit the car's tires, and the vehicle behind came to a halt sideways. While moving, Yuan Li pulled out 2 grenades from his leather jacket and threw them. Boom! Boom! Yuan Li had already moved to the side of the vehicle, having just thrown the 2 grenades, which had exploded, leaving the people inside in a daze. Yuan Li took out another grenade from behind his waist and placed it on the front windshield, then circled to the back of the car for cover, aiming his gun at the security personnel emerging from the second vehicle to shoot. Boom! Rat-a-tat-tat! With an effective range of 200 meters, the Uzi submachine gun could fire 1,500 rounds per minute. Its lethality might be insufficient, but its suppressive power was absolute. After a round of shooting, he took out another grenade and threw it at the security personnel behind. Taking advantage of the cover from the grenade, Yuan Li hopped on a motorcycle and, before fleeing, threw another grenade through the already shattered windshield of the first vehicle. Boom! The security personnel from the second vehicle looked up and saw the retreating figure. And then the deputy commander of the security personnel assigned a female security officer to check the situation. Chapter 284, Going Home. On the 28th, in the room of the Continental Hotel, Yuan Li tore open a can of dog food and poured it into a bowl. Then placed it in front of the small yellow dog. He came here to find a dog, so he might as well pretend to raise one and give it to the hotel when he leaves. Today's Washington is bustling, though it doesn't seem obvious from the outside. There are always some men in suits purposefully searching for something. Fortunately, the Continental Hotel held up, and Winston, the manager from the New York Continental Hotel, came to Washington, managing to prevent some people from inspecting the rooms. Yuan Li stood by the window of his room, looking down at the plainclothes officers monitoring below, furrowing his brow. He knew that his little tricks could fool the police, but they definitely couldn't fool the professionals. However, it didn't matter. What Zhao Peng revealed made him indifferent to how this person died. It would be best if it were an accidental death. This was a test of his capabilities, allowing the department to understand the scope of his mission. It was best if the Continental Hotel could withstand the pressure. If not, he would resort to channels from his hometown. Although Winston managed to hold off the plainclothes officers, there were also members of the killer group who could come and go freely. So, in these days, Yuan Li had decided to hide in his room and not go out. Chapter 285, Langda Village. Back at Old A. Yuan Lang didn't bother to ask what Yuan Li had been doing for the past month. Instead, the team members kept asking questions, but Yuan Li shut them up with a confidential response. Old A was lively. A new round of candidate selection had been going on for 3 months. This batch consisted of over 1,000 people, all previously eliminated. They were no longer related to Wolf Fang. This was the result of a conspiracy between Team A and the Black Tiger. It had nothing to do with Yuan Li. Training new recruits was exhausting. Chi Huan had returned to take charge of selecting new members. 4 months later, March 2006, 3 a.m. Knock, knock, knock. Yuan Li opened his eyes from a deep sleep upon hearing some urgent knocking, and immediately jumped out of bed. When he opened the door, he saw Yuan Lang with a serious expression. What's wrong? Yuan Li frowned at Yuan Lang. The urgent knocking and Yuan Lang's grim face indicated that something was definitely wrong. Do you remember Jin Shui? Yuan Li thought for a moment and replied, yes. The selection personnel from our military district spent 6 months in the pumpkin team, but due to poor grades in cultural classes, they lost all their points. He killed 7 people. A chill immediately spread from Yuan Li's tailbone to the back of his head. Chapter 286, Support at Night. This was the domain of the Special Forces. Within the Special Forces, Dongda Army was the master of night combat. Zheng Zhihui had arranged everything very reasonably. The explosion scattered them, causing panic within the drug traffickers. Firecrackers were set off on the left side to make the armed drug traffickers think there was an ambush there too. The armed men grew increasingly frantic. Under the commander's orders, the armed men moved to the right side, where there was another minefield. This series of strikes made the commander of the drug traffickers immediately realize that the opponent was not the border defense forces he had clashed with multiple times. No longer running around recklessly, he was determined to eliminate Langda village. Even if the losses were severe, he had to eradicate it. If there was a minefield, he would bypass it. At this point, the commander of the armed men believed that his losses were still within acceptable limits. They began their assault on the village. Cheong Xiaowei lay in ambush on the outskirts of the village, leading militia members, observing the situation through gaps in the vegetation, holding a wooden-handled grenade. With several militia members around him also ready with grenades. As they got closer, Cheong Xiaowei suddenly pulled the ring of the wooden-handled grenade. "Throw!" he shouted, reminding the nervous militia members. Chapter 287, Zhuangyang. What's going on? How can a group of poorly trained armed men force you into this situation? Zheng Zhihui. Tell me about your glorious moments. Yuan Li wasn't sure if he was angry or what, but there was a hint of irritation in his tone. Zheng Zhihui, with bandages wrapped around his hands, awkwardly lowered his head, feeling guilty. Yuan Li's blunt questioning silenced the members of the Lone Wolf B team, who were in pain. And they endured it. Let us go back first. We've already contacted the border defense forces. Yes? Zheng Zhihui replied, and after a while, he found Yuan Li to report what had just happened. You should have decisively pressed down the moment that boy spoke. Instead of allowing your team members even a slight chance to struggle, that is the responsibility of a commander. After listening to Zheng Zhihui's report, Yuan Li quietly told him, this isn't disaster relief, there is no time or energy to save the pets or livestock of the people. This is war, bullets are flying by your ears. And bombs are exploding not far away. War is not a game. If Yuan Li and the others had arrived late, they wouldn't even be able to collect the bodies. Chapter 288, Changjin Lake. When the vehicles arrived at the station, medical personnel quickly surrounded the vehicle transporting the wounded. Yuan Li and Zhuangyang finished their conversation, and got out of the car in succession. Suddenly, a piercing scream startled everyone. Zhuangyang jumped up, turned around, and immediately raised his rifle, aiming at the source of the scream. Yuan Li, standing beside him, grabbed the gun and lifted the muzzle, while pulling Zhuangyang's hand down. Zhuangyang's rifle was now in Yuan Li's hands. Come on, I taught these people how to shoot. The gun posture was corrected by me bit by bit. A fellow disciple can't break the moves. Can a master not break the moves of a disciple? Zhuangyang didn't care that the gun had disappeared from his hands. Instead, he stared intently at the excited female medic, who was screaming loudly not far away. Yuan Li glanced over and realized that this female soldier was Xiaoying. Little Zhuang's unresolved feelings were also Yuan Li's unresolved feelings as a bystander. He cast a glance at the aide, Xia, who was dressed in ethnic minority attire not far away. Damn it! What a bastard worse than a pit! Yuan Li admired Xiaoying, not in a way mixed with gender-related feelings. Yuan Li still remembered the first time he looked directly at the female lead of this military drama. Chapter 289, Type 38. Rows of soldiers in military uniforms, carrying steel guns, stood solemnly in formation. Yuan Li was currently carrying a rifle, standing in the ranks. His name was still his name, his body was still his body, and even the birthmark on the back of his hand was identical. The 611th soldier of the 7th Infiltration Company of the 9th Corps. Yuan Li's eyes were extremely complex as he looked at the rows of soldiers. Feeling both admiration and concern unique to later generations for these soldiers who braved the wind and snow for the new country. Yuan Li's gaze slowly moved. Looking at every face, back, and profile that appeared in his view, his vision gradually blurring. In 1950, with the new country in need of rebuilding, there were still 2 places that had not been liberated. Liberating these 2 places was a top priority for this new country. Led by Commander Song, the Ace 9th Corps of the 3rd Field Army has been training in Fujian for several days, ready to cross the sea for combat at any moment. The 9th Corps originated from the 10th Division of the WWII, the elite among elites, the aces among aces. The saying when the artillery is unmoved, it must be the 10th Division refers to them. The important task of crossing the sea for combat should have been assigned to them. Chapter 290, Red, Obey the orders. Boom. All units, board the vehicles. Yes. Board the vehicles. Once all the soldiers entered the carriages, the locomotive spewed white smoke and began what seemed like a difficult crawl. Racing towards a foreign land. Yuan Li chose a bunk with his comrade, sharing a bed. The other one was named Li Cixi. He had 4 brothers. And he was the 4th son, hence the name 4 Joys. However, due to the war, the 2nd and 3rd Joys were gone. And only the eldest brother remained at home farming. Because of his name 4 Joys, the instructor liked to call him Meatball. And slowly the whole company began to call him that. Crack, crack. Yuan Li sat cross-legged on the bed, using a few surrounded ammunition boxes to assemble the disassembled parts. A soldier must be familiar with his weapon, it's too deadly otherwise. Being familiar with firearms, maintenance, and shooting are all necessary processes. But now there were no conditions for shooting, so he would just wipe off the dust and do some maintenance. Li Yunlong. You weren't this familiar with disassembling guns before. I slowly got used to it. The things that kill enemies on the battlefield must be well maintained. While speaking, Yuan Li reassembled the Type 38 rifle. Chapter 291, Bombing. Brother. I just saw people blown to death. Wu Wanli had a surprised expression, making Wu Qianli and the other veterans feel a bit uncomfortable. Clearly at an innocent age, they had to face the cruel realities of death and war. The train, speeding with white smoke over the Yalu River Bridge, suddenly braked sharply, causing everyone in the carriage to tumble. Ouch! You stepped on my leg. Why did we stop? Opening the door, the soldiers got off one by one. The tracks ahead are being repaired. All personnel rest for 30 minutes. After disembarking in his single shirt, Yuan Li rushed to a nearby grove that had no leaves. Once in the woods, he looked left and right and judged that there must be wild vegetables in the area when he opened the door. Even in winter, there are mountain wild vegetables, such as the tender thorns Yuan Li was picking, which have cold resistance and can withstand temperatures as low as -40 to 50 degrees. He needed to prepare for the lack of clothing and food after entering Korea for combat. Even in the harshest environments, nature provides animals and humans with a glimmer of hope, but war does not. Chapter 292, Wolf Forest Mountains. After resting for about 20 minutes, Wu Qianli ordered to set off again. 3 hours later, a vast area of rubble appeared ahead, with scattered decaying corpses on the stones. Wu Qianli instructed all soldiers to hide in the rear valley and sent scouts to investigate the left and right sides. He, along with the instructor and several squad leaders, approached to check the situation. After about 10 minutes, the squad leaders ordered to cross the rubble field. Yuan Li followed silently, but just as he entered the rocky area, he shouted loudly, "Company commander! The American bombers are coming!" Yuan Li's shout stunned everyone. Wu Qianli turned to Yuan Li with a hint of panic. After the incident at the Yalu River Bridge, he deeply remembered that Yuan Li had excellent hearing, at least better than anyone else's. Quick! Quickly, back, hurry back! Yuan Li hears far, we still have time. Yu Tsongrong perked up his ears, looking around while retreating with the main force, thinking to himself, this is strange. How can his hearing be so good? Yu Tsongrong dared to claim that there were enemies all around him, and he had already honed his sensory skills to survive in these wars. Chapter 293, Dam Type 38. A transport plane circled over the mountains. Yuan Li's face, buried in the snow, slightly twisted as he looked up at the transport plane above. Li Yunlong. Why isn't it leaving? Meatball whispered from behind him. It's looking for us. Yuan Li replied, his eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. After a while, the plane flew away. The 7th Infiltration Company crawled out of the snow and continued to advance. From night to day, and then from day to night, that's how war is. For ordinary soldiers, most of the time is spent on the march. About 3 to 4 hours after dark, beep beep beep. The scouts ahead blew the fishing whistle again, indicating that there was a situation ahead. Soon, the scouts returned with a report. Yuan Li was in the middle of the line and couldn't see or hear what they were saying. Then he received the order to prepare for battle. Wu Qianli led the 7th Infiltration Company over a hill. Before Yuan Li could cross the hill, he heard gunfire and the sound of cannons. Once he crossed the hill, he saw flames shooting into the sky and heard miserable cries. Wu Qianli then arranged for the others to escort the radio to Dayu Cave, taking only Yu Tsongrong, Pingi, and members of an infantry squad and a gun squad to prepare for a rescue. Chapter 294, Tribute to the Quartermaster. Snap! Bang bang bang. The equipment of the 7th Reconnaissance Company is considered quite good in the country, but compared to the American Devils, it is nothing. Submachine guns, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, even ordinary rifles are semi-automatic M1 Garand rifles that can fire 8 rounds in succession. Yuan Li's speed was extremely fast. Over 30 rounds of ammunition quickly ran out. Looking around, he saw a soldier 2 positions away from him lying on the ground, life or death unknown. Yuan Li crawled over in a low posture and checked the nearby weapon. Huh? Is this a 98K? Yuan Li frowned and thought for a moment, but it seemed not. This looks like a Czech VZ 9822 rifle. Although the Czech Republic is a small country geographically, it has a very developed light weapons research and manufacturing industry, known worldwide for its superb arms manufacturing technology. During World War II, despite the country's misfortunes, it didn't matter if the country was destroyed, arms manufacturing couldn't stop, providing a large number of high-quality firearms to countries around the world. Not only did it play a significant role on the European battlefield, but it also crossed the ocean to fight against Japan in the east. This gun looks very similar to the 98K, but its quality surpasses that of the 98K. Chapter 295, Rest. Finally, the enemy's communications were blown up, and reinforcements were intercepted. Yuan Li picked up a burning stick, lit the cigarette in his mouth, took a deep breath, and sighed inwardly, familiar Camel brand. After the battlefield was cleared, it was time to rest and replenish energy. Yuan Li shared the half-pack of Camel cigarettes he had left with the soldiers around him. You say this ugly country's stuff has a strange taste. Neither bitter nor sweet. The squad leader of Yuan Li's team broke off a small piece of chocolate, tasted it, and after complaining, handed it to the other soldiers. I still have a piece. Seeing this, Yuan Li took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and tossed it to the squad leader. The squad leader smiled after catching it, tore it open, and handed it to Wanzi. After finishing one cigarette, Yuan Li pulled out a small handful of frozen insects from another pocket. He rummaged through them in his hand, confirmed there was nothing inedible, and tossed one directly into his mouth. Crunch crunch. Yuan Li chewed on the hard-shelled insects expressionlessly, not minding the strange taste in his mouth and nose. There were still 3 pieces of chocolate left in his pocket, which he kept for later. Morning. The battlefield was cleared. Chapter 296. The disappearance of Yuan Li. Yuan Li pointed at Wu Qianli, who nodded and said thank you. Yuan Li looked at the person's back as he walked away, feeling somewhat dazed. If he continued to live, what would the future of Dongda look like? The person squatted down in front of Wu Qianli, who was discussing pigpens with Lei Gong, and said, Hello, company commander, I am from the headquarters. You have worked hard. It's what we should do. But you have to set off again. Upon hearing this, the originally lively warehouse suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at the person and Wu Qianli, some silently stuffing the last bite of food into their mouths. Some retied their legs, others checked their gear and organized bullets. After receiving a telegram from superiors, the eastern and western fronts would launch a general offensive simultaneously. The superiors ordered the 7th Company to quickly head to the 1100 high ground in Li Changjin Lake. Wu Qianli's expression turned serious as he turned to the soldiers and asked, "When do we set off?" The person hesitated. Wu Qianli nodded in understanding. Immediately stood up to organize the troops. All present. 5 minutes to organize equipment and prepare to set off. Yes. All soldiers stood up in unison, responding loudly. Chapter 297. Finally had a full meal. An armored vehicle led the way, followed by 5 transport trucks. Suddenly, the 4th vehicle stopped. The driver jumped out, adjusted his coat, looked down at the front tire, kicked it, and mumbled something. "Fuck!" The tire blew. Once the 4th vehicle stopped, the entire convoy halted. The first transport vehicle following the armored car had an officer in the passenger seat, who got out to inquire about the situation. After learning that the tire had blown, the commander angrily shouted, "Fuck! Idiot! This is too time-consuming. It's nearly -40 degrees now. We should hurry back. Not endure the severe cold of -40 degrees outside. Walker, you better be quick." After scolding, the commander walked away angrily. The driver and co-driver of the 4th vehicle hurriedly changed the tire. Personnel in the other vehicles, including those in the front armored car, heightened their vigilance and looked around. The machine gunner on the armored vehicle held his machine gun, ready to shoot at any moment. Yuan Li lay in the snow by the roadside, feeling the footsteps around him. Yuan Li lowered his heartbeat and breathing to the minimum. After a while. Chapter 298, Hospital. After finishing his meal, Yuan Li cautiously wandered around, taking advantage of the many ugly soldiers returning to the camp after eating. It wasn't until the number of soldiers decreased, and the ugly soldiers hid in their tents, that Yuan Li returned to the parking lot, found a transport vehicle, and sat in the back, wrapped in a coat to rest. After a morning of careful reconnaissance, Yuan Li realized that there was a reason why the Marine Corps 1st Division became an ace. Even though our army and the ugly army had not yet engaged in large-scale combat, the vigilance of the Marine Corps remained high. Vehicles on the move. Armored vehicles must lead the way. Anyone going out to the toilet or doing something else must pair up. Yuan Li felt as if he could hardly move alone. Even now, he still didn't know what the command was. Yuan Li originally thought the ugly army would be arrogant and let down their guard. But the Marine Corps did not. Yuan Li, holding a submachine gun, hid in the transport vehicle, pretending to sleep, adjusting his state. The wind and snow grew heavier, making Yuan Li worry about the situation of the 7th Infiltration Company at that moment. In the afternoon, feeling it was about time, Yuan Li stood up and moved his frozen body. After a bit of activity, feeling it didn't affect his mobility, he finally got out of the vehicle. Chapter 299. The return journey. He definitely won't pay attention to me. We used to be good brothers, but ever since I got together with his sister, we've fallen out. Yuan Li said with his hands in his coat pockets, slightly lowering his head, feeling a bit lonely. Wow. The military doctor felt a bit awkward, while another unfamiliar military doctor seemed unsure of what was happening. Sigh. Yuan Li sighed deeply. All right, I'm leaving. As long as he is fine, I'll be at ease. At least I can have some closure. After saying this, Yuan Li pushed the door and walked out, standing at the foot of bed number 5 for a while, looking at the patient on bed number 5 without speaking. Then he left. Jerome, the patient on bed number 5, was full of confusion. Who was that guy wearing a hat and a scarf covering half his face? Why did he look at me like that? The military doctor stood in the room watching Yuan Li walk out, somewhat dejected. He really is a jerk. The military doctor complained to another onlooker. The other military doctor shrugged, saying nothing. Afterwards, Yuan Li carefully returned to the parking lot with the medicines in his backpack. poured the medicines into a transport vehicle's compartment, and also entered the vehicle to rest for a while, waiting until around 1 or 2 in the morning. Chapter 300. Food and medicine. The method Yuan Li was going to use was this. He pressed his abdomen against the snow, slightly raised his limbs, and tapped lightly on the snow. This not only consumed physical strength, with his central torso pressing into the snow, making it easy to lose body heat, but it also wouldn't trigger landmines. Yuan Li began to crawl, and his speed was suddenly 3 times slower than before when he was low crawling. By the time he crossed the minefield, 2 or 3 hours had passed. Morning. At the Marine Corps 1st Division base, the cooks were preparing delicious breakfast for the soldiers. The soldiers who got up early and had been waiting in the cafeteria could always enjoy the food ahead of time. He opened his mouth and took a big bite of the luncheon meat toast, chewing a few times before taking a sip of steaming hot milk. Oh! The soldiers held cups filled with milk. The temperature from the cups felt a bit hot to them. They simply placed them on the table and took another bite of the luncheon meat toast. While chewing the food in his mouth, he looked at the snowflakes swirling outside. Oh my! I believed Arthur's nonsense. I had previously fantasized about spending a wonderful Christmas with my wife, but Arthur bragged, he broke my heart. And now my heart feels exceptionally cold. Chapter 301. General Offensive. Yuan Li took a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Wu Qianli, saying, "This is roughly the location inside their barracks. Some parts are inaccurate, and I haven't been to some places, but I've marked the positions of the machine guns. Parking lot, airport, and barracks command post." Wu Qianli hurriedly took it upon hearing Yuan Li's words. He examined it carefully and then raised his head, looking somewhat worried, and asked, "Did we alert them?" "No. I went in wearing the ugly armor's uniform, and my face was covered by a scarf. They shouldn't have noticed me." Only then did Wu Qianli feel relieved. Also, their barbed wire perimeter is surrounded by minefields, so we must be careful. Wu Qianli nodded and turned to discuss with the instructor. "We still have time. We have at least 3 days to send out the intelligence." After pondering for a long time, the instructor said, "Send out the intelligence and let the artillery bombard their command post, airport, and several key machine gun positions." Wu Qianli nodded and arranged for a veteran scout to deliver the intelligence. No one knew if this veteran scout would be able to return alive in such extreme cold. And with a lack of food and clothing, the chances of not coming back were high. Chapter 302. Charge. As bullets whizzed by his ears, Yuan Li remained calm. Crouching down and shooting. Rat-tat-tat. A heavy machine gun fired, and 2 soldiers beside Yuan Li fell to the ground instantly. Yuan Li dove to the left, turning his gun towards the source of the gunfire, a perimeter watchtower. Rat-tat-tat. Yuan Li fired continuously at the watchtower, using up 56 rounds before taking it down. He then rose up, kneeling in the snow, and aimed his gun at the 2 o'clock position of the enemy's cover. As he fired, the gun's muzzle swung towards the enemy soldiers on the right. With the gunfire, 3 enemy soldiers were hit in the face, and then he stood up, following the already enraged soldiers to continue the charge. When he got closer, Yuan Li pulled out a wooden-handled grenade, pulled the ring, and without hesitation, threw it behind the enemy's sandbag fortifications about 70 to 80 meters away. Boom! 2 or 3 enemy soldiers along with the sandbags were blown to the ground. Rat-tat-tat. After changing to a new magazine, Yuan Li charged into the fortifications, shooting at the enemy soldiers, who were about to be overwhelmed. Chapter 303. Tank. In an instant, the heavy machine gun suppressing our troops at the central watchtower immediately stopped firing. Huh? On the right hillside, at the temporary position of the 7th Reconnaissance Company's artillery. Lei Dad looked puzzled when he saw the machine gun stop, then he was overjoyed. But suddenly, bang bang bang. The heavy machine gun at the central watchtower fired up again. Damn it, are you kidding me? Lei Dad's eyes widened as he extended his thumb to test the direction. He then loaded a shell into the mortar. Boom! The shell accurately hit the central watchtower, and as he watched the tower explode into pieces, the previously suppressed large units suddenly became invigorated, shouting loudly as they rushed out from behind the dirt slope. Kill! Wu Qianli even shouted loudly while holding his submachine gun. Lei Gong! You are my dear father. Lei Gong, who was moving the mortar forward, suddenly stopped and looked back in confusion. Who called me? Bang bang bang. Yuan Li, holding an M1 carbine, accurately hit 2 enemy soldiers with 3 shots. As the main force surged into the enemy camp, the enemy was immediately thrown into a panic, shouting in English over the loudspeakers. Deploy all tanks to protect the command post. Chapter 304, Tank Escape Boom. The shell, trailing flames, flew through an almost perfect straight line and hit the top turret basket of the enemy tank. The armor-piercing shell exploded, and the enemy tank instantly became a fireball, its hatch flying off and sticking into the distant snow. Squad leader, give me another target. After seeing the enemy tank turn into a fireball through the binoculars, Yuan Li immediately urged the squad leader. There's a machine gun watchtower to the north. As Yuan Li quickly adjusted the binoculars, he also began to turn the gun barrel. Fortunately, the M46 Patton tank gun had electric assistance. This was better than many tanks from World War II. Within a few seconds, after completing all the processes, Yuan Li slightly bent his knees, lifted his leg sharply, and then forcefully stepped down on the firing pedal. Boom! The shell shot out from the barrel, turning the enemy watchtower into a fireball, while the squad leader shouted loudly. There's a tank. It's coming at us. The squad leader's urgent voice reached the ears of several people inside the tank. Instructor Mai Sheng immediately steered to avoid the enemy's shells hitting our tank. Yuan Li quickly adjusted the gun barrel while shouting, "Position." Just as Yuan Li finished speaking, the left side of the tank's steel plate was hit by an explosion. Fortunately, there were self-rescue wooden blocks on both sides of the tank to trigger the enemy's shells in advance. Chapter 305. Infantry combat. Yuan Li helped the instructor to the sandbag fortifications, where WANZ was located. The squad leader took care of the 3 while Yuan Li peeked out of the fortification to observe the situation before picking up his M1 carbine to follow the main force. When Yuan Li reached the front lines of the main force, he saw 3 enemy soldiers shooting at our troops from inside a building. At close range, Yuan Li skipped the aiming step, raising the M1 carbine to waist level and directly pulling the trigger. Bang 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 bang. 5 shots in a row. 3 bullets hit 1 enemy soldier's body, while another enemy was hit once in the body and once in the face. As Yuan Li approached the building's exit, he saw Wu Wanli, who was completely unguarded, trying to rush in directly. Yuan Li quickly grabbed the collar of Wu Wanli and pulled him back. Are you a tiger? Stay behind me. After scolding him, Yuan Li ignored Wu Wanli's puzzled expression and continued to quickly use corner-cutting techniques. Following behind Wu Wanli, Yu Tsongrong and Wu Qianli patted Wu Wanli on the shoulder, panting heavily, and said, "Learn from this. It's a matter of survival." Inside the building, there were indeed 2 ugly soldiers hiding by the window, pointing their guns at the door, waiting for their prey. Chapter 306. Medic of the 7th Interspersed Company. After Dazhong finished bandaging the injured soldier, he stood up with the medical kit, ready to head in the direction pointed out by Yuan Li. However, after just a few steps, a piercing scream suddenly came from the opposite direction behind him. Dazhong turned around to see one of our soldiers shot in the abdomen by a stray bullet. At a short distance, Dazhong clearly saw blood gushing out from the soldier's abdomen, where he was holding. Dazhong's brow twitched. He glanced at the injured soldier that Yuan Li had pointed out, assessed the distance, and made a decision in his mind. Then, without hesitation, he rushed towards the other injured soldier holding his abdomen. He grabbed the injured soldier from behind, half supporting and half carrying him to drag him to another location, where there were more injured soldiers. From a short distance, he could quickly assess the severity of both injuries and determine who should be prioritized for rescue. Just after dragging about 5 meters, an M64 Patton tank supporting the command post passed by not far from him. Through the sounds of gunfire around him, Da Zhong clearly heard the rumbling of the tank nearby. He looked nervously at the tank and coincidentally saw the tank's machine gunner turning his head as well. Chapter 307, King of the Marines. Boom. The grenades thrown in by Taza caused severe damage to the small watchtower, collapsing its roof. Charge! Seeing that the biggest obstacle in front of him had been dealt with, Yuan Li shouted and was the first to charge ahead. Bang bang. He shot 2 bullets to kill an ugly soldier, who was wobbling up from under the watchtower. Yuan Li continuously fired accurately at the ugly soldiers ahead, causing heavy casualties among them, which attracted the attention of the machine gunner on the ugly soldier's tank, whose gun began to move towards Yuan Li's position, firing amidst the flames. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Yuan Li noticed the intense firepower on his right side moving closer, and he quickly rolled forward. After one roll, he landed behind a box, propping his M1 carbine on the box. He quickly aimed at the machine gunner shooting from above the tank. Bang bang. The fire from the machine gun on the tank suddenly ceased. However, Yuan Li looked at the 2 or 3 tanks approaching from behind the machine gun and felt a headache coming on. During this time, the machine gunner on the tank had caused significant casualties to our troops. These were just a few tanks left to provide cover, and behind them, dozens of armored vehicles were retreating. Chapter 308, Commander of the Arctic Bears. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets carrying immense energy shot towards the ugly soldiers. Suddenly, Yuan Li noticed the company commander, Wu Qianli, destroying a tank in the right front. Then he fell to the ground from the tank, and not far away, another tank was rolling towards him. Yuan Li quickly turned his gun, and a few shots took out the machine gunner on the enemy tank. The external crisis was resolved, but Yuan Li couldn't handle the interior of the tank in such a short time. Fortunately, Commander Wu Qianli crawled out from under the tank unharmed and quickly darted towards another location. Just as he stood up, he turned to look back at the tank. But at that moment, Wu Qianli's expression changed drastically, and he roared frantically, "Get away, get down. 7th Company, get away." It turned out that 3 or 4 members of the 7th Company were attacking the tank. "Get away now!" Wu Qianli screamed as he ran towards the tank. Boom! The tank exploded from the bottom, instantly becoming a fireball, engulfing 3 or 4 soldiers from the 7th Company, and the shockwave from the explosion through Wu Qianli, who was just approaching, 3 meters away. Yuan Li, who had been paying attention to this area, was momentarily stunned, and the machine gun in his hand also stopped firing. Chapter 309, Regimental Flag. Wu Qianli was still a bit bewildered beside him. The 2 had been communicating in English. Yuan Li pulled the collar of the other person and pushed him towards Wu Qianli. "Commander. This person, Alan McLean, rank of colonel, is the commander of the Arctic Bear Brigade. Ha ha, we've caught a big fish." Wu Qianli's eyes lit up as he looked at Alan McLean with the same gaze one might have for a lover. Our army could gather some useful intelligence from this high-ranking commander. After speaking, Yuan Li walked over to a soldier standing guard, drew the pistol stuck in his waistband. This was the one he had just confiscated from Alan McLean. The soldier was initially startled, but when he saw it was Yuan Li, he relaxed and smiled. They were aware of Yuan Li's daring efforts to gather supplies and held him in high regard. After drawing the pistol, Yuan Li took a look at it, thinking, damn. Not to mention anything else, the ugly country's firearms manufacturing is really impressive. This one is an M1911A1. 45 caliber pistol, standard issue for officers. Oh, and this. That person has 2 pistols. The soldier saw that Yuan Li was fond of pistols, and pulled out another pistol from his other side and handed it to Yuan Li. Chapter 310, severed arm Yuan Li ran while looking at the sky, loudly shouting to Wu Qianli, who could already faintly hear the roar of the planes, "Commander! The heavy machine guns on the tanks can inflict some damage on their planes. 5 tanks, crossfire, drive off the one in front of us first." Without hesitation, Wu Qianli turned and ran towards a tank, shouting as he ran, "Yu Tsongrong! He Changgui, Liu Jiao, get on the tank." As for Pingyi and Tazi, they had already grabbed their bazookas and were running towards the hill. Yuan Li sprinted towards the nearest Patton tank. After getting close, he jumped up, hooked his hands around the cannon, then swung his body up to the top of the tank. He grabbed the heavy machine gun, noticed the ammunition was low, and quickly changed the belt. Aiming the gun at the direction of the incoming planes, he was ready to fire at any moment. The others were also hurriedly preparing, more or less in a panic. 5 seconds later, the planes arrived, flying low to drop marker bombs. Once they entered the firing zone, Yuan Li estimated the position and aimed his gun at 2 spots in front of the plane to fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. A series of bullets hit, and the pilot was startled, quickly ascending the plane. Chapter 311, Forward. Yuan Li watched as the squad leader was carried away on a stretcher, suddenly reaching out to pat Maruko on the back of the head. "Maruko, from now on, you have 2 dads." "What?" Yuan Li leaned close to Maruko's ear and said, "I said you have 2 dads now." Maruko looked at the squad leader being carried away, tears streaming down his face as he nodded. "Ah? Damn you. Ugly countryman, oh no. My cannon. Damn it, you don't even care about your own stuff, you bastard, damn your grandmother." Thunder God sat in front of the blown-up cannon, cursing angrily while wiping tears and lamenting over the cannon that had been in his possession for less than half an hour. The artillery crew did not comfort Thunder God, but instead stood with their hands on their hips, cursing along with him. The mixture of Mandarin and dialect made the curses sound particularly unpleasant. "Damn it. You mother's mother." Yuan Li, who understood most southern dialects, couldn't help but take 2 steps back, his expression complicated. He then looked at Wu Qianli, who as the company commander should have stepped forward to offer some words of comfort. However, all he saw was Wu Qianli's back as he hurriedly retreated. It was fine for those who didn't understand the dialect to curse, but for those who did, it was truly torturous. Despite having already been bombed by planes several times, they still needed to quickly evacuate the Arctic Bear Regiment's camp, as there was no guarantee the enemy wouldn't launch a counterattack. Chapter 312, Attacking the Airport. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived at the artillery camp, all that was left was a field of debris. The artillery camp commander stood on top of a destroyed vehicle, continuously cursing loudly. "Damn it, so familiar." Thunder God scratched his head in confusion, muttering to himself. After hearing Thunder God's self-talk, Yuan Li approached him with a smirk and said, "Old Thunder, how could it not be familiar? You were the one cursing like this earlier." With a clap of his hands, Thunder God exclaimed, "No wonder it feels so familiar." He then hurriedly squeezed to the front. "I just got this cannon, and I haven't even warmed it up yet." Just as Wu Qianli was about to speak, Thunder God, who had pushed to the front, said, "I have a say in this matter. Damn it. It was only half an hour after I got it that the planes of the ugly country came and blew my cannon to bits. And I haven't even warmed it up yet. It's just scrap metal now." The artillery camp commander, as if finding a kindred spirit, joined Thunder God in cursing while pointing at the direction where the planes had disappeared. Wu Qianli stood by, mouth agape, but still didn't say anything. Once the two had vented their frustrations, Wu Qianli finally shouted, "The 7th Company, head south 3 miles, target the enemy artillery position. Let's go to the artillery camp to reclaim our cannons." Chapter 313, Lu Chaoran. Yuan Li's gaze sharpened as he looked to the left where the voice was coming from. That voice, not very standard Mandarin but quite loud, could be heard even from 100 meters away amidst the gunfire. About 1 or 2 seconds after the voice was sent out, the firepower from the left suddenly decreased, as they were worried about hitting their own men. Even though this sentence was not standard Mandarin, at this time, almost everyone spoke with a dialect. It was not uncommon to hear 1 or 2 non-standard Mandarin phrases. Listening to the awkward Mandarin, Yuan Li felt something was off. Understanding most dialects, he immediately realized that this was not an accent from a dialect. He jogged a couple of steps to the left, quickly adjusting his M1 carbine into a firing position. Wasn't this exactly what Lu Chaoran did on the battlefield? Sure enough, just as Yuan Li was nervously approaching the left side with a frown, about 50 to 60 ugly soldiers suddenly charged out from the left hillside, fiercely attacking the dozen or so soldiers from our side. Chapter 3:14. Attacked from both sides. However, Yuan Li was not prepared to retreat. He wanted to instill fear in that Asian-faced ugly soldier. So, he had no intention of backing down, and aimed to take down the dozens of soldiers in front of him at once. Bang! Using the stone for cover, he quickly aimed and shot, hitting a helmet. In an instant, the bullet struck the helmet, sending it flying and exposing a bloody mess on the soldier's head. Get down! Get down! Lu Chaoran shouted several times, and after a moment of contemplation, with his eyelids drooping, he quietly instructed the remaining ugly soldiers beside him, "You 6. Sneak around from the other side and take him out. I'll attract his attention with the rest." The 6 ugly soldiers exchanged glances, and nodded before setting off. Lu Chaoran felt a twinge of sadness, knowing that the 6 were weighing the feasibility of his command, confirming with each other before deciding to execute it. If even one of them had questioned it, he would have had to talk at length again. This was the dilemma he faced within the ugly soldiers. Despite being the first Chinese officer in the Marine Corps, excelling in both physical training and academic performance compared to the white soldiers, this was a crucial foundation for his position. Chapter 3:15. Finally retreating, Yuan Li fired 2 shots, and out of the corner of his eye, spotted a grenade coming his way, quickly ducking to avoid the bullets while maintaining a high level of concentration, preparing for the incoming grenade. It wasn't long before a dark pineapple was thrown at him. After gauging the angle, Yuan Li swiftly used the butt of his gun to deflect the grenade back. The grenade exploded mid-air after being deflected. Due to the angle, another ugly soldier in front was hit by shrapnel. The shrapnel pierced his throat. Although there was no major bleeding, the panic at that moment caused him to drop his gun, touch his neck, and lose his balance, rolling down the slope until he was stopped by the ugly soldiers behind him. Yuan Li leaned out again, but unfortunately, before he could shoot, he was driven back by Lu Chaoran using a submachine gun. One must say that the commander below had some method, at least. The cover fire from the rear was well arranged. Since he couldn't shoot, they continued to throw grenades. Yuan Li rested his gun on his lap, aiming to the right to guard against anyone approaching from that side. He then threw another wooden-handled grenade. After throwing one, he slightly distanced himself from the large rock to widen his field of vision. Chapter 3:16. Cleaning the battlefield. Few. Lu Chaoran let out a long breath, unsure whether to feel regret for not seeing any movements from the enemy, or relief that the person on the hillside hadn't shot at him. After they left, some time passed before a gun barrel finally peeked out from behind the rock. Bang bang. He first shot a few times at the seriously injured, but not yet dead ugly soldiers. Then, Yuan Li, holding his gun in one hand, slipped out from behind the large rock, controlling his body to move left while sliding down the slope. He soon reached a corner at the bottom of the slope. Peeking out slightly and clearly seeing that the enemy had not played any tricks, but was instead jogging away from the valley. Only then did Yuan Li turn around to clean the battlefield, first checking the right side. The closest to him were 3 ugly soldiers. Yuan Li did not blindly rush to search for supplies. Instead, he carefully approached the location of the grenade, where the first suspicious grenade was next to the body of an ugly soldier lying down. Yuan Li couldn't see any wounds and decisively chose to fire a shot for testing. Bang! The body of the ugly soldier remained motionless. Yuan Li gradually approached. And then he discovered a large amount of blood in the snow about 3 meters away, along with traces of sliding down the slope. Yuan Li looked down and observed for a moment, then glanced towards a certain spot down the hillside. Chapter 317, Suicide. Huh? He should not be able to catch up anymore, right? An ugly military squad leader was jogging while panting, asking Lu Chaoran. Lu Chaoran was also out of breath from running. But overall he was in much better condition than the ugly squad leader. Hearing the squad leader's question, Lu Chaoran turned his head warily to look back. Lu Chaoran slowly reduced his speed and counted how many soldiers he had left. Damn it! In just 3 short hours. They had lost 18 men due to the relentless attacks from that monster behind them. He then took out a map from his leather satchel. His breath fogging up the map. While checking the map, Lu Chaoran occasionally looked up to observe his surroundings, worried about the appearance of that monster. The monster was a term Lu Chaoran used to refer to Yuan Li, whom he understood from Dongda. In their small group. Even though they couldn't fight back or shake it off, most of the pampered white-skinned pigs referred to the one behind them in a derogatory manner as tick-tick. Meaning once it bites, you can't shake it off. Looking at the distance, he said helplessly, we still have a 5-hour journey left. Originally. If it weren't for the tick blocking the way earlier, we would have already reached the assembly point and be hiding in a tent under wool blankets. Chapter 318, Tick. Finally, after multiple persuading from Lu Chaoran, the other 6 ugly soldiers agreed. This was a common scene within the ugly army where a white officer would issue a wrong order, and all soldiers would execute it unconditionally. Yet when Lu Chaoran issued a correct order, the white-skinned pigs wouldn't think about whether it was right or wrong, but would instinctively refute it. This is why Lu Chaoran always charged to the front in battle. To gain the respect of whites, others only needed to have demeanor, or like a sir. Wear leather and smoke a cigarette, showing off their charming side to conquer a bunch of whites. But he couldn't, he had to earn respect with blood and wounds. However, despairingly, even covered in blood and wounds, Lu Chaoran still couldn't get what he wanted. Under Lu Chaoran's leadership, the 7-man team found a place under a large rock to shield them from the wind and rain. Lu Chaoran surveyed the area for a moment. Looking at the remains of a burnt fire, the firewood stacked in the deepest crevice beneath the stone, and a worn-out kettle. This should have been a shelter for locals climbing the mountain. We will rest here tonight. Chapter 319, Punishment. Lu Chaoran seemed to have stopped thinking. His trembling Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Huh? After exhaling a puff of smoke, Yuan Li smiled and said, don't worry. I will definitely not kill you. That would be too low level, you are my captive, and I would never kill my captive. Lu Chaoran felt a bit relieved, although seeing Yuan Li's appearance. He was likely to suffer even if he didn't die. But at least he could survive, and surviving was better than anything. After Yuan Li finished speaking, he fell silent, smoking while quietly staring at the still extremely tense Lu Chaoran. Until the cigarette burned down, Yuan Li casually tossed it to the ground. You were born in an ugly country, I think you should know what happens there, right? Something about some kind of mark. Lu Chaoran trembled his lips, unsure as he spoke. Slap. Yuan Li got the answer and clapped his hands. Yes, exactly. I heard that those thieves and robbers were extremely cruel to the locals. Can you tell me how they treated the locals? Lu Chaoran furrowed his brows tightly, his eyes filled with terror. He moved his lips, but couldn't say a word. Chapter 320, Panic. Philnet trembled, and a large wet patch formed in his pants. He understood clearly what this devil had said, and this devil was terrifying. As he could determine the family members just by the change in his gaze. Especially thinking about what his sister would look like without hair, he couldn't dare to imagine. Immediately, he nodded incessantly like a chick pecking at rice. Yuan Li released all the killing intent and fierce aura in his eyes, staring motionless at Philnet. Slap! Philnet tried to avert his gaze, and Yuan Li slapped him. Yes, yes, sir, I will definitely ensure he stays alive, absolutely, he will definitely stay alive. Philnet seemed to have been awakened by the slap, bowing his head and repeatedly assuring Yuan Li. Yuan Li then silently nodded, shouldering all the firearms, grenades, and other items in the cave before walking out of the cave and disappearing. Ha! 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 The moment Yuan Li left, Philnet collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. His eyes filled with fear. Monster! Monster! After standing in a daze for 2 seconds, he suddenly woke up, looking towards Lu Chaoran, who was still wailing in pain. Chapter 321, Razor at -40 degrees. Although there was a bit of wind and snow, the main force of the ugly army, equipped with armored vehicles, transport vehicles, and war tanks, could not hide their tracks. Yuan Li jogged behind them until 3 hours later, when the ugly army briefly stopped to rest, which was actually a time for some people to replenish their energy and solve some physiological issues. Yuan Li followed behind, and with his excellent vision, he saw the ugly soldiers either holding canned food, or condits, or 7 or 8 people huddled together, slowly moving towards the roadside. Yuan Li understood that they were all going to urinate. At this point, the temperature was around -30 to 40 degrees. Skin exposed for just a few seconds could be frostbitten. According to data from later years, after the Battle of Chosin Reservoir ended, 7,000 ugly soldiers suffered from frostbite, with a large portion of them having their reproductive organs damaged, all because of freezing. There were several methods to avoid frostbite, one of which was squatting down to relieve oneself, using the coat's hem to block the cold wind. Or they could stick a can in their pants, urinate, and then take it out. Or like Yuan Li did before, huddling together for warmth with 7 or 8 people to solve the problem together. Chapter 322, Merry Christmas, MacArthur. With a blank expression, Philnet was leaning against the railing of the transport vehicle, staring blankly at the soldiers behind him. Then, as if he saw something, Philnet froze, quickly blinking his eyes. Suddenly, he jumped up and shouted wildly, "He is coming, he is coming, I saw his eyes, I smelled the blood on him. The monster is coming, the monster is coming." The other injured soldiers beside him were startled. One sergeant, with a bandage on his forehead, stood dazed for a moment before stepping forward to embrace Philnet. He. I understand, it's all over, and we will be home soon. Philnet knelt in the truck's cargo area, widening his eyes to carefully look at the soldiers following behind the transport vehicle, trying to find that familiar gaze. He muttered to himself, "He's here. I knew he wouldn't let me go, he won't let me go, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Then, feeling weak all over, he fell back, leaning against another injured soldier. Several soldiers helped drag him a bit further inside, resting his body against the interior of the truck. Yuan Li walked toward the middle section, near the front, and noticed a transport truck filled with gasoline. He blinked a few times and firmly noted the truck in front of him. Chapter 323. The spark of rebellion. Yuan Li first nodded to thank the medical staff, before stepping into the temporary field hospital. He did not go directly into the isolation area of Officer Jones. Instead, he chose to wander around inside the hospital, removing his gloves as he walked. Eventually, Yuan Li stopped beside a makeshift operating room. Through the fabric curtain blown by the wind and snow, he saw snow piled up around a cylindrical object outside. Some were large, some small, and the moment Yuan Li saw the shapes, he knew they were severed hands and feet from amputations. After being amputated, these limbs would be wrapped in canvas or tarpaulin and piled together. Once a certain quantity was reached, they would be burned by the flamethrower troops. Watching the small mountain of severed limbs and arms before him, Yuan Li couldn't help but worry again about the soldiers of his army. After taking a few deep breaths, he quickly calmed his turbulent emotions. Yuan Li approached Jones, who was hidden behind the curtain. Lifting the curtain, Yuan Li took a glance inside. A pale-faced white man with a long face was frowning and lying on the hospital bed asleep. Yuan Li entered without any concealment, as if visiting a friend. But at the moment he dropped the curtain. Chapter 324, The Sacrifice of Wind and Snow. Who are you? Howard asked, furrowing his brow. His eyes shining brightly as he looked at Yuan Li, whose face was covered except for his eyes. I can't say. I can only tell you that I am also a private. I have taken great risks to save you this time, so don't waste my efforts, hurry and escape. Those officers are a bunch of scum. While we are boiling belts and eating belts that smell rotten, they can casually waste a flare to roast dog meat. The more Yuan Li spoke, the softer his voice became, losing all tension. Instead, it carried a hint of seduction. Listening to you, Howard, you did great today. We soldiers are proud of you, and that's why I am willing to take great risks to rescue you. Run, get out of here. As he spoke, Yuan Li slowly backed away, looking sincerely at Howard, but his peripheral vision was always on Howard's submachine gun. At this moment, Howard had no way out. At least the two ugly soldiers guarding him had their hats firmly pressed down on his head. Even if Howard found an officer now and knelt down to confess, it would be useless. Chapter 325, The Monster is Coming. Yuan Li stood at the edge of the tent, unconcerned about the snowflakes falling on his head and shoulders, quietly pondering in place. Howard was not Hitler, his words lacked Hitler's incitement, and even if they did, they wouldn't achieve results in a short time. As Yuan Li thought, his fingers unconsciously rubbed the firearm in his hand. It seemed he needed to raise the stakes again, but who should he target? Lu Chaoran was already out of the picture. He thought that if it weren't for the ugly army commander wanting to promote within the ugly nation, he would have definitely abandoned him. After all, Lu Chaoran's tragic situation could resonate with many people, especially the countries that prided themselves on being beacons of civilization. They wouldn't let go of the opportunity to slander their opponents to their people and internationally. However, there was still one option left. Yuan Li chuckled lightly, seemingly thinking of something, and looked again at the temporary field hospital. This time, his target was the tent next to the hospital, which housed some lightly injured ugly soldiers. Meanwhile, although all the officers wanted to find that murderer and publicly execute the one who killed Jones in front of all the soldiers to set an example, they chose to suppress their dissatisfaction in the face of the commander's tough attitude, thinking of the commander's previous achievements. Chapter 326. Iron Pot Stew's Big Goose. Yuan Li slowly searched through the tents on both sides of the hospital. The tents near the hospital mostly housed injured soldiers. Those amputated ugly soldiers, or those with frostbite or other injuries. Each tent would have 1 or 2 personnel on night duty. Relying on his resentful commands and perfect acting skills, Yuan Li approached them, then stabbed his bayonet into their hearts from under their ribs, slowly laying them under the bed of an injured soldier. Basically, every tent had a strange odor, like putting a piece of meat in the fridge and forgetting it, then opening the fridge 2 or 3 months later. Although it wasn't the smell of decay, it was quite nauseating, making one feel it wasn't very healthy. It wasn't until he searched the third tent that Yuan Li saw a familiar young face. At this moment, Philnet was staring blankly at the tent above him in the dark. Yuan Li carefully dealt with the night duty personnel, and during this time, Philnet, who hadn't slept, surprisingly showed no reaction. Yuan Li felt secretly pleased. This was the state of collapse he wanted. He walked slowly to Philnet's bedside, gently sitting on the edge of the bed. The bed frame sank slightly, and upon sensing this, Philnet shifted his gaze, his lifeless eyes meeting Yuan Li's, which were obscured except for his eyes. Chapter 327, The Riot. At this moment, Howard publicly stabbed the squad leader in the tent with a bayonet, recounting his suffering. Those officers said they were keeping me under guard, but in reality, they were beating me and intentionally freezing my hands and feet, then amputating them to make me disabled, making my life worse than death. Brothers, Has anyone seen the pile of severed limbs and arms behind the field hospital's operating room? Those high-ranking officers treat us like playthings. Va? As Howard spoke, he spat on the ground where the body lay in a pool of blood. An ugly soldier quietly said, "I went to see my comrade and indeed saw the military doctor wrap up an arm and then casually toss it outside the tent, mixing it with the snow." After the ugly soldier spoke, he nodded to a few other soldiers nearby, assuring the authenticity of his claim. He then pointed out nearly 5 ugly soldiers who had suffered persecution from the officers, vividly describing their hardships. Although the description is somewhat exaggerated, the veterans scoffed at it. While the inexperienced recruits, who had not faced the malice of human nature, pondered it thoughtfully. The recruits at this age are mostly in their teens or 20s. Believing only what their eyes can see. Chapter 328, Broken Fingers. The ugly soldiers, who had been frightened by our army, retreated all the way. They were constantly worried that the soldiers from our army would catch up from behind. It wasn't until nightfall, amidst the howling wind and snow, that they dared to take a brief rest. The ugly soldiers, who had been in a state of high tension, now had bloodshot eyes, searching the camp for any potential enemies. Everyone couldn't tell who was the enemy. If someone pointed a gun at them, then that person was the enemy. "What's happening over there, Commander?" A second lieutenant stood in the back of a transport vehicle, using binoculars to observe the surroundings. "I don't know. It seems no one is attacking us, but how could there be such fierce gunfire from C Company?" The second lieutenant lowered the binoculars, puzzled. "James, take 2 people to scout the situation, the rest prepare to move these transport vehicles at any time. That's our guarantee for a safe retreat." As the second lieutenant spoke, he raised his hand to signal. The other ugly soldiers immediately held their guns in a state of high alert and prepared, but then, bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. While they were nervously watching the situation in C Company, several soldiers in front of the second lieutenant were suddenly hit from behind. Chapter 329, Arrival. Yuan Li supported himself against the door, and jumped down from the vehicle. A pain shot through his right side wound, and he stumbled, falling into the snow. Yuan Li gently covered the wound with his good right hand, gritting his teeth as he struggled to get up. He then extended his hand, waving to the transport vehicle behind him, "Help. I'm injured, damn MacArthur, help." The transport vehicle stopped, and an ugly soldier with a submachine gun came down. His expression serious as he aimed the gun at Yuan Li, whose eyes were the only thing visible. The ugly soldier's face was full of vigilance. "I'm injured. I've lost a finger, help me. Otherwise, I'm done for," Yuan Li said, throwing his M1 carbine, which was hanging from his wrist, into the snow, indicating he was unarmed. Sure enough, as the carbine fell into the snow, the ugly soldier's expression softened slightly. He slung the submachine gun on his back and jogged a few steps to help Yuan Li. "Where's the wound?" "My right rib, God. I didn't even see the enemy. I don't know which bastard shot at our own people. I feel like my rib is broken, and my finger. Oh my God, I've lost a finger." Yuan Li tried to portray himself as an injured ugly soldier who couldn't accept being disabled. Chapter 330, You crave my body, you must die. The ugly soldier thought for a moment and silently drove to a position where nearly 10 vehicles were parked, with about 20 other ugly soldiers nearby. Yuan Li slumped in the passenger seat, squinting as he observed. The ugly soldier next to him patted Yuan Li's shoulder. "Wait for me. We have someone in our company who used to be a veterinarian. I'll go see if he's still alive." Yuan Li closed his eyes, frowning in apparent pain. After the ugly soldier got out of the vehicle, Yuan Li slightly squinted, replacing the magazine in his M1911A1 pistol and also filling the revolver with bullets. Finally, he pulled out a bayonet and hid it in his sleeve. Just then, several vehicles behind had parked in succession, and 5 or 6 ugly soldiers joined the others. Fuck. What the hell happened? Why are they killing each other? Have they gone mad? They killed Lauren, damn it. Enough, don't mention that disgusting Lauren. What else can he do besides sleep with you every night? What do we do now? The squad leader and company commander are all dead. What do we do next? Listen up, everyone. There are 4 squad leaders here, the 4 of us will discuss it, okay? Don't panic, and don't rush. Chapter 331, Shooting in Transition. DA. After Yuan Li finished the bullets in his submachine gun, he pushed himself up with both hands and crawled back a bit. He wedged the gun in his elbow, securing the empty gun with his upper and lower arms. With his other good hand, he took a magazine from a corpse and reloaded. Bang bang bang. Da. Just in that brief moment of changing magazines, the remaining ugly soldiers had regained their composure and began to suppress Yuan Li. With a barrage of bullets hitting the cover in front of him. Flesh and blood could not withstand rifle bullets. Handgun and submachine gun bullets could still be blocked. But rifle bullets could generally penetrate cover unless they got stuck in the bones. Fortunately, Yuan Li had intentionally retreated a bit before changing the magazine. Using both elbows, Yuan Li shifted to the right. Da. First, 3 shots accurately hit an ugly soldier peeking out from behind a transport vehicle. Then he quickly rolled to the right, the bullets following closely, but Yuan Li dodged them all. Finally, Yuan Li rolled under the vehicle and came to a stop on the other side. Da. The change of position also allowed Yuan Li to locate more ugly soldiers. Chapter 332, The Broken Body. While he was speaking, Yuan Li noticed, by the sound of footsteps, that an ugly soldier at the back had circled around from another direction. Bang! Bang! Yuan Li, helpless, could only deal with the 2 in front of him first. 2 shots, 1 bullet hit an ugly soldier in the lower body. The other shot, due to Yuan Li needing to move and holding the gun with one hand, resulted in decreased accuracy, hitting him in the hip. After firing the 2 shots, Yuan Li had already crawled out from under the transport vehicle. Da. Before he could stand up, a burst of submachine gun bullets swept toward him. Yuan Li hurriedly dove behind the tire in front of him. Damn! 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 Yuan Li instantly felt his calf hit by a hammer, not painful, just a cool and numb sensation. However, Yuan Li understood that his right calf had definitely been hit by a bullet. As Yuan Li curled up next to the tire, he quickly adjusted his position to aim at the 2 ugly soldiers he had just injured. Fuck. At that moment, the one he shot in the lower body was still screaming in pain, while the other had scrambled into a nearby corpse, using his comrade's body as cover. Chapter 333. Watergate Bridge. 5 hours later. In the morning, at 9 o'clock. In a cave within a valley, Tan Zi and Wu Qianli were surrounded by 20 to 30 people, discussing the tactics to blow up the Watergate Bridge. Outside the cave, another 20 to 30 people were on guard. Watergate Bridge is a critical route for the enemy forces, as it is a suspended bridge built on a cliff, only wide enough for a single vehicle. It is an essential route for the enemy's mechanized troops to retreat. Our strategic goal is to cut off the enemy's escape route and achieve the complete annihilation of the enemy Marine Division. Before Wu Qianli arrived at Watergate Bridge, Tan Zi had already organized an attack with our soldiers, but unfortunately, we suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, Wu Qianli brought the 7th Infiltration Company to the battlefield, allowing Tan Zi and our soldiers to retreat safely. Inside the cave, Wu Qianli, with a pained expression, forced himself to ask Tan Zi, "How did you blow up the bridge last night? What tactics did you use?" The battles along the way, ambushes, and encounters had severely reduced the strength of the 7th Infiltration Company. Moreover, he had just seen that Tan Zi's company had even fewer soldiers than their 7th Infiltration Company, with only 16 left. Chapter 334, end of Chosin Reservoir, Maru quickly ran outside and brought in a handful of snow, almost making Yuan Li blush with anger. Cough cough cough. Yuan Li desperately managed to say 2 incomplete phrases, but the cost was a violent cough, feeling as if he was suffering through hell. With each cough, his muscles and bones screamed in agony. The others suddenly realized and hurriedly lifted him outside. Yuan Li extended his trembling fingers to write on the ground. "Don't blow up Watergate Bridge." Tan Zuwei became a bit agitated. There were the bodies of 30 or 40 of his brothers around Watergate Bridge. This was an order from higher-ups that must be executed. Yuan Li kept his head down, continuously writing in the snow. Ping he. Take a few people to check the supplies on the transport truck. Yuan Li suddenly thought of the supplies in the transport truck and wrote another line. When Wu Qianli and the others came to rescue him, they were in a hurry to return and didn't check what was on the transport truck. Wu Qianli immediately arranged for Ping He to investigate. After finishing writing in the nearby area, Yuan Li signaled Maru to move to the side. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Yuan Li finished writing. Chapter 335, War Wolf. Yuan Li opened his eyes from unconsciousness. He let out a sigh of relief, but felt a shiver run through him. Ah! He then felt a sharp pain in his feet. Yuan Li jumped up, kicking over a bucket of hot water, which spilled everywhere. Standing on the cold floor, Yuan Li jumped around before sitting on a stool, rubbing his red, scalded feet. Damn! It's all blistered. Damn it! While rubbing his steaming red feet, Yuan Li lit a cigarette for himself. He thought back to his performance in the Chosin Reservoir world. It felt mediocre. After stirring the barracks into a frenzy, Yuan Li felt a sense of achievement, becoming reckless, and crashing the transport truck into their tents and enemy soldiers. Squinting from the smoke, he pondered, realizing that human emotions are indeed uncontrollable. Despite warning himself multiple times, he still got carried away. Fortunately, he did not end up dead. At least he gained a profound understanding this time. Chapter 336, Long Xiaoyun's frustration. Yuan Lang looked up and gave Yuan Li a knowing glance. Yuan Li understood and nodded subtly, indicating he was aware. Given her family background, she likely didn't need to intervene in many early processes. And by the time she was here to study, someone had probably already handled it for her, just waiting for her to take up her position. Furthermore, when Yuan Li was a trainer, he set a training period of 1 year for the team members, which was indeed a bit long for some units. As many typically trained for about half a year, like Wolf Fang or the previous A Brigade. What is the name of that Special Forces unit? War Wolf Squad. Yuan Li chuckled lightly. Is it benchmarked against Wolf Fang? He felt that Wolf Fang was outdated and somewhat cliché. Saying it was benchmarked against Wolf Fang wasn't meant to suggest wanting to overshadow them. Yuan Li sneered inwardly, knowing that while Wolf Fang may be cliché, they had a solid foundation. Not to mention, even if it were a War Wolf Brigade, it might not be able to threaten their position. I think the Southwest Military Region is getting anxious. Yuan Lang smiled and said somewhat apologetically, of course, they wouldn't be anxious. The tasks over there are either taken by us, or by the people from Wolf Fang. Chapter 337. Dimensional Strike. Yuan Li looked up and began to seriously watch the big screen. He waved to the side, and in the corner near the tent door, Shu Sanjuo untied the lead from his bayonet. The bayonet quickly ran over and sat next to Yuan Li. Yuan Li gently stroked the bayonet's head. Sister, the people you trained are very brave. Even with over half the casualties, they still won T retreat. Long Xiaoyun felt a bit awkward, but stubbornly responded to Yuan Li's implicit sarcasm. That's the spirit of not giving up until the goal is achieved. Yuan Li smiled on the surface and even gave a thumbs up, but inwardly he rolled his eyes. The 7 members of Team 13 were neither a strategic target nor an important strategic high ground. The War Wolf Squad could completely defend first, then find an opportunity to retreat, looking for a chance to confront the 7-member group head-on again. Trading space for time, and time for space. Initially, the War Wolf squad had some strategy, but now that they were blinded by anger, they disregarded everything, wanting to attack recklessly and take a bite out of the 7-member group. Their tactical movements were decent, but it wouldn't change the outcome. The War Wolf squad was bound to lose. They should also consider what kind of unit the A Brigade is. Chapter 338, Setting Up Roadblocks, Senior Sister. I hope the next time we meet, you can make me suffer a bit. Long Xiaoyun smiled and confidently said, "Don't worry, you will definitely suffer this time." Yuan Li saluted Long Xiaoyun, and she returned the gesture. Yuan Li got in the vehicle, and Long Xiaoyun watched him leave. As Yuan Li and his team returned to a brigade and just exited the vehicle, the urgent assembly alarm rang out loudly. Upon hearing the sound, everyone fully armed rushed to the conference room. Emergency situation. We are looking for a thief who stole a briefcase from one of our researchers, which contains important documents. Remember, it's important documents. We must find him at all costs. Since it's south very close to us, we need to assist immediately, right now. The police, traffic police, special police, armed police, and national security personnel have all been mobilized. We must also act quickly to find this thief and ensure that the documents in the briefcase are safe and secure, while also preventing any leaks. After Yuan Li entered the conference room with his team, he didn't even have time to salute. Anxiously, the railway officer's face showed some panic as he spoke hastily. Chapter 339, Shut Up. The shadow, upon hearing Yuan Li's shout, was startled, jumped slightly, and then fell down, scrambling to escape. Yuan Li followed closely behind. His rifle aimed at the shadow, but he didn't fire. Oh my god. The shadow ran about 10 meters when Xu Qiong, who had flanked from the side, quickly approached and then lowered his body to collide with the thief's waist. The thief was knocked back 3 meters like a bull and rolled twice on the ground. By the time Yuan Li arrived, Xu Qiong had already pinned the thief to the ground and secured his hands and feet with zip ties. Yuan Li held a flashlight in one hand and pressed down on the thief's head with the other. As soon as his hand touched the hair, Yuan Li realized that the thief had short hair, while in the photo, he had long hair. However, the hair was still coarse and slightly prickly, indicating it had just been cut. He then looked at the thief's body, noting he was unarmed and carried nothing, not even a backpack. One hand pressed against the thief's ear while the other shone the flashlight on his face. The bright light illuminated the man's tightly closed eyes, causing tears to flow. Stop. Stop, I can't see, I'm blind. Chapter 340, Security Work. Hello everyone. My name is Dao Jian. In the previous 2 classes, we learned about military dogs and their roles in warfare. On the training ground, Yuan Li, wearing a beret, spoke to the 20 soldiers in front of him. Today, we will have a close observation of military dogs. Yuan Li whistled, and the 20 soldiers remained focused. Meanwhile, at a distance of 20 meters, a military dog named Sijiao immediately ran over upon hearing the sound. Yuan Li spread his hand downwards, and Sijiao sniffed and licked his palm. His name is Sijiao, and you should call him Dog Squad Leader. Sit. Upon hearing this, the nearly 20 soldiers crossed their legs and sat down straight. Sijiao sat down with them. Yuan Li's mouth twitched slightly as he watched the soldiers sitting rigidly. I asked him to sit. This lesson is outdoors, and you will interact with him shortly. Cough. One soldier couldn't hold back his laughter and coughed, causing the nearly 20 soldiers to awkwardly look at each other before quickly standing up. Next, I will demonstrate. After Yuan Li said this, he extended his hand, and Sijiao licked his palm. Stay. After Yuan Li finished speaking, he walked 5 meters away, and Sijiao stood still, only lifting his left leg to assume a preparatory stance. Chapter 341, Public Opinion. Oh right, during this time, communicate more with Wuxia. Yuan Lang took a puff of his cigarette and said casually. Yuan Li raised an eyebrow, quickly catching the key point, definitely related to the Navy. What's wrong? Yuan Lang glanced at Yuan Li. After a 2-second silence, he asked, "What is our positioning?" Yuan Li frowned. He hated riddles, but answered honestly, "Quick reaction force. Responsible for enemy infiltration, counter-terrorism, and hostage rescue, international cooperation." "Oh, I see, I see." Yuan Li had already figured it out halfway through. They also had another type of mission, international joint operations and overseas tasks. The term international cooperation could basically be crossed out, with the focus on overseas tasks. Plus, with rumors of impending action circulating for the past 2 years, Yuan Li felt a surge of excitement. Unexpectedly, escort missions included him. Yuan Lang lowered his head to organize the documents. "Don't spread rumors. Adjust the training content when you go back." "Understood." Yuan Li took out a pack of double happiness cigarettes, and Yuan Lang glanced up before continuing to work. Yuan Li pulled out one, hung it from his mouth, and lit it, smoke wafting around. Yuan Lang looked at the cigarette in Yuan Li's hand with curiosity, before directly snatching the other half-pack and gleefully stashing it in his drawer. Chapter 342, Exercise Attack Her. Yuan Li put down the mouse in his hand and leaned back in his chair. "So now we'll see the BA plane crash on September 25th. Yuan Li thought for a moment and frowned again. This prophecy might prevent the crash from happening. But the tropical storm hitting Bangladesh is certain, a natural occurrence that cannot be avoided. Emergency assembly. The moment Yuan Li heard the sound, he jumped up from his chair. During this period, there had been many anti-terrorism exercises, hostage rescues, and defense drills for important facilities like airports and subways. There were even regular military exercises within the military district, such as Beijing and Libing. So they were very busy. At night, at the periphery of a certain camp, 2 or 3 people were quietly observing from the outside. Through the darkness, one could see around 50 soldiers waiting silently on the hillside behind them. Their command post had set up a diversion, and our people had not detected it at all. Yuan Li whispered to Chi Huan beside him. Chi Huan was chewing on a dry, yellow grass root. After all, he often dealt with Black Tiger-s people, and had probably been on guard against a decapitation operation. Chapter 343, Deng Zhenhua's stunning shot, Wang Yanbing's reflection. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from behind a small hill on the right. "Damn it!" Bang bang bang. Yuan Li cursed under his breath and immediately pulled the trigger, sending white smoke rising from the 2 sentries at the camp's gate. It was clear that the infiltration team had been compromised. At the same time, alarms blared from the enemy camp. Bang 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 bang. Yuan Li, along with the remaining 5, lay on the grass and fired wildly at the camp. The goal was to attract fire and coordinate with the personnel from Assault Team 2, as well as Shuqiong and Shusanjuo, to get closer. After about a minute, other soldiers quickly gathered at the main gate of the camp. Yuan Li felt the pressure increase suddenly, and Assault Team 2 on the left suddenly pulled the trigger, delivering a heavy blow to the defenses at the main gate. The sudden attack caused the camp gate to become shrouded in smoke, and 5 or 6 soldiers, shrouded in smoke, cursed as they dragged their weapons away from the battlefield. At the same time, snipers were targeting valuable targets, such as machine gunners, communications personnel, or officers. Meanwhile, the support team was looking for a safe spot around the camp to fire wildly at the camp. They didn't care about the number of kills. Their mission at this moment was to attract the enemy's attention inside the camp. Chapter 344, Gas Leak Drill. After evacuating along the route, Yuan Li and others did not linger, to avoid being followed by stubborn individuals. Their mission was not yet over. The drill still had 3 days to finish. They had to continue with tasks such as infiltration, decapitation, and sabotage. This was part of the regular military exercise series. Additionally, from 2006 to 2008, there was a joint military and police counter-terrorism exercise named the Great Wall Series, aimed at the Olympics, in a bustling area of the capital. A police vehicle contained 10 members of the 13th group, dressed in police uniforms with balaclavas under their helmets. Some observed pedestrians through the window, analyzing their expressions, walking postures, clothing, etc., to improve their judgment skills. Others quietly cleaned their weapons, like Wang Yanbing, who had made rapid progress as a sniper during this time. He had also humbly sought advice, which became a point of pride for Deng Zhenhua to boast about to Shi Daven. Some were reading books like Ma Ying, Deng Zhenhua, and the medic Shi Daven. Ma Ying was reading about psychology, while Deng Zhenhua was engrossed in a thick fantasy novel thicker than a dictionary. Chapter 345. Scorpion appears. Yuan Li patted Wang Yanbing on the shoulder. Good job, keep it up next time. After saying this, he waved to the other team members to get in the vehicle. Then, with his arm around Wang Yanbing's shoulder, he walked towards the back of the car. Yanbing, I've noticed your progress during this time. It's not just me, the squad leader and the captain have mentioned you multiple times in meetings. Yuan Li was exaggerating, in reality. It was just the squad leader Chi Huan, who had said a while ago, Wang Yanbing has performed well recently. As for Yuan Lang and Tai Lu, they were so busy they hardly had time to focus on training. Yuan Li's words were selective. If he had said this to Deng Zhenhua, Deng would have been delighted but would think, oh, the leader is paying attention to me. I need to be low-key and not cause any trouble. This was the case for others as well, a group of old hands, which was the characteristic of Team A. Just like in Steel Company, they would be assimilated, understand the meaning of being a soldier, and be able to adhere to the principle of not abandoning or giving up. The same was true in Old A. After spending a long time there, everyone would silently keep a trick up their sleeve. Deng Zhenhua originally had the ability to hit targets 1,500 meters away. Chapter 346. The rogue captain, the ostrich that produces cigarettes. All right, you can act now. He Jejun hung up the phone, looking at the somewhat anxious Fan Qianlei with a deep gaze. Then he sighed silently, sitting down as if nothing was wrong, completely ignoring Fan Qianlei. Old chief, has the scorpion appeared? Fan Qianlei was almost in tears, leaning on the table, pitifully asking He Jejun. He Jejun frowned, pulled out a cigarette from the drawer, silently lit it, and let the smoke drift in the office, forming purple mist in the sunlight, both real and illusory. He Jejun stood up, opened the window, and let the smoke escape. Yes? Let our red blood cells go. Fan Qianlei knew the news was true, otherwise it wouldn't have reached him. He said somewhat anxiously behind He Jejun. What are you going to do? Eliminate the scorpion. Fan Qianlei's eyes were red, filled with killing intent, as he gritted his teeth and spoke slowly. HMPH. He Jejun snorted, releasing some smoke from his nose. I sent Gao Dazhuang, you all still need to train. Did you forget how the exercise 3 months ago was a disaster for the Lone Wolf B group? Look at what you brought and compare it to what they brought. Chapter 347. Tribute. Deng Zhenhua's face turned slightly red. This is the tactical reserve of special forces. He blinked rapidly, glancing at the medic who was laughing heartily. He then looked at Wang Yanbing, who was trying to stifle his laughter. All right, it's fine. Think whatever you want. Ha ha ha. The medic Shi Daven sat at the table, laughing heartily. After Wang Yanbing left, the two of them joked for a while before returning to their usual calmness. Shi Daven casually flipped through a volume of Cran Shinchan, then set it aside. He already had this edition. However, the one his comrade gifted him had some sentimental value, unrelated to the content. Shi Daven opened a shui. Ha 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 ha. Deng Zhenhua suddenly sat up in bed, glaring at Shi Daven. Are you crazy? Is it worth laughing about that little thing? The next day, in the muddy pit next to the 3rd Squad's playground, over 100 people were battling in pairs in the mud. Yuan Li, wearing a t-shirt and a cap to shield himself from the sun, was also in the mud, but he was instructing others. Yang Rui. Do you know what it means to go all out? Throw them down, it's not concrete, it's a mud pit, no one will die, why be so gentle? Chapter 348. The third interrogation. Yuan Li looked with a motherly smile at the departing figures of Chen Beibei and Gan Xiaoning. Coming back to his senses, he kicked Shu Sanjuo, who was still in the mud, but lying at the edge of the pit. Did you know that a Gan is dating? Shu Sanjuo also smiled at the two's backs, but when he heard Yuan Li's words, he didn't even lift his head, just shook it in confusion. Yuan Li thought Shu Sanjuo hadn't heard. Say something. I don't know. Just then, Shi Jin, covered in mud, and Wu Liui, who was smiling, jogged over. Did you know a Gan is in a relationship? Yuan Li and Shu Sanjuo exchanged glances, and shook their heads at the two. My goodness! A Gan has struck gold! Wu Liui exclaimed. Shi Jin, smiling and lost in thought, as a veteran with over 10 years of service and once Gan Xiaoning's squad leader, felt a sense of pride. The soldiers I trained are really capable. Then he couldn't help but worry about Gan Xiaoning. What does she see in him? Is he deceiving her? Shi Jin involuntarily recalled every detail from just seeing Chen Beibei. Chapter 349, Floating Life 6 Records. 21 years old. He's only 21, Fan Qianlei. He Chen Guang charged in, and you charged in too. How old are you? Huh? Because of you. Because of He Chen Guang, I lost a good soldier. Bang! I really want to kill you. He Jejun punched Fan Qianlei in the face, his eyes red, staring fiercely at Fan Qianlei, who had been knocked back a few steps. Looking disheveled in his combat uniform, bowing his head and saying nothing. Beside them, Yilang and Jiao Dazhuang also kept their heads down in silence. He Jejun stood silently on the airport tarmac, staring intently at Fan Qianlei, while in the distance were other members of the Red Cell. Among them, He Chengwang was injured and had already been sent to the hospital. However, in front of the other members of the Red Cell lay a corpse covered with a white cloth. Continue. After a long while, He Jejun uttered 3 words. Zheng Zhihui blinked, composed himself, and continued. Lone Wolf Team B immediately went into rescue, which drove back the Scorpion, but we had to retreat due to the injured. I sent Zheng Sanpao and Xiong Xiaowei to hang back, but they couldn't keep up and were quickly shaken off by the Scorpion. Zheng Zhihui hesitated, finally lowering his head. We lost track of the Scorpion. Chapter 350, Wang Yadong. The mission was passed down from the General Staff, who were already searching for the Scorpion's whereabouts. These 2 years are critical, we absolutely cannot afford any mistakes, especially with a lawless mercenary like the Scorpion. Yuan Lang's eyes grew fiercer as he spoke. Seize their weaknesses, beat them down one by one until they are afraid. Until they tremble at the mention of our country's name. Right? Wait a moment, there's still a lot of information to print out. You should take it back and study it more. Yuan Li nodded. The Scorpion wasn't easy to find, and he indeed needed to wait. After returning, Yuan Li found it hard to sleep, sitting in a chair and flipping through the Scorpion's files, examining them bit by bit. He only stopped when he opened Wang Yadong's file. Yuan Li furrowed his brows, looking at Wang Yadong's photo, a glint of fierce energy flashing in his eyes. Thinking of living a peaceful life? Ha! Not that easy. The next morning, after breakfast, Yuan Li took the documents into Yuan Lang's office. What if we use him as a breakthrough? Yuan Li's expression was cold. Yuan Lang glanced at Wang Yadong's file, then turned to look at Yuan Li. Inwardly thinking, this kid is much harsher than I was at his age. Chapter 351, The Cruel Truth. Yuan Li deliberately approached Wang Yadong, pacing back and forth beside him. He understood what mercenaries were very well. They are gamblers. They may not gamble in the traditional sense, but they are gamblers nonetheless. Every mission is a gamble with their lives. Mercenaries have no faith, only money. Yuan Li intentionally got close to provoke Wang Yadong into action. Wang Yadong was highly alert, focusing all his attention on Yuan Li, but occasionally his peripheral vision would glance at 5th Duyi and Lin Xiaoxiao. Who are you? Yuan Li didn't answer but squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, should I call you Lynx, or should I call you Wang Yadong? HMPH. Upon hearing this, Wang Yadong relaxed, letting out a snort before saying, either is fine. One is my past self, the other is my present self. Yuan Li sighed inwardly but continued to provoke him, Interpol A-level wanted criminal. That's you too, isn't it? Wang Yadong hesitated, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was staring at him in disbelief. You're a wanted criminal. The two ignored Lin Xiaoxiao. And Wang Yadong felt a deep sadness. You still won't let me go. I just want to live a quiet life. Chapter 352, Angry Yuan Li. When Changlin obviously saw the scene of Wang Yadong being pushed into the car. At this moment, through the car window, he could only see Wang Yadong in the back seat, being held down by Xu Sanjuo. A flash of anger crossed his eyes as he reached out to stop the police from advancing. Identification. When Changlin certainly knew the identities of these people. His superior had briefed him, and now he was just confirming. Yuan Li expressionlessly took out his ID, which was just an ordinary officer's ID, with all the sensitive unit details replaced with numbers. When Changlin, who often interacted with Fan Qianlei, glanced at the ID and immediately recognized who these people were. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress his rising anger, when Changlin spoke softly, Comrade, can you hand him over to me? Yuan Li didn't speak and shook his head slightly. Seeing Yuan Li's indifferent demeanor, and the undisguised disdain in his eyes, when Changlin felt his anger surge again. Do you know? You've ruined my plan. I was going to use him to lure the scorpion. Yuan Li raised the corner of his mouth slightly, disdainfully saying, is Wang Yadong the scorpion's father? Would it kill you not to find him? Chapter 353, Bullets. Yuan Li walked up to He Jejun, who was standing at the door, and looked at him steadily. Can I see Fan Qianlei? He Jejun hesitated for a few seconds. He could see Yuan Li's firmness and protectiveness over the soldiers. In fact, if not for the influence, he would also want to send Fan Qianlei to a military court, so he decided to go with the flow. Finally, he nodded, turning to lead the way. Gao Dazhuang followed behind. After about 10 minutes, the three arrived at a 5-story building near a small training base. He Jejun took the two to the 3rd floor and waved at 2 sentries. The sentries immediately saluted, and one of them handed the key to He Jejun. The 2 sentries then left. He Jejun glanced back at Yuan Li with the key in hand. Ultimately, he opened the door. Chief, is the confinement over? A somewhat despondent and weary voice came from inside. Yuan Li glanced around to check for any surveillance, and after confirming there was none, he took off his hat and handed it to Gao Dazhuang, then pushed He Jejun aside and walked in directly. Once inside the room, he checked for any surveillance again, then casually closed the door, rolled up his sleeves. Chapter 354, Disguise. After Yuan Li hung up the phone, he walked out of the room. All personnel assemble. Yes. At that moment, Wang Yanbing, who was in the midst of a new round of assembling guns, turned around and immediately became flustered. 5th Duyi maintained his composure. This time the gap between the two was widening. Sure. After 5th Duyi finished assembling the gun, he smugly whistled and walked past Wang Yanbing with his gear. Watching the 2 vans speed away from the Wolf Fang Special Forces, He Jejun sighed inwardly, thinking, such good soldiers. Why didn't they come to the Southeast Military Region back then? If they had, I would have gained so much face. But then he thought of Fan Qianlei being sent in, and felt a wave of disdain. When Falcon fell, Fan Qianlei was very sad and repeatedly mentioned the military order. He Jejun chose to believe him. Fan Qianlei still had some skills, and had done well over the years. However, Falcon had become his psychological burden. If it weren't for bringing He Chengwang into the team early on, He Jejun wouldn't have found him displeasing in the past couple of years. With that thought, He Jejun felt another surge of discomfort in his heart. Damn it, you dog of a Fan Qian Lei, do you think you're the only smart one? Remembering the Son of the Falcon. Chapter 355, Kerang Rainforest. About 10 minutes later, the man with the Southeast Asian face returned, sitting across from Yuan Li. His fingers crossed on the table as he said, "Aria'sWhisper has a base in the Kerang Rainforest, where he usually places militia and trains child soldiers. 3 days ago, someone came there. It can't be confirmed if it was Scorpion." Yuan Li frowned. 3 days ago is too long, the person is long gone. Is there anything else? The man gestured with his eyes. Yuan Li took out 5 gold coins and pushed them over. After the man collected the 5 gold coins, he turned around and entered the room behind the bar again. This time, it took nearly half an hour for the man to return. After sitting back down across from Yuan Li, he pushed 3 gold coins back. "Sorry. I can only confirm that the person was Scorpion. But I really don't know his current whereabouts. The last sighting was 3 days ago in the Kerang Rainforest." After saying this, the man paused and shrugged. "Maybe you can take a gamble. What if he is still there?" Yuan Li regained his composure and smiled. "I don't gamble." He then stood up, collected the remaining 3 gold coins from the table, and as for why there were 3 left, it was because 2 coins had been used to gather intelligence, and since he didn't get the information he wanted, this business at the Continental Hotel wasn't profitable. But those responsible for gathering intelligence had to spend money. Chapter 356, Pest Control Operation. Slap. But before it could be struck down, a shadow appeared behind him. And the others holding the boy immediately stepped back in fear. The shadow reached out and slapped the boy, who had just been showing off, on the back of the head. Then, seizing the rifle, the boy turned to look. It was a middle-aged man with dark skin, looking honest and simple like a farmer, but with yellowish eyes. "Boss?" The boy, who had just been arrogant and full of himself, immediately retracted his swagger, slightly bending at the waist, tilting his head forward with a smile, and unconsciously rubbing his neck. At this moment, he finally showed a hint of the demeanor typical of his age. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged man frowned at Nada while holding the gun. Then he heard a commotion from the wooden house. Turning to look, a woman in her 30s, with a face full of sorrow, red eyes streaming with tears, several handprints on her face, and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, emerged, clutching her torn shirt at the chest. Slap! Slap! Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man, without a word, slapped Nada twice across the face. Chapter 357, Failed to lure the enemy. After confirming the other party was dead, Yuan Li looked up at another sentry position. The positions of the sentries here, and there were mutually observable, including 2 other sentry positions. Therefore, they needed to eliminate the enemy simultaneously. While Yuan Li was acting, Ma Ying also used a military crossbow to take out a sentry. Huh? Ma Ying let out a long breath, relieved to see the crossbow bolt hit the enemy's eye without causing any commotion. She hung the crossbow on her body, lifted her rifle, and cautiously crawled back. She still had other tasks. As Yuan Li and the others got closer to the enemy base, Yuan Li could vaguely hear the sounds of the sentries smoking, chewing betel nut, chatting, and laughing heartily. In the dense forest, Yuan Li and the others moved silently, while the armed men, facing the dusk, not only couldn't open their eyes, but even if they did, the glare in their vision obstructed their sight. If one didn't look closely or changed angles, they wouldn't see that those sentries were already gone. This was the attack direction Yuan Li specifically chose. It wasn't the best, but was the most suitable. As they approached the base, Yuan Li, Xu Qiong, and Fifth Day One were now very close to each other. Chapter 358, Underestimating Strategically, Valuing Tactically. The 3 of them carried RPGs and 2 boxes of thermobaric munitions, beginning to approach the enemy base. Although the sky was dim, The armed men, who had just been attacked and were collecting bodies, were highly alert. "Boss? Boss? They are back again." A sentry on the watchtower called the middle-aged man, who was directing the armed men to collect the bodies. Hearing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly climbed up the watchtower in a few steps. Holding an old-fashioned binocular, he looked in the direction the sentry pointed. His gaze froze. He saw the person he had just made eye contact with, who was shouldering a long tube he had seen before. The middle-aged man's face changed dramatically, tremblingly shouting, "Rocket, rocket!" The sentry was a bit confused. Where would a rocket come from in this broken place? Isn't that something shot into the sky by the suzerain? Then he saw the boss casually throw away the binoculars and jump down from the watchtower. Rocket! The bewildered sentry glanced at the spot where the boss had jumped down. Seeing the boss fall and not get up, he thought to himself, the boss has gone mad. Alas! It seems like we'll have to line up again. Fortunately, it has nothing to do with me, this little sentry. Hey, what did the boss just say? Rocket. Chapter 359, Temporary Change of Plans. Yuan Li was not at all surprised. It would be strange if there were no military, armed groups of a few hundred people. Even a small village like Longda had several mortars. Shu Qiong, after firing the round in his hand, immediately moved. Shu Qiong didn't reply, just silently launched the thermobaric munition. Bang bang bang. Yuan Li moved the gun muzzle, aiming at the armed men directed out by the enemy leader. After taking out 2 people, Yuan Li also crawled back. He crawled back about 5 or 6 meters and hid behind a large tree before standing up. The other 2 did the same, trying to retreat and hide behind cover. A 60mm mortar is no joke. If hit, it would leave bruises. It's better to hide. But, in order to lure the snake out of its hole, they had to keep them engaged and not stray too far, so they wouldn't lose them. The 3 of them spread out on one side of the village, hiding behind cover or large trees, shooting at the armed men rushing out. At the same time, the enemy's mortars were also ready. Chapter 360. The survival wisdom of the grassroots. To be honest, RPGs feel like using a cannon to hit mosquitoes against such scattered infantry. RPGs should target tanks, armored vehicles, or military structures. But just ask yourself, when an RPG shell is flying towards you, are you afraid? Are you afraid when it explodes? Yuan Li knew that the suppressive damage at this time would definitely come from the grenade launcher. However, RPGs could still impact their morale. They are ambushed. Retreat quickly. Retreat quickly. Oh my God. Help, help. The armed militants were hit by 6 grenades and an RPG, like wild dogs on the roadside. At this point, their morale had plummeted to the bottom, and they just wanted to scatter and flee. After firing an RPG, Shi Defan picked up his gun to cooperate with Yuan Li and the others for precise shooting. Bang bang bang, da da da. At this moment, Yuan Li and the others formed a triangle and slowly moved forward while shooting at the armed militants. After a series of explosions and gunfire, the noise at the second line position began to gradually decrease, turning into sporadic gunshots. Yuan Li aimed his gun at the ground where the bleeding armed militant was crawling into the bushes and fired again. Bang bang. Chapter 361, End. Retreat. As Yuan Li was heading to the predetermined position, Number 1, Yuan Li, some scattered troops are coming back. Deng Zhenhua saw a few disheveled armed militants approaching the village. It was already obvious. Number 8, Cold Front, take them out, then change positions. Number 8, Cold Front, received. Bang bang bang, ah. Bang bang bang. After Cold Front sniper rifle fired, there was a sudden crazy howl near the village, followed by a burst of gunfire. Yuan Li and the others pretended not to hear, and continued to their respective positions. The assault team was in position. After Yuan Li said a word on the communication, he waited for 2 minutes before other voices came through. The support team was in position. Yuan Li, let's go. Bang. Boom. Bang. Whoosh. Boom. Bang 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 bang. Bang. In an instant, the firepower was fully unleashed. 2 60mm mortars, 2 RPGs, 1 grenade launcher. Interspersed with the sniper rifle sounds of Deng Zhenhua and Cold Front. The assault team, led by Yuan Li, was close to the village and could see clearly. The 2 mortars concealed by the enemy were the first to be bombed. Chapter 362, Qasim. In fact, dozens of scattered troops managed to escape. And these people were not seriously injured. Moreover, the 13th team was small in number and could not seal them off. Boom 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 boom. The landmines they had buried were now useless and could instead injure others, so they could only detonate them themselves. Yang Rui looked at the bombed, pockmarked road. Checked it carefully twice to ensure nothing was missed, and then led a few team members to retreat. These landmines absolutely could not be left behind. It was fine if they exploded on drug dealers or criminals, but there was also a possibility they could harm innocent civilians. They had to be destroyed. The next day at noon. In a certain country in Southeast Asia, at the Continental Hotel. Yuan Li still dressed like a little gangster as before. Opposite him was the same person who had received him earlier. Yuan Li pushed 12 gold coins in front of him. You quoted a price of 15 gold coins. After he leaves the Continental Hotel, make him disappear. The other party smiled, of course. That's the rule. Bullets, you respect our rules. Then I won't go back on my word. Yuan Li nodded indifferently. After learning that his village had been flattened, Atai immediately got scared and hid in the Continental Hotel. Trembling in a room on the 5th floor. Chapter 363, Daily Routine. After Yuan Li finished the report, it was still not bright outside, and he glanced at the time. It was still early. Yuan Li lay in bed unable to sleep. After sleeping for more than 10 hours, he could no longer fall asleep. He simply started doing push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like a machine, his breathing, movements, and even the duration of pauses were consistent. In the morning, after submitting the report, Yuan Li went to the dog kennel. As soon as he entered the kennel, the dormitory of the knife dog, which had been lying around bored, suddenly straightened up. It heard a familiar sound of footsteps and smelled a familiar scent. Woof woof. The knife dog barked while coming to the dormitory door, extending its paw to try to fiddle with the loosely inserted door lock. But before it could finish, it felt a familiar hand grasp its paw. Then the door opened. And the knife dog looked at the person in front of it, breathing heavily, its chest rising and falling. It then jumped up suddenly. And Yuan Li wrapped his arms around the knife dog's waist, as the knife dog bounced against his chest. Yuan Li gently patted the knife dog's back. Have you been good lately? Been good. While pushing the knife dog away, his fingers scratched it. Woo 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 woo. Chapter 364, Nameless. Yuan Li flipped through the freshly produced newcomer data. Oh, Yu Qian. During the first batch of newcomer training, Yu Qian was eliminated for losing points. The reason for losing points was cultural courses. But unexpectedly, this time he managed to stick it out to the end. Yuan Li thought for a moment. Set his data aside for future reference. After flipping through for a while, Yuan Li once again saw a familiar name. Li Yunlong. Yuan Li pondered for a moment. In fact, Li Yunlong was quite good. Not to mention physical fitness, anyone who could enter the A team wouldn't have weak physical fitness. Randomly picking someone from the playground could tire out the knife dog. But Li Yunlong had also been in the sharpshooter 4th squad, and even in the cooking class. It showed that his marksmanship talent was decent. Then there was loyalty. He even dared to jump off a cliff while carrying the commander of the Iron Fist Regiment. That was simply second-rate. After imagining the scene of Li Yunlong jumping off the cliff with the commander, Yuan Li immediately placed Li Yunlong's data alongside Yu Qian's. Then the data below revealed she WA. Yuan Li rubbed his chin, surprised that she WA was also there. He casually set it aside. After selecting a dozen or so, Yuan Li took the selected files into the computer room. Chapter 365, the 13th group of 12 people. After Yuan Li finished speaking to Yu Qian, he looked at Li Yunlong, who seemed a bit dazed but immediately nodded heavily when he saw Yuan Li's gaze. Yuan Li felt somewhat speechless inside. Are you willing to come with me? Willing. Willing. Yuan Li casually grabbed a blade of grass from the side and rubbed it in his hand. But I need to introduce our situation to you. The team I lead is the 13th group of the 3rd Squadron, unremarkable, not much different from the other squads, and even not much different from your old company. It's just that the tasks are a bit more, very hard, very tiring, with high demands, more input, and less return. Just like before you joined the army. Working on the construction site, the contractor paid a little, but you had to work for 16 hours. After Yuan Li finished speaking to Nyo, he turned to Yu Qian and said, your family is in the fish farming business, just like raising fish for several years with hard work. Spending 5,000 or 6,000 just on the fish pond, but when sold, it might not even fetch 5,000. Are you still willing? This time. The two did not hesitate for a moment. I am willing. Chapter 366, Food Factory Drill. Yuan Li suddenly withdrew to prepare for possible emergencies in the future. Naturally needing to cultivate their command and independence. They cannot fail to complete a task just because there is no commander. This is perfectly embodied in Shusanjuo. Even when Shusanjuo was alone, he still remembered the ultimate task, rather than making excuses to withdraw, such as reduced personnel. Such heavy casualties. One person cannot complete the task. Sometimes drills are not about winning or losing, but about identifying one's shortcomings, internal coordination, or training soldiers' independence. Qi Huan. Is the training over? At this moment, Qi Huan's communicator rang with Yuan Lang's voice. It is ongoing, what is up? Then it's fine, continue. I'll be there soon. Received. Yuan Li took off his helmet and scratched the white mark left on his forehead. Qi Huan. I heard Yuan Lang is dating. Qi Huan showed a sly smile and nodded. Yuan Li leaned forward, asking gossipingly, tell me. What is going on? He hasn't missed a single social event arranged by the higher-ups, going every time and coming back empty-handed. Chapter 367, Food Factory Next Session. The drill has started. As 2008 approached, due to the emphasis on the year, the drills were highly simulated for real combat. Real combat has a process, within 515 minutes. The police and command center will quickly assess the severity of the incident after receiving a report. If it is a serious violent kidnapping case, they will simultaneously notify the armed police. The time requirement is within 152 hours. This varies by region nationwide. For example, key cities like the capital and major cities must arrive within 30 minutes. In remote areas, the time may be relaxed to 1 or 2 hours due to inconvenient transportation or distant stations. The city chosen by the directing team is neither far nor close to the armed police station, located near the capital. Everyone has a rough idea in their minds. Yuan Li believes that arriving within 45 minutes would be considered qualified. Meanwhile, other units are responsible for negotiation, reconnaissance, and deployment during the gap coming from the food factory. The police negotiation expert stepped forward to shout, but Yuan Li and the others were not interested. It was obvious that their comrades pretending to be robbers could not respond, as they still had to wait for people from the food factory to arrive. Chapter 368, Denying Blind Arrogance, also rejecting the myth of troops. Of course, Yuan Lang also understands the difference between the army and the armed police. The philosophy of the food factory is to complete the rescue of hostages at the least cost. Old A comes from the army, and for them, explosions are art. Those who create explosions never see them as destruction. The director and deputy director of the drill exchanged glances, after hearing Yuan Li's supplementary plan. There are no other issues. Just that it's too brutal. W03 can indeed kill the robbers through walls, but it's overly violent. 127mm close-range wall penetration would cause flying debris. It's not just the robbers we're talking about, after all, they are robbers, and no one feels sorry for them. However, hostages in the same room could very likely be accidentally injured, if not controlled well. A stone could fly towards a hostage's head, and the cost would be too great. The mission would basically count as a failure, which is different from the big goose. The two exchanged glances and then silently left. The deputy director said to the director, "This is too brutal, the army we usually see doesn't do this." The director, however, seemed to be deep in thought. "Lao Kong, what are you thinking?" The director was brought back to reality by the deputy director. The director shook his head, "It's nothing." Chapter 369, Global Panic. On September 30th, global internet users were livelier than ever. Because another prophecy came true, a passenger plane and a business jet crashed in the Amazon region, resulting in 155 fatalities. Some people stared at the news on their computer screens, incredulously holding their heads. Of course, some people firmly believed in supernatural phenomena. Since the conflict began, they had been waiting for this prophecy. Seeing it come true at this moment, they naturally cheered, bouncing around in their computer chairs. In the past, an air disaster would have drawn global attention, but now the prophecy is the focus. This time, unlike before, it wasn't just small media reporting. Major media outlets also started to get involved. In fact, they had been paying attention to this, but always needed verification. International mainstream media like BBC, CNN, Reuters, and others began investigative reports focusing on the mysterious prophecy being true. Online prophecy hits accurately, Brazil air disaster and Lebanon-Israel war, coincidence or foresight? Prophecy 5 out of 2. Is it coincidence or forced intervention? We look forward to the next natural disaster, tropical storms hitting Bangladesh. Chapter 370, they call this freedom. Ring ring. In the dark night, Yuan Li, who was originally asleep, was suddenly awakened. He had to wake up, as one phone call usually meant a task was coming. "Hello." Yuan Li answered the phone, jumping out of bed in shorts. While answering, he lit a cigarette. "I'm waiting for you downstairs." Yuan Li looked out the window. A jeep was parked at the door. "Coming right away." The jeep drove out of Team A's gate and aimlessly along the road. Finally, it stopped by a small river, the water reflecting the moonlight intermittently in the night. "You mean for me to protect someone to negotiate with a potential heir to one of the 12 seats in the Assassin Alliance in Europe? I'm not a professional." Yuan Li frowned and said helplessly, "I know you're not a professional, but I've sent out the professionals. Global intelligence organizations are particularly active right now. In the past 10 days, my average sleep time has been less than 2 hours a day." Zhao Peng half closed his eyes, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to Yuan Li, and lit one for himself. After taking a puff, his eyes regained some brightness, and his eyelids opened a bit. Chapter 371, The Black Horse and the Black Pearl. After checking around and confirming there were no unusual situations, Yuan Li then came to Wang Ji's side. Soon after, a bald black man in a suit pushed open the door. The first to walk over was a tall woman, her face beaming with a confident smile, dressed in a red gown. A bald black man in a suit followed her in and then stood at the door, arms crossed over his abdomen, giving a slight nod to Yuan Li, who was sizing him up. Yuan Li smiled and nodded in response, focusing his gaze on the woman. The impression she gave was simply 2 words: confidence. Although she wasn't particularly stunning, her features were striking, her tall figure, and the confidence in her eyes made her more charming than many international models. Wang Ji stepped forward to shake hands with her, and the two exchanged warm smiles. The difference was that Wang Ji's smile carried a sense of distance, neither too close nor too far, formal yet endearing. Mr. Antonio. Hello. Hello, Mr. Wang. The two began to converse in Italian. Yuan Li understood a bit of Italian, enough to catch a few words. Gianna de Antonio. A woman likely to inherit the Italian mafia Camorra. Chapter 372, back to Team A, but Yuan Li understood his position, it wasn't the time for him to speak. If he did, it would be truly inappropriate. Suppressing his curiosity, he continued to pay attention to his surroundings. However, Wang Ji also noticed a very beautiful chestnut horse. May I ask what breed this horse is? It looks really beautiful. After Wang Ji spoke, he felt the people beside him go quiet. De Antonio, the bald black man, the horse trainer, and two staff members all fell silent. Even the horse trainer looked around awkwardly. Wow, wait a moment, the stable needs plenty of sunlight. I'll go open the sunshade windows. He said this while hurriedly leaving. The other two staff members simply bowed their heads and said nothing. Wang Ji realized he must have asked something he shouldn't have, and there might have been some awkwardness. Just as he was about to change the subject, he heard De Antonio let out a light sigh. Oh? De Antonio looked at Wang Ji and said, actually, I'm not just in contact with you. I've also been in touch with the Indians. Their people arrived 4 days ago. Wang Ji nodded non-committally. Global intelligence personnel were very active, and of course, back home they knew. Chapter 373, He Qingwang has psychological issues. Although he had the phone pressed to his ear, he didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. Yuan Li, there's a problem with He Qingwang. As Yuan Li listened to the voice of the strong man on the phone, he allowed Qi Huan to enter the room. What problem? The psychologist said his current state is not good. The strong man's voice was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Sigh. After understanding the situation, the psychologist said he feels guilty towards Li Guoming, angry at the scorpion, self-doubt about not being able to take revenge, and Yuan Li listened quietly. The strong man hadn't finished speaking, just pausing, seemingly struggling to articulate the next part. And there's anger towards you. Not understanding why you sent Fan Qianlei to the military tribunal, He Qingwang said, just because of this command error, and this incident was caused by his impulsiveness. It has nothing to do with Fan Qianlei. These are his exact words. He wants to take the responsibility for this mission failure upon himself. Moreover, he has repeatedly asked to see you. When a person reaches the peak of silence, they really can burst out laughing. Yuan Li furrowed his brow, but the corners of his mouth twitched into a smile. Chapter 374, Tang Sini. Knock knock knock. Come in. A staff member pushed the door open. Report. Yuan Li has arrived. All right, you can go out now. After the staff member left, Yuan Li's figure appeared at the door. He marched in with precise steps, closing the office door behind him. Turn around. Bang. 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 He marched with precision, walking up to He Jejun, who had already stood up and extended his hand for a handshake. Yuan Li saluted and loudly said, reporting to Comrade Chief, I am Yuan Li, leader of Team 13. Squadron 3 of Team A, here to report for duty, please give your instructions. He Jejun's outstretched hand froze in place, looking at Yuan Li, his mouth twitching slightly. After a moment of stunned silence, he playfully kicked Yuan Li's waist. You little brat, what are you pretending to be? After scolding, He Jejun put his arm around Yuan Li's and led him to the sofa. Once seated, he said, I know you're angry, but his grandfather is an old chief. And his father was once my soldier, sacrificed on the battlefield. He Qingwang's current situation does worry us, but we won't lie about it. Rest assured. As long as you meet him, whether you scold him or say whatever, as long as he can resolve this mental block, everything will be fine. Consider this a personal favor owed to you, okay? Chapter 375. You should ask the military tribunal why they ruled against Fan Qianlei. Captain He. Didn't you say he has psychological issues? How can he still have the mood for romance? Yuan Li teased as soon as He Jejun answered the phone. He had done similar things before, but he was younger and less understanding back then. Romance? What romance? He Jejun's tone was filled with confusion. And Yuan Li could imagine the expression on his face, dazed eyes, slightly open mouth, and a face full of bewilderment. A person claiming to be a sniper project officer from the Special Operations Research Center, named Tang Sini. Oh, He Jejun paused, based on my observations. The two of them do seem to have something going on. Yuan Li was not concerned at all about whether they had something going on. Does Tang Sini have the authority to know the details of the military tribunal's ruling on Fan Qianlei? This matter was confidential to the outside world, but Tang Sini was from the Special Operations Research Center and had close contact with Wolf Tooth, so she could know. Of course, you could also choose to have her leave. Okay, I understand. Yuan Li hung up the phone and re-entered the ward. Looking at Tang Sini, he said, He Jejun said you can know, but I don't recommend, nor do I want you to stay here to listen to us talk, so please leave. Chapter 376. General's Son and General's Monkey. Yuan Li stopped speaking and quietly watched He Chengwang. At this moment, He Chengwang seemed to be lost in thought. Once the fog was cleared, he could naturally understand who was wrong and who was right. But sometimes, the but determines the brain. Fan Qianlei was a comrade of his father, the Falcon, who often visited him when he was young. Yuan Li, it seems you've already figured out why you questioned me. You attempt to shake military law with personal feelings. Where does this confidence come from? From a general's grandfather. Yuan Li stood up, arms crossed over his chest, pacing to the window, letting the sunlight fall on his uniform. He Chengwang, you are not a qualified soldier. You seem to have strong military qualities, decent sniping talent, and even your daily movements resemble those of a soldier. But you are not a qualified soldier, you are like someone. At this point, Yuan Li stood by the window, looking out at the bustling traffic, frowning in thought. He Chengwang watched the instructor's back with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. The instructor's evaluation was what he had longed for. Something he had not received despite a year of training in the camp. After a long while, Yuan Li said, You must be curious why I took so long to think. It's because I've come up with 4 identities that fit you very well. Chapter 377. Surprise Attack and Countermeasure. After Yuan Li stepped out of the hospital room, he immediately looked up and began to ponder the conversation he just had with He Chengwang. The dialogue could be divided into 4 stages. In the first stage, Yuan Li questioned He Chengwang's righteousness, accusing him of having problematic stances, and blocking his subsequent accusations. In the second stage, Yuan Li compared He Chengwang's character with 4 different figures, essentially dissecting and shoving it down his throat. He shattered He Chengwang's previous pride. The pride stemming from his family background, which might work against Wang Yanbing or Li Yunlong, but meant nothing to Yuan Li. He analyzed his personality, making him doubt himself. In the third stage, he told the story of Gao Cheng to complete the comparison. In fact, the things mentioned about Gao Cheng were quite brief. Even directly omitted some details. This was because if Yuan Li detailed Gao Cheng's history to He Chengwang, he would violate discipline. He Chengwang had no right to know Gao Cheng's record. Yuan Li could only talk about Gao Cheng's general experiences over the past few years. If he were to go into detail, it would be a mess. Violating discipline aside, it would take a whole day to finish. Both came from military families. Both were young and reckless, both had pride, but the two chose different paths. Chapter 378. She should thank me for not making her disabled. Every word Yuan Li said made He Chen Guang feel humiliated and angry. Sometimes, when Yuan Li looked at him, He Chen Guang thought it would be better to commit suicide. After all, there was no point in living anymore. After Yuan Li left the room, He Chen Guang's inner turmoil gradually settled down. He carefully thought about every word Yuan Li had just said. Among them, the most stimulating for him was undoubtedly the identity of being a third-generation military officer and Gao Cheng's achievements. The identity of a third-generation military officer made him feel ashamed, while Gao Cheng's achievements made him envious, to the point where he felt like he could vomit blood. Why didn't I go to university? I seem to remember that Xiao Zhuang from the Lone Wolf B team retained his student status while enlisting. Why the hell didn't I retain my student status and enlist? No, I should have directly applied to a military academy. Oh right. At that time, Uncle Fan Qianlei urged me, and I voluntarily gave up my studies to enlist, and it seems that the sports university had quotas for retaining student status while enlisting. But I gave that up, believing I wouldn't retire. Plus, Uncle Fan Qianlei's sense of urgency made me put everything down. I put down my studies, put down Xiao Xiao. Put down my grandparents. Chapter 379. Subtle praise and hidden criticism. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The more he spoke, the more he lost track. If you really make her disabled, it would be a big deal. He Jejun walked out from behind the desk, took a pack of cigarettes from the desk, pulled one out, and handed it to Yuan Li. The two sat down on the sofa. After Yuan Li sat down, he got up and pulled the ashtray between them. He Jejun lit the cigarette, smiling and admiring Yuan Li. Although this kid caused some trouble this time, he admired him even more. A soldier, no, a man. When faced with such a situation, if he doesn't fight back, He Jejun wouldn't have any evaluation of him. After all, personalities differ, thoughts differ. Some people just habitually give in to women. But when on the battlefield, there are plenty who charge forward like wolves. However, undoubtedly, in his eyes, fighting back would earn quite a few points. Moreover, Tang Sini's rank was not high enough to speak with him, if it weren't for He Chen Guang. He Jejun wouldn't even have noticed him. He Jejun had excellent female soldiers under him, such as An Ran, who had just joined the Thunder God assault team half a month ago, and in He Jejun's view, she was better than Tang Sini. Then, He Jejun seemed to think of something. Chapter 380, Using Straw as Incense to Fool Ghosts. After He Jejun thought of this, he became interested and looked at Yuan Li, urging him, go on. Go on, is there more? Yuan Li thought to himself, there's a hell of a lot more. But on the surface, he remained silent and focused on praising the Wolf-Tooth Special Forces. After rambling for more than 10 minutes, He Jejun couldn't take it anymore and quickly waved his hand to stop. He knew Yuan Li wouldn't continue. So he directly asked, Little Yuan, what do you think about the discipline in the Wolf-Tooth since you've been here for a while? Yuan Li thought to himself, oh. So that's the root of it. Shrugging, Yuan Li directly said, I can't come. Yuan Li leaned closer to He Jejun and whispered, you don't know. An elite from Team A has been poached by the Navy, and is already quite weak. If I leave now, wouldn't that be equivalent to being a traitor? My old squad leader taught me not to abandon or give up. I can't do something so against my conscience. Thank you for your kindness. But I absolutely won't consider coming to Wolf-Tooth. Yuan Li refused even more decisively than the last time. As the last time Yuan Li's Team A and the Black Tigers teamed up to trick the Wolf-Tooth Special Forces. Some unpleasant words were hard to say. Taking advantage of others and then being so arrogant in front of them would be too shameless. Chapter 381. 1,000-year-old clam wishes all children a happy Children's Day. Adding another chapter. Qielu looked at Yuan Li with displeasure and said, I said. You weren't acting like this when you were eating back then. Yuan Li was taken aback, indeed. One is short when eating from someone else's hands. Time to fish. Yuan Li cast the lure but caught nothing. He cast again and snagged a branch. He cast again and caught nothing. He cast again and snagged some water plants. He cast again and caught nothing. After experiencing numerous failures, Yuan Li returned the lure to Chielu. "I'm not fishing anymore." Chielu stifled a laugh and asked, "What is wrong?" Yuan Li forced a smile. "It's boring, they are all small fish. I haven't seen you catch any either." Yuan Li replied, "I mean, there are only small fish in this river. Even if I catch one, it's not interesting." While saying this, Yuan Li's gaze turned to a water channel across the river. A water diversion path about a person's width. It didn't look deep, and such spots should have crabs, lobsters, clams, and the like. Yuan Li greeted Chielu and then began to undress, leaving only black shorts and a green short-sleeved shirt. Then he dove into the water. Railway sat on a small stool. Watching Yuan Li jump into the water and disappear from sight, the surface still rippling. Chapter 382, Level 1 Transit Station. In a place that does not exist on satellite maps. Yuan Li, along with the other 11 members of Team 13, watched an unnamed portable drone flying over the playground. Next to them, a group led by a colonel, dressed in either suits or casual attire, observed closely. When the experiment concluded, it was clear that the developers were very satisfied. The leading colonel was also pleased. In the afternoon, Yuan Li returned to Team A with several drones. Each member of Team 13 had a turn to play with them and brainstormed some tactical applications based on the drone's characteristics. However, it would likely take a few more years to mature. Time flew quickly amid various drills and training. In early March 2007, the 12 members of Team 13 sat in a transport vehicle, quietly enjoying the swaying motion while holding their rifles. After lighting a cigarette and blowing smoke rings, Yuan Li glanced at everyone. "In this exercise, our opponent is the Southeast Military District." Yuan Li smiled. "You might encounter old classmates and former friends. With such a large exercise, the Wolf Fang team will definitely participate. They won't miss this chance to save face." Chapter 383, Some are happy, some are worried. Time slowly passed, the moon went off duty, and the sun began its shift. Visibility was much better than before. Yuan Li once again peeked out to check. A few minutes later, he became increasingly certain it was fake, so he decisively retreated back to the team. Shu Qiong returned at the same time. "Something was off in a valley. I saw a flaw in a hidden lookout from 800 meters away and dared not approach." Yuan Li sighed in relief. As long as he found it, that was good. The members of Team 13 slowly moved closer to the real Level 1 transit station. About 1,200 meters outside the valley. Yuan Li, clad in camouflage and sticking green leaves, hid in a large tree, and with his binoculars camouflaged by the foliage, he slowly scanned the valley's perimeter. Observing inch by inch. So far, Yuan Li had identified 4 hidden lookouts. The 4 lookouts covered the main road for 500 to 1,000 meters. Further in, there were patrol posts and military dogs. As for the rest, he couldn't see, but it was estimated there were minefields, radar, and detectors. The defense was extremely tight. The Level 1 transit station had a motto: conceal well, defend tightly, and escape quickly. Unfortunately, they usually faced the Wolf Fang Special Forces. Chapter 384, Shooting Down an Aircraft. Yuan Li jumped into a pit about half a person's height, looked around at the tree cover, and confirmed it was a good hiding spot before saying over the radio. Number 8, Cold Front, stay alert, the rest come over. Shortly after, all 10 members except Cold Front gathered around Yuan Li, looking at the map in front of him. Now we are looking from the red side's perspective, simulating possible countermeasures against us. Yuan Li circled an area on the map. I believe they will deploy surrounding alert troops for area lockdown, roughly within 35 kilometers. However, we escaped in time. We should have already passed their blockade. They were equipped with military dogs, so it was possible they were tracking us from behind. Yuan Li pointed again at the team's position on the map. It's also possible they will use special forces to deal with our special forces, but it won't stop there. They will likely form a hunting team with reconnaissance battalions to restrict and even strangle us. After Yuan Li finished speaking, he looked around at the other members of Team 13. Yang Rui scratched his cheek, stared at the map, and after a moment of thought said, "If I were the Red Army, if I were the commander, I would grid the area around the transit station for a sweep. For example, sending people to search every 1 kilometer square." Chapter 385, The enemy supports, I oppose, the enemy opposes, I support. Number 11, Yu Qian. Grab the second steel pipe and follow me. Upon hearing Yang Rui's words, Yu Qian quickly shouldered the vanguard he was carrying and followed Yang Rui. Yang Rui occasionally stopped to listen, trying to determine the location of the helicopter. Eventually, they reached an open area, and the three of them hid in the trees, quietly waiting. Within a minute, they spotted a helicopter they were very familiar with. Yang Rui quickly patted Yu Qian's shoulder and lowered his voice, "Number 11, Yu Qian. Prepare Vanguard 2, confirm target aircraft type, no escort." They then sent a request to the directing department for a lock-on. Once the directing department confirmed their request, Yu Qian quickly aimed the 1.6-meter Vanguard 2 at the helicopter. As Yang Rui's hand fell on his shoulder again, it was clear that live ammunition was absolutely not allowed during the exercise. Instead, they were using a laser simulation combat system, which required submitting a lock-on request to the directing department first. Once the helicopter entered the attack range, firing would emit a beep. The helicopter's laser simulation combat system would determine if it had been hit, and the directing team would have been monitoring due to the previous lock-on request. Chapter 386. The three-layer trap rule. Yuan Li, Xu Sanjuo, and Xu Qiong carefully approached the enemy's concealed position. Yuan Li didn't need Xu Qiong to point it out. He immediately spotted an anomaly between two large rocks. The leaves were piled too high. Some fallen leaves should also be hanging on the oval-shaped stones to match nature. Underneath the high pile of leaves should be a sniper rifle. Yuan Li only hoped it wasn't someone he had trained before. Having one He Chengwang among those he trained was already enough. Having another would truly be a disgrace. Then, under Xu Qiong's lead, they moved to the hidden positions of the other two lookouts. The other two lookouts had one with mismatched colors. The green was too bright, while the nearby vegetation was dark green. Although it could go unnoticed without careful observation, the three of them were professionals. Xu Sanjuo was a man who had once captured a tiger from the Jiang men, and the others were not lacking either. They could be considered all-rounders. Xu Qiong was specifically responsible for reconnaissance. As for Yuan Li, his eyesight had been enhanced. What seemed like minor errors to others were hard to escape their eyes. The other one had no major flaws either, but it also couldn't escape. This was because that position was the first sight they saw upon arrival. Chapter 387, Being Surrounded. Whether it was Lone Wolf A Group or Lone Wolf B Group, the core consisted of just a few people. But there were also several small teams assisting from the periphery. Just like the 113 team of the 3rd Squadron, with only 1 or 2 core teams. Most of the remaining tasks were executed to support the core teams. Yuan Li crouched in the position previously held by the sniper, picking up the opponent's sniper rifle and observing carefully. He wasn't planning to use the enemy's sniper rifle, but rather to use their equipment for surveillance. After glancing at his wristwatch and confirming that enough time had passed without any disturbances, Yuan Li stood up, bent down, and cautiously moved to meet Xu Qiong and Xu Sanjuo. In a very low voice, Yuan Li asked, "Is there anything useful from the Lone Wolf B team?" Xu Qiong's job was reconnaissance, and he had a firm grasp on intelligence. Yuan Li nodded, "Continue to advance and see what the big fish really is." Xu Qiong nodded and disappeared into the jungle. When the remaining 3 members of Team 13 arrived, Mai Ying whispered, "The artillery team is gone. the Red Army is fishing. And the artillery team has been tracked down by the Red Army. Chapter 388, Mutual Destruction. Yuan Li's thought was simple. If he tried to escape with the 5 people around him, it was highly likely that only he would make it out. So it wasn't necessary. Mutual destruction would be better. One person really couldn't accomplish much. Just getting close to a tightly guarded Red Army position was extremely tedious and troublesome. An ambush wasn't something one person could manage. It required teamwork among comrades. If it came to guerrilla warfare, Yuan Li could do it, but it wouldn't have much effect. The military exercises of the 2 major military regions had set time limits, and guerrilla warfare was useless. It wasn't a protracted war. Moreover, the army he faced was one that trained daily and learned every day, with grassroots officers mostly being military academy graduates. Which of them wouldn't know guerrilla tactics? He would easily be surrounded alone. It was better to end it in mutual destruction, bringing Gao Dazhuang and the others back near the Red Army command. Let the 2nd Artillery take them out together. If he could take down a reconnaissance battalion and the lone wolf A and B groups before dying, that would be well worth it. Yuan Li didn't want to do this. Wasn't this a last resort? Running away wasn't an option. In open areas, there were surveillance drones in the sky, and snipers behind could take them out one by one. Chapter 389, Meeting at Point A. Gao Dazhuang hesitated in place, feeling somewhat stuck. All right. In fact, he felt that Yuan Li's smile looked like he was mocking him. Gao Dazhuang hesitated. But the captain of the Direct Reconnaissance Battalion walked past him and approached Yuan Li not far away. Brother, report your name so I know who I fell to. Yuan Li glanced at the Reconnaissance Battalion captain and caught a glimpse of Gao Dazhuang lingering behind him. Sure. 702 Regiment, Red 3rd Company, 5th Squad. Yuan Li casually reported the former 5th Squad of the Grasslands. After all, they weren't wearing ranks. So what if he said he was the squad leader? Besides, the A Brigade didn't have the habit of wearing their ranks either. Gao Dazhuang, also a member of the Special Forces, wouldn't he expose him? The Reconnaissance Battalion captain nodded. Red 3rd Company, 5th Squad, all right, I remember. You're a man I may have lost, but I respect you. You 6 could infiltrate our command and withstand our siege for so long. That's not easy. The Reconnaissance Battalion captain spoke well on the surface and appeared to believe it, but inside he didn't trust it at all. Chapter 390. Paratroopers are born to be surrounded. Deng Zhenhua had no mind to care about whether there were ostriches or not. He directly replied over the communication, "Medic, are you crazy? I'm a sniper, can I just come down?" Shi Defan chuckled over the communication, "Let Wang Yanbing from Team 10 keep an eye on you. Come down and take a look, there really are ostriches." Deng Zhenhua frowned. Are there ostriches in the mountains? Aren't ostriches generally found in grasslands and arid areas? Then he realized, damn. Could it be from his old unit? Team 10, Wang Yanbing, come up a bit. After thinking of his old unit, Deng Zhenhua wanted to go down to confirm, quickly signaling Wang Yanbing to change position and take care of another direction. When Deng Zhenhua went down, sure enough, he saw black, grey, and white uniforms. Looking at the shoulder patches, it was indeed an eagle of the ostrich. Deng Zhenhua looked at the already dead enemy soldiers and smiled. They came from his old unit, and Deng Zhenhua couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Chapter 391. Meeting He Chengwang again. After washing up again, Yuan Li didn't go to the command post, but instead moved around the camp to stretch his body. He had been wandering in the mountains for the past few days. Eating poorly, sleeping poorly, and even using the restroom had to follow principles of concealment, hygiene, and tactical safety. Digging a hole, after finishing, he had to spray insecticide to cover the smell, then cover it with dirt and disguise it with fallen leaves and branches. The key was that he couldn't use toilet paper. The special forces were fine, having brought biodegradable wet wipes, but other units weren't as particular. They still had to use toilet paper, but would still do some disguising, like covering it with dirt. So Yuan Li and the others were quite tired. After a good sleep, he casually moved around, and his bones cracked all over. Yuan Li tilted his neck and twisted hard. Crack, crack, crack. Yuan Li enjoyed it. Feeling his brain's blood supply had returned to normal. After doing a few chest expansion exercises, his gaze landed on a person standing inside the barbed wire in the northwest corner of the camp. Yuan Li became interested. Moving closer to see a female soldier, who looked very familiar, he thought to himself, "Isn't this the one he met in the office building at Wolf Tooth?" Chapter 392, After the exercise. Yuan Li didn't casually go to the command tent, it really wasn't appropriate. After all, he had been eliminated. But the exercise was still ongoing, what was the point of going to the tent now? Reporting intelligence from the dead to the living. The director group wasn't blind. It wasn't until noon, when Yuan Li was holding a tray eating when Jiao Cheng and Yuan Lang walked over with smiles, sitting on either side of Yuan Li. Yuan Li looked at Yuan Lang on the left, smiling and certain that nothing good was coming. Then he looked at Jiao Cheng. He had never seen Jiao Cheng smile so ambiguously before, so he was 100% sure it was bad news. Yuan Li lifted the tray, trying to back away. But the two placed their hands on his shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. Yuan Li helplessly put down the tray and said, "What on earth happened? Why are you both smiling so ambiguously?" Yuan Lang glanced at Jiao Cheng and then said, "The exercise is over." Yuan Li asked in confusion. "Isn't at 48 hours. One of their Eagle divisions had been infiltrated overnight, the command post was bombed, equipment was destroyed. And half of the division's personnel had their throats cut. The Eagle division had been severely crippled, leaving no one unharmed." Yuan Li was surprised, his eyes widening. After a moment of daze, his mind began to race. Did my people do this? Chapter 393, Tang Xin's Obsession. He Chen Guang left to prepare for military school. While Tang Xin still couldn't let go of her obsession. Every day she trained and spent her spare time searching for the unit numbers of the capital military district, calling each one to inquire. However, there were too many confidential units in the capital military district. And these units were basically just a string of numbers to the outside world. After making numerous calls, all to confidential units, Tang Xin's identity and the reason for her calls regarding Team A's Yuan Li were discovered. Some older leaders just laughed it off, looking like they were watching a good show. For their age, they had seen all kinds of storms. To them, this kind of petty squabble was like watching their own children throw a tantrum. After working for a long time, seeing their own children bicker was a way to relieve boredom and find amusement. However, for the younger generation, those colonels and lieutenant colonels aged between 30 to 45, their impression of Tang Xin was very negative. They were at an age of striving for progress, fully focused on work, reform, enhancing the military's combat capabilities, and studying foreign armies. They found her troublesome and annoying behavior very distasteful. They heard that a colonel's phone call had gone directly to the Southeast Military District. And instead of directly criticizing her, they hinted at the matter in a roundabout way. Chapter 394, Phone Tug-of-War. Yuan Li stayed a little longer before leaving. His purpose for coming was purely to cooperate with Qi Huan. He wasn't there to specifically torture the newcomers with push-ups. It was like Yuan Lang in the original plot, deliberately smoking and making calls in front of Wu Zhe to express a nonchalant attitude. Not taking them seriously. Not taking the uniform seriously. Not taking the army seriously. Not taking military discipline seriously either. This created a sense of despair within them. The next day, Yuan Li was having breakfast in the cafeteria when he heard someone calling his name. They said there was a call for him. Yuan Li quickly finished the last few bites of his bun, his hand reaching for another bun on his tray. After grabbing the bun, he jogged out of the cafeteria. Near the duty room, he finished the bun before picking up the phone. "Hello, who is this? Is this Yuan Li?" Yuan Li smacked his lips, recognizing the woman's voice on the other end. "No." Click. After saying that, Yuan Li hung up the phone, greeted the duty soldier, and was about to leave. Ring, ring. Ring. The duty officer answered the phone. A stream of curses came from the other end. Chapter 395, Mercenaries Entering the Country. Yuan Li didn't hesitate at all and immediately shook his head, not interested. Yuan Li had no interest in such meaningless competitions. Large-scale military exercises could at least help other units identify and fill gaps. But what was the point of an exercise with only 20 or 30 participants? Other than showing off their abilities, it was meaningless. The only significance was that it allowed squad leaders to better understand their team members. However, Yuan Li felt his 13th squad didn't need that. They had been through countless real combat situations, and was simply not interested in such exercises. Yuan Lang wasn't surprised. As if he had guessed it. He nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I'll have the first group of the 3rd squad take this on. By the way, what's going on with your group member, Deng Zhenhua, lately?" Yuan Lang frowned, leaning back with his arms crossed over his abdomen. Asking, didn't he achieve great merit in the last exercise? Why has his training motivation been so low recently? He can't even match half of his previous efficiency. And your 13th squad's overall performance has dropped quite a bit. Chapter 396, Lao Mao, Minute Deng. Upon hearing Chi Huan's words, Yuan Li first felt delighted. There was work to do. Then he became angry. Damn. If Dongda doesn't actively seek you out, you should be thankful. How dare they actively enter Dongda's territory? Chi Huan opened the documents and introduced the situation to everyone. While everyone listened, they donned their gear and checked their firearms, etc. Below is the intelligence provided by our intelligence personnel. A mercenary group called Blood Wolf has received a mission to cross our southwestern border. And their commander is codenamed Lao Mao. We don't have a photo, but this is Minute Deng, and here's the photo. Yuan Li took the photo Chi Huan handed over. Wow! 2 big eye bags taking up 23 of the face. After remembering the appearance of the person, he passed it to the next. Minute Deng is a drug lord and is also involved in illegal drug manufacturing. He has a brother named Wu Ji, who was captured by the armed police 2 months ago. The armed police began closely monitoring Minute Deng based on the information Wu Ji revealed and sent Minute Deng's information to the country he was in, but unexpectedly. The team sent to capture Minute Deng was completely wiped out. Our intelligence personnel then realized that Minute Deng had support and sent the Blood Wolf mercenary group to assist him. Chapter 397, War Wolf Team Bites the Hook. Colonel Shi opened his thermos and took a sip of tea. The freshly brewed tea wasn't strong enough yet. He casually closed it and placed it on the table. Then said, 4 old buddies have already been picked on by her. I don't want to be the next. Colonel Shi smiled proudly. I'll move my command post first. Let's see how she finds me. Railway took a puff of smoke, nonchalantly stating, that's the right idea. I did the same 5 or 6 years ago. But isn't running all over the mountains a bit low? You could at least fly, right? It's not like you can't. The brigade chief of staff didn't not understand, but was teasing Colonel Shi with the topic. However, seeing Colonel Shi just respond with a small retort, there was a hint of complacency. He couldn't help but remind, don't underestimate this girl. I heard she studied in a very mysterious unit of the capital military district for a year. Colonel Shi smiled, I know. But I also know that there's a significant gap between the 2 units. Colonel Shi's tone revealed a hint of gossip. This girl didn't learn well. When the War Wolf team had just completed its training, they brought a small team from the capital military district over, but unexpectedly. They didn't even touch the edge of their skills before getting beaten badly. Chapter 398, Pre-War Preparation. Li Yunlong hadn't spoken in dialect for a long time, in Team A. He mainly spoke standard Mandarin. He had to adapt. During the rookie training camp, speaking dialect would lead to punishment and point deductions. After entering the 13th squad, Yuan Li punished Li Yunlong even more severely for his accent. Therefore, Li Yunlong usually spoke without any accent at all. At this moment, looking at the wolf pack, Li Yunlong couldn't help but feel tense. After hearing what Yuan Li said on the communication device, and seeing the approaching wolves, Li Yunlong stopped talking and lightly tapped 3 times on the communicator. Then, he moved at an extremely slow pace, preparing to avoid the wolf pack. How's the situation at number 10 Wang Yanbing and number 12 Li Yunlong? Over. Yuan Li would definitely not be angry about the sudden appearance of the wolves, after all. No one could guarantee that unexpected situations wouldn't occur. He was purely annoyed by Li Yunlong's accent, which was very distinctive. If the enemy recognized it on the battlefield, then during a camouflage infiltration mission, Li Yunlong could easily be noticed the moment he spoke. Chapter 399, Found you after receiving the report from the 5th Division 1. Yuan Li immediately decided to take action. There is no such thing as a perfect plan in this world, they were scattered. And it was impossible for everyone to enter the ambush range at the same time. Delaying further would only increase the risk of exposure. Yuan Li immediately notified Deng Zhenhua, the strategic sniper, to eliminate the enemy's sniper. Regardless of the sniper's background, where he had served, or any so-called honors, once targeted by Deng Zhenhua, it was already declared that he had entered a countdown to death. After finishing his orders, Yuan Li stood up and moved toward Shu Qiong's direction with his gun. They were about to take action, but the 2 individuals they were ambushing had not yet reached the ambush point. They could only initiate the attack. At that moment, a sniper shot echoed from a distance, a QBU-10 anti-material sniper rifle. This model had not been officially adopted yet, and was still in the testing phase. But it had long been delivered to Team 5 of the A Brigade. One of them was in Deng Zhenhua's hands, and after just a month or 2, he had become extremely proficient with it, matching the skill level he had with the previously used Type 85. Chapter 400, The Despair of the Old Cat Bang. Deng Zhenhua looked through the scope at the tall, muscular foreign mercenary, with a thick golden beard. Suddenly, the upper part of his chest, shoulders, neck, and head exploded, spraying red, white, and black matter everywhere, a sight that was quite nauseating. Deng Zhenhua remained calm. He had once observed executions. After returning to the training base, the instructor had insisted he eat tofu pudding loaded with red chopped peppers for 3 days straight until he was stuffed. Deng Zhenhua rolled over to change positions. With the slaughter from Team 13 and the search by the Wolf squad in the rear, mercenaries fell one after another. At this moment, they recalled a saying circulating in the mercenary world: Huaxia is a forbidden land for mercenaries. Those soldiers they deemed child soldiers hardly showed up in front of them before they got shot. Some, before dying, couldn't help but curse the old cat. Why is Huaxia different from what you said? Didn't the old cat say that the soldiers of Huaxia are all child soldiers? Chapter 401, Handing over mind. And Yuan Li looked at the old cat, whose temple was slowly bleeding. Shu Qiong stepped closer. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots. One to the heart and one to the back of the head. Yuan Li, everyone, report the current situation. 2 have been eliminated, over. The tone of 5th Division 1 was filled with excitement. Although 5th Division 1 was female, she described herself as being full of violent energy. I have taken down 4. Over. Deng Zhenhua's voice was calm, but everyone could hear a hint of pride in it. I have taken down 1, over. I have also taken down 1, over. Yuan Li calculated in his mind, a total of 11 people, about the size of a small mercenary group. Yuan Li contacted Qi Huan, kitchen knife. This is the tip of the knife. All 11 mercenaries have been eliminated, please advise. You move towards the direction of the Agate River and take over Minden from the War Wolf personnel. I want to know the situation behind his organization. Received. After replying to Chi Huan, Yuan Li communicated within the team. Everyone moved towards the Agate River, over. Yes. 16 minutes later. Chapter 402, One-time submission. Yuan Li released his hand, revealing the pinky he had broken. Hoo. Minden, in extreme pain, had tears at the corners of his eyes. The intense pain made him want to roll on the ground, but Xu Sanjuo and Xu Qiong held him down on either side, their strong hands preventing him from moving. Can you talk? Yuan Li asked lightly and flatly, as if asking someone to buy a pack of cigarettes. Minden seemed not to have heard, staring at his twisted pinky in despair. After all, he had not undergone any training, and after becoming a big boss, he had enjoyed a life of luxury. Even a small scrape would send him to the hospital for a checkup. He had never experienced such an injury. Yuan Li received no response and reached out to grab Minden's hand that Xu Sanjuo was controlling, pulling it over. He slowly clenched the 4 fingers besides the pinky and held the pinky in the palm of his other hand. Minden was a bit dazed, staring at the pinky now held in Yuan Li's palm, and after 2 seconds of shock, he finally reacted. No. Yuan Li did not give him a chance. He understood these people's psychology too well and couldn't let the other party sense any weakness here. If he stopped just because the other party wanted to speak. Chapter 403, The gap between people is greater than that between people and dogs. Yu Fei thought of this and exhaled a breath of foul air, looking at Yuan Li with no more hostility. A group of 30 to 40 people was escorting several captured criminals, walking towards the location where their vehicle was parked. Half an hour later, Yuan Li and the others arrived at the command post where Chi Huan was located. Yuan Li jumped out of the car and, guided by a lieutenant, headed straight for the command room. Upon entering, he saw a busy scene with 30 to 40 technical personnel. In the center, 3 people were discussing: Chi Huan, Brigade Commander Shi, and Long Xiaoyun. Yuan Li stood at the door without entering, but waved at Chi Huan. Chi Huan slightly nodded and greeted the other 2 before walking out with Yuan Li. The 2 entered an empty room. Yuan Li casually placed his tactical helmet on the table, then took off his tactical gloves and accepted the lit cigarette from Chi Huan. The 2 sat down in chairs. Yuan Li took a puff of his cigarette before speaking. Do you know K2? Chi Huan nodded. I know. An international terrorist organization, right? Is the organization behind meeting them? With the cigarette in his mouth, Yuan Li tapped the table with his gloved hand, causing dust and dirt to fall away. Chapter 404, Punishment. On the horizontal bar in the evening, before it got dark, Yuan Li and Chi Huan sat in a bus with members of Team 13. To get out of the mountain, they had to travel a bumpy mountain road, and the bus swayed back and forth. Yuan Li leaned back in his seat, looking out the window, where the sunset was no longer visible. However, he could see the sunlight casting its glow on one side of the mountain. Like a painter, the edges of the mountain were clearly outlined under the orange light. Above the peak, golden clouds rolled, forming a dragon hanging in the sky. Leaning against the seat, with his head resting on the window, Yuan Li wore a look of curiosity and surprise, his eyes reflecting the golden mountains and the dragon hanging in the sky. It's beautiful. Next to him, Chi Huan turned to look, surprised to see the obsession on Yuan Li's face. Following Yuan Li's gaze, he too smiled. With a relaxed posture, he leaned back in his chair and opened his legs, looking out the window with a smile. After a while, the bus reached a flat cement road, and the previous scenery gradually disappeared from their view. Yuan Li couldn't help but sit up and turn to look again. Chi Huan patted Yuan Li's thigh and said softly, "The territory we protect is the most beautiful in the world." Chapter 405, Major 1 cannot escape their animal instincts. Upon entering Team A and the dormitory, Yuan Li felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. It was like someone returning home after a long journey, even if the place was empty. It felt safe and warm. After sorting out everything, Yuan Li sat at the desk and began writing a report. There wasn't much to say about punishing Li Yunlong. It was just to make him remember the lesson. Special forces need to maintain their mystery and conceal their identities. Otherwise, exposing their identities could endanger comrades and family. Li Yunlong made a fatal mistake. Not only was there the punishment of hanging on the horizontal bar, but Li Yunlong also had to reflect on his actions and face a surprise inspection regarding his accent. He finished writing around 12:30. After reading it through, Yuan Li felt it was good enough and immediately went to bed. Within 10 seconds, he was fast asleep, a faint smile on his face. During the report, Yuan Lang subtly reminded him that Yuan Li was about to be promoted from captain to major. News would come in a week. 5 days later, in the auditorium of Team A, Yuan Lang, Chi Huan, and other commanders, including political commissars, staff officers, and squad leaders from Team 13, gathered. Chapter 406. Another prophecy correct. On November 15th, the entire world felt like a pot of hot oil suddenly doused with cold water. After the first prophecy began to gain traction, it completely boiled over. On this day, nature informed humanity that the prophecy was real. Tropical storm Sid struck Bangladesh. Despite the prophecy already spreading worldwide, Bangladesh's preparations were still insufficient. Over 700 people died, and more than 500,000 were forced to flee. Organizations that combined religious fanaticism with belief in prophecies celebrated. This was something they had been paying attention to, eagerly anticipating the prophecy's truth, as it would help their organizations grow stronger and more unified. Now that they confirmed the prophecy's authenticity, they realized that man-made disasters could be avoided. But natural disasters could not. Governments that criticized the prophecy's authenticity were left dumbfounded. Damn! Science doesn't exist anymore. There really are prophecies. At this moment, those who had been watching the prophecies confirmed their authenticity. News reports from various media outlets began to emerge. As a result, panic and chaos ensued. Even though the remaining prophecy did not involve the whole world. Chapter 407, Counter-terrorism. No one spoke during the journey. They arrived at a certain detachment, and the vehicle stopped at the playground. 36 members of Team A got out. Yuan Li made a gesture, and the remaining 35 lined up under the command of the second and third group leaders. Yuan Li approached a captain, who was walking toward him. "Hello, comrade." "Hello, comrade." Their conversation quickly ended. The other person was not very talkative. Yuan Li interacted with him for a few minutes, without even seeing a smile on his face. Based on Yuan Li's observations, it wasn't discrimination, it was just how the other person lived daily. The conversation mainly revolved around following their actions, and not interfering unless necessary. During this time, he also explained some precautions to take here. Afterward, the 36 settled under the guidance of a comrade. Once everything was arranged, Yuan Li began familiarizing himself with the surroundings, observing the base. He went to the playground and saw about 20 people training. He stood still, watching them train. After a few minutes, Yuan Li smacked his lips. Their strength should not be underestimated. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He then sensed someone approaching from behind. Without footsteps or heavy breathing. Chapter 408. Return, Labor Festival. Chi Huan's pink radish. Yuan Li stood with his hands on his hips, staring at the 9 corpses on the ground, then raised his head to take a deep look at the old village chief, whose eyelids were drooping and whose hair and beard were completely white. After a long while, Yuan Li withdrew his gaze. One must be measured. Although he was in the army, he knew how difficult it was to work here. One misstep could trigger international news. Day 31. They received a list from above, indicating that over 20 individuals needed to be captured. Yuan Li led 5 members of Team 13 to handle one individual, while Yang Rui led another 5 to handle another. After 2 days of reconnaissance, the operation began. Day 34. On a certain street, a dilapidated van was suddenly pulled open, and the 5th team charged out like a cheetah. Following closely were Yuan Li, Xu Qiong, Li Yunlong, and others. The 5th team tackled a middle-aged man to the ground. "Don't move," the 5th team shouted sternly, striking the man's shoulder with a baton. Just as he was about to struggle, the 5th team pinned him firmly to the ground. Yuan Li and others pushed away the gradually surrounding people. "Step back! Step back!" Yuan Li glared angrily, raising and lowering the baton in his hand, while using his other hand to shove those who got too close. Chapter 409. A bowl of fried sauce noodles, a bowl of lamb noodles. Chi Huan said, as he popped the last piece of pickled radish into his mouth. It had mint in it. As soon as it entered, it was spicy and fresh. The lamb melted in the mouth, and taking a sip of the soup was delightful. If he tasted the mint, the already high temperature in his mouth instantly felt a hint of coolness. Bang! Chi Huan slammed the table. "That feels great." Yuan Li stood up abruptly with an empty bowl, turned, and left. In just over 20 seconds, he returned with a bowl full of lava porridge. Slurp! Yuan Li picked up the bowl and took a sip, then looked up at Chi Huan and said, "Don't stop, keep talking." Chi Huan blinked rapidly. "You're saying that lamb noodles are convenient for your meal, right? What are you two doing?" As they were talking, Yuan Lang came over carrying a bowl of lava porridge and sat down with a thud. After chewing and swallowing a mouthful of porridge, Yuan Li said, "Chi Huan told me about your sister-in-law's hometown lamb noodles." Yuan Lang's eyes lit up as he nodded. "The lamb noodles from G City in the southwest are indeed good. I've had them 2 or 3 times. They are really delicious." Chi Huan proudly tilted his head and hummed. After taking a sip of porridge, Yuan Lang continued, "But they are far from the fried sauce noodles my wife makes." Chapter 410. The mission is imminent. Suddenly, the other two, hearing noise from behind, didn't have time to turn around and tried to run, but after just a few steps, they saw the remaining soldiers surrounding them with guns. The young man on guard sat on the ground, hands raised high, his face full of fear. The cold wind howled, yet beads of cold sweat dripped from the young man's forehead. The 3 did not make any counterattack, and were quickly pinned to the ground and bound. After escorting the 3 to the duty room, Yuan Li arranged for a soldier to notify Chi Huan, Yuan Lang, and the political commissar. After scanning the expressions of the 3, Yuan Li strode out and pulled the terrified young man, whose Adam's apple was bobbing up and down, out. "Ah? What are you going to do?" "No, no, no." Yuan Li grabbed the young man's collar and dragged him out of the duty room. The young man reacted violently, trying to struggle, but the strength from Yuan Li's arm was like a mountain, impossible to shake. Yuan Li, along with 2 other soldiers, pulled him outside. "Do you have anything to say to me?" Yuan Li didn't directly ask why he was around and carrying equipment. After hearing the question, the young man finally calmed down. His eyes began to dart around. Chapter 411. Stabbing Mission 1. Survival. Mission 2. Lead the troops to eliminate over 20,000 enemy troops. P.S. Do not disclose your identity. Violators will face severe punishment. P.S. It has been detected that the host has the identity of a military dog trainer. Do you have a military dog with you? Yuan Li looked at the tasks sent by the system and realized the world of the mission he was in. Sword Light, and the undying military number. Mission 1 goes without saying, it's disgusting. Mission 2 is quite significant. The number 20,000 is also noteworthy. This isn't just about special operations, it's about military command. Yuan Li's face showed a frown. He didn't know about other places, but in Team A. Transitioning from special operations command to large-scale military command typically required 2 to 3 years of systematic study. And that was the shortest time frame. As far as he knew. Captain Hay, who took 5 years to transition to military command, 2 years of military school, and 3 years of practical experience. Yuan Li quickly pushed aside his rising worries. In this era, where would systematic learning come from? Wild growth was the best approach. Among them, figures like Li Yunlong and Li Daban were representatives of wild growth. Chapter 4:12, The General Offensive begins. Yuan Li and 5 others were scavenging the supplies from 2 enemy soldiers. As for the other 2 enemies he had shot, Yuan Li was a bit hesitant to approach. Because all loot must be public property, having 2 rifles was already good enough. And he also worried someone might ask him for them later. In fact, Yuan Li was overthinking it. Many had seen his performance earlier. No one would intentionally make trouble over 2 rifles. The key was that Yuan Li was still wearing civilian clothes, likely making him appear to be a militia member. Some people were already thinking about pulling him back to their own squad. Bro, when did your shooting skills get so accurate? Bro, you were amazing just now. Took down 2, and shot 2 more. Wow. So impressive. Can you teach me? Bro, how do you use this rifle? A few youths surrounded Yuan Li, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Revenge was in sight. With 171 villagers, -4, there were still 167 left to kill to avenge the massacre of Jiangsuan. Simple villagers still thought of life as a trade for a life. If it were up to Yuan Li, no matter how many zeros were added afterward, it wouldn't be enough. This was a matter of exterminating a family, not just numbers. Chapter 4:13, The Box Cannon Made by Wanjia. Yuan Li fired all the bullets in his hand, taking down 13 enemy soldiers. Only then did he charge at the nearest enemy with a bayonet. Yuan Li's target was an enemy soldier grappling with our troops. As he got closer, he pushed off the ground with his right foot, using his core to exert force, and thrust the gun forward. The bayonet entered between the enemy's right ribs, piercing into the heart on the left side. Yuan Li tightly gripped the .38 rifle and quickly retreated to avoid a stab from an enemy soldier. The enemy reacted quickly, seeing Yuan Li evade. He forcefully rotated his waist to the left, swinging his arms upward, trying to stab Yuan Li in the throat. Yuan Li blocked with his rifle to the left. And since the enemy was rotating their waist to the left, that opened up the center. While deflecting the enemy's bayonet, Yuan Li swiftly advanced. The bayonet pierced into the enemy's eye socket. After hitting the vital point, Yuan Li didn't linger and immediately retreated, staying alert for potential enemies from all directions. After confirming that there were only scattered enemies left in the area, Yuan Li called over the soldier, who had been grappling with the enemy. You go left. I go right. Stay in touch, but don't stray too far. Chapter 4:14, The Divine Book. Besides these material rewards, there was also a special merit already in place. Joining the party, promotion in one go. It couldn't be faster. With 37 enemy lives in hand, many things were given the green light. Let's put it this way, Yuan Li walked sideways at the village entrance. The commander nodded in appreciation. Not bad, not bad. This is the momentum of a bayonet hero. They were too eager for victory, especially when facing the troublesome Japanese, who were indeed well prepared. Every beast had been trained as a killing machine since childhood. After receiving the commendation, Yuan Li quickly joined the party and immediately asked the second company commander for 2 notebooks, then snatched a smoking pipe from old Yang, and locked himself away. With a flick, he struck a match to ignite the tobacco in the bowl, and thin smoke began to rise. Yuan Li frowned, rapidly writing and sketching in the notebook with a fountain pen. He had been waiting for the system to send him back to the War of Resistance to accept a mission. Therefore, he had made a lot of preparations in advance. During the previous battle at Chosin Reservoir, there had been no time or energy as they fought daily in the freezing cold. At this moment, he was writing about the correct direction for nuclear bomb production. The details of making nuclear bombs were highly confidential in every country. And Yuan Li was unclear, and did not understand them at all. Chapter 4:15, Li Daben's expertise. For them, the moment they could learn the ability to take revenge was when they felt the most exhilarated, apart from personally killing the Japanese. As they practiced, Wang Shu and the others talked about Li Daben, who had been showing off in the 3rd Company militia team. They heard he had let a squad of Japanese escape, and was now in confinement. Yuan Li knew in his heart that Li Daben wouldn't be locked up for long. Like Li Yunlong, he was just a temporary figure in a subordinate position, destined to become a great hero in the future. But what? Li Daben, you really have some skills. Do you want to let our bayonet hero go? The excited expression on Li Daben's face immediately changed to a bitter one. And he said pitifully, Commander, think about it, what kind of troops are we in the 3rd Company? We are just militia who have never seen blood. Shouldn't we let Hero Yuan teach us? Otherwise, when we get to the battlefield, if they don't even know how to load bullets, and when he pulls the trigger, he still has to ask me what the trigger is. The commander, wearing glasses and frowning, looked at the pitiful Li Daben. Just now, Li Daben, Ding Dasuan, and Zitielishi rushed into the command post, saying that a group of Japanese disguised as a supply team was approaching their position. Chapter 4:16, Ambush, Ambush, Ambush. When more than 30 people arrived at the ambush position chosen by Li Daben, Yuan Li looked around and really couldn't find any flaws. The position wasn't the best, but it was definitely the quickest to retreat from, with dense forests on both sides. More than 30 people hidden inside could move, and from the outside, it would just look like shadows, making it hard for the Japanese to see clearly. Moreover, once they dove into the forest, even if the enemy's marksmanship was good, the trees would block the shots. It was indeed a good position, and Yuan Li couldn't help but nod. One had to admit that these rough-and-tumble commanders had their unique vision. He turned around and patted Li Daben on the shoulder. Very good, have you fought before? Li Daben smiled broadly at the compliment, but became somewhat hesitant when asked about his experience. He quickly changed the subject and arranged the militia's positions. He also fixed several rifles in one place, tying their triggers together with rope so that pulling the rope would allow all these rifles to fire simultaneously. Although this sacrificed accuracy, it increased firepower density and sustainability, leading the Japanese to believe it was a machine gun and think that they were facing a large force. Yuan Li then gathered the wooden handle grenades and guided the remaining militia, leading them to set up hidden explosives in front of their cover. Chapter 4:17. Fengwu at the bottom of the mountain. After finishing shooting, Yuan Li caught a glimpse of Li Daben scrambling back. Everyone, if you have grenades, hurry up and throw them out. Prepare to retreat. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly took out the wooden handle grenades previously distributed and operated them according to the methods taught by the veterans. Some people, nervous, threw them out without even pulling the pins. However, this was only a minority. Most of them had become dazed from the fighting and could not think clearly. Others straightened up, wanting to peek out to see the Japanese positions, but before they could throw out their grenades, they were hit by enemy bullets. Some people hid in the trenches, extending their hands to throw out grenades. Boom! Boom! Yuan Li pulled out his box cannon and quickly shot at a few nearby Japanese soldiers. Retreat, 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 hurry up! Yuan Li kicked the potato who was pulling the bolt. He kept signaling the militia to retreat along the previously agreed route. Some people had long lost the desire to stay on the bullet-riddled battlefield. Upon hearing the retreat order, they quickly hugged their guns and bent over, jogging towards the retreat path. Chapter 4:18, Breaking the cauldrons and sinking the boats. Once Yuan Li said this, both Li Daben and Ding Dasuan, as well as Zitielishi, were somewhat reluctant. They all wanted to return to the regular troops, back to the 9th Division's 3rd Regiment. But when they opened their mouths, they couldn't say anything. Yuan Li was right. If the main force withdrew from WWII, this place would be left blank. Moreover, it was different from the original plot. In the original plot, the commander asked them to stay here. But now, Yuan Li, who had gone through life and death with them, took the lead in suggesting they stay here to develop their armed force. The two situations felt different. One gave the impression of being abandoned by the old troops, while the other was about their active choice to stay. Then we'll really become militia, treated like stepchildren, Li Daben said with a bitter face. Zitielashi blinked, feeling that what Li Daben said made sense, and couldn't help but nod. Ding Dasuan thought for a moment and also said excitedly, "WWII made such great achievements. If we really do as you say, we'll be treated like stepchildren, getting wronged and having no one to speak up for us, while the main force is thousands of miles away." Yuan Li raised his head and looked at the somewhat conflicted Li Daben. Chapter 419, Baoping Mountain. Exactly. I say we should just go for it. Bandits aren't good people. If they can rob us, why can't we rob them? Wang Shu, who had been arranged in advance, also stepped forward to encourage them. At this moment, the enthusiasm of the 30 or so people was high, and their fighting spirit was soaring. They were really out of food, and the closest option was that group of bandits. Plus, with what Potato just mentioned about the two pigs, many people were drooling, their eyes shining green with greed. After seeing the attitude of the crowd, Yuan Li exchanged glances with Li Daben. The two had been observing the surrounding forces since they arrived here. The temple they were in couldn't be called easy to defend and hard to attack. It wasn't a good place. The main advantage was that they could run, if they dove into the dense forest on the back mountain. It would be difficult for pursuers to find them if they were outnumbered. But it's not a big deal, there's a lack of security. We can only live short term. Ultimately, they set their sights on Baoping Mountain. After all, it's a prime location carefully selected by bandits. As long as they guard the two paths leading up the mountain, they can hold on for a while as long as there are no heavy weapons. Coincidentally, when Li Daben inquired with the village head of Shaowang's Huang, the village head mentioned that the son of the landlord Wang had been kidnapped. The bandits demanded that landlord Wang exchange food and pork for his son. Chapter 420. The Small Watchtower. On the 6th day of occupying Baoping Mountain, Yuan Li finally finished writing down the things he had specifically noted. Yuan Li looked at the thick diary in front of him and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It was indeed a daunting task. Yuan Li began to think about how to popularize them. At least for now, it couldn't be popularized. The people he led hardly knew how to read. Ding Dasuan could read, but he preferred using the abacus. Li Daben preferred to read novels, storybooks, and dramas. Yuan Li couldn't help but scratch his head. Having a treasure mountain, but not being able to use it was truly frustrating. Then Yuan Li set his mind at ease and began to lead the militia, who had initially gained combat power, to strike out in all directions. In choosing the enemy, Yuan Li avoided the Japanese and opted to strike at the puppet army. On one hand, this boosted the militia's confidence and combat effectiveness. Confidence is crucial to a person's combat power. A rabbit locked inside a grizzly bear cannot exert the bear's strength. 3 people can capture over 1,000 enemies. This reflects not just combat power, but more importantly, courage and confidence, a strong sense of confidence and bravery. Additionally, it curbed the number of people joining the puppet army. At this time, the bulk of the 8th Route Army withdrew from the area, and many scoundrels joined the puppet army. Chapter 421, Development, or Development. Everyone looked at each other. Yuan Li, expand your thinking. Use your brains to think for 5 minutes, and then tell me if you have any ideas after that. 5 minutes later, Yuan Li got a pile of fanciful ideas. Yuan Li confirmed the action plan. 20 people would feign an attack. If they were outmatched, they would retreat and see if they could lure the enemy out. If that didn't work, Yuan Li and 2 sharpshooters would go in, calling for support and ambushing the support troops. Yuan Li stood on the roof of the watchtower at Shoang's Hangshuang, looking down. Damn! The view was unobstructed. And from a high vantage point, it was very broad. No wonder some county teams and militia were so troubled by the Japanese watchtowers, suffering such severe losses. Just recently, he had lost 8 members of the county team. Yuan Li bent down to collect the equipment from the dead Japanese soldiers. After the incident, it was tallied: 1 grenade launcher, 1 Type 38 machine gun, 6 Type 38 rifles, 1 Type 14 Nambu pistol, 6 Type 97 hand grenades, 13 Hanyang rifles, 3 standard rifles, and 1 box cannon. As for other items like whistles, signal lights, raincoats, oil barrels, Molotov cocktails used against nighttime raids by the 8th Route Army, but not commonly stocked and rarely seen, food, canned goods, medical boxes, and miscellaneous items. Chapter 422, Discoveries in the Mountains. At the same time, Yuan Li worried about the Japanese retaliatory sweep. He began to formulate plans for evacuating the population in the villages he controlled and counter-sweeping plans. How to escape, where to run, where to hide, how much food to reserve. Yuan Li made reasonable plans based on the geographical locations of each village. In the first month after descending the mountain, the 3rd Division finally sent 2 veteran political workers. Yuan Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. There were many things he simply couldn't handle. After the arrival of these veteran political workers, the previously chaotic county team quickly regained normalcy. Yuan Li gained a lot of insights from the veteran political workers. On the day the veteran political workers arrived, they hadn't even arranged the sleeping quarters before they began working directly. Based on the information in Yuan Li's hands and the intelligence sent by Li Daban, they launched a grievance movement the very next evening. They organized team members to share their experiences of losing their families, upgrading personal consciousness to class consciousness. Yuan Li observed that before this, the frequency of the county team's members going AWOL had significantly decreased, from over 30 to at least single digits. Real case: a certain county team in Jinsi Hag reduced the AWOL rate from 37 to 5 through grievance meetings. Chapter 423, Further Studies. The barefoot doctor manual that Yuan Li had previously submitted, although he had covered it up and pretended to chat with the villagers for several days, contained extremely practical medical techniques and standard traditional Chinese medicine methods that led the higher-ups to thoroughly investigate Yuan Li. The veteran political workers were aware of this and understood it was a necessary process. However, this rapidly developing independent regiment discovered extremely important techniques and knowledge in this cave. No matter how deeply Yuan Li hid it, the veteran political workers' eyes inevitably fell on him. Yuan Li, however, was seriously flipping through the militia training manual, looking engrossed. Lao Wang. This militia training manual, if an ordinary soldier truly masters this, give me 3,000 troops trained with this manual, and I alone can take down the Japanese. Yuan Li's face was filled with shock and excitement. Goodness, it covers everything from shooting, trenches, demolition, landmines, bomb throwing, fighting planes, fighting tanks, sentry duty, militia, communication, it's all inclusive. Lao Wang suppressed the other thoughts rising in his heart, and leaned closer to Yuan Li to look at the militia training manual. Then he glanced at the thick book in his hands. Chapter 424, Unbearable, Unbearable, Unbearable. In Daliushu village, Yuan Li occasionally took a puff from an old sheep's smoking pipe, and walked around Daliushu village twice. But this Daliushu village doesn't have a single tree. After walking around twice, Yuan Li returned to the regiment's headquarters, and called for the 1st Battalion commander, Li Shuili. In fact, he only had this one battalion and a newly formed guard platoon. Although the numbers were small and the organization incomplete, the veteran political workers were fully equipped. Many matters did not require Yuan Li to worry about. It is worth mentioning that after more than a year of development, the content of the Barefoot Doctor Manual began to expand. At least many villagers in Daliushu village remembered some methods for treating diarrhea and fever. Groups like military doctors and medics each had a copy. As for the militia training manual, it spread even more widely within the army. The practicality of the militia training manual, along with its extensive scope, made many leadership teams carry it like a treasure. In addition, some homemade gunpowder and simple landmines began to circulate within the county team and the militia. As for the agricultural, industrial, and commercial techniques recorded in the dual-use talent section. The 425th chapter, ambushed that afternoon, Yuan Li led the newly formed regiment towards the enemy's camp. In the early morning, Yuan Li arranged for a dozen men to disguise themselves as local militia to lure the enemy. Bang! Bang! The disguised men shot 2 rounds at the sentry, taking him out. The quiet winter night suddenly erupted into chaos. The dozen men fired only 2 rounds, and due to a pre-planned retreat route, they quickly fell back, leaving only 2 corpses behind. The enemy's marksmanship was remarkably good. They hardly aimed, just raised their rifles to their chests and fired. Yuan Li lay in a snowdrift, observing through binoculars, illuminated by the moonlight reflecting off the snow. 40 to 50 fully equipped enemy soldiers arrived, all ready for battle. After finishing his observations, Yuan Li put down the binoculars, took out his box cannon, and prepared himself. At this moment, the team that had gone to lure the enemy was down to only a few men. Although these enemies were short in stature, they moved quickly. Soon, they were shot at from a distance by enemies on a small hillside. Yuan Li looked at the 2 fallen comrades not far away, his face expressionless, while the faces of the over 200 soldiers behind him grew increasingly cold in the wind and snow. The 426th chapter, Grenade Launcher. The commanders during the War of Resistance were quite different from those in later times. Fundamentally, in later periods, even a company commander had to precisely command the unit, and rarely led the charge. However, during the War of Resistance, let alone company commanders, many regimental commanders charged to the front for morale, as examples, and to inspire the courage of their soldiers. This was unavoidable. If the soldiers led by Yuan Li were all veterans, it would be no problem for him to command from the back. But at this time, that was not the case. Most had only been on the battlefield a few times. Faced with setbacks, soldiers would retreat. However, if the commander led the charge, the soldiers would think to hold on a little longer, just a little longer. Yuan Li did not mind the risks of leading the charge, because he knew that as long as they survived the initial battles, the new recruits would evolve into veterans. Then he and his troops would become increasingly in sync, and he would not need to lead every charge. After waiting at the predetermined location for over 10 minutes, what they encountered was not the previously ambushed unit, but a squad of nearly 300 enemy soldiers. Yuan Li decisively ordered a retreat. Wang Shu, take 2 companies to hold them back and draw the enemy eastward. Wang Shu nodded and quickly made arrangements. The 427th chapter, Breakthrough. The grenade launcher was a miraculous support weapon for the Japanese. It was small, light, and did not occupy much space for individual soldiers. With a quick pull, it could provide fire support to frontline soldiers. New recruits might struggle with accuracy, but for experienced veterans, hitting the target was almost guaranteed. How accurate? It was specifically used to target machine guns. It was said that in the early days of the War of Resistance, Japanese grenade launchers had consecutively destroyed 32 machine gun positions of the National Revolutionary Army, easily conquering the positions. Yuan Li continuously calculated and adjusted the angle of the grenade launcher, his hands moving rapidly like a butterfly flitting through flowers. Boom! Yuan Li fired a round that hit a boulder, sending shrapnel flying and severely injuring 2 enemies hiding behind it. At the same time, Yuan Li noticed 3 enemies setting up their own grenade launcher. Damn! He quickly adjusted his grenade launcher. It was simple to operate, and an experienced veteran could fire all 8 grenades within 20 seconds. Yuan Li's quick reaction shooting improved his response speed. The 428th chapter, Dancing Sparks until midnight. Yuan Li and the new regiment circled around, continuously blocked by 3 enemy squads or companies. Around 1 a.m. they finally found a weak point, the perimeter of a village guarded by over 300 puppet soldiers. It was like a man searching for cigarettes in the dark. Feeling around, he found a dead phone, a cup, and after a long search, finally located a lighter and a pack of cigarettes. At that moment, Yuan Li felt a wave of relief. Damn it! I'm so dizzy from all this circling. Yuan Li adjusted the enemy uniform he was wearing and instructed Li Yunlong, who was fluent in Japanese, to notify the puppet commander. Then, he led the main force closer to the puppet soldier station. As they approached, they saw Li Yunlong, dressed in enemy uniform, grabbing a puppet soldier by the ear. Confused and chaotic, he shouted angrily, his tone indicating he was cursing. But no one could tell what he was saying. The 429th chapter, every old gun has its own temperament. Hurry. Clean the battlefield. Put on the puppet soldiers' uniforms. Those without uniforms should continue pretending to be prisoners. Yuan Li estimated that they had captured over a dozen light machine guns, 1 heavy machine gun, and 10 grenade launchers. As for the other rifles, he hadn't had time to count. In any case, over half of the new regiment's soldiers were shouldering 2 rifles. Of course, the coverage of the 38 rifles was less than half, most were Hanyang rifles and old models. They had also replenished a batch of grenades. Hurry, hurry! Yuan Li estimated the time and felt it was about time, urging the soldiers continuously. The soldiers understood the urgency, there was no time to count everything. So they simply gathered what they could and started breaking through outward. Yuan Li and the new regiment weren't always this lucky. After a night of marching, they had avoided 2 enemy outposts. As dawn approached, they suddenly spotted around 150 to 160 enemy soldiers advancing toward them. Yuan Li looked around, the right side was open. And there was a small forest on the left, but it was winter, and the trees had shed all their leaves, offering no cover. Moreover, they had about 400 to 500 men here. Don't panic, don't panic. The 430th chapter, mission completed. Bang. After shooting down another enemy soldier, Yuan Li's rifle was out of bullets. He reached for the bullet pouch of a fallen comrade. There were only 2 bullets inside. While loading the bullets, Yuan Li scanned the battlefield, observing the situation. At this time, although the Japanese army was somewhat inexperienced, they still had a solid foundation, and were still fearless. Yuan Li's new regiment was well prepared from a high vantage point, with more than a dozen machine guns, 10 grenade launchers, and a larger number of troops than the enemy. However, after the initial assault, the Japanese forces reacted and it became difficult to fight. Moreover, their marksmanship exhibited exceptional accuracy. And the grenades they occasionally threw were also very precise. After loading his bullets, Yuan Li moved towards the position of Company Commander Li Shuel on the right side. He led his men around to the right to attract their attention. Once Yuan Li reached the position of Company Commander Li Shuel, he quickly said to him. Li Shuel patted a few people beside him, and waved to a group of dozens on the right. He bent down and made his way to the right. Yuan Li found bullets on the bodies of 2 soldiers. While searching for targets, he waited for Li Shuel to attract some of the Japanese troops' attention from the right. Chapter 431, The Law Plop. Oh, damn. Just as Yuan Li regained consciousness, he felt his legs trip, and he fell to the ground. People say that when you fall, you should get back up. Yuan Li chose to fall, turn over, and pull up his shorts. Not wearing shorts really made him feel unsafe. Yuan Li sat up and rubbed his forehead, which had made close contact with the ground. Who? Sitting on the ground, leaning against the desk, Yuan Li fell into thought. That place is truly desirable. Every day you can see the morning sun radiating with vitality. Task 1, Survival. Completed, reward, none. Task 2, lead the troops to eliminate over 20 000 enemy troops, completed, reward, camouflage, and infiltration. A hint of disappointment flashed in Yuan Li's eyes. Camouflage and infiltration were not his weaknesses in the army. Then, a piece of information surged into his mind. Yuan Li browsed through the information, and the more he looked, the more surprised he became. Wow! Wow! Physical camouflage skills. Appearance disguise, plastic surgery, clothing disguise, body modification, environmental integration, artificial disguise, these basic skills are not even worth mentioning. As for the others, they are a bit more advanced. Light and shadow manipulation, avoid reflections, control shadow movement, reduce light exposure during nighttime operations. Chapter 432. K2 in the afternoon. Yuan Li brought Deng Zhenhua to the rehabilitation room. Deng Zhenhua was massaging Yuan Li's calf and curiously asked, "Boss, what kind of man do you think Long Xiaoyun likes?" Yuan Li lay on the rehabilitation bed, and, hearing Deng Zhenhua's question, opened his somewhat hazy eyes. "I don't know. But at least I can rule you out." Deng Zhenhua was taken aback, his hand stopped massaging, and he directly pressed down hard on Yuan Li's calf with his elbow. "Oh?" Yuan Li jumped up from the rehabilitation bed, startled. "She just hasn't discovered my shining points, she doesn't recognize a gem." Yuan Li lightly kicked the somewhat displeased Deng Zhenhua. Deng Zhenhua continued to grumble, "You should see who Deng Zhenhua is, a man like an eagle. A legend of the Eagle Brigade." Just as Yuan Li lay down, he couldn't help but laugh at Deng Zhenhua's last comment. Turning his head, he curiously inquired, "Isn't the Eagle Brigade the one that expelled you? You're no longer an eagle-like man, ha 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 ha." Deng Zhenhua's face darkened, but smiles are contagious. Seeing Yuan Li laugh so happily, Deng Zhenhua felt both angry and amused. Hurry up, are you going to continue or not? If you're not, let me do it." Chapter 433. Startling the snake. The armed police are now conducting a more thorough investigation, and the scope has expanded. Yuan Li put down the documents, and quietly listened to Yuan Lang. "But we can't be forced to defend all the time, the higher-ups mean to give K2 a lesson." Yuan Li nodded slightly. Indeed, a lesson was necessary. It seemed that they were specifically looking to cause trouble during the Olympics. Domestic stability is the armed police's job, we are responsible for overseas matters. As Yuan Lang spoke, he took out several documents. "Based on the overnight interrogations and our intelligence, we have basically confirmed the criminal activities of the K2 organization. Among them are drugs, arms, and human trafficking. According to the think tank's speculation, there is a high probability of information trafficking and theft of secrets as well." The two surviving terrorists provided very little information, only stating that they had undergone more than a year of training and were then sent here, with the leader being the one who committed suicide. But since this line is not useful, we still have other intelligence. We have a lead on K2's human trafficking in Southeast Asia, but we don't have law enforcement authority. So the higher-ups mean to hand this intelligence over to the government of a certain Southeast Asian country. Chapter 434. Silent infiltration at 4 a.m. Yuan Li used a thermal imaging device to observe for 3 hours. The members of the 13th Squad from other directions also reported the intelligence they observed to him. Yuan Li could only determine that the number of people in the abandoned factory was between 130 and 160. Among them, over 100 were bound children, women, and pregnant women. The remaining 30 to 50 were the actual armed individuals. After all, thermal imaging cannot penetrate walls to see the heat inside. It can only detect heat flowing out from gaps such as windows and doors, which will show heat traces on the thermal imaging device. Additionally, heat from human bodies can also be seen through materials with poor insulation, such as glass, thin wood panels, and metal sheets. Yuan Li made a rough judgment based on these traces. He did not act blindly, he had patience and could wait a few more days until he was absolutely sure. This was not the domestic situation, where brother units could provide support at any time. Being cautious was not a bad thing. Wasting a little time was fine. The mission had to be accomplished, otherwise, this retaliation would become a joke. Time slowly passed. The sun rose. Yuan Li's hidden position was no longer visible to the naked eye, and it would not be visible even with thermal imaging. Chapter 435. The cognitive gap, the door to the room, was not closed tightly, allowing Yuan Li to hear several men's voices inside. The content of their conversation was very vulgar and lewd. The fifth unit was leading the way, carefully observing through the slightly ajar door. Yuan Li followed behind the fifth unit, observing the situation inside from the other side. Then, one of the fifth unit's hands released the handgun, patted Yuan Li's thigh from behind, and then slightly moved away from the wall. Yuan Li quickly slipped through the gap in the door to the other side. After quickly peeking inside and analyzing the scene he had just seen in his mind, the fifth unit communicated using sign language. 6 men. 6 women. Not wearing clothes. Only 2 holding handguns, while the rest of the guns are on the table. A pistol sat smoking on the corner sofa, while another pistol was pressed against a woman's skull. The rest were on the carpet in the middle of the room. Yuan Li thought for a moment and began to gesture to them in sign language. The first target was the man smoking on the sofa before entering. He had dealt with him using a pistol through a gap. Then, he would approach the table to avoid the others coming into contact with the firearm. Chapter 436. Silent Infiltration and Assassination. Yuan Li did not like hostage rescue missions. The gap between professionals and amateurs was simply too vast and sharp. If there was a rescued hostage in his squad, the danger would multiply several times over. Yuan Li not only had to guard against enemies, but also against the hostage, preventing them from screaming, running away in panic, or acting out of a misguided sense of compassion. Hostage rescue missions were highly dangerous, filled with tension, and had a great deal of uncertainty. Yuan Li selected team members for Team A with great care, only allowing those warriors to join the 13th group after thorough consideration. Thus, the appearance of an untrained individual, whose physiological, psychological, and cognitive state was completely opposite to that of the team members, would be a disaster. The psychological state of the team members was one of heightened alertness, while that of the hostage was one of extreme fear and helplessness. Team members would find ways to complete the mission, while the hostage's instinct would be survival. This meant that when they were exchanging fire with the enemy, the hostage might scream from behind them, giving away their position. This was just one example. No one knew how a hostage would react under fear. Chapter 437, Effective but Extreme Hostage Management. After finishing the communication with Yang Rui, Yuan Li signaled to his teammates. 5th DAE adjusted the thermal imaging on his helmet, and then stepped into the dark corridor. Yuan Li followed closely behind, sticking to the wall and adjusting the stun grenade to be in a quick response state. The corridor was lined with smooth concrete, not man-made, likely created when the abandoned factory was originally built. The corridor was short and they quickly passed through safely. 5th DAE stood behind a corner, leaned against the wall, and adjusted the night vision goggles on his helmet. In front of him, at the end of the corridor, he already saw some light. He then lowered his body, bent down, and silently walked with his gun in the dark corner. Yuan Li followed behind 5th DAE, even more concealed. Even Yu Qian, who was trailing behind him, could not hear Yuan Li's breathing, or the sound of his clothes rubbing together at that moment. Yu Qian was horrified. He knew the gap between himself and the boss, but this difference was too great. How was he controlling his breathing at such a close distance? And how was he able to move quickly without making a sound? As they were about to reach the end of the corridor, 5th DAE slowly stopped. Chapter 438, Interrogating Laker. The hostages watched as the fully armed warriors, with only their eyes showing, exited the basement, and the burly warrior even deliberately kicked the rifle close to them into a corner. Some with a bit of sense naturally saw through that person's intentions. They couldn't help but curse inwardly. Without any weapons for self-defense, they felt completely unsafe. However, if they had weapons in their hands, Yuan Li wouldn't feel safe at all. He was willing to give weapons to the 6 tortured hostages, because they were fewer in number, and wouldn't rush out blindly. But for these 70 or 80 hostages, Yuan Li truly did not dare to. After exiting the corridor, he checked again before leaving the building, preparing to approach the building Yang Rui was attacking. 5th DA first observed the situation outside through a window. He only saw 2 corpses on the open ground outside, and another on the iron staircase outside the 2nd floor of the opposite building. These should all be dealt with by Yang Rui's team. After confirming it was safe, 5th DA approached the iron door that Yuan Li had previously sprayed with lubricant. The few of them moved out relying on tactical maneuvers, slowly approaching the building. However, halfway there, gunfire suddenly erupted. Chapter 439, Assassination Mission. Yuan Li pointed at the recovering Laker. "You're lying to me." Sweat beads appeared on Laker's forehead. Really? Laker said hesitantly, "I just don't know if they have moved. The last time I went there was 2 months ago." Yuan Li rolled his eyes internally, stood up directly, and turned to look at the bewildered Yang Rui, with a hint of blame in his eyes. He then waved his hand at Yang Rui. Yang Rui came to his senses, understanding the meaning. He pulled the already trembling Laker into the office. Yuan Li turned off the recording device on his chest. And then he saw Yang Rui walk out from behind the wooden partition. The team was called back. Afterward, the 13th group moved to another safe house, continuing to wait for orders. Logically speaking, a place that had imprisoned over 100 women, children, and pregnant women should have made headlines. But in reality, it didn't. It was just a splash that quickly settled into calm. 5 days later, Yuan Li received a list of 3 names. The task was very straightforward: eliminate them. Yuan Li and Yang Rui thoroughly reviewed the profiles of the 3 individuals. Chapter 440, A Tangled Mess. After returning to the safe house, they waited for 2 hours. And Yang Rui also returned with his team. 3 days later, Yuan Li received a call from above, instructing them to return first. The mission to strike K2 would continue, but the time frame would be extended, and intelligence personnel would keep monitoring K2, continuing the strike when opportunities arose. Team A, Computer Room. Yuan Li looked at the news about the prophecy on the computer screen. As May approached, that disaster drew nearer. The entire Huaxia was becoming tense. All relevant departments, military, fire services, armed police, and hospitals were on level 1 alert. It was coming. Yuan Li glanced at the time, sighed, and said, "In half a month, on May 11th. Half of Team A's forces were dispatched to the earthquake location foretold in the prophecy. The remaining warriors continued to guard the capital. The 13th group stood by in a safe house near the state guest house. At 2:25 p.m. on the 12th, Yuan Li's gaze was fixed on the cup of water in front of him. 3 minutes later, Yuan Li's pupils constricted. Ripples began to form in the cup, and the chandelier started to sway. Yuan Li felt a distinct tremor. Yang Rui and 5th DA exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Chapter 441, Security. How strict was security during the Olympics? The security work for this major event was so strict that it was hard to imagine. It was later referred to as the most stringent in history, utilizing a massive amount of manpower, resources, and technological means. During the event preparation phase, the capital invested enormous resources into security construction, establishing a vast anti-terrorism buffer zone. In the core area, 300,000 cameras were installed to achieve 360-degree surveillance without blind spots. Simultaneously, a comprehensive inspection of the surrounding waters was conducted to ensure there were no safety hazards. Can you imagine countless workers in the nearby waters? using their hands to carefully touch and retrieve all suspicious items. No matter if there were blind spots or not, every little gap had to be probed by hand. In terms of personnel management, everyone entering the venue had to wear identification and undergo strict security checks. The 230,000 residents around the building were also investigated one by one to ensure there were no suspicious individuals or items. In this phase, according to Yuan Li, 37 individuals were secretly apprehended. A facial recognition system was also employed for the rapid identification and handling of suspicious individuals. Detailed emergency plans were developed in response to possible terrorist attacks, and frequent anti-terrorism drills had begun as early as last year. Chapter 442. Suspicious individuals. Yuan Li carefully observed the backpacks and items held by the tourists. After observing for a while, a hint of indifference gradually appeared in his eyes. This was his normal state. He had many lives in his hands, and although he managed it well and maintained a normal psyche, he could no longer fantasize about fully returning to a normal state. With people coming and going in front of him, the number of focused observers was increasing. And the weather was getting hotter. Though Yuan Li was not afraid of heat, the frequent observation and analysis of the countless people passing by were exhausting. Yuan Li maintained a good expression on his face, but his gaze became somewhat relaxed involuntarily, and with a change in his eyes, his demeanor shifted as well. Just then, a little girl about 5 meters away from Yuan Li noticed him, especially when he looked at them, and instinctively felt fear. She couldn't help but hug her parent's thigh, who was holding a red flag, and began to cry, her eyes misty as she looked at Yuan Li. After noticing this, Yuan Li collected his thoughts and, in an instant, his smile softened, and his eyes became gentle. He smiled and nodded at the little girl. Chapter 443. Absurd and ridiculous intelligence. Genius. At this moment, Yuan Li completely dismissed the possibility of having misjudged the situation. After seeing the other party's panicked expression, he stepped forward to bind the woman's wrist with a zip tie. The woman instinctively took 2 steps back, then screamed, struggled, and was quickly pinned to the ground by Yuan Li, who twisted her wrist. The nearby staff were drawn by the sudden commotion, and all looked over. Yuan Li intentionally controlled his strength, applying just the right amount of pressure on the woman's back. She was small and could not struggle at all, merely cursing loudly. After securing her wrist with the zip tie, Yuan Li took out his identification to show the nearby staff. It's okay, you all continue. I am responsible for security here. Although the surrounding staff did not fully understand the situation, their work at that moment was the most important. Moreover, the security personnel nearby had already approached to inquire about the situation, so they quickly returned to their previous tasks. Only a few security personnel, who had gathered around, came forward to ask about the situation. Soon, the security supervisor responsible for this area arrived. After carefully inquiring about the situation, he began to interrogate the woman. Chapter 444. Baozi Landmine. The A-team did not participate. The celebration was organized by the A-team itself, and of course, the funds were applied for from the higher-ups. Other than a few honest individuals, the A-team was filled with cunning foxes who understood the principle that the child who cries gets milk. They frequently went to the higher-ups to seek favors, a common practice for the railways and Yuan Lang. Time passed quickly, and half a month went by. The atmosphere of celebrating the Olympics began to slowly decline. Yuan Li dribbled the basketball, weaving left and right, just managing to break through the aggressive play of the 5th team. Little Yuan. Yuan Li recognized the voice of the cooking class leader, and couldn't help but turned to look in the direction of the voice. The 5th team behind him brightened up and accelerated, while Wang Yanbing on the other side noticed and rushed to intercept. Unfortunately, he couldn't outpace the 5th team. The 5th team found an opportunity to pass the basketball. Yuan Li wiped his sweat with his shirt and jogged over to the cooking class leader. Old leader, let's play some basketball. The cooking class leader, Li Jun, waved his hand. Don't bully the old man. I see you all are idle. So go to the cooking class and make some buns.